Chapter 451 Gold Card. When De Wong ran in happily, Leon did not grab De Wong and asked what De Wong had done just now. He just continued to work hard. When everything was almost ready, De Wong also ran to grab his own rice bowl with his eyesight and squatted quietly on the ground waiting for Leon to release his meal. Leon was not stingy either. He filled the dog basin with half a pot of vegetables and half a pot of meat, and finally gave a large spoon of broth. Seeing this, De Wong immediately dragged the full rice basin to the side and Kaichuan quickly. Leon also served a large plate, but he didn't move his chopsticks immediately. Because the rice was just out of the pot and it was a little hot, he looked at the rhubarb that had already eaten half a basin and shook his head. This little guy is familiar with him now and doesn't even act. De Wong, who was cooking, also noticed Lion's gaze. He looked at Leon and looked at him without eating. He raised his head in confusion for a moment, and finally seemed to have thought of something. The big yellow dog slapped the paws on the ground, and a foggy white air conditioner was pulled out from under the paws, and then flew to the plate in front of Leon as if it was loaded with GPS. Then De Wong nodded at Leon with her tongue, then continued to lower her head and started to dry the meal. Originally, Leon thought that rhubarb would freeze his rice with this move. After all, when the air conditioner flew over, even if there was no direct contact, the cold air emitted was rubbed on the side, which made Leon feel the coldness that was no less than the 50th floor of the underground mine. But when Leon picked up a chopstick of rice, he found that the rice was still warm and the taste was not normal, and it did not feel like it was quickly cooled down and turned into a mess. Oh, the temperature is so good. Leon was quite surprised by the move of De Wong, but it also explained why De Wong was not afraid of hot before. This who really deserves its name as a sled dog, and it actually has the special ability of the cold type. I just don't know if this is the special thing about rhubarb or just the tip of rhubarb's iceberg. However, there is one thing that Leon doesn't need to worry about rhubarb, that is, in the hot summer, the thick dog hair of rhubarb is probably not required to be shaved. No wonder rhubarb is smarter than ordinary husky. The IQ of husky in high temperatures will decrease. On the contrary, the law that low temperatures will rebound has long been found by husky owners. Rhubarb has its own cooling characteristics, so it is understandable to maintain a high IQ throughout the whole process. Hey, I'm sorry for you, De Wong, I should call you Bordeaux. He complained to De Wong, and Leon continued to eat, while De Wong raised his ears and listened to Lion's complaints. He tilted his head in confusion and looked at Leon for a while. He found that his master seemed to be just talking casually, so he didn't continue to pay attention. However, after the meal, De Wong still slipped to Lion's feet, bit Lion's trouser legs, and used frost on the floor to describe two crooked words to Wong. I'm just kidding if I don't change your name. But you're a little ugly, so I'll practice more in the future. When Leon saw this name, he understood the meaning of rhubarb. He was telling himself that he liked the name rhubarb and didn't want to change it. De Wong's move also made Leon a little curious. He didn't know where this guy learned to write his name. He couldn't go to school secretly when he was not on the farm. There were no books at home. Let De Wong watch it by himself. The yellow wobbled twice, and then the name on the ground was hidden, and the frost evaporated directly, leaving no water stains behind. Then De Wong came to Leon with the dog basin. Leon had long been accustomed to Ryun's cleanness and washed other pots and pans. Then he picked up the dog basin of Ryun and started cleaning. When the iron basin was washed, De Wang immediately jumped high and took away his rice basin from Lion's hand, shook his tail and sent the rice basin back to the dog house. Then Leon never saw De Wang coming again. He guessed that this guy should have gone back to the house to sleep, and Leon did not bother De Wang again. I returned to the house and looked for a change of clothes, took a shower, and then went to bed to rest. There was nothing to say all night, and before the sunlight of the next day woke Leon up, De Wang's screams made Leon open his eyes. Listening to De Wang's anxious barking outside the house, Leon ran out without wearing his shoes, and then he noticed that De Wang was staring at the email address with all his attention. On the email address, a purple snake was entrenching on the email address, sticking out his tongue and staring at De Wang. Seeing this scene, Leon did not rush to take out the Milky Way watermelon knife to kill the strange snake. Instead, he walked to the edge of De Wang and picked it up. Then he looked at the long purple snake and waved his hand at it. After seeing Leon, the snake climbed down the mailbox directly along the mailbox holder, and then disappeared if no one got into the receiving box next to the mailbox. I see. Seeing this scene, Leon slapped his forehead, and the answers to the two questions that had troubled him for a long time had come out. The first one is that the messenger in Stardew Valley is actually a snake, and the other is that the shipping box is not only shipped, but also a transmission device. At least this snake should come from the shipping box, so it can naturally return from the shipping box. As for whether he could track the snake's nest when he crawled into the delivery box, Leon did not dare to try it easily. After all, who knew whether this snake could do it with some special ability? He learned the operation of the purple snake and probably had to hand over a blood. But these are not the key points, the focus is what the more letters in the mailbox are. Leon is very curious about this, so he walked over and opened the mailbox and took out 2 letters from it. One is signed by the Changxing Chamber of Commerce, and the other is signed by the Fullest. I first opened the letter from the Chamber of Commerce. The letter was very thin, unlike the one who came to deliver money. After the letter was opened and read the content above, Leon understood why the letter was so thin this time. To the respected Red Star farmer, Mr. Leon. Because the high-quality plants you shipped yesterday were too many and the quality was amazing, we were unable to fulfill the promise of the next day to settle the payment. We are very sorry for this and hope you can understand. After all, it takes some time to receive so many high-quality crops at one time. In order to ensure that your benefits will not be affected, we will delay the settlement time of the payment. To apologize, we provide Mr. Leon with a free worldwide gold card, and have already deposited 5,000 G in the card as a prepayment and deposit. If you hold this card, you can enjoy the convenience of barrier-free consumption in all shops that can swipe the card. Because this card uses some special technology, it does not require entering a password to use it, and it can only take effect when you hold it by Mr. Leon. However, this Chamber of Commerce still needs to remind Mr. Leon that you should keep this gold card properly to avoid unnecessary trouble and experience the procedures to be processed. After that, all payments will be deposited into this card. If you need the Chamber of Commerce to continue to pay in cash, you can contact any merchant of the Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce to express this request, and we will immediately change the payment method. Or Mr. Leon, you can also take this card directly to banks in various places to withdraw money. Mr. Leon, who holds this card, will receive the highest standard reception from all banks and fully meet your reasonable requirements. Fartravel Chamber of Commerce. After reading the letter, Leon took out the gold card from the letter and observed it. This is a soft card with purple and gold all over the body. The size is similar to that of an ordinary bank card, but there is no detailed explanation of the card number and various precautions on the card, and only the name of Leon and a number composed of a number is printed. In addition, the card looks very clean, with no fancy patterns or symbolic patterns. There are only the dazzling purple and gold color reflected in the sun. Touching the soft card and feeling the cool and silky touch from it, Leon smiled and muttered, 0111, is the 111th card holder? It seems that this card itself is of great value. Chapter 452 New Challenge. Leon is actually quite satisfied with this gold card, because it is sometimes quite inconvenient to carry money on him. Put the system backpack. Banknotes of different denominations must occupy different backpack positions. Put them on. If you don't pay attention, you will easily lose them. With this card, you can avoid putting a lot of money in large-scale transactions. I just don't know if this card is available in Pelican Town. It seems that I have never seen a POS machine from the various suppliers visited by Leon in Stardew Valley. However, there is still Cash Leon, which is enough to use in a short period of time. When you need a large amount of cash in the future, it is the same if you call Django and ask him to help you send money. Just swipe the card and it's all done. After all, you are a businessman from the UNC Chamber of Commerce, and the cash flow should be quite abundant. Cards into the pocket, Leon he opened Mr. Chi's letter again. Leon. You have completed my commission and saved Stardew Valley. Congratulations on becoming an unsung hero, and I believe you have also received the reward for the assets I have promised. But I have also said that there is a generous reward. Of course, you don't have to refuse. This is a reward for your contribution to the safety of Stardew Valley. I have a little condition about this reward, that is, I will hide this reward in the form of a treasure, and all you have to do is to find it through the treasure map attached to the letter. The treasure will only exist for 7 days. Every day, the value in the treasure will be reduced. The earlier you find it, the more rewards you will receive. Of course, if you do not find the treasure within 7 days, I will also let someone store 1,000 G in the newly obtained gold card as a consolation prize. Maybe you will think my conditions are a bit strange, but I think you should like this little game very much. This world is like a bowl of food without any seasonings, and you not only have the qualifications to become a compound spice, but also have the potential to jump out of the seasoning table and become a chef, so prove your wisdom and enthusiasm to me. Together. In addition to the letter, there is indeed a sloppy map inside the envelope, which is as abstract as a child's graffiti. Except for the paths made of various curved lines, there are basically no references on the map. But fortunately, there is a simple prompt on the map. The girl's nightmare is memorizing here. It's hard to find. After looking at the map, he didn't find a similar terrain area in his mind. At this prompt, Leon was also confused. Looking at this treasure map, Leon felt helpless. But he really liked this little game, as Mr. Chi said. Not to mention the treasures but not treasures, this treasure map alone reminded Leon of the last treasure hunt. Leon was full of expectations for this unknown pursuit. No man can refuse a treasure map, especially when he knows that this treasure map is not a prank, but a treasure. After packing the treasure map, Leon first completed the daily farm routine, and then after making breakfast for Dewang and himself, he took Dewang to the Red Star farm. Although he had no clue, Leon was not a character who was waiting to die. If he had no clue, he would create his clue by himself. So in the first battle, Leon chose to go straight to the library in Pelican Town, where Leon believed that he should be able to get the map of Stardew Valley with the help of Gunther. The premier of Pelican Town only swept away antiques from the collection showroom. The books did not seem to be eyeing him, so the library's collection is still relatively complete. Leon doesn't believe there is no map of Stardew Valley in this library. When he arrived at the library, Leon pushed the door open and entered immediately. Dewang was left at the door by him, because he didn't know whether Gunther's A would mind Leon bringing the dog into it, so he had to ask first. "Hi, Gunther, long time no see." After entering the door, Gunther still maintained his life as a library administrator. He wiped the dust on the bookshelf. After hearing Lion's greeting, Gunther turned around and greeted enthusiastically, "Haha, Leon, long time no see, why do you have time to come to the library today?" "Of course I came to the library to read books. I would like to ask if there are any books on Stardew Valley geography in the library. By the way, I brought the dog with me. The dog is very smart and obedient and will not cause any damage in the library. Can I bring it in with me?" Leon smiled and explained his purpose, and asked if he could bring Rhubarb into it. "Of course, after all, dogs are people's best friends, and you say they won't cause me trouble. Naturally, I believe in you, but I can't give you the geographical picture book of Stardew Valley, because this book was borrowed by a girl a few days ago, and it is expected that she will return the book in about 2 days. Gunther first agreed with the incoming and outgoing of Rhubarb, and then informed Leon about the recent situation of the books he needed. "Girl? Can you ask who it is convenient?" Leon asked. "After all, there is a 7-day time limit. If this girl is an acquaintance, she can go to the door to borrow for a short time." Leon doesn't want to take the guaranteed reward. "Of course, after all, this is not some private information. Even if I don't tell you, you can get the answer if you go to find the name registered on the public borrowing card." Gunther nodded and then said the name of the current borrower of the book. "If I remember correctly, this girl's name is Maru, a very bookish smart girl." "I understand, thank you, Gunther." After hearing that it was Maru, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It was an acquaintance, so that would be easy. After waving goodbye to Gunther, Leon left the library. Gunther did not care about Lion's performance of being at odds when he had something to do. Instead, he admired Lion's spirit of being a practical person. It would be even better if Leon could have the same attitude towards the collections in the collection showroom. After all, Gunther prepared many unique gifts for Lion's donation of antique ores and other displays that filled the collection room. On the other hand, when Leon learned that Maru had borrowed the Stardew Valley geological illustration, he rode his bicycle towards Harvey's clinic with Dewang. Today is Thursday, and it is Maru who is currently in the clinic during the days when she helped in the institute. Although Maru might not have brought this book while working, she still needs to borrow it to read it temporarily with Maru's consent before Leon can get this book at her home, right? Just when Leon arrived at the entrance of the clinic, he saw the door of the clinic being pushed open, and a pink-haired girl with a depressed face walked out of the clinic, carrying a small bag of medicine in her hand. Chapter 453 The Invisible Tips. Good morning, Sophia. The pink hair is only one in Stardew Valley, so Leon naturally knows who this girl is. Good morning, Leon. Before he looked up, Sophia subconsciously hid the medicine bag in her hand behind her back, and cheered up and greeted Leon. I have a treasure map on hand and am on the journey to find the treasure. Do you want to join? Leon did not ask Sophia what she was doing here, or what the medicine she was carrying, but instead offered Sophia an invitation to form a treasure hunt team. Ah! Sophia was obviously stunned for a moment when she heard this, then looked at Leon in surprise and asked, "Treasure map? Is it a treasure hunting role-playing game?" "No, it's a real treasure map," Leon said, then pulled Sophia to the big tree next to the clinic, and confirmed that there was no one around, so he took out Mr. Chi's treasure map. Sophia naturally looked at him as soon as the treasure map was taken out. After seeing the things on it clearly, she couldn't help rolling her eyes at Leon. "Are you sure this is a treasure map? Not a graffiti from a child I picked up in a trash can?" "Ahem, it's indeed a treasure map, but it's a little bit simpler, and I can guarantee that there is definitely a treasure in the final treasure location of this thing." Leon was very happy that Sophia made the same complaints as he had before. After all, the heroes had a similar view. If this treasure map was not for the fact that it was written by Mr. Chi, and that one of the rewards from this boss had been fulfilled, Leon would not believe that this thing was a treasure map. So Leon was trying his best to build confidence for Sophia. This treasure map can really find good things, and it is also to restrain Sophia's energy. After all, the girl was not in good condition before, and she was obviously in a negative way again. Really? Sophia was still a little suspicious when she heard this. Really? Leon patted his chest and promised, "Girl, you believe me, I won't lie." "But, I haven't recognized you yet." Hearing Leon mentioning the title of brother again, Sophia stuck out her tongue and grimaced at Leon in disgust. "It's okay, you just need to believe that the treasure map is real." Leon was shameless and pretended that nothing happened. "But only these simple things cannot tell whether they are paths or lines of rivers. Can you really find the treasure? This is too embarrassing." Seeing Lion's appearance, Sophia did not continue to make things difficult for Leon, but instead focused on the treasure map again. However, the more carefully observed the treasure map, the more confused Sophia became. "Isn't there another prompt?" Leon said, pointing to the prompt on the map. "Ah? What prompt? I didn't see it." Sophia looked at the blank of Lion's fingers in confusion, looking confused. "You can't see?" Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then continued to point to the prompt and asked Sophia. "I can't see it, are you sure there is really? All I see is blank." Sophia shook her head and said with certainty. "Wait." Leon waved his hand and then fell into deep thought. At this moment, he was not sure whether the prompt was only visible to him or blocked Sophia. If it was the former, it didn't matter. If it was the latter, then this information would be very critical. But before this, Leon still needs to experiment. "You wait for me here for a while. I happen to have something to prepare. I don't need to wait too long. You can play with the Wong here. It is very obedient and the newly raised puppy I mentioned." Leon said, then greeted De Wang, who was walking near the bicycle not far away. After hearing Lion's call, De Wang immediately ran over happily. When she saw Leon and Sophia beside her, she sighed, and then showed enthusiasm as if she had accepted her fate. She wagged her tail and began to act coquettishly towards Sophia. Sophia also noticed this black and white little meat dumpling, and she immediately felt full of love. After all, for this furry little guy, the resistance of girls is basically zero. Wow, it's just rhubarb? So cute! Sophia couldn't help but hold De Wang in her arms. Seeing that De Wang did not resist, she lay obediently in her arms, and her little pink tongue licked her palm. Sophia was immediately amused and giggled. It's so itchy, this little guy is so good. You guys play first, I'll do something. Seeing Sophia easily captured by rhubarb, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. With rhubarb's help, Sophia should be happy for a long time, so Leon had no trace of ink and turned around and entered the clinic. Harvey was still not seen in the clinic, only Maru, wearing a nurse's uniform, stood at the front desk. Hi! Leon, are you doing something? Lions pushing the door also made Maru cheer up immediately. After seeing Leon, he immediately smiled and asked. Do you believe me if I say I'm sick? Leon joked. I don't believe it. Although I am a nurse, I have seen many patients coming in. But no one is so mentally ill when he is sick. Maru replied with a smile. I'm not kidding anymore. I'm actually here to find you. I heard from Gunther, the library administrator, that is, you borrowed the geological illustration of Stardew Valley. Leon, who did not continue to joke, explained his purpose. It's true that I can pass it on to you if you want to read it, but you have to help me return this book later. Maru immediately understood what Leon meant when she heard this and immediately agreed to Lion's idea. Then thank you first. Where is the book now? If it is at your house, I will go directly to ask Robin to go to your room to help me get it. Leon nodded and thanked Maru, then asked. No, I'll take it with me. Maru immediately bent down and opened the drawer at the front desk, and took out the Stardew Valley geological illustration that she borrowed. Well, after all, the clinic is not very busy. Occasionally, it's good to read books when you're fine. Harvey won't express dissatisfaction with my behavior. Seeing Lion's unexpected expression, Maru explained with a blushing face. It's okay, it's understandable. Leon said with a smile, then took the book handed over by Maru. Then Leon took out the treasure map and placed it in front of Maru, pointing to the location where the prompt was located and asked. Can you see this sentence? Is there a girl's nightmare here? That's it. Chapter 454 Sophia's Bet. Hearing Maru's answer, Leon confirmed that this prompt might have blocked Sophia alone, and the result came out. The girl implied in this prompt should be Sophia. Why did you say this on a graffiti? Maru looked at the abstract thing in front of her and did not expect that it was a treasure map. Maybe it's the beginning of some kind of modern poem that has not been written. Leon said casually. If this is the case, then this poem must be very sad. Maru really believed it. Yes, it should be very sad. Leon sighed helplessly and echoed. Sophia just came to the clinic and bought antidepressants, right? Thinking of this prompt, Leon couldn't help asking Maru. I can't tell you that there is a doctor-patient confidentiality agreement. Maru replied with an embarrassed look when she heard this, but she still added another sentence. The medicine you asked about last time should be the one she found at home. Well, I know Sophia's condition. I don't ask anything else, just want to ask, is the condition serious? Leon nodded, then looked at Maru seriously and asked. Maru was a little confused at the moment. On the one hand, she wanted to tell Leon the answer, but on the other hand, she was troubled by the doctor-patient confidentiality agreement. It's okay, don't worry, I'm talking too much. Leon didn't feel disappointed about this, but instead admired Maru's attitude. If he met such a reliable medical staff, his sense of security would definitely be full of security. Let's go first, thank you for your book, I will give it to you after reading it. Leon. After saying goodbye to Maru, Leon planned to leave, but before leaving, Maru suddenly shouted. Leon turned around and saw Maru shook his head gently. Thank you. Although Maru didn't say anything, from this small move, Leon knew that Sophia's depression was not serious. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and did not forget to express his gratitude to Maru. And Maru didn't say anything else, but waved her hand to say goodbye to Leon and watched Leon leave the clinic. Leon, who left the clinic, saw Sophia, who was playing with Qin Wang circling the pillars under the tree. Looking at her happy smiling face at the moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. To be fair, Sophia's cute face is really suitable for smiling. Sophia is full of the vitality of a young girl. Leon, are you done? What are you doing in the clinic? After Rhubarb smelled Lion's breath, he immediately ran towards Leon. Sophia, who was chasing Rhubarb, also saw Lion's appearance at this moment, but she thought that Leon had just entered the clinic, and her expression seemed a little unnatural. She was a little afraid of Lion's situation when he went to the clinic, and she was even more afraid that Leon would start to alienate herself after knowing that she was suffering from mental illness. I went to Maru to borrow a book, Stardew Valley Geographical Book. With this book, we can refer to the map above to check the areas that these lines may depict. Leon explained to Sophia with a smile, and then raised the book in his hand as proof. Hearing this answer, Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder she could meet you at the entrance of the clinic. Yes, so it's a coincidence, but it may be arranged by BA to join my treasure hunting queue. Leon quipped. Can we really find this place? Sophia asked with some uncertainty at the moment. Yes, you have to believe me. Leon walked to Sophia and patted her head. Sophia was not tall. Leon touched her head. No need to raise your hand. Hate, I'm not a child, don't touch it randomly. Sophia slapped Lion's hand with disgust, but the force of the slap was not strong, which proved that she didn't hate Lion's movements very much, but she was a little uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm also a subconscious action. After all, I've practiced such action countless times in my mind. The object of fantasy is my sister I've never seen or appeared. Leon explained with a smile. Do you really want a sister so much? Hearing Lion's answer, Sophia raised her head and looked at Leon and complained. Yes, it would be better if it could be as cute as you. Leon nodded and confirmed. Humph, then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can find this treasure within today, I will call you brother. Sophia snorted lightly and then suggested to Leon. Okay, but you should have additional conditions. Leon asked with a brow raised his eyebrows when he heard Sophia's request. Of course, if you don't succeed, you have to call me sister. Sophia bared her teeth and provoked at Leon, how about it? Do you dare to accept it? No problem. In response, Leon agreed to the proposal without fear. There is no difference between sisters and Leon. He just wants to bring his relationship with Sophia closer. As for whether it is a sibling or a sibling, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there will be no loss when calling twice. And when he knew that the girl in the prompt was Sophia, Leon was already 80% sure. With such a high winning rate, Leon was not afraid of me at all. What should I do next? Sophia immediately jumped happily on the spot after hearing Lion's approval, and then asked Leon. Click on the map first. Leon said, then hugged Dewang and invited Sophia, do you want to get in the car? I'll take you to the library. The place is quiet and suitable for reading. Your bicycle doesn't have a back seat. Sophia complained as she looked at Lion's bicycle. Isn't it possible to sit here? Leon said as he stepped onto the bicycle and pointed to the horizontal bar in front of the seat. No, this is too ambiguous. Looking at the horizontal bar, Sophia just thought about the scene after sitting down and blushed. It's okay. I want to hold the handle of the bicycle, but I can't touch you. Just sit firmly and hold the rhubarb by the way. Otherwise, I'm not good at riding a bike. If I really don't want to, you have to walk over. Leon continued to persuade Sophia, and at the same time handed the rhubarb to Sophia. Sophia looked at Dewang after hearing this, then looked at Leon and the bicycle. After hesitating for a moment, she finally agreed to the proposal. But before getting on the bus, Sophia found that she was still holding the medicine in her hand, and she was hesitant again, because of such close contact. If Leon saw the medicine he bought, some things might be exposed. Leon also noticed the reason why Sophia was concerned, stepped forward and took away the bag containing the medicine and put it in the system backpack. I will help you collect the things, and I will return them to you when you want to go back. Blurred his understanding of the medicine Sophia was carrying, and Leon pretended not to know what was in the bag and said to Sophia with a normal expression. Yet, seeing that Leon did not say the word medicine, but used something to refer to it, Sophia really thought Leon didn't notice what was in the bag he was carrying. While breathing a sigh of relief, she also began to try to sit on the horizontal bar of the bicycle under Lion's command. Perhaps because of her petite figure, Sophia was not as close to the seat as Abigail as she was. There was still a little distance between the two, but when Sophia was holding rhubarb, she found that she couldn't seem to sit firmly on this horizontal bar. But at this moment, Leon had already started riding and the bicycle was very stable, but Sophia was a little scared and subconsciously grabbed Lion's waist with one hand, and then she felt a sense of security. When Sophia held the rhubarb in her arms with one hand, she looked at Sophia's blushing face in confusion, not understanding why this female is so shy. Just be shy, why is it so stiff and hard to hold your own posture? It's not comfortable at all. Chapter 455 Found It. Fortunately, the destination of this trip was not far away, and Leon was not slow to ride, so he quickly arrived outside the library. As soon as he stopped the car, Sophia passed through Lion's armpit and jumped out of the car. De Wong also came out of his arms and landed in the moment when Sophia was not paying attention, and moved closer to Lion's position intentionally or unintentionally, no longer approaching Sophia's side. Each person and a dog have their own objects to escape for a short time. Only Leon parked the car calmly and walked into the library swaggeringly. De Wong immediately followed Lion's footsteps, and Sophia did not hesitate, but just slowed down a little bit, maintaining the distance from Leon. Lion's arrival was naturally discovered by Gunther. However, after seeing the dog and girl following Leon, Gunther naturally put his hand that was about to reach out and say hello on the bookshelf, pretending to be sorting out the books. Leon didn't notice Gunther's smooth change. He nodded at Gunther, then entered the reading room behind the bookshelf. There are already 3 readers on the largest and shortest table in the reading room, 2 are small and 1 is big, namely Penny, Jas and Vincent. Penny noticed Lion's arrival, and waved his hand in a friendly manner and said hello silently. After Leon nodded silently, he found a remote location and spread out the geological illustrations of Stardew Valley. After turning over the home page of Stardew Valley homepage, the subsequent history of natural changes in Stardew Valley and the detailed explanation of biodiversity, in the second half of the book, Leon finally found a reduced version of the complete map of Stardew Valley. Taking out Mr. Chi's treasure map, Leon began to compare the map and search for the location on the treasure map that coincides with the Stardew Valley map. This is a long and complicated task, because Leon is not sure whether the ratio of the treasure map is the same to the map, but after all, it is more reliable than running around with the treasure map. Soon Sophia also came to Leon and sat down, separated by a chair from Leon. Leon looked at Sophia's red cheeks that had not yet faded, pretending not to see it, but Sophia had arrived, but she didn't see De Wong, so she asked in a low voice. "Where is Rhubarb?" "It ran to the library director to play," Sophia replied in a low voice. "Oh." Leon was quite surprised to hear that De Wong took the initiative to play with Gunther. He remembered that this little guy was not very close to most people except himself. So far, the one who could make De Wong take the initiative to post was not only himself and Abigail, but also the guy who developed De Wong's interest in galloping in the sky. However, Leon didn't feel jealous about this. Instead, he wanted to see what sparks could be created by Gunther, a mysterious and knowledgeable guy, and De Wong, a special haka. Unfortunately, there are still important things to do now. Leon, who took her heart back, continued to compare the overlap points of the 2 maps inch by inch, seriously and focused, while Sophia, who was a little far apart, was a little at a loss. She wanted to look at the map, but she didn't dare to get close to Leon, because her colleagues just now made her dizzy as long as she approached Leon now. The bored Sophia had no choice but to glance around at this moment, trying to find a good view to kill time. However, after looking at it for a while, she found that her eyes would always unconsciously glance at Lion's face. It was like this several times in a row. Sophia simply stopped looking around and stared at Leon, wanting to see why she unconsciously placed her eyes on Leon. When Sophia saw this, she felt her heart beat faster. This guy is really good looking. Sophia couldn't help but have this idea in her heart. Finished. Just when Sophia compared Lion's face with the boys he had seen one by one, and found that they were all crushed by Leon without any suspense, Leon suddenly closed his geological illustration and stood up, and spoke to Sophia. We should leave, prepare to call brother. After being disturbed by this, Sophia came back to her senses from her world, heard Lion's words, and pouted in a little uninterrupted manner, I just found the place, but I haven't found the treasure yet. Is it too early to say this? It's okay, just find it. I don't care how long it took. Even if I can't find it today, it doesn't matter, right, Sister Sophia? Leon quipped at Sophia with a smile. Humph. Sophia heard Lion's sister's slight joking voice, and snorted and stood up, heading out of the library without looking back. Leon did not rush to leave, but went to pick up rhubarb, and handed over the geological illustration to Gunther, and returned it to the library in advance on behalf of Maru. After saying goodbye to Gunther, Leon asked in a low voice to the moment when he left with De Wong in his arms. Do you have any plans for Gunther? Wong. De Wong nodded and whispered to her voice, and then there was no extra movement. Leon could also understand what De Wong meant by saying Wong, so he had to temporarily expose the idea of De Wong's thoughts and went out to meet with Sophia. Don't you bring that book? Sophia asked in confusion as she looked at Leon holding De Wong and not carrying the geological illustration with the Stardew Valley map. It's in my mind. Leon replied, pointing to his head. Where is the location? Sophia asked. It's quite far away, so we have to change the means of transportation. Leon did not say it clearly. You sit here and wait for me for a while. I will go back to pick up the car first. I will drive the pickup truck over and pick you up before leaving together. That should be a waste of time, let's go together. Sophia shook her head and rejected the proposal. This surprised Leon. Judging from Sophia's performance after getting off the car, this girl should be quite shy. Why did she take the initiative to mention going out with her this time? You know, the way back to the farm is not short, and she has always maintained that sitting position. The two of them will inevitably have a part of the fitting area for their bodies. Sophia can actually accept it. Are you sure? Well, I don't want to see you riding with one hand and holding rhubarb. This is not safe. Sophia nodded and confirmed. Okay. Leon could only believe 20% of this reason, but since Sophia convinced herself, Leon had no more worries. After sitting on the bicycle first and stabilizing the bicycle with both feet, Sophia took it from Lion's hand and reluctantly he sat obliquely on the front horizontal bar of the bicycle, and took the initiative to reach out and grab Lion's waist with one hand. After Sophia sat down, Leon began to ride his bike back to the farm. Chapter 456, That Place. The road was calm and there was no accident. After arriving at the farm, Sophia immediately got out of the car and began to look at Lion's farm. This is her first time to come to the farm in Lyon. Compared with her vineyards, the farm in Lyon covers a much larger area, and compared with her garden, the crops in Lyon are much richer. But when Sophia saw the small wooden house in Lyon, she was a little surprised. You live in such a small house. Huh? Do you have any objection? Leon asked Sophia with his eyebrows raised and asked. No, I just didn't expect you to live so simply. Sophia replied. It can be seen that Sophia is stating the facts, not sarcastic hints, so Leon is not angry either. Living alone is a little safer, and this room is just a place to sleep with the wind and rain. It doesn't make much sense to be so big. I always feel that you are too lazy to clean the room and choose to live in such a small house. Sophia couldn't help but complain as she listened to Lion's answer. I have written down a good reason. If someone asks me this, I will answer this way. Leon laughed and teased when he heard this. Go and get the car. I want to see if you can find the treasure today. Sophia urged Leon with her eyes rolled. Leon didn't bother to stop. After parking the car, he went back to the house to get the car keys, ignited the beast pickup truck that was parked not far from the wooden house, and then drove to Sophia. Don't you go. Sophia felt a little regretful when she saw that she shrank into the doghouse as soon as she came back. If it doesn't want to go, don't make things difficult for it. Maybe it's motion sickness. Leon explained to Dewang, but the main reason is probably still hiding from Sophia. After looking at the doghouse reluctantly, Sophia finally got into the car and was in the co-pilot because the door that Leon opened for her was the co-pilot's door. Is the road far? Sophia, who got in the car, couldn't help asking after fastening her seat belt. It's not far away, it's still in Stardew Valley, but the area is not suitable for riding. Leon explained while driving. Sophia didn't speak any more this time, but just stared at the front of the windshield, with a very high concentration, even more serious than Leon, the driver. However, Lion's driving is quite stable, and the traffic flow on the highway on Stardew Valley is actually not large. After driving on the highway for more than a minute, I didn't see many passing cars, which made Leon feel quite comfortable. After all, it is much easier to drive a car. Otherwise, in the face of various incidents such as speeding and avoiding traffic jams, there will probably be an excellent quality that an old driver cannot control. It was not until it entered a mountain tunnel that Leon slowed down its speed. The area on the map that overlaps with the treasure map is this distance. The three dotted lines where the treasure punctuation point with X are actually representing this tunnel. However, because there is no precise location, Leon can only drive slowly to facilitate your own observation. After Sophia entered the tunnel, her expression became obviously wrong. What's wrong? Leon couldn't help asking when he noticed that Sophia's face was a little pale. Sophia opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't spit out the second word for a long time. At this moment, there were 2 tears on Sophia's face. Seeing Sophia lose her composure, Leon remembered the prompt that Sophia could not see on the map. The girl's nightmare is memorizing here. Originally, Leon thought that the location of this prompt was the cemetery buried by Sophia's parents, but the overlap in the map made him sure that the place was not in Stardew Valley. At this moment, seeing Sophia's changes, Leon thought of another possibility of this prompt. In this tunnel, it may be the last journey of Sophia's parents in a car accident. Thinking of this, Leon frowned. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. However, seeing Sophia's expression at the moment, Leon turned around and left the area that would evoke the deepest wound in Sophia's memory. Why don't we go back? But before that, Leon still had to say something to Sophia, so that the girl wouldn't think that Leon took her away for such a joke. When Sophia heard Lion's inquiry, she first looked at Leon in confusion, then saw the unbearableness and worry on Lion's face, and instantly understood what Leon meant. Do you know where this place is? I guessed it. Leon didn't say it clearly. After all, some topics explain it, that would be too cruel. Why? Sophia asked where Leon guessed it. There is a prompt on the treasure map, which you can't see, but I tested it and found that others can see it, only you can't see it. The content on this prompt is here. I remember the girl's nightmare. Leon continued to drive the car, and at the same time told Sophia all the information he had hidden. Now that things have come to this point, some things don't need to be hidden. Then where did you come from this treasure map? Hearing this, a burst of anger surged in Sophia's heart. She didn't expect that this treasure map would actually be there. Is another sentence that is used to describe yourself, but the protagonist of yourself cannot see it clearly. This made her feel very absurd, as if her life was used as a game by others. A very special and mysterious big man. Although I don't know much about him, just relying on this understanding, I can be sure that he is one of the top people in this world. Leon couldn't help but dissuade him when he saw Sophia's changes. I don't understand the meaning of his doing so, but the choice is in our hands. Go back with me and I'll take you to eat Grampton orange chicken. No, I'm going to see what this bad guy is hiding in that place. Sophia shook her head firmly when she heard this. Are you sure? Leon confirmed helplessly when he heard this. I'm sure. Sophia nodded, then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, and swore firmly. If this guy leaves something bad at the finish line, then even if I fight for everything, I will make him pay the price. Well. Leon sighed and said nothing, but just continued driving. After all, he couldn't guess what plans and arrangements Mr. Chi had for this move. Perhaps the truth would be revealed when he found the treasure. Chapter 457 Little Fool. Just park here. After walking halfway through the tunnel, Sophia suddenly pointed to the emergency stop beside her and said, We'll walk the next road, but it's not too far. If we park there, it will cause trouble for others. Yet. Leon parked the car in it quickly, then looked at the rearview mirror and confirmed that there was no car coming from behind. Then he opened the car door and got off the car left and right with Sophia. Before getting off the car, Leon had not forgotten to open the double flash. After all, safety is the first priority. Then Sophia took the lead in leading the way, leading Leon towards the area she didn't dare to enter. After Sophia stopped, Leon subconsciously turned his gaze to Sophia. The so-called scene is not much different from the scenery along the way. The only difference that can be seen is that the mountain wall here has traces of subsequent restoration. Apart from this, there is no special feature. Sophia walked to the repair place and squatted down, burying her head in her legs, obviously still unable to look directly at this place. Leon didn't say anything, and stepped forward and squatted beside Sophia, gently patting Sophia's back, soothing her emotions, and was always on alert. After all, he didn't know what other than the conventional moves Sophia would do next moment. Fortunately, Sophia was just in a low mood and did not make any special moves. After a long time, Sophia, who had recovered a lot, raised her head and said to Leon with a choking sob, "Thank you." "It's okay." Leon said to Sophia with a smile, then got up and stretched out his hand. Let's find this final treasure together and witness what it hides. Yeah. Sophia nodded seriously, then grabbed Lion's hand and stood up, then looked around firmly, trying to find the treasure marked in this place. But seeing that there were no compartments around, or places where things could be hidden, Sophia looked confused. Leon was much more independent than her. After scanning the circle, she didn't see any special place. She took out a pickaxe and smashed it to the newly repaired place. Bang bang frame. A series of crisp sounds echoed in the tunnel, scaring Sophia to the point of being clever. After seeing Lion's rough approach, he not only did not worry or dissuade him, but instead slapped his hands. Yes, why didn't I expect to hide here? I hope so. Don't take it apart and don't see anything. There should be no camera nearby. Leon continued to chisel the repaired wall, and he did not forget to look up at the nearby one. After all, what he is doing now is the crime of destroying public facilities. The repaired wall was unexpectedly hard. Lion's steel picks hit the metal or rough stones, but they knocked on this place for a long time. This also made Leon sure that there should be something in it, otherwise it would not be so hard. Of course, it is not ruled out that the pickaxe is actually ineffective against or special attacks on other things. Fortunately, after knocking on the repaired wall, the things exposed inside made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. The treasure is really here. Sophia, who was standing beside her, also saw the small box, frowned and complained, "Is it so small? Maybe the things inside are very precious." Leon reached out and took out the box, only to find that there was a letter under the box. After putting the letter in hand first, Leon handed the box to Sophia. "You can drive it and see what's inside." Sophia did not refuse. After all, the guy who provided the treasure map specially chose this place. Sophia wanted to see what was inside, which made him so troublesome. The box was not locked. Just rub the light hydrocarbons and the lid of the box was lifted, revealing a translucent diamond crystal inside. "What is this?" Sophia, who held the crystal in her hand, looked at the thing in confusion, not seeing anything special. "Don't worry, I'll see what's said in the letter." Leon didn't know the meaning of this thing, but fortunately there was a letter under the box, so Leon felt that there should be an explanation for this thing in the letter. Leon. "I'm glad you got the first treasure, much faster than I expected, but this is just the beginning. The next treasure map is also in the letter. Let's continue to look for the surprises I have prepared for you. Together." There was only such a short sentence and another treasure map on the letter. In addition, there was no explanation for the crystal in this box. Leon felt a little headache when he saw this. Mr. Chi seemed to have prepared more than this treasure. This is a good thing, but it would be very uncomfortable if he didn't say what the collection of the first treasure was. Does this also require Leon to decrypt it? But there is no prompt, how can I decrypt it without any clue? Or is this thing actually the key or medium to the next treasure? Take it to me, this thing. But Leon also has a prepared plan, that is, the system, so he and Sophia asked for this crystal. Sophia handed it to Leon. Leon, who was originally just trying, actually saw the introduction given by the system on the crystal. Resurrection Stone? A special stone called resurrection, but actually does not have relevant effects at all, but with this stone, you can see the soul of the person who wants to be resurrected in your dreams. Mr. Hissey has also seen Harry Potter. When Leon saw the description and name of this crystal, his first reaction was to complain about this. However, according to the system's introduction, this stone is obviously much more humane than the resurrection stone in Harry Potter. At least the person I see is not illusory, but a serious prop that can communicate with the souls of the deceased. The significance of Mr. Chi specially prepared this stone, which was very obvious. This stone was not prepared for Leon, but for Sophia. Although Leon could also use this stone to chat with his grandfather, Sophia needed this stone more than his grandfather, who would appear in the third year, so Leon handed it over to Sophia. Take it, you can sleep in the car later and you will understand the meaning of this stone. What's the use of this stone? Sophia was extremely curious when she saw that Leon had just got the crystal and seemed to know the secret of the crystal. You will know, as I said. This is a surprise, and you blamed Mr. Chi for wrongly. Leon shook his head and did not explain. Only when Sophia personally tried this resurrection stone can she understand the meaning of this stone. It's mysterious. Leon didn't say that. Sophia had no choice, but she still held the crystal obediently. Not to mention, this thing looked like a crystal, but it was warm in her hands and not uncomfortable, but it felt slippery. Now that the treasure has been found, should you fulfill your agreement? Seeing Sophia holding the resurrection stone and having only harvested the treasure map of the next treasure, Leon felt a little loss, so he needed a little compensation. Sophia also remembered the bet between her and Leon. Now Leon is the first to complete the bet. According to the agreement, she now has to call brother Leon. But when Sophia really shouted, she felt embarrassed to speak, and Lion's expectant expression also made Sophia feel Lion's expectation. Brother. Little fool. Don't want me to call you like that. He stammered and spit out half of it, and Sophia couldn't stand it. After a furious cry, Sophia made a face at Leon, and then ran towards the car. Faced with Sophia's trick, Leon did not intend to do anything more except shrugging his shoulders. He had already understood the truth that a beautiful woman would lie, and there were not many surprises at this moment. However, Leon is quite irrelevant about Sophia's new name for himself. If you don't call her brother, you can tolerate it. What the hell is a little fool? Chapter 458, Lying is not a good habit. When Leon caught up with Sophia, the girl was competing with the passenger's car door. He stepped forward and opened the lock with the key. Sophia was able to open the car door. Leon took the opportunity to block the passenger door and lay next to the rolled-down car window, staring at Sophia, who had nowhere to hide. Explanation and explanation of what a little fool is. What's the point of explaining this? You're a fool or a fool. Can you believe the words of girls casually? Sophia was blocked and could not escape, so she had to stammer her neck and pretend to be tough and said to Leon. Then why do you have to add a small one? Leon was quite concerned about the word little, and men and women were a little resistant to this word, but one was the only thing that was the lower one and the other was the lower one. I'm happy. No, I'm willing to accept the loss. Today you have to call me brother, otherwise we will be frozen here today. Don't think about going back, just spend the night in the car. Leon threatened with a ferocious threat. Seeing this, Sophia had an indifferent expression on her face and silently closed her eyes. Okay, then I'll go to bed for a while. When you fall asleep at night, I'll call someone to pick me up. I forgot this. Leon knocked on her head when he heard this, almost scared Sophie Adams' child. She is an adult, holding modern tools such as mobile phones, is valuable and has outstanding connections. Not to mention being trapped in a tunnel or in a wilderness, as long as there is a signal, I'm afraid there will be someone to send me. Send a search and rescue team to catch her. Oh, it's boring. After thinking about this clearly, Leon didn't plan to have sex with Sophia. He made sure that Sophia's mood was recovering well, so Leon went around to the main driver's seat, ignited the engine, and continued to drive towards the front of the cable car. It is not safe to turn around in the tunnel. Although the traffic flow on this road is not large, I am not afraid of 10,000, but I am afraid that if I go out of the tunnel, it is safer. At the same time, it is also to make the pickup trucks that are rarely driven and shorten the running-in period of new cars. Don't you continue to persevere? Sophia opened her eyes and asked with a winner's smile as she looked at Leon driving seriously. If persistence is useful, there will be so many things that will be difficult to calm down. Leon complained. You are indeed a little fool. Hearing this, Sophia covered her mouth and laughed while teasing Leon. In fact, if Leon holds on for a while, she might really call out the title of brother, but since Leon gave up, he could only be a little fool. Leon ignored Sophia and just drove silently. Although the title is not very elegant, at least it was quite sweet when a cute little girl like Sophia called her. I just hope that this guy knows the right way and just don't shout in front of others. The cableway is very long, and Leon drives very steadily, without scenery, and only the lights hanging on both sides of the cableway and the dim atmosphere, which made Sophia last for only a short while and was a little drowsy. When I came, Sophia didn't feel much sleepy because of her complex emotions. Now this emotion has been almost offset by Lion's various actions. I thought of Lion saying that the crystal found in the treasure will only make sense when she falls asleep. So Sophia closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep with this feeling of fatigue. Leon glanced casually and saw Sophia who was asleep, so he slowed down his car again, unable to bear to interrupt Sophia's sleep, and his eyes turned to the resurrection stone held by Sophia in his palm from time to time. Since Sophia fell asleep, the resurrection stone flashed with milky white fluorescence, and the light was very small, which made Leon inexplicably think of the light from the distant lighthouse observed in the wind and waves. Although weak and vague, it is eternal, guiding the sailors of the trek to the safest harbor. I don't know how this girl is doing in her dream. It's a pity that this kind of dream meeting is only one way. Although Leon is curious, he cannot get in touch with the scene in Sophia's dream. However, he was sure that with the help of this resurrection stone, Sophia should not fall into a low point in her mood in the future because of loneliness. Leon thought Mr. Chi was quite interesting at this time. I don't know if he encountered Sophia and made an appointment to find this treasure specially prepared for Sophia. Is it a coincidence or some sort of plot that was arranged? No matter which one it is, the final result does not seem to change. If you want to find this treasure, Sophia is really the one who can provide the greatest help to Leon. Because of this place, although there are many people who know about it, without Sophia, Leon really can't remember the prompts on the treasure map represent people and meaning. Leon just doesn't know who to help in the second treasure map. Unfortunately, I am driving now, otherwise I would have to take out the treasure map and see what the situation is. After the tunnel was opened, Leon turned around in a relatively open place and rushed back to the station in Pelican Town. On the way back, Leon did not forget to pay attention to Sophia and found that the sleeping girl had tears on her face. Seeing this, Leon wanted to wipe her away with a tissue, but was worried about waking Sophia up, so he had to leave it alone. Because Sophia's sleeping face was actually smiling, she was obviously experiencing the beauty that belonged to her alone in her dream. In Sophia's dream at this moment, Sophia was curled up in the arms of a beautiful young woman, telling her experiences over the years. Beside the two, a handsome blonde man was silently staring at the two women with very similar looks, with a kind smile on his face. Sophia, after talking about the Blue Moon Vineyard, aren't you going to talk about the news about the boy who made us meet? Watching Sophia's pink hair, the young woman with long pink hair asked Sophia. What about Leon? Sophia raised her head in confusion and looked at the young woman. Mother, how do you know that he was helping me? Because we have been paying attention to your life in the spiritual world. The young woman called her mother was Alice, the mother who died unexpectedly. Although we can't accompany you personally, we don't want to miss every bit of your growth, let alone watch you guard the blue moon alone. The handsome blonde man next to him added. So, let's talk about the boy named Leon. There is nothing to say, he is the new friend I met in Stardew Valley. Sophia explained. Is it just a friend? Alice asked back with her eyes narrowed. Lying is not a good habit, Robert echoed. Well, Sophia's parents couldn't speak for a long time after asking this backward question. They wanted to nod, but they felt something was wrong, but they were not friends, and she couldn't find any words to describe Leon. I want monthly tickets, so I have to open the rules for monthly ticket editions. For every 300 votes accumulated in that month, I will add one update. There will be no cap on the top. Although the requirements are a bit outrageous, my buddy is also afraid that you will be in trouble. Come on, that's how it's decided. I love you, given that there are more than 400 votes, I will update you more today. By the way, I haven't interacted with the comment area recently because I've been in the group for most of my free time. If you want to swear me face to face, you can join the group. Group number 810197605. Chapter 459 Dewang's Fear. Seeing Sophia's distressed appearance, Alice and Robert looked at each other and smiled. Since we can't tell the difference now, let time give you the answer. Although I really want to stay with you like this, you will eventually return to reality, and this is not the last time we can see. In our sleep, when you need it, we will always appear. Go back. Don't forget to thank the boy, and don't forget to convey our gratitude. Faced with her parents' advice, Sophia was reluctant to leave, but she finally nodded. The next moment, she realized that she had woken up. The dreamy forest in the dream disappeared, and the parents disappeared. At this moment, all you can see in front of you are the green mountains and forests in Zingd Valley and the Leon driving silently. Before Sophia could speak, she noticed that Sophia was awake and handed over a tissue. At this moment, Sophia noticed that there were tears on her face that had not yet disappeared, so she quickly took the tissue and wiped it all over her face. It is easy to wipe the face without makeup. There is no interference from foundation and cosmetics. It is quite easy to wipe away the tears. See your parents. When Sophia's face returned to normal, Leon asked softly. Sophia nodded and asked, "Is this why you made me fall asleep?" They are just dreams, or... Sophia couldn't wait to ask Leon when he seemed to know the effect of the crystal. Soul, another form of existence of the dead, this crystal is called the Resurrection Stone. Although it cannot be resurrected, it has special abilities that can communicate with the souls who want to resurrect in dreams. Leon explained. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It was not a flash in the pan. Then do you have someone who wants to be resurrected, or someone who wants to see? Sophia felt a little embarrassed when she thought that this crystal called the Resurrection Stone should actually belong to Leon, but it was given to her by Leon. There are no ones who want to be resurrected, but there are people who want to see, but I'm not in a hurry. I have other ways to see it besides this thing. Leon comforted Sophia with a smile. Compared to me, you need this resurrection stone more. The conversation between you and your parents after a long separation should be very good. Yes, they are still no longer different from when I was a child, but I am no longer a child. Sophia couldn't help but rise when she heard this. That's good. When you miss them, you can see them in your dreams, but there is one thing I have to remind you, that you are from two worlds after all, and you still have real life that needs you to complete, so don't be addicted to it. Looking at Sophia's smiling face, Leon reminded her, although it was a bit cruel, it must be made clear, otherwise the meaning of this resurrection stone will turn from a beautiful side to a source of sin with a high degree of addiction. I know. Sophia nodded and responded. By the same token, her parents in her dream had told her, but Sophia didn't expect that Leon, who was obviously about the same age as her, would think of this, which made Sophia feel that Leon had a sense of déjà vu. Hearing Sophia's answer, Leon didn't say anything and continued driving. At this moment, the two were not far from the bus platform in Pelican Town. Because of Lion's silence, Sophia didn't know what to say. Until she saw the bus platform, Sophia spoke. Although it's getting late, I haven't had lunch yet. Let's go to Uncle Gus's place to have lunch together? I'll treat you. Okay. Leon did not refuse, but added, then you shouldn't mind me bringing rhubarb. After all, I went out to eat delicious food and drink spicy food, and threw rhubarb on the farm to eat dog food. This was not authentic, so Leon did not forget the loyal dog of rhubarb. Of course we welcome. Sophia is indescribable for rhubarb. Not to mention treating her to dinner, even if Leon entrusts rhubarb to take care of her, Sophia will not have any intention of refusing. So after making the decision, Leon drove the car into the farm, called Dewang to jump up, then turned the car and headed towards Gus's star fruit. It was already around 2 p.m., but Gus still warmly welcomed Leon and Sophia, and did not forget to express kindness and welcome to Dewang. Although it was the first time he met Gus, Dewang unexpectedly liked this chubby bar owner. Before Gus entered the kitchen, he kept wandering around Gus, making Sophia's envy almost overflow. As for the performance of rhubarb, Leon knew very well that this foodie probably smelled the food on Gus, so he favored Gus so much. When Gus entered the kitchen, De Wang reluctantly returned to Leon, waiting for lunch to come. Although when he came to Leon and was not on the farm, De Wang went to the kitchen to find some dog food to make excuses, but if there is something delicious, but De Wang feels that she can still have another meal. Looking at the quiet rhubarb jumping to the seat beside Leon leaning against Lion's thigh, Sophia couldn't help but say, "It must be hungry if I haven't eaten for so long." "No, even if I'm hungry, it won't starve itself." Leon knew about rhubarb's intelligence, so he was not worried that rhubarb would be willing to starve from breakfast until now. "Leon, if you are busy, will there be no one to take care of De Wang?" Sophia asked. "Yes, but it will take care of itself," Leon explained. "Then why don't you give me the rhubarb to raise? I have a lot of free time. I will only get busy when the grapes are harvested. It is very convenient to take care of rhubarb." Sophia immediately explained her intentions when she heard this. When De Wang heard this, he threw himself into Lion's arms, stared at Leon with his eyes, shook his dog's head frantically, expressing his resistance to this proposal. Leon did not let down De Wang's trust and politely refused to Sophia, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I won't bother you any more. De Wang doesn't like to stay in a strange place." "That's a pity." Sophia looked regretful when she heard this, and her eyes looked at De Wang became more and more eager. After all, things you can't get are always so tempting. De Wang also noticed Sophia's terrible gaze and buried her head directly into Lion's legs, trying to reduce her presence, imitating the ostrich that you would not exist as long as I can't see you, which made Leon very helpless. I don't know what Sophia did to De Wang when she was away, which made De Wang so afraid of her. This fear was even more terrifying than the shadow Haley and Emily left to De Wang. Chapter 460 People are inferior to dogs. Seeing De Wang so embarrassed, Leon had to help it divert Sophia's attention. He took out the second treasure map hidden under the first treasure from his backpack, and Leon spread it on the table. Sure enough, the appearance of this new treasure map attracted Sophia's attention. "Is this the second treasure map? Alas, it doesn't feel like a map at all, but a painting." Looking at the picture of the various colors of oil paints on this treasure map, Sophia said, "Who knows, maybe the difficulty has increased." Leon also complained after seeing this thing that could barely be called the treasure map. "Then what did you see here?" Sophia asked. "I saw the art of street graffiti," Leon replied seriously. After all, he didn't find any special place from it. Let alone the picture, you said that this treasure map was a masterpiece of a child who knocked over the palette and then smeared it casually with his hands. Leon believed it. Perhaps this is a masterpiece in the eyes of those who know art, but in the observation of Leon, this thing is no different from street graffiti. I didn't see the prompt. Did I be blocked by some magical power again? Continuing to look at the treasure map, Sophia muttered with dissatisfaction, "Mr. Chi, don't you want me to see these prompts?" "It has nothing to do with you. I didn't see a prompt, or in other words, there is no prompt in this picture," Leon complained to Sophia. "You call me Mr. Chi now? Didn't you yell at me to teach him a lesson?" "I don't know that he has prepared such a special treasure." Sophia was a little embarrassed at this moment. After all, before she discovered the resurrection stone, a treasure that would allow her to see her parents again, she really had a big opinion on Mr. Chi using her past tragedy as the place to hide her treasure. But what about now? Sophia couldn't say anything bad about Mr. Chi. After all, what he gave was really useful. It was a snake that hit 7 inches and hit Sophia's weakness. From the urinary nature of the first treasure map, I may have to find someone who knows art to help me in this treasure map. Leon did not continue to tease Sophia, but seriously thought about the information hidden in this treasure map. According to his analysis, it may be helpful to take this treasure map to find Leah. Someone chose. Listening to Lion's analysis, Sophia asked curiously, "Who is it? Do I know it? Can I find treasures with you?" "You know each other. I went to Hoja's house to grab wool last time. I was a companion in the lottery, the girl with orange braids, Leah," Leon said. "As for the proposal to go together, forget it. When will you be willing to call me brother? I will take you with you." "Little fool, let's die." Sophia raised her middle finger at Leon and protested. Faced with Sophia's resistance, Leon couldn't say anything else. He silently put away the treasure map and thought it had happened. Fortunately, Sophia didn't seem to be angry because of this request, but she just disliked her. Leon was not afraid that Sophia would be angry. Just then, Gus brought a sumptuous lunch, a salmon set meal belonging to Leon and a Grampton orange chicken belonging to Sophia. She always seemed to be unhappy about this sweet chicken with rice, and the preparation for rhubarb made Leon speechless. A large glass of freshly squeezed juice, the color should be peaches or cherries, a large piece of ripe beef tenderloin, a plate of fried eels that have been removed from bones and a large pot of gravy rice. The portion was full, and both of them could eat enough. They handed them all to Dewang and specially found a napkin for Dewang to wrap around their necks. The preference for Dewang made Leon feel jealous. Gus treated Sophia as his adopted daughter and made an exception to cook chicken for her. Leon accepted it. Why can Dewang, the puppy he had met for the first time, make an exception to cook steak? Leon hasn't eaten the red meat dishes cooked by Gus until now. It's a pity that eating a dog is a bit embarrassing, so Leon did not ask Gus in person why he brought out a beef, but just silently enjoyed his own salmon set meal. On the contrary, Dewang seemed to notice that Leon would occasionally turn towards its steak. After hesitating for a moment, it took the initiative to push the steak in front of Leon with its dog paws and whistled, as if saying that you like you to eat. When Leon saw this scene, he was amused and laughed. He shook his head and complained to Dewang, "You eat it yourself, I won't eat beef." Hearing this, Dewang showed an extremely humane and surprised expression, looking at Leon blankly, recalling the various beef foods brought out by Leon in the kitchen of the farm, and entered a state of doubting the dog's birth. "Darwin really likes you, and he actually knows to share it with you." Sophia, who was standing beside him, saw the interaction between the man and the dog, swallowed the chicken and rice in her mouth in anger and complained sourly. "If you like it, you can raise one by yourself." Leon has become accustomed to Sophia. As a person with a dog, he disdains to talk to people without a dog. "But I have never seen a smart puppy like Dewang, and it doesn't make any sense to raise it." With Dewang, a unique puppy, as its first love, Sophia has completely lost interest in those ordinary people in the pet market. "Where did you get the rhubarb? Can you tell me? I also want to adopt one from the same channel, and the money is not a problem." Put your nouveau riche's face. Money is meaningless to some existences, so don't think about it. Leon reminded Sophia righteously. He didn't dare to let Sophia continue to show off his wealth. If this girl really made a sky-high price, Leon might not help but suggest that he would buy rhubarb directly to earn this considerable wealth. Okay, then next time I have such a chance, don't forget me. Sophia also realized some problems when she heard this, such as rhubarb's intelligence that is no less than human IQ. It is obvious that this is not something that ordinary animals can have. I thought of some special things in Leon and the magical resurrection stone I got during this treasure hunt. All of them proved that the circle Leon came into contact with and the circle he understood were completely different. Sophia was full of curiosity about this. She was really interested in this mysterious existence. She usually watched anime, TV, and games and felt that these were just illusions of people who were unwilling to be ordinary. However, when the special side of the world suddenly appeared in front of her, how could she be willing to ignore it? Chapter 461 You've been fooled. However, Sophia did not ask about this abruptly, but just ate the Grampton orange chicken on the plate silently. When both of them had finished their own lunch, Sophia realized that the little bitch of rhubarb had actually finished eating both adults. After glanced at Dewang's belly, Sophia realized the specialness of Dewang again. At this moment, her envy almost overflowed from her eyes. Looking at Sophia's terrifying gaze that she wanted to eat rhubarb, Rhubarb was so scared that she hugged in Lion's arms. In order to avoid stress from Rhubarb, Leon had to leave with Rhubarb first. Go back and have a rest. I'll leave first. Remember to settle the account. After saying this, Leon didn't wait for Sophia to say something, and hugged the star fruit bar in a hint of yellow wind, opened the pickup door, and threw Dewang into the co-pilot. Then, the operation of ignition and loosening the clutch and stepping on the accelerator was completed. When Sophia chased out, she could only see the exhaust of the beast pickup truck. This guy runs so fast. Sophia could only stomp her feet on the spot to express her dissatisfaction, but since Leon had run away, she could not continue to find a way to get to Lion's second treasure hunt queue, so she had to return to the star fruit to check out, and then rushed back to the Blue Moon Vineyard with the resurrection stone. And as soon as I arrived at home, I picked up my mobile phone, contacted the merchant in charge of handing over to me, and ordered the highest end and safest safe on the market as a place for the resurrection stone. On the other hand, after Leon drove back to the farm with Dewang, Dewang jumped out of the car and got into the doghouse to calm his emotions. Leon did not mean to disturb Dewang, nor did he plan to continue to run out with Dewang next time. Going to find Leah's arrangement, Leon is going to go alone. After parked, Leon pushed out the bicycle and rode towards the coal forest. The terrain of Stardew Valley is suitable for bicycles. The pickup truck has great limitations, and Leon has not found the nearest gas station. This box of free oil from Hoja's house is used up. If you want to drive, you have to find someone to send fuel to yourself. When Leon rode his bike to Leah's cottage by the river, he knocked on the door first, and found that no one responded. Leah didn't seem to be at home, so Leon put his bicycle into the system backpack and followed the coal charcoal forest begins to search for Leah's traces. Soon, on a wooden bridge beside the shabby wooden house located below the river channel, near the Hat Mouse, Leon saw Leah, who was cleaning the wild wasabi that had just been picked in the basket. "Hi, Leah, you've got a lot of harvest. Looking at the wild plants that were basically filled with wild pics, Leah smiled and congratulated him. There is always endless wild game in the forest, which is the case every season, which is why I like to live here. Leah also looked at Leon with a smile. Are you here to pick or fish nearby? I'm here to find you. Leon explained, I have something here that I don't know if it's a painting or not, and I want you to help me see it. I need a professional artist to help me analyze what I want to express in this work. It's a bit exaggerated, but I'm quite willing to help you. Leah said to Leon humbly. It's not convenient here, so go to my room, just so you can see the painting you completed as a model last time. Okay. Leon nodded, then stepped forward to help Leah lift the vegetable basket, which made Leah laugh and teased, it's really a gentleman. I don't dare to think about whether I could still lift these fresh plants without your help in the future. I don't think you have any problems with me. Leon cooperated and joked. Although Leah is quite thin, as a researcher and researching arts, she is also strong in wood carving techniques while painting for many years. Her strength may not be much weaker than that of an adult fitness man. Ha ha ha, then I want to try to see if it can really do this. Lee echoed after hearing this. Forget it, it's a bit bad to lift it, but it's acceptable to hug the princess. Leon waved his hand and complained. Oh? Do you like this kind of game? Leah said unexpectedly at Leon. I don't like it, I won't chat anymore. I still want to see your new work. Leon hurriedly stopped this increasingly wrong topic. If he continued to talk, he might be teased by the opponent. After all, she is a girl from a big city and is still an art-making person. Leah is not easy to mess with. How terrible it is for a female driver to drive a car is basically known to everyone passing by. Leah listened to her advice and walked through bushes and various wooden bridges with Leon. After arriving at her hut, she took the initiative to go forward and open the door. I put the spare key under this flower pot. In fact, you can wait for me directly in the house next time. Lee, who opened the door, suddenly turned her head and reminded Leon. It's not suitable, aren't you afraid that I'll steal your things? Leon was a little surprised when he heard this. Don't be afraid, there is nothing valuable anyway. On the contrary, you already know where my spare key is hidden. Next time there are fewer things in the room, I will be the first to doubt you. Don't refuse to admit it at that time. Lee smiled and joked at Leon. Then you'd better hide the spare key in another place. I really can't carry the blame. Leon shrugged his shoulder and complained. Okay, I won't be kidding anymore. Take out the painting you want to show me first. I'll help you with your staff. Lee didn't continue to tease, and after moving the tall table beside her to the center of the house, she said to Leon. Leon immediately took out the abstract painting representing the second treasure map from his backpack, spread it on the table, and displayed it in front of Leah in full. Forehead. When she saw this painting, Lee was silent because from her eyes, it was an ugly graffiti, with a bad combination of paint. The paint that could not see the traces of the brush strokes was as rough as if it was rubbed on with her hands. It was said that it was a painting, but in fact it was more like a waste paper that had been thrown into the palette and rolled around. You didn't buy this thing with money, did you? After observing again for a long time, but not seeing anything outstanding, Lee raised her head and asked Leon. At this moment, she suspected that Leon had been fooled and bought this masterpiece in the form of artwork. "No, what's wrong?" Leon asked in confusion when he heard this. "It's good if you don't, then I'll give this picture to you." Did the people who work say anything? Lee tried to choose softer words to describe this bad graffiti. "He told me that this is a treasure map. As long as I can find the rules here, I can find a special treasure," Leon explained. "In this case, I'm sorry, I can't help, because I can't tell what is hidden here. Judging from my ability to appreciate artworks, either the meaning of this work is too profound, or you are fooled by someone. There are only these two possibilities, and I actually prefer the latter guess." Lee said helplessly to Leon. She didn't want to see Leon being fooled by this bad thing. Chapter 462 Leon, something is wrong with you. Leon believed Leah's statement, but he didn't feel that he would be fooled. After all, Mr. Chi was not that boring yet. Through Leah's explanation, Leon can basically confirm that the various colors in the painting itself have no special meaning, so the information that may be hidden in the painting lies in the creator of the painting itself. "Leah, you can judge this painting by the luster and dryness of these pigments. Show long ago did it be?" After changing to a new idea, Leon naturally needs to find clues to the new idea. The creation time of this painting itself is a good start. "Sorry, this is really not good. If you want to identify the creation time of a painting, you have to determine it through the oily ingredients, pigment ingredients, and production process. This method comes from chemical determination, and my knowledge in chemistry can be a mess," Leah explained to Leon helplessly. "It's okay, I should apologize, I took it for granted." Leon apologized to Leah awkwardly when he heard this. Then he confirmed that Leah should not be able to help the next thing, so he would not make things difficult for Leah to find a way. "By the way, didn't you invite me to see my last work? Can I watch it now?" After changing the topic, Lee nodded immediately, "Of course." After saying that, Lee walked to the easel at the head of the bed, lifted the tart cloth covered on the easel, revealing the work hidden under the tart cloth that was lying quietly on the easel. A landscape oil painting with a very gorgeous color, but in addition to the scenery, the characters on the picture are Leon. Although they only occupy one third of the picture, the audience who appreciates this painting at first glance will not ignore this man in black who is completely different from the background of the surrounding green plants. In terms of painting, Leah focuses on highlighting the image of Leon in the painting, making Lion's tone tend to cool tones, forming a bright and dark contrast with the forest background dominated by warm tones. However, this contrast does not give people a sense of separation, but instead creates a unique visual impact. It's so good. As an appreciative idiot, Leon could only give the most simple compliment, and consciously swallowed these two emotional auxiliary words that can be used in various occasions and contexts. The main reason is that this vulgar vocabulary destroys the current artistic atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Leah couldn't help laughing when she heard this. She had actually thought that Leon would say something to praise, but she didn't expect that Leon would say such a simple praise. But this laugh is not laughing at Lion's simplicity, but the straightforwardness of Leon. Since he was engaged in the art industry, Leah has seen too many viewers who don't know how to pretend to understand and are polite. Most of them will forcefully piece together some pretentious sentences from their own small vocabulary reserves to describe their evaluation of the artworks they are viewing. It seems that doing so will allow them to integrate into the circle of art appreciation. But Leah has never seen such a simple and straightforward praise as Leon. While she is novel, she also feels Lion's sincerity. Isn't the essence of art just that people can appreciate some hidden beauty? Leah thinks that Lion's evaluation is the most precious recognition. The cultural attainment is limited, it's embarrassing. Listening to Leah's laughter, Leon shrugged himself and said calmly. After all, it's embarrassing to pretend to understand. Anyway, he thought this painting was pretty good. No, this is exactly the most memorable evaluation I have heard. Lee shook her head and explained. Leon, you are a person who really understands art. I'm so happy to meet a friend like you in Stardew Valley. You are an artist, I believe in you. I don't know whether it was a comfort or a heartfelt sigh for Leah. Leon said that there was no difference between the two, even if it was a business yelling each other, Leon recognized it. At least Leah spoke very well and gave herself enough face. I'm still a long way from artists, but I will never give up on exploring this road. Leah assured Leon seriously. Come on. Although Leon didn't understand why Leah had to promise him, he still gave him encouragement in time. People who pursue dreams are worthy of respect, especially those who pursue their dreams only for their own ideals and will not affect others. Leon highly appreciates them. Thank you. Leah is no stranger to Lion's support, but every time Leah shouts to cheer her up, Leah feels that she has been infused with new enthusiasm and motivation again. What are you going to do with this work? Do you want to sell it? Looking at Leah's energetic appearance, Leon couldn't help but turn his gaze to the painting and asked. After all, Leah doesn't seem to have good financial conditions, otherwise she wouldn't have to go to the coal forest to find food to fill her home. No, I plan to keep this work as a commemoration. If I have the opportunity to participate in the art exhibition in the future, then this work must be the work I want to participate in the exhibition and display it to everyone. Lee shook her head and explained. Then do you have the intention to be funded? I want to help your dreams, and it is also for investment. When you become a famous artist in the Fengire Republic in the future, and even a famous artist in the world, I also have the capital to brag. Leon immediately put forward his own thoughts when he heard this. In the end, he added a sentence in order not to make Leah feel that she was giving. Of course, this is paid. I will fund you until you can hold an art exhibition independently and gain your fame. After that, I will draw 10% of the income you earn from your art creation until you repay all the 10 times the amount I spent from funding you. How about the investment contract? Sorry, Leon, although your proposal is tempting, I really didn't do it. Accept the law. Leah said seriously at Leon when she heard this. We are friends. I don't want this friendship to involve money. In this case, I'm worried that our friendship will be broken, and I don't want to lose you as a friend. No, I think this friendship will last longer. After all, in addition to being like-minded and having fun together, friends actually have common interests and pursuit directions, but instead appear closer. Leon has a different view on this. Be closer. Lee grasped the point in this sentence after hearing this, although this point was not actually what Leon wanted to express. Leon, something is wrong with you. Every 300 monthly tickets in that month will be added, and the monthly tickets will not be topped off. After resetting each month, the monthly tickets will be recalculated, but the ones that should be added last month will never be deducted. This paragraph does not cost money. Chapter 463 I'm very busy. Ahem, I mean the connection between friends is closer, not what you think. Leon quickly waved his hand and explained, afraid that Leah would misunderstand her words. It is not enough to take things out of context. Leah is not a journalism major. How could she have such bad habits? That's it. I thought you were planning to make some convenient requests in the name of investment. Looking at Lion's hurried explanation, Leah couldn't help but want to tease Leon like this now. I am not like this. Leon continued to wave his hand. I despise the unspoken rules the most, don't ruin my reputation. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, but forget about investing or something. I'm not short of money for the time being. Thank you for inviting me to the lottery last time. The 1000G shopping card has been enough for me to use for a long time. I don't need to worry about my life needs in a short period of time. If I don't have this shopping card, maybe I will really consider your proposal. Now that I hear this news, you won't regret it. Although Leah said that she was not teasing Leon, she was almost done and couldn't help but add this sentence. I don't regret it, but I think it would be better if I have more good things like this. Leon would not fall into Leah's trap. But I guess the Hoja family will not let you do this mess next time in such an event. Although I have not guessed why you can allow us to select the prizes to be successfully drawn, I still think you may have been on the Hoja family's blacklist. Lee dissuaded Leon after hearing this. Just go, just go. I don't have any good feelings for the Hoja family. Leon didn't care about this. After all, this world is not just a large-scale compound enterprise in the country chain. There is not only a business organization like this. Seeing Lion's confident appearance, Leah didn't say anything and changed the topic. Do you want to have a meal here at night? The plants I harvest today are extremely delicious to make salads. No, I still have something to do. Next time, I should leave. It may not be convenient for you, a girl, to live here. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can directly contact me. I see that you have a phone number here, I will leave my phone number for you. Call me directly when you encounter troubles. I will definitely come to help you as soon as possible. Leon declined the proposal and said to Leah. Then can I call you when I have nothing to do? Lee couldn't help asking after hearing this. Of course there is no problem. Leon nodded and confirmed. Leah smiled and didn't say anything. She just took out the paper and handed it to Leon. She looked at the phone number left by Leon, and then took it into the drawer under her landline. She sent Leon out of the cottage. Leon, who left Lee's wooden house, took the time, then took out his bicycle and rushed towards Pelican Town. When it comes to the town and the one who knows the best knowledge of chemistry, the first thing Leon thinks of is Maru. After all, in Lion's eyes, this female academic master is basically an all-rounder. Not only can he rub Gundam with bare hands, but he also has some knowledge of other disciplines. It is absolutely right to find Maru if there are academic issues. It was just that I had just entered Pelican Town through the path of the coal forest. Not long after riding, Leon met Haley, who was walking towards her. Leon was about to say hello and left, but saw Haley suddenly spread her arms and blocking her in front of Leon, leaving Leon forced to stop. Are you trying to change your career? Leon complained speechlessly about Haley's blocking behavior. What strange things are you saying? Haley first turned Lion's eyes in confusion, and then explained the reason why she stopped Leon. Nothing is important, Leon, I ask you, did you give rhubarb to someone else? Otherwise why did you never bring rhubarb over to us for you to take care of it since last time? I can take care of myself. Dewang is sleeping on the farm now. What's wrong? Leon was quite surprised when he heard that Haley stopped him and was concerned about Dewang. Unexpectedly, Dewang was much more attractive than the guy who possessed succubus. Ahem, it was a forest magic shelter. Then why don't you bring Dewang to play? Haley asked in confusion. Because I'm very busy, Leon complained. Then why don't you entrust me to take care of the bright yellow when you are busy? Haley turned the topic back. There are too many people who want to take care of Dewang, you have to line up. Haley just stared at Dewang, and Leon could only help Dewang find excuses. Who else? Haley couldn't help but frown and asked after hearing this. I'm going to go for too much. Gus, Abigail, and Sophia are all pretty good at Dewang. Leon casually mentioned a few names and then asked Haley. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. I'm really busy now. Are you really busy? Hearing Lion's words, she felt a little unbelievable. Her intuition told her that Leon just didn't want to talk to her about rhubarb and was making excuses. I'm really busy. Leon shrugged his shoulder and sighed, what's the benefit of lying to you? Go back early for maintenance, you're all tanned. Ah! Haley heard this and quickly took out a small mirror from her bag and looked it on her face. She found that her fair skin had not changed at all. She immediately realized that she had been fooled by Leon, but when she raised her head again, she found that Leon had already left while verifying whether her skin had turned dark. Bastard! Haley was so angry that she stamped her feet, but her legs couldn't catch up with the two wheels, so Haley could only watch Leon leave. Leon, who avoided Haley, continued to head towards Harvey's clinic. He wanted to find Maru before getting off work at 4 o'clock, otherwise if he wanted to find Maru, he would have to go to her house. Leon didn't want to meet Demetrius. When Leon parked the car at the door of Maru, who had just changed into her usual clothes, walked out of the clinic. Seeing Leon who had just parked the car, Maru immediately asked. Leon, we've met again. What happened? No, I'm here to find you. Leon immediately walked to Maru and then explained his purpose. I want me to help you identify the creation time of a painting. This is a bit difficult, and I have not tried this. I need to study the knowledge and experimental steps in this area. Chapter 464, Looking for a place to break the iron shoes. When Maru heard Lion's thoughts, she had no intention of rejection, but instead took the initiative to help Leon think about the possibility of doing so. So, then do you know the practitioners in this field? Hearing that it was time to prepare, Leon gave up his plan to ask Maru for help. On the one hand, it is to avoid causing trouble for Maru, and on the other hand, it is also because of time. Mr. Chi didn't give much time. If it took too long, Leon would not be sure whether the treasure he found would still exist. Zuzu City has such an experimental institution, which specializes in the experience of carbon-16 appraisal with major auction houses. I heard of such an institution when I was in college. If you are in a hurry, you can go there for appraisal. Maru did not disappoint Leon and gave an accurate reply. Oh, is the identification speed very fast? Leon asked with the flow. It's actually very fast, but you need to queue up. After all, their institution has to help major auction houses conduct appraisals every day. For private business, the priority is not high unless you are willing to spend more money to complete the appraisal work. Maru explained. Oh? How much does it cost? Leon had no idea about this unfamiliar industry, so he didn't know the price. Although he was very anxious, he didn't want to be slaughtered. For normal appraisal, the appraisal fee is about 100,200 G. If the speed up is increased, I don't know the specific price, but it should be about 3 times the original price. Maru recalled the memory of this appraisal institution in his memory and barely gave an answer. That's okay, it's not too expensive. Although this price is indeed a big figure compared to daily expenses, it is really not a big figure for Leon. Do you still remember the address? I want to go and see it. I don't remember it very clearly. It's probably on Rose Street near West Park, but for the specific location, you have to ask the passers-by over there. Maru replied. Thank you, Maru, you really helped a lot today. When I finish my work, I will treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Leon wrote down this address and prepared to say goodbye to Maru. Wait, Leon, I don't want to eat. Can you let me see the painting you want to identify? I'm very curious. Before Leon left, Maru subconsciously blocked Leon's footsteps and explained his curiosity. After all, she really wanted to see what the paintings of Leon were so anxious to identify the creation era. Maru actually liked the artworks. Of course, it's just that you don't feel too disappointed. Leon naturally would not be stingy with this small request, and immediately took out the clumsy graffiti from his backpack. Hey? Is this the work you want to use for identification? When Maru saw the disorderly pigment party on the paper, she looked shocked. Yes, are you feeling very disappointed? Leon complained, actually, it has no value. What I want to know is just its creation time. Disappointment is not considered a matter of it, but I seem to have seen this painting somewhere. Maru shook her head when she heard this, and then gave an answer that Leon cared very much. But I forgot where it is, it should be a long time memory, but I'm sure I'm doing this painting. I have seen it before, after all, such a special painting is really impressive. Then do you remember where you saw it? Leon asked Maru softly after hearing this. He didn't dare to speak too loudly, but was afraid of scaring Maru, or putting too much pressure on Maru, so that she could completely forget this vague memory. Well, I think about it. Maru held her chin with one hand and frowned and entered a state of meditation. After a long time, her brows let go. I remembered that this painting seemed to be painted by Haley. I remember it was at the birthday party when Haley was 7 years old. Haley's mother insisted that Haley show her painting skills she learned recently in front of everyone. Then Haley was not willing and did not want to disappoint her mother, so she made this painting on a piece of white paper and told everyone that this is art, and people who can't understand have insufficient artistic literacy. After saying this, Maru looked at Leon with some confusion and asked, "Where did you get this painting?" I remember that after the banquet, Haley threw the painting into the fireplace and burned it. I got it by chance, but I didn't realize that you had such a good relationship when you were young. Leon immediately said a few perfunctory words, and then changed the subject. It's not good. It's just because my mother and Haley's mother have a good relationship, so we were invited to Haley's birthday party. Maru explained. That's it. Leon didn't say anything more. After all, it was hard for him to make any comments on such a thing. He didn't see Maru appear at Haley's birthday party last time. Instead, Robin was invited over. It seemed that the friendship between the two families did not fade, but it did not continue to the next generation. You haven't told me where your painting comes from. Maru remembered his previous doubts again. I bought it from a passing merchant. He said it was a work of a great painter, but because no one appreciated it, he sold it to me at a low price. Now it seems that I was cheated. Leon said nonsense. That's how it's quite annoying. You probably won't suffer much. Maru asked Leon awkwardly when he heard this. It's not big, that is, the loss of 10G is just to spend money to learn a lesson. Leon continued to talk nonsense. Oh, that's fine, but I didn't expect that there were two identical paintings in this world. If it weren't for Haley's painting that was indeed burned in front of me, I would have thought this painting was Haley's painting. Maru sighed. Maybe it's a coincidence. Leon shrugged his shoulders and replied, by the way, thank you for your reminder, Maru, your reminder has saved me a lot of appraisal fees. Haha, it's okay, I just happened to remember this, just be able to help. Maru smiled and said it was okay, then added, it's time for me to go find Pani. We made an appointment to chat in the small garden after get off work, so let's go first. Well, goodbye. Leon had no intention of stopping Maru. After waving his hand to say goodbye to Maru, he stood alone, looking at the graffiti in his hand. Mr. Chi, what are you doing? Why are each treasure map related to the girl in Pelican Town, and he also took out a copy of the same frame painting that should have been buried in the sea of fire. At this moment, Leon was full of doubts and intuition told him that this painting might not be the end of the treasure. At the same time, Leon was also a little worried about Haley. After all, he had played Haley with him when he met before. Now that he knew that the original author of this painting was Haley, he was afraid he had to find Haley. However, Leon, who had just annoyed Haley, really didn't know how to let Haley cooperate with him. Not to mention that the birth of this graffiti has no special significance. It is just a joke that was forced to be born by parents and forced to show off their skills in front of others. Even if Haley is found, I am afraid that I will not get any effective information. But after all, I still have to go to Haley to inquire. After all, Leon has only this clue now. Chapter 465 What are you hiding? However, as the saying goes, there must be a road before the car arrives at the mountain. Even if there is no road, Leon can build a bridge, and Leon has already found the foundation of this bridge. It's decided it's you, Dawang. Back to Leon in the farm, next to the fence outside the chicken pen, I saw Dawang staring at each other with a frog in a small pond, and took it into my arms, then rode the bicycle back toward number 2, Liuxiang. Although Dawang didn't know why Leon suddenly took him out, when it noticed that the path Leon was taking was so familiar, he suddenly felt cold. Feeling Dawang's uneasy dog paws tugging on his chest, Leon also realized that De Wong should have guessed something. Well, I have some things that I need to help with the blonde-haired girl among your sisters last time, but I made her angry. Now the only person who can calm her anger and ask her to help me is wronged. It's the dog, it's you, De Wong, for me, you'll be wronged. Leon explained to De Wong with one hand. Aou. With an extremely sad and resolute howl, De Wong settled down and seemed to have made the decision to sacrifice her color for her master. It's good that you understand. After all, food is not for nothing. Hong Xing Farm does not raise idle people or animals. After patting De Wong's head again, Leon looked at De Wong's CPU, then parked the car outside the door of Villa No. 2 in Liuxiang, and knocked on the door gently. Door. After knocking for a while, Leon didn't see anyone knocking on the door. He thought Haley was not at home, so he planned to take out his cell phone and ask Haley what was going on. As a result, the door was opened at this time, and Haley walked out expressionlessly. What are you doing? I'll find out something to you. Leon replied with a smile. But the matter of not slapping the smiley person seems to be useless to Haley, a foreign girl. Haley just snorted coldly and planned to close the door as if she had not seen Lion's visit. Fortunately, De Wong said at this time, attracting Haley's gaze. At this moment, Haley saw De Wong staying quietly in Lion's arms. Come in. Looking at the furry rhubarb, Haley bit her lip lightly, and finally, for the sake of rhubarb, she let the road at the door open. Leon hurried into it, changed into shoes quickly, and sat down on the sofa in the living room with rhubarb. Haley, who had closed the door, sat on the other side of the sofa, with all her eyes on De Wong on Lion's legs. Leon also tactfully placed De Wong on the ground and patted De Wong's butt. De Wong immediately ran towards Haley with a silly look on his tongue. Haley immediately reached out to pick up De Wong when she saw De Wong coming. She felt the itchy caused by De Wong's little tongue licking her wrist, and she immediately felt much better. Tell me, what's the matter? With De Wong's comfort, Haley no longer cares about the previous incident with Leon. Do you have an impression of this painting? Leon did not make any sense, and took out the graffiti, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of Haley. It's so ugly. Haley only glanced at the graffiti and showed her disgust without hesitation. But just after despising perfection, Haley couldn't help but take a look. At this moment, Haley realized that this painting looked familiar. Ahem, I heard that this painting was painted when you were young. Lion's timely reminder also awakened Haley's memory of stretching noodles for a long time. Where did you get it? I clearly remember I burned it. Thinking of herself as the author of this ugly painting, thinking of her disgust for just scolding herself, Haley didn't dare to look at Leon again, which was so embarrassing. I'm very curious about this painting because I was given by someone else, so I would like to ask, do you, the creator, have any unknown creative journeys about this painting? Leon was perfunctory. Someone gave it? Who would give you this painting that was burned more than 10 years ago? And it's so similar to it. It can't be Emily, right? Haley asked immediately after hearing this. No. Leon shook his head. Look, you have a deep memory of this painting. Is it really a casual creation made to perfunctory his parents? Yes, this painting has no meaning in itself. Haley nodded and confirmed, a prank used to swear to slap her mother. After Haley said that, she took the painting into her hand and asked Leon, "Do you need this painting? If you don't need it, you can burn something like this. It has no meaning in itself. It only leaves a bad memory of mine. Of course, I can compensate you for the loss of burning this graffiti. Then let's take it and burn it." Leon thought for a moment when he heard this, then nodded and confirmed to Haley. Oh! Hearing that Leon actually agreed to her proposal, Haley immediately took the painting to the kitchen, then put a corner of the graffiti in the fire, and then threw it into the sink beside it after igniting it. At this moment, Haley, who had finished the painting, noticed that Leon was standing behind her. "Are you here to supervise my paintings?" "No, I'm just here to make sure my guess is right." Leon shook his head, then bypassed Haley and came to the painting that was about to be burned. After the painting was completely burned to ashes, he fumbled through the paper ashes, and finally found a small translucent card as thin as a cicada's wings. Sure enough, history has come back. Leon sighed a little when he saw that the painting really left another clue after it burned. If you don't know that the original manuscript of this painting was burned, Leon was afraid that he would not know that the way to decrypt the painting was to burn it. If you shouldn't say it, Mr. Chi, the riddleman, really has a routine. When Haley, who watched Lion's operation throughout the whole process, saw the small card in Lion's hand, she spoke in surprise, "Is this the negative? Are you talking about the camera negative that can flush out the photos?" Leon looked at the small card in his hand and asked Haley in confusion. "Yes, if you read it correctly, this is the negative, but why this negative can be preserved so completely in the flames? I don't know if the photos can be washed out under the influence of excessive exposure and high temperature." Haley confirmed. "You'll know if you try it." Leon handed over the negatives to Haley and suggested. "Leon, where did you get this thing, and why did you get such a strange negative from it? What are you hiding?" Haley did not move, but frowned and looked at Leon and questioned. Because everything from Lion's appearance to taking out the painting and burning out this negative made Haley feel strange and weird, and she had to figure out what Leon was doing. Chapter 466, The Black Party Can Skip. "Yes, but I'll remind you first, you may have thought too much." When Leon saw Haley's serious face and the words with doubts and fears, he sighed helplessly, and then processed the treasure hunt for a little, and informed Haley. "Why would a mysterious big man master these things? I'm just an ordinary town girl." When Haley heard this, her first reaction was that something was wrong. After all, according to Lion's description, Mr. Chi should be a big shot with one hand, but such a big shot used the relationship of a small town girl who had never heard of his name as the answer, which made Haley feel very uncomfortable. "I don't know, but Mr. Chi will not be aimless. The last Sophia who helped me also had the same doubts and anger as you, but after finding the treasure, she immediately forgave Mr. Chi. I think you may also forgive Mr. Chi for being rude when you see the treasure." Leon shook his head and analyzed. "So now we have to see what the negatives are washed out to continue to reveal the location of this treasure." "Okay, I hope you didn't lie to me." Although Haley was still a little suspicious, Lion's speculation really made her very curious about the result, so Haley still agreed to help Leon wash out the negative. Do you want to come in together? Standing at the door of her room, Haley asked as she looked at Leon, who was stopping outside the door with Dewang. Okay. Leon did not refuse this time. After all, he was really curious about what the picture of the negative was washed out. Moreover, this is not the first time Haley has entered her room, so Haley is not worried. How could she, a big man, be cowardly? Haley gave Leon a blank look, then took Leon to a small door in the corner of the room, found the key and opened it. It was pitch black inside, but fortunately there was a light. Although it was dark red inside, after turning on, you could at least see the scene inside clearly. A standard darkroom is decorated with a small table with various tools required for rinsing. Haley, who had entered the dark room, entered a busy state. She was familiar with the film sticking the backsheet on the core of the flushing tank, then put it in the wet area to wash it, inject the developer into it, then soaked it and poured out the developer, and injected the fixing liquid again. The series of operations are very fast and complicated. Anyway, Leon didn't understand it, but he understood it when he dried it in the last step. It takes a little time. Although this negative has encountered all kinds of troubles that should not have encountered, it is stored incredibly intact. The washed-out photos should be no less than the film that is properly preserved. While drying, Haley started chatting with Leon. Now I believe that Mr. Chi is a big shot. I have never heard of such a special film negative in the photography industry. If possible, I really want to purchase a batch of such film from him. I'll ask for you if you have the chance. Leon replied. Although it is quite difficult to find Mr. Chi, Leon has confirmed that Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce should be Mr. Chi's property. If Mr. Chi really has such a special film on hand and there are quite a lot of it, then he can buy it even if he places an order with Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce. It depends on whether the other party sells it. Yet, Haley nodded and never mentioned the price issue at all. It seemed that as long as there was stock, the price was definitely not a threshold that bothered her. After continuing to chat for a few words, the photo that Haley had been following was finally over. However, when she saw the shooting content on the photo, Haley immediately hid the photo. What's wrong? Private photos. Leon, who was also waiting for the result, complained speechlessly. No, it's just that, I don't want you to see the content in the photo. Haley shook her head and replied. But if I don't look at it, how can I find the treasure hiding place? Leon asked back. I can come and find it myself. Haley replied with confidence. Then I'll ask you a question. If you answered it correctly, I'll hand over this task to you. Leon almost laughed out loud when he heard this, but he still held it back. What's the problem? Come on. Haley asked confidently without fear. Two people fell into the trap. The dead are called dead people, what are the living people? A living person is called a living person. Hearing this question, Haley thought for a moment, and finally answered with some uncertainty. Living people call for help. You don't know such a simple question. How can I feel free to let you decrypt it? Leon looked at Haley with disappointment and complained. No, your question is very strange. You are misleading me, I don't agree. Haley was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she felt that the answer was really consistent with the problem, but she didn't react for a while, so she didn't think it was because of her stupidity. Then let's get the next question. If you don't answer this question, you have to show me the photo. Leon didn't want to tease her with Haley endlessly, so this time he got a vaccination in advance and asked for a promise from Haley. Okay, but if I answer correctly, you have to listen to me. I will direct everything for this treasure hunt. Haley nodded and added her conditions. Okay, it's up to you. If you break your promise, don't try to touch the Wong in the future. Leon nodded, and finally added a threat to make Haley obediently. Why is the palm of a black man's palm white? In order to ensure difficulty, Leon chose his favorite and most hellish joke to ensure victory. Ah! Haley was stunned when she heard this topic. After a long time, she replied hesitantly, because this place can't be sunbathed. Wrong, because when Yuba colored them, their hands were on the police car. Leon revealed the answer without expression. Haley was really stunned when she heard this. After a long time, she stretched out her trembling middle finger and complained to Leon, "Are you really not afraid of being accused of racial discrimination?" "No, they have no evidence, and there are only two of us here. I'm afraid you won't dare to report this joke." Leon joked with a smile. Shameless! Haley gritted her teeth and scolded Leon angrily. But Leon didn't care about this at all, but just stretched out his hand and signaled Haley to hand over the photo, and also protestedly stroked the Wong. Haley was so angry that her teeth were itchy when she saw this, but she couldn't easily take back what she said. The main reason was that Rhubarb was so cute. In the end, Haley took out the photo unwillingly and put it on Lion's palm and reminded him. "I'll give it back to me after I see the photos." "No problem." Chapter 467 Do You Want It or Not? As soon as he got the photo, Leon wanted to see what the picture was in the photo that Haley had hidden at the first time. After Leon saw it clearly with the lights in the dark room, he was suddenly disappointed. The photo is a group photo, a family photo of a couple and a pair of little loli. The young couple looks elegant and wealthy and full of confidence, and has extremely outstanding appearance. This excellent gene is naturally inherited from the two children. Little Haley with a ponytail can be seen from a young age. Her clothes are fluffy princess dresses, and a small crown on her head. The gems inlaid on them are shining with a dazzling luster in the sun, which looks very noble. Emily on the other side looked much more ordinary, with her shoulder-length short hair like now, and a gentle smile on her face. Although her face was young, she could already see the clues of her elder sister's attributes. "Aren't you very cute when you were a child? Why don't you dare let me see it?" After seeing the photos, Leon couldn't help but complain to Haley, who had been concealed in various ways. "It's nothing, I just don't want you to see," Haley replied with a stern face, not sure whether it was because of the lights or the stuffy dark room, which made her look very rosy. "Can you tell me what you can see from the photos? This is just an ordinary group photo." Seeing Leon still looking at the photo, Haley couldn't help but urge, "Give it back to me, I plan to put this photo in the album to save it." "I'm watching." Leon was staring at the background in the photo except for the characters. The background should be located in Stardew Valley and the location of the beach. As for whether it is a beach at the pier, Leon is not sure. Do you still remember where this photo was taken? The beach is the photo taken on my birthday. After the birthday party, my parents took me and my sister to the beach for a walk. However, the photo was lost later, and now I am getting it again. Although I don't understand where Mr. Chi got the negative, I am quite grateful to him. This is one of the few photos in our family. Haley explained. Then we have to go to the beach on the other side of the pier to take a look. Leon returned the photo to Haley and said. Haley carefully took the photo, left the darkroom first, found an album in the drawer, put the photo in it and put it back, and then spoke to Leon. You wait for me in the living room first. I'll change my clothes. This one is not suitable for going to the beach. You want to change your swimsuit? Although it was unlikely, Leon couldn't help but ask. Haha, want to see my swimsuit? Then you have no chance. Haley turned her eyes with disgust, then pushed Leon out of the room, and then closed the door. Leon also heard the sound of locking from behind the door. Tisk tisk tisk, this is guarding against thieves. Leon complained helplessly, then took Dewang to the sofa and sat down. I thought I would have to wait a long time. After all, girls have been changing clothes and putting on makeup for a long time, but within a few minutes, Haley's door was opened, and Haley walked out in casual clothes. The tight jeans set off Haley's slender legs, and the close-fitting thin wool sweater fully demonstrates Haley's curves. Although it is not as elegant as the skirt, this outfit makes Leon feel more pleasing to the eye. I didn't expect you to have this style of clothes. After admiring for a moment, Leon sincerely exclaimed, I underestimate you. Humph, my clothes are varied but beyond your imagination. You won't think I'm only wearing skirts. Haley widened her eyes and then walked to the door to choose a pair of small leather boots. Let's go, I want to see what this treasure is. It's hard to say, maybe there is a third ring decryption. Leon also followed up and changed into his shoes and added. After all, this second treasure map is completely different from the first one. Not only is the decryption more complicated, but the clues are also blurred. Leon is really not sure that the beach where the photo took is the treasure. Hidden. Let's go and have a look first. Haley had no objection to this, but instead comforted Leon. No matter what the treasure is, I don't care. With this lost photo as a gift, I'm already satisfied. If you don't get anything, maybe I can give you some small compensation. Forget it, I don't like your 3 melons and 2 dates. Leon refused Haley's proposal without hesitation. Humph. Haley snorted dissatisfied when she heard this, and then ran out. When Leon went out, he closed the door and locked it. Haley had already run away and didn't seem to want to walk with her. Leon was not angry, and took Dewang to ride on the bicycle. In just 10 seconds, he caught up with Haley and completed the overtake. This guy. Looking at Leon who was parked dozens of meters away in front of him, Haley became annoyed for no reason. Haley, who had accelerated her pace, quickly caught up with Leon. Before Haley could speak, Leon suggested, Beauty, do you want me to take you a while? You don't have a seat, why are you taking me with you? Haley complained. You can sit here. Leon replied, whoever patted the bicycle. no. Haley shook her head when she saw this. I'd better walk over. Oh, I originally thought that you would sit here and Dewang would be able to help me hold it. If so, I will leave first. Leon did not persuade him after hearing this. But when Haley heard this, she directly grabbed the corner of Lion's clothes. Really? Leon nodded with his eyebrows raised. Haley glanced at the rhubarb in Lion's arms, and finally got through Lion's arm, stepped onto the big shoulder, and took the rhubarb away from Lion's arms. Very tough. Dewang was full of helplessness at this moment, but at this point, it had no say, so it could only lean on Haley's soft chest silently and closed its eyes without expectation. Sit down. After Haley finished sitting, Leon climbed up the chain again and rode the bicycle toward the dock smoothly. After Haley started moving the bicycle, she subconsciously supported Lion's waist and stabilized her sitting position. Feeling Lion's strong waist and the burning breath that came to her face, Haley couldn't help biting her lips and muttering in her heart. What kind of perfume does this guy use? It smells pretty good, and his figure seems to be very good. I don't know what it looks like when I have a naked upper body. I will ask him to be a model next time I have the chance to see it. Chapter 468 Haley's Troubles. Before Haley could think of how to get Leon to take off her shirt and be a model willingly, Leon had already stopped the car in front of the beach. It's not easy to ride a bicycle on the beach, so let's walk the next road. Listening to Lion's explanation, Haley immediately got out of the car, then continued to hold Dewang and asked, "Then let's park your bicycle here." "Why do you need to stop here?" Leon said after hearing this. He put his bicycle in the system backpack and complained. "I almost forgot that you have this special ability." Haley realized that she had said nonsense. "Let's go, look for your childhood footprints." Leon did not continue to tease Haley on this topic, but looked at the time and the sky. If he didn't find the next link or treasure land as soon as possible, it would be inconvenient to move at night. Yet, Haley had no trace of ink and walked ahead first. Leon followed closely, while Dewang took the opportunity to break free from Haley's arms, fell into the beach, rolling and digging holes on the sand in a joyous manner. This is its first time to come to the beach. I have been out with Leon before and have never been here, so Dewang is very excited to see such an area. Leon didn't care about Dewang. As long as this little guy didn't scatter and pee on the beach, let the child play. Only Haley was a little regretful, but she didn't have the nerve to bother to see Dewang so happy. "I remember when we were taking pictures, we walked away for a long time." Retracting her attention to rhubarb, Haley set her sights on the sea connected to the beach. At that time, the beach was much bigger than it is now, and the pier was also very lively. The only disadvantage may be that there were too many fishermen and fishing boats, which caused a strong fishy smell from the sea breeze. "Oh? Then why is there only Willie the fisherman left on the beach now?" Leon became interested when he heard this. After all, he knew very little about the Stardew Valley in the past. Because something happened to the old mine cave in the northern foothills, many workers who rely on the old mine caves left Stardew Valley after the old mine cave was closed, and Stardew Valley, which lost its mining industry, also lost most of its migrant population. The fishermen could not sell their fish, so they gradually stopped doing business in Zingd Valley. Willie was a local fisherman, so he stayed. And because he had cooperation with Gus, he ensured that his fish had sales channels and would not go bankrupt. Haley explained. I see. After hearing this explanation, Leon was a little sighing. Before the mine cave in the northern mountainous areas was invaded by monsters, it was a pity that there was only one amateur miner who often visited in that place. My parents also lost their stable and cheap gem production because of the mines closed, and gradually began to shift their business focus and began to the whole country. The business development, and my mother fell in love with traveling in such a working environment, so she started traveling around the world with her father a year ago. Since then, Emily and I have never heard of them again except for the monthly letters and living expenses. Speaking of this, Haley's expression was full of loneliness, and her little feet in leather boots kicked the sand on the beach. The splashed sand was driven by the sea breeze, and the sand fell everywhere. Even if they haven't come back in the new year? Leon asked. No, they were attending a local New Year banquet in the Fengel Islands at that time, and just sent my sister some gifts and damn living expenses. Haley shook her head and silently looked at the sea level not far away. Maybe they should be on the other side of the sea now, enjoying the beautiful world of two people. Do you miss them? Leon walked to Haley, stood side by side, and asked the girl who had no glory in her eyes. Of course, after all, I am a mom and dad. Although I am already an adult, I still like to stay by their side. Although it is a bit ashamed to say this, I really miss them. Haley's voice choked up. Leon sighed, not knowing where to comfort Haley. Let's go ahead, it's useless to tell you this. After all, this is their own decision. In fact, I can understand it. After my sister and I were born, they no longer had their own lives. Now my sister and I are old and can live independently. It is understandable that they are looking for their regrets over the years. Haley was only silent for a moment, then she thought about it herself and defended them from the perspective of her parents. Hearing this, Leon felt that Haley's understanding was quite reliable. After all, the cultural methods are different, so the lifestyles are not very different. He cannot use the Eastern style to forcefully copy it to the Western style. After complaining about her parents, Haley's mood improved significantly. She took Leon to continue strolling on the beach, and soon arrived at the river of the beach and the tide pool. Hey! When was the wooden bridge repaired? Haley shouted in surprise when she saw the brand new wooden bridge connecting the beach and the tidal pool. Just a few days ago, I repaired it. Leon explained. That's how I didn't expect you to do such a good thing silently. Before the wooden bridge was broken by that tide, everyone in the town liked to stand on the tide pool to admire the elves in the water on the summer moonlight jellyfish dancing night. Haley pushed Leon with her elbow when she heard this. It's great. I didn't expect you to have this kind of heart. First, I fixed the bus, and now I have fixed the tide pool. Maybe next time the mayor's election vote, I can consider voting for you. Forget it, I can't even get busy with my own affairs. I don't have the time to manage the entire town. I'd better invest it to Louis. Leon has no interest in this proposal at all. The mayor is not a bad person. He has to find the mayor for trivial matters every day. After all, except Louis, Leon has not seen the second person in charge in Pelican's town. You can imagine how much Louis has to do it himself. Then let's go and take a look. I remember when I was taking the photo, I was at the tide pool. Maybe the treasure was buried here. After Haley finished speaking, she immediately ran to the wooden bridge and crossed the river channel that isolated two different beaches. On the other side of the river, she waved her arms at Leon. "Come here quickly, it's getting dark, I won't be with you all the time to find it tonight. Here you come." Seeing this, Leon speeded up, and the departure of Leon and Haley also made Dewang notice that it was originally intended to catch up, but seeing the scene of Leon and Haley walking side by side, Dewang stopped. After staring at the backs of the two people for a long time, he silently shook the dog's head and looked at the direction to the west, with sadness in his eyes. "Although the votes have not reached 600, I feel that they are not much different, so I will add them first." Chapter 469 Princess and Prince. On the other side, Leon and Haley were walking in the tidal pool. Haley was looking around, and Leon could only follow her. After all, the place where that photo was taken was in Haley's mind, not her own. So if you want to find the specific position, it depends on Haley's performance. After just going around for a few rounds, Haley couldn't find the area in her memory, so she could only turn around and answer to Leon in embarrassment. "Time has passed too long, and the surroundings have changed a little bit. I don't remember where the place was in the first place." "It's understandable, as long as you're sure you're on the tide pool." Leon had no complaints about this. After all, it was impossible to remember the memories of more than 10 years ago clearly, so Leon expressed his understanding and comfort in Haley's explanation. "Well, maybe let's take a walk and observe if there are any special places nearby, and maybe you can find that treasure," Haley suggested. "You go and bring Dewang over. There are so many people and great power." Leon nodded and then said to Haley. Haley did not refuse this arrangement. After all, she really wanted to stay with Dewang for a while. When Haley went to find Dewang, Leon stood in the middle of the tide pool and looked around carefully. In fact, he was not sure if this place was the final treasure point, but the clue pointed to it. You have to try and search it to completely determine whether there is East Tibet nearby. West. After looking around, I didn't see any obvious special points. Leon did not lean his eyes anymore, but instead took steps steadily and began to search carefully in the tidal pool. In addition to gravel, sand is also the main component of the underground. The things that can be hidden under these loose sand are very likely, but because the area is too large, it is too difficult to dig and search one by one. Mr. Chi said that this was an intelligence assessment, not strength, so Leon felt that there should be other hints hidden in this tidal pool. It just so happened that Dewang and Haley also came to the tide pool together, and Leon told the man and dog, "Look together to find out if there are any traces that don't look like they are formed naturally, and shout when they find it." Hearing this, Dewang immediately jumped out of Haley's arms, then chose a position away from Haley, and came to the mangrove location in the north of the tide pool to start strolling. Haley chose a beach location close to the Sea of Gem, and the area in the middle was left to Leon. These two guys actually know how to be lazy. Looking at the choice of this man and a dog, Leon was amused and crying, but after complaining, Leon continued to look for what he wanted to see in the tide pool. Searching without purpose is always a boring behavior, so as he searched, Dewang began to tease the crabs in the mangroves who felt the tide rise and they all crawled out of the cave. Haley had already taken off her boots and socks and held them in her hands, and experienced the massage of the calves by the waves caused by the tide. Only Leon was searching diligently until the sunset entered the water and the bright moon rose. The orange sunset was replaced by the silver-white moonlight. Haley left the beach and walked to Leon and suggested, "It's already evening, and the tide will rise later. Otherwise, we will go back first and come again tomorrow." Yet, Leon was actually a little suspicious of himself after not having any positive feedback for a long time. At this moment, there was the steps provided by Haley, and he didn't plan to come back. However, Leon had no intention of giving up. After all, he had found the area locked in the tide pool, and it was too frustrating to give up halfway. "Let's go to Starfruit for dinner together, I'll treat you." Seeing Leon agreeing, Haley breathed a sigh of relief. She saw Lion's serious expression and thought Leon would fight to the end here, so she immediately comforted her. "I'll take you a walk after dinner. I just happened to have a dream of enjoying the reflection of stars on the sea water in the tides of the evening. But when I was a child, my parents felt it was too dangerous and never let me get close to this place at night. Now no one cares about me, so I can realize it." "I didn't expect your dream to be quite romantic," Leon casually echoed. "When I was a child, I always saw stories about mermaids and fairy tales. In the story, the mermaid princess always stepped on the sea water reflecting the stars at high tide, completed the transformation, transformed her fishtail into human legs, and walked towards the story of waiting for her lover on the shore. At that time, I was thinking about how beautiful the scene the mermaid princess saw at that time was." Haley lowered her head and explained in a low voice. "Maybe we can play roles once, anytime we can eat, so don't worry." Lion's lips raised when he heard this. Although this girl's illusion seemed childish, it was so beautiful. Haley followed her and worked there for an afternoon. Although she had no gains, Leon was still very grateful to Leon. "Do you want to play the prince?" "I don't want it," Haley retorted directly when she heard this. "You don't look like a prince at all." "But you are not a mermaid princess," Leon teased. "Yes, we are a small-town girl and a small-town farmer, and we have nothing to do with the prince and the princess, but our real identities are so equal." "Ha ha ha, this is so interesting." As expected, there is a big difference between fairy tales and reality. Haley was not angry when she heard this, but instead bent down with a smile. "So Mr. Farmer, please go to the shore that has not been covered by the tides and wait for the arrival of my small-town girl." After saying that, Haley stuffed all the shoes and socks in her hand to Leon, and rolled her trousers up and walked towards the sea with her back to Leon. If the ignorant passerby saw that backwards, they would probably think that this girl was unconscious and prepared to go to the sea. Leon looked at the boots and socks in his hand, put them in his system backpack with disgust, and then followed Haley's instructions to head towards the mangroves in the north, where rhubarb was already in place, and there were half-dead crabs around him, obviously being tossed by rhubarb. "Die crabs cannot be eaten. If you really want to eat them, you can freeze them and I'll take them back to make them for you." Seeing these big crabs with plump and similar appearance to blue crabs, Leon asked De Wong. "Wong." De Wong just shook her head, not seemingly interested in these crabs. "Okay, I don't like eating crabs either. It's too troublesome. You look quite like mine." After squatting down and touching De Wong for a moment, Leon stood up again, looking in the direction of the Sea of Gems. There, under the silver sand of the moonlight, a tall figure was slowly approaching himself. Behind it is the bright moon that has just risen, and the stars are everywhere on its head. From the perspective of Leon, Haley is like a princess surrounded by stars and moons. With the company of stars and moons, she walks through the waves from the depths of the sea. Come here. Is this the prince's perspective? No wonder he is waiting for the princess on the coast of night. Leon, who admired this unique scene, sighed. Haley experienced the perspective of the mermaid princess, and Leon also experienced the perspective of the prince. I have to say that it is really beautiful. Thanks to the book friend 16073012161058 for the boss's 2000 starting point coins. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health. I haven't seen a reward for a long time and my business is a little unfamiliar, sorry. Chapter 470 Stars and Moon. While waiting for Haley, Leon had no other thoughts and just admired it quietly. As Haley approached, Leon gradually began to see Haley's outline, clothes, and face clearly. At this moment, Haley had a smile on her face, which was a little subtle. Her red face was covered with a layer of silver gauze against the moonlight, which looked very beautiful. But as he looked, Leon realized something was wrong, because on the tides beside Haley, the reflection reflected from the starry sky became clearer and clearer. In a trance, Leon couldn't tell whether he was seeing the reflection or the real starry sky at this moment. At the same time, with the rising tide of the sea, these reflected starlights actually began to flow and moved closer to Haley. In the end, these starlights gathered on Haley's body, turned into a ball of silver light, turning from virtual to real from the water, flew out against gravity, and floating in front of Haley. Hey? What is this? Looking at the light ball that suddenly appeared in front of her, Haley subconsciously stretched out her hand to block the dazzling light emitted, but the light ball fell directly into Haley's hand and dissipated. Haley also felt a sank in her hand, as if something had fallen into her palm. What's wrong? Leon, who saw this scene, rushed to Haley and asked, "Are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, but, where did this thing come from?" Haley shook her head, then spread her palms. At this time, 2 silver-grey rings lay in her palms. Through the moonlight, Leon saw the patterns on his rings. One ring was carved with a crescent moon, and the other ring was carved with a 5-pointed star. Maybe, this is the treasure we are looking for. After seeing these 2 rings, Leon immediately thought of the reason why these 2 rings appeared here. Is this a treasure? It's so magical. It was found in this way. Haley was also looking at the 2 rings in her hand, recalling the supernatural phenomenon she had just encountered, her eyes full of curiosity. Are they just ordinary rings? Or do they have any special functions? Then I have to take a closer look. Leon didn't know what happened to these 2 rings, but he still had a system, so he could try whether the system could give the answer he needed. Then you take it first. Haley immediately stuffed 2 rings to Leon when she heard this, and the system also gave her own identification the moment she came into contact with the 2 rings. The Ring of the Moon, Blessings from the Moon. The Ring of Stars, Blessings from the Stars. A very simple explanation is that from the information provided by the system, Leon can only know the names of these 2 rings. As for the meaning of the blessings of the moon and the stars, the system did not state it clearly, and Leon could not be sure of it. I only know the names of these 2 rings for the time being. They are the same as the patterns they carved. One is called the ring of the moon and the other is called the ring of the star. The specific function is unknown, but it should be only beneficial. After continuing to read it, I didn't see any additional instructions in the system. Leon had to share these simple information with Leon. Oh? Are you sure you can't see it, so you can just choose a name? Haley stared at Leon and complained when she heard this. It's called this, what can I do? Leon shrugged his shoulder and replied helplessly, if you think it's not good, just give it a name yourself. Forget it, just call this name, after all, this is your thing. Now that the treasure has been found, congratulations, it seems that you can have a good night's sleep at night. Haley quipped at Leon with a smirk. You don't want it? Leon was a little surprised when he heard Haley's words. After all, he had already decided to give Haley a portion of the 2 rings. Of course I don't want it. After all, it's the treasure you are looking for. I'm just helping, and having that negative and photo is the best reward. Of course, these 2 rings are yours. Haley smiled and complained, you won't plan to give it to me, are you? This is a pair of chess, give it to me. Are you planning to confess your love to me? Forget it, just that the ring seems to be a blessing, and there should be other special places. Are you sure you don't choose one? This is not something you can buy in a jewelry store. If you miss it, you will be gone. Leon asked Haley. No, if it's something else, I'll accept it, but this is a ring. After accepting it, I put it on my hand. What if someone sees you wearing the same ring as you and is misunderstood? Haley refused very firmly. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. Leon didn't persuade him anymore, but planned to put these 2 rings into his backpack, and then ask Rasmades or Linus for the meaning of these 2 rings. But when Leon just put 2 rings into his backpack, he found that the moon ring was lying quietly in his backpack, but it was the ring of stars, but it disappeared directly. Why? At the moment when the ring of star disappeared, Haley also shouted in surprise. At this moment, Leon noticed that the disappearing ring of star actually reappeared in Haley's hands. It seems that even if you don't want to accept it, this ring will choose to follow you. Seeing this, Leon smiled and joked at Haley, you may not be able to get rid of this gift. I don't believe it. Hearing this, Haley grabbed the ring directly and threw it towards the shore in the distance. She didn't really want it, otherwise she would turn around and throw it into the sea. After passing an elegant arc in the air, the star ring landed on the land that had not been covered by the tide in the distance. However, not long after it landed, Haley discovered that the ring appeared in her hands again. This is not a blessing, this is a curse. Seeing the star ring that had been thrown out but appeared in his hand again, Haley's expression was a little scared. Whether it is a curse or a blessing, it seems that it has bound you, and it cannot be thrown away. Leon was also frightened by the automatic follow-up feature of this star ring, but thinking about the prompts given by the system, he did not think this was a bad thing. Wow, but this feeling is really weird. Haley complained. Or you should take it with you first to see if there is any special place. After all, you can't lose it. Sometimes compromise is also a way to deal with it. Leon suggested to Haley. Okay, I hope it won't stick to my fingers for the rest of my life after wearing them on my hand. If this really happens, Leon, you have to find a way to help me deal with this trouble, otherwise I will never let you go in my life. After all this is caused by you. Haley sighed helplessly when she heard this, then stared at Leon and threatened. Yes, yes. Leon shrugged his shoulders and agreed, take it with you, maybe there is a surprise. All right. Chapter 471 Stars arch the moon. The stars and the moon shine together. Leon breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Haley's slow ring on his index finger. Fortunately, Haley didn't make any mistakes, so she brought the star ring on her ring finger, otherwise the fun would be great. When the ring was completely put into Haley's slender index finger, Haley found that the ring, which was originally bigger than her fingers, had actually adjusted its diameter. Without fitting her fingers, Haley would not feel strangled and pain. But before she could put it on for 2 seconds, Haley took off the ring. The ring was not locked as Haley was worried about. After taking it off easily, Haley stopped resisting. It's pretty good. This ring is very easy to wear, and it's pretty when you get started. Then you can wait a little longer and see if there is any special place. Leon urged. Hearing this, Haley put the ring on her hand again, raised her hand and placed it in front of her, looking at the index finger with the ring in her eyes. After looking at it for a while, she said, "It doesn't feel anything, it's almost the same as wearing an ordinary ring." Well, maybe it's a continuous gain, similar to a health supplement, Leon speculated. After all, he is familiar with blessings. Every time he upgrades his skills, he can get blessings. These blessings are also changing Lion's physical fitness, allowing him to change from the initial sub-healthy social animal physique to the current bull-like physical fitness. I don't know, but it looks pretty good. It's good to wear it as a decoration. Haley didn't care about Lion's words. To be fair, the finished craftsmanship of the star ring is actually quite excellent. As a girl from a jewelry family, she has good professionalism in the identification and aesthetics of jewelry. From a professional perspective, star ring is indeed very consistent with women's aesthetics. Or why don't you put that moon ring on it? Looking at Leon looking at the star ring on his fingers with his eyes wide open, Haley suggested, after all, it's the ring. Maybe it's the one that's taken together to produce an effect. It makes sense. When Leon heard this, he immediately took out the moon ring from his backpack and put it on his middle finger. There was no way, and the index fingers of both hands were wearing small magnetic rings, and there was no space left. The moment he put the ring of moon on, Leon discovered that he actually had a wonderful feeling, which was like attraction, and the direction of the traction was Haley wearing the ring of stars. In addition to this effect, he could also sense Haley's emotions and heartbeat at this moment. That feeling was like two people hugging each other closely. When Lion's eyes were on Haley, he found that Haley was also looking at him at this moment. You feel it too? Well, I feel it. The simple conversation ended, and Haley took off the ring in her hand together with Leon. There is no need to bring this ring in the future. Haley's face turned slightly red. Well, but it is undeniable that this thing actually has a navigation function. Perhaps one of you and I will disappear in the future. You can rely on this ring to find the other party. Leon analyzed rationally. Can't you think of something good? Haley rolled her eyes speechlessly when she heard this. Sorry, this is the first use that subconsciously comes to mind. Leon apologized with his shoulders shrugged. Actually, you can carry the ring. I'll just not bring it. I don't have this ring. Listening to Lion's proposal, Haley looked at Leon with some suspicion. Are you sure you didn't lie to me to take advantage of me? I'm sure, and I really put on the moon ring. Can you feel it, right? It's not too late to scold me again, Leon explained. But what effect is there? Haley asked. Eternal youth. Leon slowly spitted out this word, and was worried that Haley would not understand it, so he explained in detail, wear this ring, you can ensure that your age will not age with time. Are you sure you don't want this benefit? Is it true or false? Haley was uneasy when she heard this. Believe it or not. Leon didn't explain much. Okay, if I find myself growing crow's feet after wearing this ring, then you're done. Haley stared at Lion's calm face for a moment, and finally put the star ring in her index finger. It shouldn't be. Leon comforted with a smile. He dared to say this because the system gave a new explanation after wearing the moon ring. The ring of the moon activated blessings from the moon. Characteristics: stars surround the moon, and the stars and moon shine together. Stars arch the moon. Each star ring wearer will give the holder of the moon ring extra luck plus 1 blessing, and the current luck increase is 1/1. Star and moon lightning. The wearer of the star ring will passively obtain the increase in the characteristics of the moon ring holder. The current effective feature: forest magic nourishment. The ring of the moon can be split into the ring of the star. The number of splits is the same as the number of fruits of the star that has been eaten. The current upper limit is 1/1. The original ordinary introduction was expanded all of a sudden, and the two characteristic entries also made Leon understand the mutual influence and special effects between the ring of moon and ring of stars. This is also the reason why he told Haley that after bringing the ring of stars, Haley can enjoy eternal youth. This is the passive effect of forest magic. As long as Haley takes the ring of moon, it is equivalent to having the blessing of forest magic. And this is not a waste of time. The +1 lucky gain provided by the star Gongayu is too important for Leon. Physical fitness, reaction ability, and combat literacy are all active familiarity that can be enhanced after training, but luck is mysterious. This kind of luck that cannot be seen or touched but is closely related to life has ups and downs. Just like Leon will pay attention to Velvic's today's divination to determine whether to choose whether to do some jobs that rely on luck today, such as drawing cards, cough cough, opening crystal holes, or going to a mine. Although I don't know how much luck +1 is, it is a good thing to improve my luck. Even if my luck is extremely bad one day, with the +1 lucky buff, Leon doesn't have to worry too much. And such gains are not fixed. As long as you hold more rings of stars and deliver them to others, Leon can enjoy an additional lucky +1 increase in one person. If the amount is enough, then Leon will be the luckiest person every day. It's a pity that the number of star rings is the same as that of the used star fruit. The star ring in Haley's hand has occupied the only star fruit that Leon has eaten so far. If you want to get the next star ring, you have to find the second star fruit. It seems that it is necessary to work hard at the mine. The way to obtain the 7 stars fruits in the Stardew Valley game is Leon Menking, but the easiest thing to get at this stage is the one in the 100-layer treasure chest of the mine. Moreover, the second star ring is also very important to Leon. Of course, he has to prepare one for Abigail's genuine girlfriend, which can also allow Abigail to enjoy the nourishing characteristics of forest magic. It was just that Leon was surprised that he did not see the characteristic of sensing each other after wearing the ring. He was not sure whether this was the ability that the Ring of Moon and Ring of Stars had, or some new feature that was not triggered. Thank you again for the book, friend 1607301216166058 for the boss's 2000 starting point coins. The boss is generous and the boss is healthy and everything goes well, which makes the boss spend money. The boss is interested in coming to the group to play. Group number 81019765. Chapter 472, The Essential Mr. Chi. But these are not a matter. As long as Leon does not wear a ring, it will not trigger this feeling of blushing and heartbeat. At the same time, Leon was not afraid that he would not be able to enjoy the feature bonus without wearing the ring, because in the description, the Ring of Stars was used for wearing, but only holding the Ring of Moon was used. Leon could see through the tricks in it at a glance. Okay, stop researching, go back to have a meal. Seeing that Haley was still looking at the Ring of Stars, Leon reminded Haley. Yeah. Haley nodded and then wanted to take off the ring. No need to pick it, but you will lose the effect of eternal youth. The longer the ring stays, the more effective it will be. Leon dissuaded when he saw this. And it's just a ring. If you don't tell others that it's a ring, others will only treat it as a decoration and don't have to be so sensitive. Then don't you bring it? After all, your ring should be able to provide this effect again. Haley asked back. No, because this kind of youthful and eternal effect is what I share with you, and this is why I ask you to wear it. Leon directly explained the situation. After all, this kind of thing also explains the effect of forest magic to Haley, so that it can get a more powerful nourishing effect of forest magic. You shared it. Haley was stunned when she heard this, and then asked quickly, will that affect you? For example, it diverted your vitality classic. It's not that evil. This is not an evil technique. This is a blessing. The Ring of Stars just allows you to replicate my forest magic ability, allowing you to replenish and strengthen your vitality in the natural environment, and it will not have any impact on me. Leon hurriedly explained, because if you don't explain, Haley is ready to take off the ring. This ring cannot be picked casually. If you take it, you probably won't be able to enjoy the effect of luck +1. Really? Haley was relieved after hearing Lion's explanation, but she was still a little confused. What are the forest magic you are talking about? The things here are profound and not convenient to say, but I can tell you that this magic has only benefits and no harm. If you have nothing to do, you can raise more plants and flowers and shrubs at home. If you have nothing to do, go for a walk in the forest. The impact of these behaviors may be stronger than your daily aerobic exercise for more than an hour. Leon did not give a detailed explanation of Haley's curiosity. Abigail can know some things, but Haley cannot. Okay, then this magician who lives in seclusion in Stardew Valley as a farmer, do you still need to have a meal like us ordinary people? Haley did not chase and ask Leon, but she was still a little dissatisfied in her words, so she said something with a little bit of emotion. Leon didn't care about this, but instead replied happily, of course, I don't plan to go back to cook tonight. Dewang and I are going to rely on you to cook. Then let's go. If you don't leave, the tide will completely flood here. Haley turned her eyes on Leon when she heard this. For Dewang's sake, she had no intention of betting on the debt. Give me back the shoes first, you won't throw them away, right? I'll keep it. I'll give it to you after crossing the bridge, otherwise I'll get wet later and it will be uncomfortable to wear. Leon waved his hand and explained, then left the tide pool with Haley before returning the shoes to Haley. Haley washed her feet on the bridge and started to put on her socks and boots after it was dry. Leon pretended to watch the scenery. When Haley was ready, she continued to walk with her and left the beach area. After dinner at Gus Tavern, Leon parted ways with Haley. Originally, Leon planned to send Haley back. After all, a girl in the middle of the night was not safe, but Haley chose to stay and wait for Emily, who was about to get off work. Leon did not stay for too long and took the Wong back to Red Star Farm. As soon as he returned to the farm, De Wong jumped out of Lion's arms, ran to the delivery box next to the wooden house and called twice. Leon rushed over and happened to see the purple snake messenger's tail tip just entered the delivery box. This snake has a fluorescent effect at night? Then I haven't noticed it before. After complaining about the luster emitted by the snake tail I just saw, Leon walked to the mailbox and opened it. Sure enough, he saw an extra letter inside. Leon. Congratulations, you have found the treasure for the second round, and your progress is much faster than I expected. Originally, I prepared the third round for you, but for some reason, I gave up this idea temporarily, but I don't plan to recover the prepared prizes. Maybe we can restart the game next time. In order to make up for the game that I took the initiative to end, I have deposited 2 WG compensation for your shopping card. I hope you can bring me more surprises in the future. As for the meaning of the moon and the ring of stars, I can't tell you, you have to explore the mystery by yourself, but what I can tell you is that there is not only one ring of stars, and its correlation with the ring of moon is beyond your imagination. When you find the second star fruit, you will get a new ring. The location of the second fruit, maybe you can try your luck in the abandoned mine. Together. Mr. Chi is a person of particularity. He knows to pay liquidated damages if he verbally breaches the contract. He is a good boss. After reading Mr. Chi's letter, Leon gave Mr. Chi a compliment. After all, this is 2 WG. This money is not a small amount. Mr. Chi is just a generous one. Leon was also quite moved by the reminder in the second half of Mr. Chi's letter. Although it was not very meaningful to Leon, who had a system, at least Mr. Chi did not completely conceal some of the information about the Ring of Moon and Ring of Stars. Although it was also suspected of riddles, the answer revealed was actually half revealed. At least if Leon does not have the system annotation of this plugin, Mr. Chi's prompt will definitely relieve Leon from the guilt of handing over to Haley rather than Abigail from the other side of the ring. Tear the letters into the trash can next to the house. Leon went to take a shower and changed his clothes, then turned on the TV, and found Velvic's divination today. It was already late at night, and Velvic was still sitting in the shooting point on TV. Children from Stardew Valley, asking about your fortune so late does not mean anything to you. But since I'm here, I still want to tell you that today's elves are very happy and you are lucky. Velvic's low voice and complaints came to his ears, which made Leon switch the channel awkwardly. He originally wanted to see if the fortune divination was related to the luck bonus provided by the star ring, but he didn't expect to be Velvic teased. Chapter 473 The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After turning off the TV, Leon waited for his hair to dry naturally, so he lay in bed and rested. There was nothing to say all night. When the sunlight on the next day spread into the bedside on time, Leon opened his eyes and noticed that something was not too heavy was pressing on his body. "Darhuang, why don't you sleep in your doghouse?" There was no need to go and see, Leon knew that it was Dawang who slipped in the middle of the night. But when he looked at Dawang, he was stunned because this guy was actually wrapped in a thin layer of ice, which turned into an ice sculpture. What puzzled Leon was that it was clearly such a big lump of ice, but it didn't feel the chill at all. When it was touched, it was not any biting cold and warm. If it had to say that it felt warm, it would be similar to the stones picked up by the roadside. What's going on with this guy? After shaking the ice, the frozen rhubarb did not react at all, which made Leon a little anxious. He then hurriedly got up, put the rhubarb into the system backpack, and ran towards the northern foothills. Come to me so early? Something happened. Looking at Lion's anxious expression, Linus, who was practicing in the morning, hurriedly asked. Old man, look. Leon immediately took out the frozen rhubarb from his backpack and showed it to Linus, because Leon didn't know how to describe this matter. I started to transform so early. Linus was quite surprised to see the frozen rhubarb. But he did not forget to comfort Leon, this is a good thing. This little guy didn't have any accidents, he just accumulated enough magic and is undergoing transformation in the growth period. Finally, Linus added, in theory, such a short time should not be enough to accumulate enough magic. Have you experienced any major events with it recently? No, just eat and drink normally and take it out for a walk. If you really want to say some special experience, it was probably what happened last night. Leon did not hide anything about Linus. He explained to Linus that he brought Dawang and Haley to hunt treasures in the tide pool yesterday, and finally got the star and moon ring at night. This was also the only time that Dawang had come into contact with supernatural events in his memory. Oh, then I understand. Yue Huazingui's energy is quite large. This little guy is lucky and can actually encounter such a big scene. Linus immediately realized when he heard this, it's a good thing. Maybe this little guy wakes up again and is already an adult body. Following you can be considered following the right person. Is Dawang the son of the wilderness? Leon asked curiously when he heard Linus's words. Not before, but now. Linus nodded. Its parents are sons of the wilderness, but sons of the wilderness are not born, but lucky ones born by nature favored and selected. It was smarter and more special than other wild beasts, but the probability of becoming a son of the wilderness is not too high. However, now it is certain that this little guy has received the blessing of nature and has officially entered the ranks of the son of the wilderness. After all, the sun and the moon are the most symbolic existence in nature. After accepting the moonlight and starry light, it naturally took this step smoothly. What changes will happen to rhubarb after becoming the son of nature? Leon asked. It will become more wild and stronger. It will not be easy for you to keep it around, but it should have a good relationship with you. You should choose to settle in Stardew Valley, but it will no longer be with you. Why? Leon asked, after all, he was used to the rhubarb being around. Linus explained, the Sons of the Wild are divided into two factions, one is the Balance sect and the other is the Guard sect. Most of the sons of the Balance sect are animals without combat effectiveness. They are smart and keen, and are responsible for coordinating the natural energy of the area in nature. Although they have no combat effectiveness, they can stabilize the natural order of an area. For example, the hat rat is the son of the Balance sect. The guardian is another kind of beast born for battle. This type of wilderness son has basically strong combat power. It is the first line of defense selected by nature to protect the natural field and resist the erosion of death. For example, the bear in the secret forest is the representative of the guardian, which is to guard the southern area of Stardew Valley, resist the monsters flying over the desert, and prevent those evil contaminated with the breath of death to pollute the nature of Stardew Valley. Is there no possibility of change? Leon asked. This is their responsibility, don't be surprised. After all, nature gives them wisdom and ability, and it's not for no reason. Linus added, shook his head. Behind every gift, there is a responsibility waiting. What about us forest magic holders? What are our responsibilities? Leon asked after hearing this. After all, the Son of the Wild has their responsibilities. So what kind of mission is the Son of the Wild who is close to the Son of the Wild, who is considered a fellow man? Aren't you doing it now? Linus replied with a smile. Farm. Leon immediately understood what Linus meant. Of course, this is also an important task to maintain the balance of nature and even strengthen the vitality of nature. The Son of the Wild and the Son of Nature perform their own duties. This is the responsibility of our forest magic holders. After all, in addition to maintaining and stabilizing, making nature more prosperous is also an extremely important part. Linus' expression at this moment was full of remembrance. You know, two Lin magic holders had established the Druid sect before this. In the legend of the Druid, weren't their fame spread around planting? What about you? Leon asked Linus after hearing this. I haven't seen you planted the land, either. Of course I don't farm, I don't have a farm. Linus spread his hands. But besides farming, I naturally have other ways to give back to nature. I understand, you plant trees. Thinking of Linus' instructions last time and the oak tree planting that he gave him, Leon immediately reacted. Smart, but unfortunately you are a son of nature. Nature and arcane are not very compatible. Otherwise, with your wisdom, you can become an excellent magician. Linus said with a smile to Leon. You can't have both fish and bear's paws. Leon sighed. Although I don't quite understand why you described this, I feel that this sentence makes sense. But don't say this to the bear, otherwise it will really beat you up. Linus is no longer surprised by some unheard-of but philosophical words that Leon often roars out. However, as Lion's elder, he still has to remind Leon in some details so that he will not inadvertently offend people or beasts. Chapter 474 Olivia arrives. No. Leon asked, by the way, old man, you said the Son of the Wild is the first line of defense, so is the second line of defense the magicians. According to Linus's explanation, Leon thought of some very important links. After all, opportunities and danger coexist. The earth in the previous life had no supernatural power, and ordinary creatures were the mainstream of the world. However, the special nature of this world and the existence of monsters also appear. So Leon felt that all the extraordinary people in the Order camp would probably have enemies that they need to face. This is in line with the Taoist theory of yin and yang balance and species mutual generation and restraint. After all, there are no monsters or various supernatural threats, and this world should not have extraordinary people such as wizards and sons of the wilderness. Now that Abigail has entered the field of magic, Leon is still quite worried about Abigail's future. No, you're an explorer. Don't underestimate these ordinary warriors. Their combat ability is not much worse than that of magicians. Moreover, when dealing with monsters, sharp blades are more deadly than magic. Linus shook his head and then added, the last line of defense is the magicians. After all, although they master elements and arcane, they are all glass constitutions and they break when touched. They are not suitable for the frontal battlefield, but they can provide good auxiliary capabilities and firepower support, and they can also rely on elements and arcane to detect many threats that are invisible to the naked eye. Does every mage have his own responsibilities? Leon continued to ask. Yes, but not compulsory. In addition to talent, the mage's learning and growth also has their own efforts. The reason why they can assume the responsibility of the last line of defense is because of the contract with Yuba. Yuba gave humans the magic to control arcane and elements, and humans who learn these magic must also perform the task of helping Yuba protect this world. This ancient contract was remembered and passed down by magic practitioners since the beginning of magic, but the number of modern humans has shown an explosive growth, and it is enough for the mages to fulfill this contract, so except for the most powerful mages who have become guardians and continue to fulfill this contract, other mages at the next level will only inherit this duty after a certain guardian retires. Of course, many mages are still on the forefront even if they are not guardians, because only by joining in the protection of this world can they mobilize more arcane and elemental powers to complete their promotion to the path of magic. Of course, there are also mages who simply want to protect their family, friends, and home, so mages will not be forced to be assigned responsibilities, and you don't need to worry about Abigail. Linus knew what Leon was asking for the reason, so the explanation was very detailed, and at the end he pointed out the topic so that Leon could relax. Then now, how should I place it with rhubarb? After asking for the worries, Leon pulled the topic back to rhubarb. After all, after saying so much, Linus never said how rhubarb in this period of transformation should provide it with the best growth environment. Didn't I tell you? Linus scratched his hair in confusion when he heard this. No. Leon looked at Linus worriedly. The old man looked very energetic, but he was still old and started to be confused. Linus also noticed Lion's eyes and scolded him angrily, "Retract your eyes. Although I am old, I am not as old as I am almost dying. I just told you too much and forgot to talk about this. Actually, there is nothing to prepare. Just find a place where no one disturbs it and keep it. The rest is its own business." Don't you need to find an ice cellar or some area with abundant natural energy? Leon asked uncertainly. No, Linus added, shook his head, and don't put it in your alien space, just find a place on the farm. Oh. Leon naturally believed it, but he was still a little sad when he looked at the frozen rhubarb. Because of this, the moment the little guy completes his transformation, he may not be able to run around behind his butt as before, and he can't help him as a wingman or peacemaker. Linus was also a little reluctant to see Leon watching the ice sculpture of Dewang. After all, he entrusted Dewang to Leon before just to have a companion on the farm. Now that the relationship has been cultivated, Dewang unexpectedly embarked on the promotion of the son of the wilderness, creating another parting. However, this kind of thing is what Leon has to experience after all. Even without rhubarb, there are other separations waiting for Leon to face and become the holder of forest magic. As long as you don't do anything, the lifespan of the son of nature is far more than that of ordinary people. In the future, the white-haired man in Leon will probably encounter many encounters with black-haired man. Now that I have adapted to separation in advance, it is not a separation of life and death, but it is also a kind of experience for Leon. Go back, you should be quite busy today. Oh. Leon nodded, then said goodbye to Linus after holding the frozen rhubarb, and left the northern foothills. Back in the farm, Leon immediately placed the ice sculpture of rhubarb on the bedside. If it was okay, Leon thought it would be better to put rhubarb in front of him. In this way, if something wrong happens, Leon can also discover and ask for help as soon as possible. After looking at the quiet sleeping rhubarb under the ice for a while, Leon then withdrew his gaze, went out to water the crops in the field, and fed the hens in the chicken coop. What surprised him was that inside the chicken coop, he actually saw the eggs left by the hens on the ground, which were white and red, with round shells and not small in size, which was bigger than the eggs bought by Hoja's family. If Dawang knew about this, I would beg to act coquettishly with me, so I begged to eat it. Looking at the egg in my hand, Leon thought of Dawang inexplicably. Leon, who had collected the eggs, left the chicken coop, went to the cave to harvest a wave of mushrooms, found the cherries brought by the fruit bats, and then returned to the house and continued to stare at the ice sculptures of rhubarb in a daze. Ding ding ding. Not sure how long it took, Leon suddenly heard the ringing of the landline phone in the wooden house, and then came to his senses and picked up the microphone. Hello. Leon, aren't your farm's work done yet? I'm done, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Leon was a little confused when he heard the sound from the other end of the phone. Ah, don't you know? It seems that you didn't check your email address. Today is the day when Olivia's family moved to Stardew Valley. She has built a banquet site next to the fountain near the old community center as promised. Now most people have arrived at the scene. We are waiting for you to arrive before the banquet to discuss the development of the area in the eastern mountainous area. Louis explained after hearing this. So, I understand, I'll be there later. Leon remembered that there was still this matter when he heard this, and he was not surprised. After all, this was something Louis had said in advance. Just looking at the frozen rhubarb, Leon had a headache. On such a lively day, he went there alone. Friends who knew the existence of rhubarb would definitely ask why rhubarb didn't come, and this would have to smooth things over for rhubarb. Chapter 475 Banquet Scene. Leon, who hung up the phone, changed into a new set of clothes, then left the door and locked the wooden house for the first time. Then he rode his bicycle towards Pelican Town. After arriving at Pelican Town, Leon noticed that there were many strangers in Pelican Town today. These people were walking in groups of 3 or 2 in Pelican Town, but their eyes did not seem to be enjoying the scenery, but seemed to be on guard. There were also many cars parked in the open space on the west side of the square. The shapes were quite luxurious, and it seemed to be luxury cars in this world. Is this woman named Olivia so popular? After glanced at these strangers, Leon was basically sure that they should be a security profession, and such a person appeared in Pelican Town, which was only because of the housewarming banquet today. Without leaving much here, Leon crossed the slope steps in the north and came to the small park in front of the old community center. At this moment, near the fountain, Leon saw many temporary ceilings and dining tables. Well-dressed men and women gathered together to chat, and took glasses of wine flashing amber from the tray held by the waiter. Next to this temporary site, some security personnel were wandering around the periphery, turning a blind eye to the people in the center of the site, only focusing on pedestrians passing outside the site, and Leon, a newcomer in ordinary clothes, paid great attention. "Hello, sir, are you a local resident of Pelican Town or an invited guest from another place?" But these security personnel did not step forward, but a girl in an off-shoulder dress walked to Leon and asked softly. "Locals, invited." Leon explained. "So can you show your invitation?" The girl who seemed to be in the welcome position continued to ask. "Invitation? No." Leon shook his head. He didn't seem to see this thing. Perhaps it was caught in the letter mailed by Louis? Anyway, Leon did not open his email before leaving. After all, Louis did not tell Leon that the banquet was so high profile and it was an invitation-only system. If not, then... The welcome guest was just about to persuade him politely. Leon left. A fat man wearing a purple suit and a high hat, looked at the kind-hearted old man and walked to Leon and took the initiative to hold Leon's hands. "Ha ha ha, Leon, you're finally here. You're much more handsome than in the photo. It's not bad." "Leon, this is the governor and your grandfather's old friend." Before Leon could ask who the chubby old man was, Louis rushed over and explained to Leon. "Hello, Governor." Leon was a little surprised when he heard Louis' introduction, but he also responded to the governor's enthusiasm in a friendly manner. "Don't be so naive, just call me Andrew." The governor smiled and shook his head, dissuading Leon. "My relationship with your grandfather is much closer than you think, so you are also my junior. In private occasions, you don't need to be so polite." Louis also added at the moment, "Indeed, Leon, don't worry, just shout as the governor's wishes." "Then I'm not polite, Andrew." Leon looked at the governor's expression and didn't seem to be making a show. And Louis's eyes also made Leon understand how envious Louis was about being able to call the governor's name directly. "Ha ha ha, okay." The governor laughed even happier when he heard this. "Come in and have something to eat first and meet some new friends. Today's event has many single ladies participating. Maybe you can find a favorite female companion here." Speaking of this, the governor pulled Leon to take him into his social circle, and the girl who had asked for an invitation from Leon decisively made way out of the road and looked at Leon with a charming look. It's a pity that Leon doesn't care about this, and Leon doesn't really care about the governor's kindness. "Andrew, I actually already have a girl I like, so I won't bother you." "It's even better. You're much more normal than your grandfather. He has never told me that he has a girl he likes." The governor immediately patted Leon's shoulder encouragingly. "Go and find your female companion, I won't cause trouble for you. We will chat at the cooperation meeting after the meal." Louis, who was standing by, heard this and hurried forward to take over Leon's position next to the governor, explaining to Leon. "There have some changes in the cooperation in developing the eastern mountainous areas, but you don't need to worry, you still have the initiative, the governor is on your side, so you don't need to worry about being influenced by investors who are ready to get a share of the pie." Have you raised funds? Leon asked back after hearing this. Yes, it was originally a project between you and Olivia, but because of the governor's banquet, many people came to hear the news. In order to please the governor, they also expressed their kindness to prepare to enter the market. Therefore, the original small project has now become a big investment. If this project is successful, it will have a great impact on Stardew Valley. Louis said this and his mouth was almost laughing. This group of people will look for opportunities. No wonder they are such a big scene today. Leon sighed. Do these people really want to invest? Leon felt it was impossible, but he just wanted to show his presence in front of Governor Andrew. No matter what, the more investment, the better the development of Stardew Valley. This is what the governor is happy to see, and it is also an opportunity one dream of, Louis added. This is inevitable. After all, my identity is here. Even if I have no statement on it, some people think I have some plans for it. The governor on the side was also very helpless. My wife and Olivia have a good relationship, so this trip was a private act, but for some reason, she exposed her whereabouts, which led to many people trying every means to get invitation letters and come to Stardew Valley. But I can still guarantee that you and Sylvia will dominate this cooperation, so you can rest assured. Understand? Leon nodded. He had long been used to this kind of thing. After all, no matter which world he was in, as long as he was a human, there was nothing he didn't want to make progress. Go and find your friends and female companions, don't get mixed up with us, otherwise you may be annoyed by those flatteries. The governor reminded Leon, and then joined the guests who were dressed up in the costumes with Louis. Leon, on the other side, went to a relatively deserted crowded place, because there were residents of Stardew Valley. It was obviously a banquet, but it was divided into two groups of people on the scene, which made Leon feel both realistic and ridiculous. But that's good. At least everyone in Pelican Town doesn't need to deal with the social etiquette of the upper class. Leon also has a social environment where you don't have to worry about too many things. Compared to those glamorous elites, it is still the people in Pelican Town that make Leon feel more intimate. Chapter 476 Long Separation. I originally thought you would go there with the governor. As soon as he arrived here, Gus joked at Leon. I, a farmer, have nothing to say about the city elites. Instead of being excluded by them, it's better to be here. Leon laughed and laughed at himself. You are not a farmer, you are a farmer. Gus emphasized, don't underestimate your identity. Leon, the status of a farmer is no worse than those people. I'm kidding, Gus, you don't need to comfort me. Leon hurriedly explained when he saw Gus really thought he was losing. Okay, I thought you were really inferior. Gus changed his embarrassment when he heard this topic. First try these buffet delicacies, the invited chefs have excellent cooking skills. What about comparing with you? Leon also teased Gus. They can't compare to me with white meat, and I can't compare to red meat. There is nothing comparable to vegetables and fruits. This depends on the eyesight of choosing ingredients. There is basically no difficulty or skill in cooking. Gus answered frankly. That's because you don't make red meat often. Leon complained, then looked at the buffet table next to him, which was full of everything from cold cuts, meat, sashimi to fruit desserts and blended wine. Many familiar people gathered at the dining table to choose their favorite food, gathered together to chat in groups of 3 or 3 to enjoy the food. From the atmosphere, it was much more harmonious than the other side. So Leon also added it, took a portion of pan-fried lamb chops and a portion of pudding, and started eating. After all, because of the rhubarb incident in the morning, Leon completely forgot about breakfast. "Leon, didn't you bring rhubarb?" Haley noticed Lion's appearance after just a few bites, and walked over and asked. It would be rude to bring pets on this occasion. Emily, who walked over with her, explained to Leon. Da Huang has returned to his hometown and is not in Xing Valley for the time being, so he hasn't brought it here. Leon first nodded to Emily and expressed her gratitude for helping her, and then gave the excuse she had thought of for Da Huang. "Go back to my hometown." Haley looked questioning when she heard this. "It's just going back to where it was born," Leon added. "How long will it take to come back?" Haley asked. "I don't know, I may not come back. After all, Da Huang is only temporarily in foster care." Leon himself was not very clear about this. "After all, the news I got from Linus that when Da Huang passes the transformation period, he has to perform his duties." Thinking of this, Lion's expression was a little helpless, and this expression made Haley clear that Leon was telling the truth and immediately felt relieved. Just thinking that passers-by who can occasionally play with Da Huang are so uncomfortable, then Leon, who is with Da Huang day and night, may be even more sad. So Haley took the initiative to comfort Leon. "Actually, you don't have to be too sad. Although Da Huang may not be able to come back, you can also go and see it, right?" "Well, there will always be a parting, but it's a little earlier," Emily echoed. "Thank you." Leon nodded when he heard this. Emily could comfort herself. Leon understood, but he didn't expect that Haley would also comfort herself. "What a pity. I would have known that I would have taken a few photos for you yesterday." Haley hesitated for a while before continuing. "But last time you put rhubarb on my side, Emily, and I took a lot of photos of it. If you need it, I can share a few of them." "It's okay, you can keep it yourself." Leon did not agree to this proposal, because even if Da Huang doesn't stay on the farm, he will still settle in Stardew Valley. At worst, he will just go to find Da Huang by himself and he will be done. He doesn't need to rely on photos to see Da Huang. After all, Da Huang is just going out to fight for nature, not cold. "Stop talking about this, have you seen Sophia?" Feeling that the atmosphere was a little cold, Leon immediately changed the topic. "No," Emily replied first. "She really doesn't plan to come because she said she doesn't like such occasions with a lot of people, and it's a party with so many strangers." Haley knew it a little more clearly. Oh! Originally, Leon thought that helping Sophia meet her parents in her dream would gradually open her heart and become a lively girl, but now it seems that it still takes some time and other assistance to allow Sophia to completely get out of the impact of depression. "Did you see Abigail?" Since Sophia did not come, Leon stopped paying attention and instead asked about Abigail's whereabouts. After all, since she was sent to Rasmades to learn magic last time, Leon hasn't seen her appear for a long time, and I don't know how she explained it to her family. Anyway, Pierre and Caroline have never been worried about Abigail's early departure and late return. But Abigail rarely contacted Leon, which made Leon feel like he was being violent. "Are you looking for me?" As a result, before Haley and Emily spoke, Abigail's familiar voice came from behind Leon. Leon quickly turned around and saw Abigail's familiar purple jacket and jeans. If Haley and Emily weren't on the side, Leon would have been unable to help but go up. "I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you so busy lately?" Although there was some surprise, Leon still kept his calm face and started chatting with Abigail. "There is no way. The teacher doesn't let me run around. Every day, there are all kinds of books for me to read. Life is even more boring than in school." Abigail's face was full of resentment when he said this. "If it weren't for this banquet today, I might not be able to leave the teacher's library." "Then let's eat something first." Leon expressed regret for Abigail's resentment, but he couldn't do anything for her. After all, it was the matter of the grandson, and learning magic was also decided by Abigail himself. "Well, I'm just hungry." Abigail nodded, then glanced at Emily and Haley beside Leon, and whispered, "Come to find me later, I have something to talk to you." Leon nodded, indicating that he heard it. Abigail separated from Leon and went to find food. Leon continued to pretend that nothing happened and asked Haley and Emily, "Is there anything else?" "I'm fine." Haley said that, and left directly, only Emily stayed. Looking at Lion's puzzled gaze, Emily said, "Leon, you shouldn't forget the first dance that I agreed with the Flower Dance Festival, right?" Chapter 477 Good Sister. "Ahem, of course I remember." Hearing this, Leon almost choked to death by the juice in his mouth, and it took him a long time to recover and answer. "Then why did you tell me before that you don't need to prepare a dress for you?" Emily asked. I already have a dress," Leon explained, "and I have said that handmade is too troublesome, so I won't add any burden to you." This was something that Leon and Abigail talked to Emily after confessing last time. Because of the dresses Abigail bought and the hard requirements, Leon could only ask Emily to stop her custom dresses for Leon for the Flower Dance Festival. This matter was agreed before, but after meeting Emily, she didn't listen to her mention. Leon thought Emily no longer paid attention to this. Who would have thought that at this point in time, she would suddenly talk about this? "I guess, the second dance partner you chose should be Abigail." Emily did not continue talking about this matter, but suddenly changed the subject. "Yes." Leon did not hide it because it was not necessary. After all, everyone is here at the Flower Dance Festival, and Emily can still see it when lying, so Leon chose to tell the truth. "Then Abigail prepared your dress for you?" Emily continued to ask. "Yes." Leon nodded. There was nothing to hide. There was no reason why he didn't want a dress. It was only possible that he had another dress, which was easy to guess. "So, are you already together?" Emily was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Leon didn't say anything, just nodded. Although it cannot be made public for the time being, if someone guessed it, there is no need to hide it. Leon also believes that Emily is not a person who likes gossip. Seeing Lion's nod, Emily took a deep breath, then hesitated for a long time before speaking. then let's forget about our first dance agreement, the first dance of the Flower Dance Festival, you can complete it with Abigail. Are you sure? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he couldn't figure out Emily's thoughts. Is Emily planning to become a beauty? Of course, I can be your second dance partner. After all, you and she are already boyfriend and girlfriend. Let me take the first dance first, and you should take a long time to comfort her. Emily explained to Leon with a smile. So in order not to cause trouble for you, I can give this opportunity to her. Listening to Emily's answer for her consideration, Leon was a little moved and smelled a trace of tea. However, it is the girl's point of view whether tea is not a tea. In the eyes of men, isn't the tea flavor representing a good and understanding sister? Thank you for understanding. No matter what, the result is a good thing, and Leon is naturally very grateful for this. With Emily's statement, Leon can also be more relaxed. It's okay. Emily smiled and shook her head. I hope you can remember me to teach you dance steps then. After saying that, Emily left Lion's side and went to find Haley. Leon ate on the spot for a while before going to find Abigail. Nowhere near the dining table, nor in the crowd. Finally, Leon could see the long purple hair next to a bush near the center of the old community. Why are you hiding here? Leon walked over and asked when he saw Abigail sitting cross-legged on the grass. If there is no one disturbing me here, I can tell you some topics that others cannot listen to, Abigail explained. I want to talk to you. Before Abigail finished speaking, Leon sat directly beside Abigail, took him into his arms, and kissed him directly. It was not until Abigail was dizzy and weak all over because of lack of oxygen that Leon let her go and bounced her forehead. For such a long time, it's okay if you don't come to see me, don't contact me yet. Are you forgetting me? I don't want to do it either, but there is no signal in the Mage Tower. Abigail, who was panting, looked at Leon with blurred eyes, and he couldn't help but hold Lion's cheek and explained. Then why don't you come to me after class? At least you can come to me for dinner or something. Leon complained. Every time the study is over, the teacher will use teleportation magic to send me home, and in order to make me concentrate, the teacher will not let me find you. Abigail explained helplessly. Old Deng is not a human being. Do you know the reason why you would rather demolish 10 temples than one marriage? Leon protested righteously after hearing this. Of course, I can only protest. After all, I can't beat you, and I can't reason. Rasmades is Abigail's grandfather, and Leon doesn't care. After all, it really requires a lot of concentration to learn magic. At the beginning, I caused a lot of trouble because of distraction. The teacher patiently helped me deal with the impact. So I think the teacher is also considering my safety. Don't blame him, he treats me very well. Looking at Lion's indignation, Abigail hurriedly dissuaded Leon. Of course I know he is for your own good. Leon shrugged his shoulders and comforted Abigail. I didn't blame him, I just complained a few times and wouldn't do anything else. That's good, and if you really want to cause trouble for him, you may not be able to beat him. Before I came into contact with magic, I never thought that a person who has learned magic would be so powerful. Abigail added to Leon, do you know? I watched the teacher burn a bone snake about the same size as a train to ashes in a few seconds. Have he taken you on a risk? Leon asked after hearing this. Well, I went to the depths of the Calico Desert a few days ago and took me to see the witch named Camilla we met last time, the monster I encountered on the way. Abigail replied. What are you going to find a witch in the depths of the Calico Desert? Leon continued to ask. In order to improve my witchcraft practice, the teacher said that he did not understand the witch's unique witchcraft, so he needed to ask for advice from Camilla, who is also a witch. Abigail explained. And Leon, you know that in the area deep in the desert, called Crimson Desert, there are a lot of monsters, much more than in the mine cave, and they are all very dangerous. But in that monster gathering place, there is actually a town built by humans. This is amazing. If I hadn't learned magic, I might not have known in my life that there are so many explorers and magicians in the world who are silently guarding this world. So, you don't plan to join in when you have successful academic performance in the future? When Leon heard this, he was a little panicked. After all, seeing Abigail's yearning on his face when he said this, there was really this possibility. Chapter 478 Questioning and Understanding Join. Isn't it good? Abigail asked back with some confusion when he heard the resistance in Lion's words. If I don't use the magic I have learned in the places where it needs it most, then what is the meaning of learning magic? If I make you angry in the future, you can teach me a lesson, instead of being taught a lesson by me. Leon thought for a long time and came up with such a reason. After all, there is a law on the magician side, and magic users are forbidden to use it on ordinary people. If Abigail really wants to make magic useful, he can only use it on himself. No, after all, no matter how angry you are, you can't be so extreme. At most, I just ignore you. Abigail shook his head and denied Lion's proposal. After all, she really doesn't dare to use the magic she learned on Leon. The power of these magic is a little exaggerated. Although Lion's combat ability is not bad, how can the person holding a knife beat a gun? I would rather you learn magic to teach me a lesson than see you go to the front line. Leon retorted seriously. But this is very selfish. The mages and witches I have met during this period are basically fighting for the stability of this world. Before Abigail could finish his words, Leon blocked Abigail's mouth again. This time it took longer than before, and almost fainted when he kissed Abigail without oxygen. It was not until Abigail collapsed on his body that Leon let her go and said confidently. If you are selfish, just be selfish. I don't want to see you get hurt. If you really contribute to the world, you might as well farm with me, cultivate more and more powerful talents, and the power of the masses is much stronger than you alone. Oh, let's talk about this later. You are not allowed to do this. Abigail, who had recovered for a long time, protested at Lion's chest, which was slightly helpless and somewhat joyfully. What? Looking at Abigail's attitude of refusing but still waiting, Leon couldn't help but lower his head, but this time Abigail discovered it in advance and pressed it against it with his hands. Talk some serious business. If this continues, I will almost forget what I want to say to you. Looking at Lion's puzzled gaze, Abigail hurriedly explained. Is there anything more important than relieve the feeling of love? Leon asked back. You seem to have done a lot of extraordinary things during this time when I was not by your side. Speaking of this, Abigail's originally gentle and attached face instantly became a little cold, and his words were also paused, bringing Leon a very strong sense of oppression. "Ah? Why don't I know?" Leon immediately put on a confused face and asked, "What extraordinary thing did I do?" "You seem to be very close to Sophia recently." Abigail was not confused by Leon's expression, but his expression was even more dangerous. His squinting eyes could not tell what kind of thought was hidden in it, but these calm words made Leon feel like a thorn in his back. "It's just that we get along normally, we don't do anything that can't be seen." He answered this way, but Leon began to think wildly about Abigail's source of information in his heart. Is it a report made by Rasmides? It was the rumor she heard from some passers-by A, B and C that she had not noticed. Then I thought about the intersection between myself and Sophia, but basically nothing there is something out of the ordinary, and I was said to have eaten it secretly, but I haven't held my hands before. It should be fine. Then why did I hear someone forcing Sophia to call her brother and want to recognize a good sister? Abigail got angry when he saw Leon pretending to be confused. He broke free from Leon's arms, got up, looked down at Leon with his right hand on the ring transformed by the galaxy sword in his left hand. "This matter, I can explain it. This is just a joke to motivate Sophia's emotions." Leon saw that Abigail really knew something, and quickly waved his hand to explain. "I did this for a reason, but it was not for personal bad taste." "Tell me, I'm listening." Abigail did not sit down again, and was still looking down at Leon sitting on the ground. At the same time, his movements of stroking the galaxy sword became more and more obvious. It was obviously a threat to Leon. Leon was not afraid of this, after all, he was famous and had a clear conscience. "You know these things, then do you know Sophia's depression?" "Depression? Sophia actually suffers from depression." Hearing this news, Abigail was stunned. She was not a mage who could not escape the world. She had only been exposed to magic for a week or two. Before that, she was also an ordinary person. Abigail naturally knew its meaning for this terrible mental illness that was not common but often heard of. If this was not from Leon's mouth, she really didn't believe that Sophia would actually suffer from depression. After all, although he didn't have much contact with Sophia, who had just returned to Stardew Valley, Abigail had never seen Sophia's emotions get out of control. At most, because he hadn't seen her for a long time, he found that Sophia had become much quieter and less talkative. "After all, I have encountered that kind of thing since I was a child. A child who is not yet mature, faces an empty house. Everything that was familiar to me in the past fell apart. This kind of life is not easy." Leon sighed. "When did you find out?" Abigail, who knew about this, stopped talking about the interrogation with Leon and sat down again and asked Leon. "Last time I was wandering around Zingla Valley, I passed by her manor, so I greeted me. When I left, I noticed the medicine box she threw in the trash can. After asking, I found out about this." "You guy always cares so much about these details that are easily overlooked." Abigail didn't know whether he was praising or teasing when he heard this. "So, is it really useful to rely on irritating her to get her out of negative emotions?" "This is not anger, it just arouses her positive emotions." Leon retorted, "This is not a reliable treatment plan. Every step requires grasping the scale and Sophia's psychological tolerance, and I am under a lot of pressure." So you are providing psychotherapy to Sophia? Abigail asked. Why didn't I know you actually have such skills, and why are you so concerned about Sophia's condition? First point, she is my friend and neighbor, and the second point is that Gus and I have a good relationship. You know that Gus is paying attention to Sophia as his own child. I don't want Gus to hear some bad tragedies. As for the third point, he is a conscientious person and will lend a helping hand to such a girl in need. Faced with Abigail's inquiry, Leon explained seriously. Okay, I believe you, but I want to join too. After all, this kind of mental illness is a problem in the eyes of ordinary people, but there should be many cures in magic. Looking at Lion's firm, serious and unscrupulous look, Abigail believed that Leon was really out of good intentions. This kind of Leon made her feel very happy. Lion's behavior is also a guarantee for Abigail. After all, no one will like his partner to be indifferent and ruthless, without any human touch. Chapter 479 What big deal can happen if you dance? You won't want to forcefully erase Sophia's grief memory, or control her thinking. When he heard that Abigail wanted to help, Leon thought of these methods at the first time. After all, when he learned about Sophia's depression, Leon also considered asking Razmedes for help, but at the beginning he thought that Razmedes would do something, so he directly gave up this idea. Of course not. That's not called treatment, that's called transformation. How could you make me so evil? Abigail retorted Leon with his eyes rolled. I have a more gentle way. For example, Leon was quite curious about Abigail's ideas and plans. In addition to his own sensitivity, the situation like Sophia is also related to the death of Uncle Robert Alice. I can rely on my witch talent to summon Sophia's parents' souls so that they can reunite in another way. As long as they inform Uncle Robert Alice, Auntie Sophia in advance of the problem of depression, they will definitely find a way to relieve Sophia. Abigail explained his plan very proudly. The feasibility is very high, but now I have to tell you one thing, that is, I have implemented your plan here and it has a great effect. Leon agreed with Abigail's idea. This is indeed a good idea. After all, the person who tied the bell must be untied. This method is indeed very meaningful. However, with the resurrection stone, it doesn't matter whether Abigail takes action or not. I guess Sophia is now every night when you fall into a dream, you will see her parents who are longing forever, and in your dream, you will tell them all the things you want to say over the years. Ah! Abigail was stunned when he heard this. After all, this plan was just coming up with her, and she felt proud of it. After all, her plan was able to be implemented because of her unique talent. If it were others, she would never have thought of such a novel way. Why did Leon think of it in advance and implement it without her own help? Have you found other witches with the talent of the dead speech to help? Just thinking of Leon making a bridge to him and becoming a famous guardian teacher in the magic world, Abigail felt that Leon should have used his connections to accomplish this. Although he was a little regretful and did not help, Abigail was still very happy that Leon and himself had the same idea. I didn't expect that we actually wanted to go together, Leon. I found that we were getting more and more tacit understanding. Leon smiled and took Abigail into his arms and explained, it was not because he found someone else, but because he happened to meet a kind and gentle boss who was considerate and gentle, and got a special prop and indirectly achieved the same result as your plan. Speaking of this, Leon told Abigail about Mr. Chi's treasure game and his own treasure hunting process. He basically did not miss any details, but just concealed the follow-up story of finding the second treasure map after the Resurrection Stone and finding the ring with Haley on Xingyu. Who is this Mr. Chi? It looks very powerful. The teacher said that although this is not the first time my witchcraft has appeared, it is also an extremely rare talent. After all, the material world is isolated from other worlds. Without special abilities or powerful strength, it is difficult for people in the material world to get in touch with the existence of other worlds. After listening to this story, Abigail was very curious about Mr. Chi. After all, outsiders watched the fun and experts looked at the tricks. Even if they had been exposed to magic for a short time, with the help of Rasmades, Abigail's vision was far higher than that of some ordinary magicians. Naturally, he knew how precious this Tao that could allow people to communicate with the dead without barriers in their dreams and had no limit on the number of times was. Such things are given away as you say, so what kind of existence is Mr. Chi? I don't know very well. What I know is that in this world, there seems to be nothing to stump him. Leon replied according to his own understanding. After all, in the game, Mr. Chi is actually the substitute for the game maker, and the final boss of the game is unlimited. If it comes to the real world, Leon thinks there should be no difference. Isn't that just Yuba? This is too exaggerated. Abigail couldn't help but complain. Who knows? After hearing this complaint, Leon felt it made sense. Okay, then I just pretend that I didn't ask about Sophia's affairs. How should you explain other things? Knowing that Sophia's problem Leon was already solving, and it was progressing well, and he had no thoughts, Abigail skipped the topic and continued to ask. Have you continued to learn dancing with Emily recently? No, and I have some good news to tell you. Leon looked at Abigail helplessly, knowing that this girl was checking the camp. He didn't expect her to be so sensitive, so he said immediately. Just after you left, Emily and I talked about the dress and the flower dance festival, and got a good result. What's the result? Abigail asked. My first dance agreement was cancelled, and Emily took the initiative to give in and let me and you complete the first dance of the flower dance festival. She became the second-ranked dance partner after we danced. Leon explained. Why did she do this? Abigail smelled something wrong when he heard this. Because she saw that we were already boyfriend and girlfriend, Leon said, but she shouldn't talk about this everywhere, so you don't need to worry. She really knows our relationship and shouldn't ask you to dance a second dance with her again. Abigail complained when he heard this, feeling that something was wrong became a danger. She must have some plans, Leon. If you don't care about her, if you don't have the flower dance festival, we will dance together until the end of the flower dance festival. Jump all day? You're not going to die. Although I'm amazing now, you can't stand this trouble. Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and reminded. Even if we don't dance all day, we can stay together. Abigail retorted, anyway, I don't agree with you dancing with her. She must be planning something, which is not right. But this was an agreement. She took a step back for me. I can't just break the contract directly. We had agreed before. You agreed at that time, and she agreed when she and I danced the first dance. Why did she give you a polite approach now, but you changed your mind instead? Leon said helplessly to Abigail, Do you have no confidence in me and yourself? It's just a dance. What can happen? After dancing, I'm done with your agreement. Am I still with you? Chapter 480, The Stage of Vanity and Fortune. Abigail squinted his eyes and looked up at Lion's face. Are you sure you really think so? Otherwise. Leon had a clear conscience. After all, he really didn't think of any work. Then I believe you. Abigail was lying on Lion's chest at this moment. Listening to Lion's calm heartbeat, it seemed that there was no big fluctuation. He immediately believed that Leon was really not lying, and a sense of security surged in his heart. After continuing to keep warm for a while, Abigail suddenly got up and distanced himself from Leon, and he sorted out his wrinkled clothes. Someone is here, Leon, get up quickly. Ah! Although there was no sign of people in my eyes, Leon still stood up and patted the grass blades on his butt and asked, How do you know? I set up a perceptual magic nearby, otherwise why do you think I would ask you to chat here? Abigail gave Leon a blank look, then pretended that nothing had happened, and began to prepare to leave from the other direction. As soon as Abigail left, Leon saw Louis appear in his sight. Leon, why are you here? Louis, who saw Leon, immediately came over. I've been looking for you for a long time. It's time for us to discuss cooperation. The banquet was a bit noisy. I'll hide here for peace, Leon explained. Then let's go with me. There are many people working together this time. Louis went forward and grabbed Lion's arm, then pulled him towards the banquet hall. When the two arrived at the main area of the banquet, Leon found that everyone in Stardew Valley was still eating, drinking and chatting. On the contrary, the number of the social elites on the other side had dropped sharply. I don't know if they had left or had already waited for the negotiations to begin in an independent space for negotiation and cooperation. Louis did not stop and continued to walk outside the venue with Leon. After leaving the banquet hall, Leon saw that there was actually a sealed tent next to the open space where the gathering was. I originally chose the place I had at my house, but there were too many people, so I could only set up a tent temporarily. Louis explained while taking Leon in. The governor and Olivia are already inside. Leon asked. No, the governor took the governor's wife to the northern foothills for a walk, but the governor's secretary stayed to speak for you. There is no need to worry about this. Louis said, and entered the tent with Leon. Although the tent is sealed, the ventilation machine and something like an air conditioner have been arranged inside. Although there are many people inside, the air is quite fresh and not stuffy. A huge round table was placed in the center of the tent. The stool outside the round table was full of people, leaving only two places, between a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a middle-aged woman with curly hair. Although the middle-aged woman looked fair in her skin, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and her slightly loose skin could not be covered by her makeup, but she did not look ugly. Her appearance was quite average and she had a capable temperament. Mr. Leon, Mr. Louis, you are here, please sit down. While observing the other party was also looking at Leon. Although he was amazed at Lion's youthful and handsomeness, he still did not forget the etiquette he should have. He stood up and wanted to meet him. However, Louis just waved his hand and stepped forward with Leon to sit down first. No need to worry, let's start directly. I guess Mr. Aldo has other things to do. Louis said this to the middle-aged man with glasses sitting next to Leon. I'm fine, it's up to you to decide everything. I'm just a listener. The man named Aldo replied with a smile. Then let's start. Olivia was not annoyed either. After all, this was what she and Louis agreed in advance. The two of them should pretend to be unfamiliar, otherwise they would be easily suspicious of others. Everyone just nodded and didn't say anything. After all, most people don't know what kind of project this is, but because of the participation of the governor, they are eager to get in touch with it. Although the governor himself is not here now, Secretary Aldo, who is the person around the governor, actually is not much different from the governor at the scene, so they naturally dare not take over the main character. This time I left the Hoja family group and moved to Zingd Valley. In addition to my personal reasons, there is another thing, which is to make some of my own career in Zingd Valley. Olivia stood up, and the breathless female voice echoed in the tent. I have imagined this plan before, so if you want to invest, please check the plan first. After Olivia finished speaking, a young man with a big back on the edge of the tent stepped forward and distributed a document to everyone present in turn. Everyone picked up the documents as soon as possible and started reading the messages on it. Some people were expressionless after reading them, while others were very excited after reading them. I believe everyone knows the planning plan of my Stardew Valley Summer Camp Center. This is my plan. The amount of investment in the early stage has been indicated in the document and the share has been allocated. What do you think? Seeing that everyone had finished reading the planning plan, Olivia asked. Ms. Olivia only takes out 60% of the share, and it seems that she plans to stabilize the holdings. One of the big belly men spoke first. After all, this is someone's efforts and planning. It is not normal to take the initiative. Being able to allocate these shares will also give us a chance. You said these have no meaning, said another lady close to Olivia's seat. I don't care anyway. I invest anywhere, and I'm optimistic about this project, another old woman said with an expressionless face. Then this 60% share is not enough for us to share. The first fat man who spoke looked around and participated in the negotiations. In addition to Aldo, the audience member, the mayor of Pelican Town, and the young man who didn't know the details, he also had 12 people. The Far Travel Chamber of Commerce must win 10%. A man who looked quite thin suddenly spoke. Yes. Olivia immediately made a decision, giving others no chance to refute. When others heard this, they had no objection, but instead smiled kindly at the man representing the Far Distance Chamber of Commerce. Then I want 10% too. The fat man looked at the 50% stake left at this moment and immediately spoke. You deserve it too. The lady sneered at the fat man. Why do you want to get the same shares as the Unseen Chamber of Commerce for a speculator who relies on smuggling goods from the Gatello Empire? One of the people present, you are the only one who is not qualified to choose shares. If there is still something left after we talk, you want to take it. The old woman also echoed. The others looked at the fat man with a mocking smile. Although they did not speak, they obviously maintained the same view and attitude. This made the fat man's face turn green, but he wanted to refute it, but he didn't dare to do so. He could only pick up the project again and think it was busy. Famous things are the best. Leon shook his head and complained softly. Mr. Leone doesn't have to care about these things. This is the case with these merchants. Just get used to it. Aldo, who was sitting next to Leone, smiled and said with a smile. Finish. Other people's black myth, Wukong, I'm in a black company, is that right? Alas, it's uncomfortable. Chapter 481W. Leone didn't expect Aldo to answer his words, nor did he expect the other party to have such good ears. Louis didn't even hear this sentence clearly. No wonder others can be the secretary of the governor. Just by observing the eyes and listening to all directions, it is enough to learn a lot of people. It just so happened that he was idle. Since Aldo had a conversation, Leone took the opportunity to chat. In addition to letting Mr. Aldo attend, has he joined this investment? No, including Ms. Olivia's voluntary offer to give the governor, all of which were rejected. The governor did not care about the money and the prospects of the project. The governor cared about the project, that this project would bring new vitality to Pelican Town and the large number of jobs it provided. Aldo replied softly, Stardew Valley was once the best mining base and tourist destination in the state. It is an extremely important place in terms of economic and strategic aspects. However, wars will not break out easily in the world now, and the mineral industry in Stardew Valley is also beginning to decline. Therefore, if you want to restore the Stardew Valley economy, you need new blood injection, which is why the governor attaches so much importance to this project. Employment? Has the other positions been negotiated except for necessary professionals? Have all other positions been delivered to local residents of Pelican Town? Leone immediately asked when he heard this. Of course, this is not a small project after all. In addition to professional teachers in summer camps, chefs, security personnel, counselors, etc., all need to be recruited in Pelican Town. Aldo explained. So that's it. Leone did not speak again after he finished speaking, and Aldo realized that Leone was thinking about something, nor did he disturb Leone anymore. He continued to look at the people next to the table and listen to their share allocation plan. Although these people looked very loud, they were not devoted wholeheartedly. For example, when they found that the young man named Mr. Leone by Olivia actually started chatting with Aldo, they began to search for information about this young man named Leone in their memory, but the final results were all blank. But it is obvious that a young man is not an ordinary character to be able to chat with the governor's secretary and to make the secretary lower his posture. This made some flexible people suddenly ask after thinking, Mr. Leone, aren't you involved in this investment discussion? No. Leone shook his head. He was not here to invest. He was just here to talk to Olivia about the venue rental. These people think Leone is a dealer? But in fact he is a supplier. This answer made the others relieved, and then continued to argue with reason to fight for the share they should get. Leone said to Louis, who was beside him, how long do you think it will take them to be able to sort out the share they invested and the share ratio they seized? I don't know. Although Louis was a mayor, he was not very familiar with these tricks, so he could only shake his head. It has been allocated. Now I am just testing the other party's bottom line to see if I can increase my investment share. Olivia, who was next to Louis, also heard it. Seeing that Louis did not give an answer, she spoke and explained. Then do you think they can succeed? Leone asked more when a professional answered. After all, it is really boring not to find some chat on this occasion. Businessmen are pursuing profits. At the negotiating table, they will not discuss the formulas of your words back and forth on TV. The real negotiations are actually not much bargaining with the vegetable market. The difference. Yes, this is a capital game. Some people's capital chain is not as strong as others. There are external factors, so they will be forced to compress their investment amount soon. Olivia finished explaining and asked Leon again. Have Mr. Leon considered part of the rental fee of the venue in exchange for shares? If you don't consider it, there is no need for this. Leon declined. After all, he is not an investor and has no cash flow to join such a project, so it's not as meaningless as making money with rent. Olivia did not persuade her, but instead found the young man who had been standing in the corner of the tent, got a contract from there, and handed it to Leon. This is my rental fee plan based on the current market land lease fees. Mr. Leon can first see if he is satisfied. Leon took over the contract, and Louis naturally came over and looked with Leon. After seeing the land area and final lease price of Olivia, Leon did not say anything, but just looked at Louis. The market price is 10%, you can sign it. Louis obviously did his homework. After seeing the price, he immediately nodded to Leon and said that the price is very reasonable, and there is even a profit. How much tax does it need to be paid? Leon continued to ask. I was still thinking about how to tell you these things, but I didn't expect you to come up with it on your own initiative. Louis was happy when he heard this. After all, there is only a farm for the tax exemption policy. I haven't heard you say that this land is also considered a tax exemption. Leon complained, so Louis, how much tax do I need to pay? 15%. Louis quoted, this is the minimum tax amount, and at the end of the year, there is a 4% tax refund, and the actual tax payment is 11%. That's 7.5 WG a year. Leon replied. Well, after summarizing after the new year, I will refund you 2 WG. Then there is no problem. The rent of this land can reach 50 WG in a year, which is already very good. Leon signed his name directly on the lease contract, and Louis handed it back to Olivia. The contract is signed every year, and this is also for Mr. Lyon's consideration. After all, if the summer camp project gets better and better, the surrounding land prices will also rise, and long-term contracts will put pressure on my capital chain, so short-term lease contracts are good for both of us. After Olivia took over the contract, she immediately explained to Leon with a smile. It is also for insurance, to avoid the possibility of ending the project early, resulting in additional payment of land lease fees. Louis, who was standing beside him, whispered in Lyon's ear. Leon did not express any opinions on this. After all, no one knew whether to make a profit or lose money before investing in this thing. It was understandable that Olivia kept such a move. Moreover, 50 WG is a lot, even if you can only earn a year, it is much more reliable than putting the land there idle. I just don't know whether the land needs to pay real estate tax every year, so I have to ask Louis for this in the future. I see that there are mine cave areas in your land lease area that have been suspended. I don't know what Ms. Olivia's arrangements for this area are. There is no objection to Lyon's contract for 1 year, but Leon is still very curious about the mine that the leased land area in the contract that Hoja's house is about to be hollowed out. Because in the contract, Olivia only leased this area and marked the contract that regulations such as not encroaching on or destroying any native mineral resources. Leon was quite curious. After all, the mine is small in scale and not very safe. It should have been blocked to avoid the children participating in summer camps from being in danger because of curiosity. Why do you still have to take the initiative to rent such an area that is useless except mining? Leon is still quite curious about Olivia's plan for this area. Chapter 482 Refusal. The geological research course is also an indispensable part of my expansion teaching course in summer camp. With such a ready-made mine cave that is fully developed and so close, I will naturally not waste its existence value. But Mr. Leon, don't worry, we just use the mine as an outdoor classroom for the course, and will not destroy and develop the mineral resources in the mine. Even if we need to demonstrate mineral mining, we will report it to you in advance and hand over the mined minerals to you. Olivia immediately explained his plan for this mine. The security of this mine is not high, Leon reminded. I understand, so I will make people improve the environment in the mine. If I remember correctly, there will be relevant regulations in the contract. Olivia replied. I haven't noticed this yet. Leon was a little embarrassed at this moment. After all, he just took a few glances at the contract. There were too many regulations and contents. His head hurts when he looked at it. Louis was helping to examine it. Leon still trusted him quite well. This is a good thing. After all, the modified mine will be safer and more spacious. Even if the site is not rented in the future, it will be much more convenient for you to mine it again, so don't worry. Louis added. So that's it. Leon nodded, but did not continue talking about this issue. After all, there was a result and the contract was signed. It seems that it is not harmful to me for the moment, so it is meaningless to talk. On the contrary, Olivia is about these things that are interesting to the mine that is about to dry up. Leon has some new ideas. I heard you seem to be interested in replenishing the summer camp staff in Pelican Town. I have a suggestion. I don't know if Ms. Olivia feels interested. Mr. Leon, let's hear it first. Olivia did not agree directly. After all, she also had to consider whether what Leon said was reasonable. She and Leon were just in a cooperative relationship and would not destroy their project plans in order to curry favor with Leon. After I took over the mine, most of the miners left Zingla Valley and found another way out, leaving only 2 local miners who did not plan to leave him to start work, and planned to stay and help me. My original plan was to ask them to help me continue mining the mine, but now you have rented this area and the mine, and I have another idea. You might as well hire these 2 miners as counselors in geological research courses and accompany the students to go to the mine. Both of them are professional miners, familiar with the internal structure of the mine, have rich experience in mining and types of minerals, and have guaranteed character. With their participation, this course may be easier and safer. This is indeed a good idea. Olivia's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had originally intended to assign emergency personnel and professional miners for this course. After all, in addition to teachers, geology research courses also require the participation of other adults. Underground mines are not safer than open-air flat ground. Naturally, a teacher can travel unimpededly with a group of students. At this moment, Lyon's proposal coincided with her idea of this course, so Olivia made a decision directly. I agree to hire these 2 local miners and give them enough salary and respect. Don't worry, this is just a suggestion. Whether the 2 meet your recruitment standards will have to go through an interview before they can decide. I'm just saying it. Leon shook his head and added to Olivia that although he intended to help Joe and Jimmy find a new job, he could not cause trouble to others for the sake of convenience. If the two of them have their professional qualities and personal abilities that cannot meet Olivia's requirements, then he will also prepare additional arrangements for the two. It's not bad, thanks to Mr. Leon for his understanding. When Olivia heard Leon say this, he looked at Leon with praise. After all, this was just a small matter to go with the flow, but Leon's attitude made Olivia see Leon's sense of responsibility and decent style of acting, and suddenly felt that he had encountered a good partner. A person's character can be seen from some small things. Obviously, Olivia is still optimistic about Leon's character now. This unexpected discovery also made Olivia unable to help but look at the young man who was standing on the edge of the tent, with his face full of helplessness. At the same age, his son is still obedient and obeying orders without any opinion. Don't you know if Mr. Lyon's farm is short of people? I just moved to Zingd Valley, and my son came here with me to settle down. I want to find him a job. Thinking of this, Olivia couldn't help asking Leon. I'm a private farm and I don't have any plans to recruit employees. Leon politely declined the proposal. The farm was busy alone for the time being. Even if it was too busy, it should be Abigail who came to help. It would be not good to have a young man. Moreover, there are a little bit of secrets in the farm, and Leon doesn't want to give strangers a chance to learn about it. If Ms. Olivia has this need, I can help. As for farm life, I still don't have to consider it. Louis also echoed at this moment. That's a pity. I think Mr. Leon is an excellent young man and wants Victor to learn something behind you. Both Leon and Louis meant very clearly. While Olivia regretted it, she did not force it. Leon did not respond, while Louis added, I think it's more meaningful to participate in this summer camp. Have Mr. Ang considered adding one more buyer to the farm's output? Olivia continued to ask Leon after skipping this topic. No. Leon shook his head and replied, my farm output is not high. Such a little ingredients cannot be used stably for your summer camp. Just leave it to the UNC Chamber of Commerce for processing. Yes, and it's really delivered to Ms. Olivia. I believe Ms. Olivia wouldn't dare to accept it all. Hearing someone saying the 4 words Full Travel Chamber of Commerce, he has steadily acquired 10% of the shares. The representative of the Full Travel Chamber of Commerce who was watching the fun on the side immediately caught his eyes and added to Olivia. Why? Olivia was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that the representative of the Changxing Chamber of Commerce would actually help Leon speak. Because the share of high-quality crops among the goods produced by Mr. Leon is not low, and it is necessary to be larger than the supply market. Ms. Olivia joins again, and is afraid that she will be targeted by big people. The representative of the UNC Chamber of Commerce replied. After saying this at the same time, he no longer paid attention to Olivia, but reached out to greet Leon and said, the project representative of the investment department of UNC Chamber of Commerce, Gail, finally saw you, Mr. Leon. You traveling to the Chamber of Commerce will never miss the opportunity to make money. Leon quipped at Gail with a smile, and shook hands with Gail. These are small projects. When Mr. Leon needs investment, you can contact me directly. I will definitely take over the largest shares except you, and just pay for the money and provide sales methods. It will not interfere with all your decisions. After Gail smiled and handed over another business card, it was as simple as ever, and it seemed not the kind of business card that was commonly used, but like a private business card. Chapter 483, Sliding the Door and Picking the Lock. Leon took the business card. Although he didn't know whether he would do a big project in the future, the business card was handed over and out of politeness, he had to take it. Of course, I still believe in the reputation and channels of UNC Chamber of Commerce. Then I'll wait for your call. Django has taken over your business. Now he occasionally appears at the headquarters and always holds his head up. It's so annoying. Gail complained to Leon. Ha ha ha. What else can Leon say about this? There is nothing more to say except laughing. Gail was also a personal talent. He saw that Leon did not intend to talk more about this. He changed the topic and chatted casually for a few words, then said goodbye and returned to his original position. Leon also sat down with relief, looked at Louis' strange smile and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, I just found that you seem to be very good at these business communications, like your grandpa," Louis explained. "He was like you, surrounded by a circle of people and chatted, and he could only smile dryly and not speak every time. I don't know what to say except laughing." Leon complained, "After all, there are some things I haven't considered." "Don't think about it, just be yourself." Just as the representative of the Long-Distance Chamber of Commerce said, the need is greater than the offering. They need you, not you need them. Louis comforted Leon with a smile. "I originally thought I had recognized the status of a farmer in this world, but every time I encountered a related situation, my understanding of this would be raised again." Leon couldn't help but sigh. After all, Gail, the representative of the Long-Distance Chamber of Commerce, treated him kindly, but before, he was extremely cold and present. Not only did he win a large share investment amount in just one sentence, no one dared to refute it, which shows his high status. However, such a person suddenly had no airs when communicating with him. Leon also knew that the reason why he treated him like this was nothing more than the high-quality crops produced by Red Star Farm. "Just get used to it." Louis patted Leon on the shoulder. "And not all farmers can be valued. There are many farmers in the world, but most of them can do it just to provide the level of ordinary ingredients in the Hoja supermarket. There are very few crops that can cultivate excellent quality, and many farmers may not have planted high-quality crops even once in their lifetime." Leon nodded and said nothing, but continued to pay attention to the competition silently. For some reason, these people suddenly stopped arguing and began to write their own quotations and share in the planning project provided by Olivia, and then remained silent in a unified manner. Olivia also compared these quotations and demand share for a long time and finally announced the results. What surprised Leon was that the most active fat man didn't get the last stake. Although there was indignation on his face, the fat man did not dare to vent with anyone. After learning the result, he would squeeze out a smile to congratulate those representatives who got the share. "Sure enough, I'm not suitable for this kind of occasion." Looking at this realistic scene, Leon shook his head, then left the tent after explaining his intention to go with Louis, Aldo, and Olivia. Although many people wanted to go over and chat when they saw Leon getting up, Aldo just coughed lightly and asked them to sit down honestly, watching Leon leave with an eager look. Leon, who left the tent, returned to the banquet hall. Although lunchtime had passed, the area was still serving food and wine, and most of the people in the town stayed here, but they were not eating, but chatting. After wandering around here, without seeing Abigail, Leon left again and rushed back to the farm. Originally, Leon planned to invite Abigail to have dinner together, but now it seems that he is probably going back to the Mage Tower and continuing his depressed mage apprenticeship career. Abigail's busy studies made Leon a little helpless. But Leon is understandable. After all, according to Rasmati's defense against him, being able to let Abigail go out for a dinner today is considered for Abigail. Back at the farm, Leon was about to go back to the house when he saw the door of the wooden house open. He felt tightened, and then he took out the Galaxy watermelon knife and rushed up. When he saw Abigail's back in the house, he breathed a sigh of relief. "When did you learn to slip through the door and pick the lock?" He stepped forward and hugged Abigail from behind, and Leon whispered in his ear. "I don't remember when you had the habit of locking the door," Abigail complained, then lifted the frozen yellow in his arms in front of Lion's eyes. "What's wrong with rhubarb?" In the transformation, it has awakened the ability of the Son of the Wild, and this layer of ice is its transformation cocoon. Leon explained. "No wonder it's not cold at all." Abigail was not surprised by this. "No wonder he is so smart. He turns out to be the son of the wilderness." "It seems that you have learned a lot from your teacher." Leon understood that Abigail might know more than himself when he listened to Abigail's words. "After all, I've heard you say these stories are naturally interested in these sons of the wilderness. I specially read books on this area in my spare time and learned some of their intelligence," Abigail explained, asking at the same time. "So, is Dewang a balanced or a guardian?" "The guardian." Leon sighed. "In this case, this little guy should not be common in the future." Abigail couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, and hugged the ice in his arms tightly. "It's a pity that although the ice is not cold, it is extremely hard, and it is not as furry and soft as the same as the previous ones when I hugged rhubarb." "I thought you were back to the Mage Tower?" Leon asked with Abigail sitting by the bed, took the frozen rhubarb in his hand and placed it on the head of the bedside cabinet. "I'm on vacation today, after all, I can't always disappear from everyone's sight," Abigail explained. "Then how did you and your parents explain it?" Leon asked. "Just say they are learning new things outside, plus a little bit of psychological hint of magic, they won't doubt it," Abigail said, and threatened Leon, "Don't talk about this everywhere, otherwise it would expose my use of magic on my parents. The teacher would probably punish me for copying the order code." "Of course not." Leon naturally agreed to this, but he felt a little funny in his heart. It is estimated that Rasmati had known about Abigail's small operations, otherwise Abigail would not have learned psychological suggestive magic in such a short time. It can only be said that Abigail still does not know Rasmati enough. This old deng has been learning about everything that happened in Stardew Valley. Abigail's little thoughts were just Rasmati's deliberately indulged. "I just don't know if Rasmati is still observing Abigail's movements now, but since he has not threatened himself and has not recalled Abigail, he should have not paid attention or wanted to pay attention." After all, watching his granddaughter be beaten by a stinky brat, Razmedes wouldn't dare to watch the two of them show off his food, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control his desire to kill Leon. Chapter 484, Don't Refuse. Then what are you going back to class tomorrow? Leon continued to ask as he was about the topic just now. Well, next time I have a holiday, I guess I can only wait for the flower dance festival. Abigail nodded, then naturally leaned in Lion's arms. You should occasionally take out the dress I prepared for you to bask in the sun, and then use an iron to iron it. Otherwise, when it comes to the flower dance festival, I see you being sloppy, so don't touch me. Listening to Abigail's threat, Leon teased, It's okay, then I'll ask someone else to dance, others shouldn't dislike me. You dare? Abigail glared at Leon when he heard this. Okay, I won't be kidding anymore. Don't leave later. Have dinner with me tonight. What do you want to eat at night? I'll make it for you. Touching Abigail's long hair, Leon whispered to Abigail. Everything is okay, I like to eat what you cook. Abigail did not reply accurately, but there were no rigid requirements, which made Leon a little difficult. Then let's go with a barbecue, how about it? After thinking for a long time, Leon turned to the calendar on the wall and noticed that March was coming and that summer was approaching, so he simply chose the beer barbecue combination that is essential for summer. What is barbecue? Is barbecue? Abigail asked in confusion when he heard this. You will know then. Leon stood up and pulled Abigail up. Before this, we have to buy some ingredients. Do you want to go together? I'll drive there. But my house is not open today. Are you going to take me to Hoja's house? Abigail complained. Of course not, we are going to find John, Leon explained. I didn't see John appear at today's banquet anyway, he should be open. Okay, John doesn't like such crowded occasions. He doesn't go out every year except for the Hawaiian banquet and the Winter Star Feast. Abigail recalled. Then go and have a look. Leaving with all his heart, he pulled Abigail out of the wooden house and locked the door. Leon and Abigail boarded the pickup truck and drove towards Pelican Town. When passing by Pelican's Town, Abigail also proposed to lie down on the passenger seat, which made Leon feel helpless, but since Abigail was happy, let her go. But let alone, this kind of underground love feeling is quite exciting. After passing Pelican Town Square, Leon noticed that a vacant land on the path leading to the eastern area had been transformed. A two-story villa occupied the place for some reason, and there was also a circle of white-painted wooden fences outside the villa. At the same time, various garden flowers were planted on the vacant land behind the fence, which looked very imposing. Robin's efficiency is good. He can build such a beautiful villa so quickly. Leon naturally knew who this new villa belonged to. He just didn't expect that he hadn't seen anything here a few days ago. In a few days, a villa had already risen. This construction efficiency forced Leon to sigh at Robin's strength. I heard from Robin that new neighbor was very generous, so Robin basically added after working hard to complete the villa. Robin also said that the order was over and she could rest until winter without worrying about living expenses. Abigail shared to Leon. Did Robin say how much it costs to build a villa of this size? Leon asked. No, but it should be quite expensive. What do you want to do with these? Abigail asked back in confusion. I want to prepare a warm and comfortable home for you. Leon replied with a smile. Ah! Who said he wanted to marry you? Upon hearing this, Abigail sat up straight and retorted at Leon with a shame and clenched his fist. Oh! Then I'll take back this sentence and use it next time I meet a girl I want. Leon was not disappointed with this, but instead joked at Abigail happily. No. Abigail rolled his eyes with annoyance. You can't say this. You don't plan to move in, do you care? Leon continued to tease. Snort. Abigail snorted coldly, then leaned over and bit Leon's arm. Fortunately, his lower mouth was measured and he didn't really exert force. Otherwise, Leon would not be sure if he could drive the car steadily. Stop making trouble, drive. Leon, who had quickly slowed down his car, broke free from Abigail's teeth, then hugged her neck, pressed her on his thighs, then twisted his wrist and burst into tears on the back of his head. After knocking, Leon let go of Abigail, and Abigail stood up and looked at Leon with resentment, covering his head. It was you who teased me first. You know I'm joking, too. Leon complained helplessly to Abigail, then why are you angry? I'm called defending sovereignty. Abigail retorted righteously, what if I don't let you know my attitude, what should you do if you really do it? I don't have that free time. Red Star Farm is in a mess. I still have to earn milk powder and tuition for my future children. Leon rolled his eyes and complained. Ah! Abigail froze when he heard this, his face turned red, he hesitated for a long time before speaking. Do you like children so much? It's too early. Be prepared for any trouble, and with children, you shouldn't want to save the world heartlessly, kill two birds with one stone. Leon explained. Then you don't have to be so early. I'm not ready yet. Abigail's heart was numb at this moment, his legs were mixed together. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Leon, but he did not forget to express his thoughts in a low voice. Oh, you didn't refuse to have a baby with me. Leon took the opportunity to complain to Abigail. That's right, we are not married yet, why should I worry about these things? Abigail suddenly realized this moment, and then he was furious and wanted to teach Leon a lesson. However, seeing Leon was still driving, thinking about the scene just now, Abigail still chose to temporarily shut down the engine. However, she planned to record this matter. After all, the teacher said that you will get revenge, but you can tolerate it. When the enemy is most vulnerable, the pleasure of revenge will be more refreshing than normal revenge, so Abigail decided to find time. Leon was a little surprised that Abigail did not express his dissatisfaction with him immediately. And this situation continued until I found John's butcher shop. Leon bought some scraps that made John confused and wondered if they were considered as ingredients. Abigail still did not have an attack, and waited until the two returned to the farm, and the same was true. Chapter 485 An Unexpected Visitor. Abi is quiet and must have wanted to be a demon. But Abigail did not show anything wrong. Leon was not easy to prevent, so he could only pretend to be unnoticed and processed the ingredients he bought in the kitchen with Abigail. Can these internal organs really be eaten? Looking at the various animal internal organs taken out by Leon, Abigail's scalp was a little numb. If she really ate these at night, she would still be quite resistant. Then I'll open my eyes. Leon replied confidently, and then began to deal with these internal organs. Chicken ginger, duck intestines, chicken hearts, chicken feet, yellow throat, tripe, etc. Remove impurities and unedible corners one by one. In addition to being used for barbecue, Leon also plans to make a hot pot. This was also decided when he saw that John had tripe and yellow throat. John planned to sell these good things to the biofertilizer manufacturer, but after seeing them, they were basically wiped out. It should be said that Westerners have never been hungry and have not carefully studied the cooking methods of seasoning to remove flavor, which has led to so many good things being wasted. Abigail looked at Lion's skillful handling method and complained, "Did you really work in Hoja's house before? Why do I feel like you were a chef like Gus before? I can't suppress my body with more skills. In addition to these, I have many skills waiting for you to find out. You have to work hard." Leon replied to Abigail with a smile, then looked at Abigail, who didn't plan to help, and took 300 G from his body and handed it to Abigail. "You go home and help me get something. I'll use it later. Although Mr. Pierre doesn't open the door, you should have the key." "Yes, what do you want?" Abigail decisively agreed to this job. After all, he agreed to help, but she was embarrassed to be standing here so far. She naturally would not refuse if she could help at this moment. "I'll write you a list." After Leon washed his hands, he ran to the house and found paper and pen to write what he needed, including seasonings and vegetarian ingredients. He saw Abigail in a daze. "Aren't we the only two of us having dinner tonight? Do we need so many things?" "It's ready. If you want to eat it in the future, you don't need to hurry up and collect the ingredients," Leon explained. "Those internal organs? I don't want to." Abigail shook his head wildly when he heard this. Even though Leon handled it very cleanly, Abigail was still quite resistant to these internal organs. "I hope you can maintain this attitude, come on." Leon didn't emphasize anything. Facts are better than words. Then the finished product will know the result. Even if Abigail really doesn't like it, don't you have hot pot, and you have both preparations. Leon is not afraid of being hungry for Abigail, the little greedy cat. "Then I'll leave, take out the bike." Abigail nodded, then stretched out his hand and said to Leon, "Hey!" Leon threw the bicycle out of the system backpack directly, and Abigail immediately rode the bicycle familiarly and left the farm. Leon continued to work in the kitchen and really had to make barbecue. Leon realized that everything had to start from scratch, including the skewers, sticky ones. Fortunately, the Galaxy watermelon knife is extremely sharp and the wood is ready-made. The trouble is a little trouble, but anyway, I am idle. Doing these things, Leon felt the long-lost fun. Dong 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 dong. Leon, who was busy, heard the knocking sound from outside the kitchen, silently put down the half-stuck signature in his hand and complained, "No, when will you knock on the door when you come back? Could it be that your hands are occupied and you can't open the door?" Although he was complaining on his mouth, Leon still ran over and opened the kitchen door. He was stunned when he saw that the purple hair he complained about was not his pink hair standing outside the door, but his pink hair. "Sophia! Have you bothered, Leon?" Sophia still looked like a t-shirt and jumpsuit jeans, but she looked much more optimistic than before. Of course not, I'm just curious about why you came. Leon shook his head and asked immediately. I'll come to visit the rhubarb. Sophia explained, the doctor told me to do something I like. I like rhubarb very much, so I came to play with rhubarb. Seeing that Sophia could already be calm in front of him, Leon was relieved and had a headache. Because the rhubarb that Sophia is looking for is Cos ice cubes at this moment. That, De Wong is indeed there, but the situation is a bit complicated and I can't play with you for the time being. Why? Sophia asked, staring at Leon with wide eyes. Leon didn't know how to explain at this moment, but Lion's hesitation made Sophia's smile suddenly collapse. You're not afraid that I'll hurt rhubarb, are you? I won't do that. I'm just depression, not mania. Don't cry, you're thinking too much. It's not your or my problem, it's De Wong's own problem. Seeing Sophia's mood was like a roller coaster, Leon hurriedly shouted. Then, he was afraid that Sophia would not believe it, so he pulled her to the house and showed Sophia his current rhubarb. How come it is frozen? Looking at the lifelike rhubarb in the ice, Sophia's brain went down. Leon could only explain to Sophia, including the existence of the Son of the Wild. After hearing all this, Sophia understood De Wong's current situation and asked timidly. Can it still wake up? Of course, I just don't know how long it will take, and next time I wake up, I'm afraid I'll be no longer a little guy, but an adult. Leon promised. Big Dog is not bad either. Even if De Wong grows up, she should be very handsome. Sophia imagined. It's hard to say. Leon shook his head. If De Wong is a wolf dog or a pastoral dog, it is indeed quite majestic when she grows up, but De Wong is a husky base, and the adult body of a husky is really hard to say. If De Wong is like this, there is no way to play with it. Then I'll leave first. Sorry, Leon, I've caused you trouble. After looking at the frozen rhubarb again, Sophia said goodbye to Leon. But Leon looked at Sophia's lost expression and definitely did not dare to let her go back like this. Finally, the little girl became a little cheerful, but she got this kind of scene once. Sophia would imagine that Leon would be uncertain, but she would definitely not have any positive emotions. Leon immediately said, "Don't hurry to go back. De Wong doesn't accompany you, I can accompany you." Chapter 486 You're here just right. Ah! Sophia looked at Leon with a blank look on her face, then reacted, her eyes full of alertness, and her hands were also wrapped around her chest to act as a defensive look. Ahem, that's not what I mean. I meant I'd treat you to supper. Leon quickly explained when he saw this. No, after all, you seem to have made an appointment with someone else tonight. Sophia shook her head and declined. After all, when she knocked on the door, she heard Lion's complaints. It was obvious that Leon regarded herself as another friend who often came here. Indeed, but only one, and you know people. Leon nodded and replied, "It's Abigail, aren't you quite familiar with it?" "Oh, she." Sophia nodded after hearing this, "But I still don't want to bother you, so I'll leave first." "No, I have prepared a lot of food tonight. It may be a waste if you don't help." And Gus is attending a banquet today, and the star fruit will not open. Instead of cooking by yourself in the evening, you might as well eat something from me. I can take you back after eating." Leon hurriedly dissuaded. But Sophia still wanted to find a reason to refuse, but Leon directly pulled Sophia to the kitchen. "I know you're embarrassed. It's okay. I won't make you embarrassed. You can help me with the ingredients. You don't have to be embarrassed. After all, this is your return on your labor." As he said that, Leon handed the kitchen knife to Sophia. "Come on, help me slice the beef. The thinner the better. You need a large piece and cut it along the texture." Faced with Lion's forced buying and selling posture, Sophia took the kitchen knife in a daze, and then began to work hard according to Lion's instructions. However, after cutting for a while, Sophia realized, "No, I don't want to eat here either. Why do I have to help you with the ingredients? Look, you've said this, you've come here, just eat something casually, and you've helped you all. I can't let you help in vain. You don't want me to make it difficult. You helped you and didn't eat, so you left directly. Let others hear that I can't poke the backbone behind you, saying that I don't understand the way of hospitality, bullying you, a little girl, etc., then my reputation in Pelican Town is bad." Lion's series of persuasion and inductions made Sophia faint again. Although she couldn't understand many of Lion's words, there were quite a few parts that could be understood. From Lion's words, Sophia really felt that her departure might bring Leon a lot of trouble. Thinking of the resurrection stone that Leon gave to him without hesitation, thinking of his parents' proposal and what Leon had for him, Sophia finally chose to stay. Seeing that Sophia had no intention of leaving again, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. "What should I say or not is the little girl who is very fooling. If I change to a big sister with a firm will and mature mind, I am afraid that these remarks will only make the other party raise their middle fingers and roll their eyes, and then slam the door and slam the door. After all, mature women know that Leon is the standard pua. But Sophia can stay, food is always the best placebo, and Leon feels that it is time to show his real skills." With Sophia's joining, the progress was obviously much faster. Although she didn't understand why Leon had to prepare so many things, Sophia was still very cooperative. Basically, she cut whatever Leon asked her to cut. Leon did not make things too difficult for Sophia, and the work she handed over to her was the easiest part. When Abigail came back with a big bag of things, he found that there were actually more figures in the kitchen, and he was a girl, so he glared at Leon at the first time. When she saw clearly that the girl was Sophia, she felt much more relaxed. After seeing Lion's eyes and shaking his head, Abigail probably understood what Leon meant. Especially in the morning when the two were alone with Sophia, Abigail would not be jealous of Sophia at this moment, but instead greeted Sophia enthusiastically and then started working very friendly with Sophia. Sophia's communication at the beginning was quite unfamiliar, but she was soon captured by Abigail. Her movements became easier and more casual, and her words became more and more casual. The speed of the two of them getting familiar with each other made Leon feel a little incredible. Although it is easy for girls to get together to become friends, it is too fast, which makes Leon wonder whether Abigail used some improper means, such as psychological hints. After all, Abigail has a criminal record. However, it is a good thing for the two to get along. Making more friends is definitely beneficial and harmless for Sophia. Moreover, if she is familiar with Abigail, she will not be too embarrassed to have dinner at night. Leon is happy to see this. When the ingredients were ready, all the skewers were pickled. Leon called the two girls out with him. I will teach you how to play with mud, do you mind? Standing outside the kitchen, Leon spoke to the two girls. Why do you need to play with mud? Abigail asked first. Because I need a barbecue, but I don't have one here, I need to make one myself, Leon explained. If you need this, you can go to my place to get it. I have it at home. Abigail suggested. No, I'm really afraid of trouble. You can buy it directly at Hoja's house. All I want is to DIY myself, so that I can have fun. Leon shrugged his shoulders and then blinked at Abigail, then turned to Sophia without a trace. Abigail then understood. Okay, you are the chief chef, listen to you. Sophia, what about you? Do you mind? Leon turned to Sophia and asked. I'm fine. Anyway, if my clothes are dirty, you can go back and change them directly. Sophia has no concern. After all, she often deals with the soil because of planting grapes, so she will not have any resistance to these things. Then let's start. Leon immediately began to greet the girls as they got busy, poured the fresh soil dug out of the hoe with water. After making it into a mud, adding plant fibers as a blender, Leon, along with Abigail and Sophia, started to mud. As he was in harmony, Leon began to make small moves, intentionally or unintentionally pretending to wipe Abigail's arm without any attention, causing a mud seal to immediately appear on Abigail's white arm. Abigail was not a vegetarian, and directly wiped it against Lion's face. As the battle became more and more intense, Sophia was forced to be involved in this dispute, but she was quite happy because although this game was simple, it was unexpectedly interesting. Chapter 487 Novel Food Experience. Playing with mud is just a free entertainment project. The serious fire pit Leon was still very similar with the help of Abigail and Sophia. After splitting some wood and laying a shallow layer in this rectangular fire pond, the mud walls were dried, and no traces of cracking due to the high temperature of drying were seen. Leon nodded with satisfaction and then continued to increase the fire. After the flames ignited, Leon then sprinkled the coals that had been knocked into small pieces in advance. When the coals were faintly red, Leon immediately returned to the kitchen and washed the mud on his hands, took out the already skewed strings and started to clamp them on the fire pit. You two can help me see these strings. If you have nothing to do, you can turn over and so on. I'll do something else. After demonstrating the steps to Abigail and Sophia, Leon handed the task to the two girls, and he returned to the kitchen and started to wok the bottom of the pan with butter, chili, high-alcohol green onions, garlic, etc. Many things, such as bean paste and pepper, were not found ready-made, and I couldn't make them myself, so this pot base is actually not authentic. However, after the stir-fry, I added some mushrooms and cut wasabi. After tasting the soup base, I found that although it was not the taste I was familiar with, it also had a unique taste. And it's not too spicy, Abigail and Sophia should be acceptable. When the bottom of the pot was ready, Leon began to look for suitable heating utensils in the kitchen. After searching for a long time, he didn't see anything suitable. He could only take the bottom of the pot and put it on the fire pit for barbecue. It is a little simpler, but it is enough to be used. Looking at the bottom of the pot that is gradually boiling under the charcoal fire, Leon immediately moved a small table out of the house, transferred the sliced meat and tripe, yellow-throat mushroom, and potato slices in the kitchen to the small table, and began to teach the two girls how to eat hot pot. Abigail is quite skilled in eating chopsticks for hot pot. After all, he often ate in Leon before. Seeing that Leon seemed to be very convenient to use chopsticks, Abigail also learned how to use chopsticks. After knowing that he only needs to pick up the cut items and put them in a boiling pot and boil them, Abigail quickly mastered the way to eat hot pot. Sophia was a little more difficult. Faced with the novel tableware made of these two small wooden sticks, Sophia's initial operation was so awkward and stiff. Fortunately, Leon kept teaching her, and even took out a spoon and a fork as spare tableware. But seeing that both Leon and Abigail were able to use this kind of tableware called chopsticks, Sophia didn't want to lose the portion, but after studying for a long time, she could barely pick up things with chopsticks. But if she wanted to use it as skillfully as Abigail, she still didn't have the time to ignite. There is also a solution to this, which is to help Sophia smother the meat or other ingredients, and then put it to Sophia after it is finished. In order for Sophia to not dislike her, Leon also deliberately used another pair of chopsticks, which made Sophia a little moved, but she was more shy. Because of this method, it is basically considered feeding. Sophia, who was fed, felt like a little baby. Although she enjoyed this kind of care, she still felt a little embarrassed. After all, she is also an adult with healthy limbs. It's a pity that no matter how embarrassing it is, the chopsticks are still unable to master them. Sophia can only accept this feeding method with a red face. You come and take care of these barbecue and internal organs, I'll help Sophia hot pot. Looking at Lion's busyness for Sophia, even though he knew that Leon was trying to take care of Sophia who didn't know how to use chopsticks, Abigail was still a little chewy, and was secretly angry that he had to show his proficiency in chopsticks and missed this benefit. He simply proposed to replace Lion's feeding, which would also make Abigail feel better. Yet, Leon didn't know Abigail's little thoughts. The three of them were wandering around the hot pot. No one cared about the barbecue on the charcoal fire, so Leon moved aside and began to brush oil on the charcoal fire to turn over. Try it. By the time the first batch of skewers were already sizzling oil and exuded a unique charcoal-baked aroma. Leon rolled up a handful and put it on a plate, sprinkled with the prepared spices, and handed it to Abigail and Sophia. Sophia looked at the meat skewed on the tag, especially most of which were unusual internal organs, and shook her head in fear. Abigail looked quite disgusted. After all, she knew where the meat on these tags came from, and she also looked like she ignored it. Leon sighed helplessly, picked up a string of chicken hearts in his hand, bit it on the bottom one, and drew the tag, rubbed all 3 chicken hearts on the string and put them into his mouth. It's delicious, you can try it. Okay. Abigail hadn't spoken yet because Fia didn't want to disappoint her. She tried to pick up a string of chicken and bit off a piece in her small mouth. Although it was a bit difficult to chew, the taste impact of the rich spicy and burnt fragrance made her eyes lit up. It's really delicious. Although I don't like this kind of chewy food very much, the ingredients themselves are actually not important with this unique charcoal grilling flavor and spicy stimulation, and this very distinctive flavor really makes people feel very enjoyable. Leon and Sophia both tried it, but Abigail felt that he was isolated. Looking at Sophia's expression of enjoyment that was not fake and Lion's provocative look, Abigail also gritted his teeth, took a string of hearts, and began his first attempt. With just one bite, Abigail understood why Leon was so careful. Although the taste was a bit too heavy, it was precisely this shock that made Abigail feel an unprecedented taste experience. It's really delicious. I will not disappoint you after saying it, and the barbecue and beer are very good. Do you want to have some? Leon showed off proudly and suggested. Come on, a bottle, I can't drink it very much. Abigail did not refuse. After all, the barbecue is quite spicy, and drinking a little beer can relieve the spicy stimulation. But Sophia shook her head. I won't drink. It's okay, I'll get you milk. Leon did not force this. He returned to the refrigerator in the kitchen to pick up 2 bottles of beer and a bottle of milk, and then distributed them to the two. Looking at the scene where Leon and Abigail drank against each other, Sophia, holding the iced milk, couldn't help asking, Leon, do you like drinking a lot? I don't like it, but occasionally I think about drinking and relaxing. Leon explained. Where is the wine? Sophia asked. I like it very much, after all, it tastes good and it's not easy to get drunk. What? Are you planning to give it to me? Leon looked at Sophia and joked. Well, but let's wait for my return to production. The last box I reserved before was given to Gus. There was no wine left on hand and it would take some time to wait. Sophia nodded and replied. It's okay, I want to drink it and go to Gus. I don't think he will refuse to share it. Leon comforted Sophia with a smile. Chapter 488 Routines and Anti-Routines. In the following time, the 2 girls only had to be responsible for eating, while Leon was busy and could occasionally rely on Abigail's feeding to eat for 2 bites. After the 2 girls were full, Leon also stopped grilling skewers and started to use hot pot to bring all the remaining skewers and hot vegetables into their stomachs. Abigail, who had eaten a bottle of beer, sat next to Leon with blurred eyes, swaying like a weed moving with the wind. Your alcohol tolerance is really not good. Seeing Abigail's behavior, Leon couldn't help but complain. Abigail raised his middle finger at Leon and said nothing. Sophia was very sober. Seeing that Leon was still eating, Abigail lost his ability to move. He took the initiative to help clean up and brought all the used tableware into the kitchen to clean it, highlighting his well-behaved and sensible. After Leon finished eating, Sophia, who had just walked out of the kitchen, immediately took away the remaining tableware, including the pot bottom that was about to be dried, and poured it into the trash can after obtaining Leon's consent. I'll send you back later, it's getting late. Leon said to Abigail by throwing all the finished tags into the unextinguished fire pit. You send Sophia back first. I want to wait here. After Abigail said that, he got up and staggered into the wooden house. Seeing this, Leon was a little surprised, and secretly guessed the purpose of Abigail doing this. Finally, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise and thought of something interesting. As for whether it was what he thought, he could only wait until he came back, so Leon immediately got up and went into the kitchen to clean all the tableware with Sophia, and then took Sophia to the pickup truck, ready to send it back. Where is Abigail? Seeing that there were only himself and Leon in the car and no trace of Abigail was seen, Sophia asked in confusion. She's going back first. Leon fooled. Ah! But I see that she is like that, it should be very unsafe on the way back. Sophia asked with some concern. It's okay, I sent her back. Leon continued to fool him. So fast? Sophia asked in confusion. Of course, as for how to send it back, don't ask, you just need to know that Abigail is safe now. Leon nodded, then stopped at the fork in front of the beach and got off the car. The next section of the road is not suitable for driving, so you have to walk. Although Sophia felt that it was enough to send her here, Leon insisted on sending her back home to relieve herself. Sophia did not refuse Lion's kindness. The two of them strolled under the moonlight, listening to the sound of the waves under the cliff, and walking silently. It was not until Sophia was sent outside the villa door of Blue Moon Vineyard that Sophia turned around and said, "Thank you, Leon, I'm already home. You can go back early to rest. Today's dinner is delicious and fun. Next time alone doesn't want to cook or feel bored, you are welcome to come and have dinner at any time." Leon nodded at Sophia added. "Well, I will." Sophia smiled and waved to Leon, "Goodbye Leon." "Good night." Leon also smiled and waved his hands, watching Sophia enter the house before turning back. Sophia, who returned to the house, looked through the window at Lion's back as she was passing through the moonlight, and stared silently with her cheeks. Until Lion's figure completely disappeared from her vision, she withdrew her gaze. "It's pretty good to have such an older brother, but you can't let me shout it out." Thinking about the scene tonight, Sophia was quite happy, especially Lion's various care for her, which made her feel warm in her heart, but there were some things she did not intend to let Leon succeed. On the other side. After returning to the car, Leon immediately started the engine and rushed towards the farm. It took half of the time to return to the farm. After parking the car, he couldn't wait to push open the wooden house door and enter the house. Inside the room, Abigail was lying on the bed alone, with his eyes closed, and his red cheeks were so tempting under the light. Leon shouted to Abigail on the bed with a smirk. "Hey, hey, hey! Are you asleep?" There was no response. Abigail was already sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Leon nodded with satisfaction, then found a new set of clothes, took a shower first, and then returned to the house. "Since you don't want to leave, don't leave tonight." Walking gently to the head of the bed, looking at Abigail who was sleeping on the bed, Leon gently stroked Abigail's cheek and said. At this moment, Leon was no longer the same vulgar appearance as before, and he didn't plan to do anything to sleeping Abigail. Although he wanted to have some plots that adults like, Leon still respected Abigail's ideas very much. In this case, some physical and mental pleasures may be enjoyable for a while, but the troubles and disputes that will be caused later are not what Leon wants to see, so even if Abigail is not prepared at the moment, Leon only plans to hold her and sleep quietly for one night. After getting on the bed, Leon hugged Abigail in his arms, felt the warm and soft pillow in his arms, closed his eyes and fell asleep quietly. Abigail, who had not waited for Leon to take any special actions for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment and turned his head carefully to look at Lion's sleeping face. "I didn't expect you to be quite regular. I thought you were going to do something bad," he whispered softly to Leon, who was already asleep. Abigail's expression was both happy and a little annoyed. She was not drunk, and the reason why she looked like that was just a small trap. She wanted to see what Leon would do when she was drunk and delivered to her door. Then when Leon was not in a manner, she suddenly opened her eyes and used the magic she had mastered now to teach Leon a small lesson. But I didn't expect that Leon was so serious that he didn't take the opportunity to do whatever he wanted to do. Instead, he just hugged himself and fell asleep calmly, which made Abigail's plan fail. However, this also made Abigail realize Lion's respect and love for him, and the resentment accumulated during the day and during dinner in his heart was also erased. At the same time, Abigail was a little dissatisfied with Lion's rules. After all, such a good opportunity was in front of Leon, and this guy was not meant to be bad. Could it be because his charm was not great enough? In a state of confusion, Abigail couldn't help but stretch out his hand to rub Lion's face, venting his little resentment, and finally lay in Lion's arms with peace of mind, completely relaxed, closed his eyes and entered sleep. When Abigail's breathing was stable and he really fell asleep, Leon opened his eyes, looked at the quiet girl in his arms, and shook his head silently. It's true that there's a fraud. After all, Abi is quiet and must be a demon. Leon didn't believe that Abigail was really drunk, so he chose to stay. This girl can be regarded as a strict defense against herself. When the two were intimate, the biggest measure was wet kisses. If they wanted to go further, they could never break through Abigail's defense. So Leon felt that Abigail could not provide such a big flaw. Chapter 489 Going to the Mine. There was nothing to say all night. The next day, Leon opened his eyes under the supervision of the biological clock, but found that there was already empty in his arms, with only a trace of fragrance remaining, proving that Leon fell asleep with his family in his arms last night was not a dream. Leon, who had been rising up, looked out the window. It was raining and it was a rainy day. After leaving the house, he looked outside the house and the kitchen, but he did not see Abigail's traces. Leon guessed that Abigail should have woken up early and left. Really, I don't know how to stay for breakfast before leaving. Looking into the south direction, Leon complained and found the sailor's hat and buckled it on his head. He took Mealy to the chicken coop with the rain to feed the chickens, and then went to the cave to collect the mushrooms. Then he went back to the house to wash up, and then turned on the TV. The elves are very happy today, you have to have good luck. Listening to Wervik's prophecy, Leon turned off the TV with satisfaction, then ran to the kitchen to bake some cakes, took half of it, and ran directly to the northern foothills. Isn't it a pity if you don't go to mining if you are lucky? Leon is still waiting to go to the 100th floor of the mine to get the star fruit. When passing by the tent, Leon originally planned to say hello to Linus, but he didn't see the old man inside and outside the tent, so Leon could only continue to look towards the mine. Walk through the hole. Just passing by the mine, Leon did not rush in, but bypassed the mine and headed straight to the Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Guild. Although the sign of the door opening at 2 p.m. was marked, Leon still knocked on the door. Don't you go to bed early in the morning? Soon, the door was pushed open, and Malone yawned and complained to Leon. I'm here to get the goods. Leon explained with a smile, and I don't think President Ma Long will sleep. Don't the elderly get up quite early? I'm not asleep yet, that is, you come early, and a little later, I'm really asleep, but no one opens the door for you. Ma Long rolled his eyes and then let Leon into the house. Hey, where is Jill? Leon asked as he looked at the empty lounge where Jill often was. I've gone to the City of Elements. There are some things at the headquarters that require the help of old hunters. Although Jill is old, his experience is still there, so he naturally has to go over and help. Ma Long explained. Have you not caught the heartless person who appeared in the City of Elements? As soon as he heard this, Leon roughly understood the reason. There is a lot of good news, you know this. Ma Long looked at Leon unexpectedly, then are you interested in participating? I can help you take this commission. No, little Karami, will not give up the head. Leon shook his head, he was still very self-aware. Yes, you may only be able to help with the receptionist and intelligence regulation work when you go. Ma Long nodded, then got to the counter and took out a box. Hey, the snow monster fur suit can definitely withstand the coldness of the frozen area after wearing it. Should you rent or buy it? Lease. Leon replied without hesitation. By the way, can you give me that heat-resistant ice thorn skin suit together? I'm going to have to do it so early. Are you planning to pass the entire mine at once? Hearing this, Ma Long looked at Leon in surprise. Well, I don't plan to mine today, I just want to try my best to explore and open all the elevators. If you want the corresponding minerals in the future, you can also arrive directly. Let's explore the way for the future mine. Leon nodded and confirmed. After all, his fortune is excellent today, plus the +1 luck provided by the Ring of Moon. Leon felt that he should be able to find the stair mine to the next floor today, so his main purpose today is to start the mine. Okay, it's just that if you do this, it's easy to ignore the grinding of combat skills. When you reach the lava layer, it's not a good role to deal with. You have to think about this yourself. Ma Long reminded Leon seriously. Well, thank you for the reminder. Leon nodded, then took out 250G of banknotes, which happened to be the sum of the day's rent for the Snow Monster fur set and the Ice Rampant Beast leather set. Seeing this money, Ma Long immediately took out another box and placed it in front of Leon. Remember to return the goods to me when I come back. If I don't pay them back, I will renew my lease and then ask you for an extra fee. Aren't the president worried that I will die below? Leon teased after hearing this. Forest magic will not make you die so easily. By the way, if you are seriously injured, I can also provide treatment services, but it will cost you. Ma Long reminded Leon very eagerly. Okay, goodbye. After stuffing 2 boxes into the backpack, Leon strides away from the Explorer Guild and enters the mine. After getting on the elevator and pressing down the 50th floor, Leon began to take out the box in the elevator and found the box containing the Snow Monster fur suit. Inside the box was a thin animal skin suit, a coat, a pair of wool pants, and a felt hat. It looked simple and thin, and the size was quite large. However, after Leon put on this outfit, the loose clothes immediately began to shrink and pressed them against Lion's body tightly. It didn't weigh much, and it didn't feel any restraint, which would not affect Lion's movements. It's worthy of being produced by the guild, it's a good thing. Finally, after changing into frozen soil boots, I felt a comfortable warmth after I finished dressing, and it would not seem too hot, and the temperature was controlled in the most comfortable area. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 50th floor. Outside the open elevator door, the cold wind blew on Lion's body, but Leon didn't feel a hint of coldness. Pulling out the steel pickaxe, Leon found the stair hole leading to the 51st floor and climbed down the stairs. White soil mixed with frost, translucent ice crystals, ores with light blue luster, this is the scenery of the 51-layer ore layer. It made people feel cold when they looked, but with the protection of such a snow monster fur armor, Leon only felt cool, then raised his steel pickaxe and started mining. The upgraded pickaxe is powerful, and a piece of frozen rock is a few strokes, leaving behind a slightly cold stone. The sound of the mining hit also awakened the monsters hidden in the mine. 2 blue fur bats were the first to discover the traces of Leon, and flapped their wings and attacked Leon. The ugly things were killed with 2 relaxed swords, and put away the bat wings that the other party dropped. Leon continued to mine and soon found the stair pit leading to the 52nd floor. After looking at the iron or rough stone beside him, Leon did not hesitate and slid down the stairs directly. He always remembered his purpose, which was to explore as much as possible. A piece of iron or rough stone cannot stop Leon from his steps, wasting him time. Chapter 490 Special Mission. Dang 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 dang. The sound of metal and stone fighting echoed in the mine cave completely covered by frost, but there seemed to be no monsters on this floor, so Leon could mine with peace of mind. Looking at the iron ore and the stair pits left by the iron ore in front of him, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the ground, took out a pancake from his backpack, and took out a hot pancake while he had just taken it out, stuffed it into his mouth in a few seconds, and then poured 2 mouthfuls of mineral water to avoid being choked. After feeling the hunger began to fade, Leon got up and slid down the stairs, and immediately ran to pull down the elevator gate on the 60th floor. When the indicator lights light up, Leon walked to the box in the central area and lifted it open. A short and narrow dagger, like a work of art, lying quietly in the private room. Leon took it out and held it in his hand, and could feel a hint of chill. Crystal dagger, level 4 dagger. This knife is made of pure quartz. Damage is 410, plus 50 critical force, plus 5 weight, plus 2 critical hit rate. Good thing, it should be pretty good to cut fruit. Looking at this dagger of extremely suitable size, Leon immediately had a plan for its future. The weapons I got before were too long and were not suitable for daily use. This crystal dagger is very handy and has a high sharpness. Cutting meat and fruits is definitely a good idea. Put it in his backpack, Leon turned around and looked at the area to the east, where there was a dark lake like the 20th floor and a stretch of path. It's a pity that I have to go deep into the mine today, otherwise Leon would have to throw 2 shots here. Retracting his gaze, he came to the ready-made stair mine in the corner of the 60th floor and climbed down, and Leon continued his in-depth journey of the mine. It should be said that when you are lucky, you will feel comfortable to go down the mine. You only need to break a few pieces of frozen rock or ore at most, and you can find the stair pit leading to the next floor. Sometimes you don't even need to dig it yourself. The ready-made stair mine is generated near the landing site, but it really saves Leon a lot of time and energy. What made Leon even more satisfied was that he had not encountered the monster layers so far, and when he was mining in the mine, he encountered not many monsters. After the 10th floor, he encountered a few bats, a dozen blue slimes, and a group of jumping and bounced, looking at the bluff, but in fact they were coal elves that broke at the touch. Basically, there is no pressure throughout the whole process, which makes Leon feel that he may be able to rely on this fortune to reach the 120th floor of the mine. Dry it and start it. After scanning the surrounding circle, no trace of monsters was found. Leon immediately raised his pickaxe and began to hit the frozen rock nearby after it fell to the ground. The sound of the knock echoed rhythmically in the mine cave, as if a drum beat added some fun to Lion's boring mining. Hiss! Leon, who was knocking happily, suddenly felt a chill behind him, and then he felt as if he had been thrown into ice water and was frozen and solid. The biting cold made Leon feel that his breathing was about to stop in an instant. But in just a moment, soon under the protection of the snow monster's fur, Leon felt the heat gushing out of his body again, alleviating the heart-freezing stimulation. The steel pickaxe disappeared, replaced by the appearance of the galaxy watermelon knife. Leon turned around and looked behind him, and found that he had been floating in the air not far away, like a piece of rag, staring at him. His whole body emits a faint green fluorescence. On the top of his body, which looks like wrinkles in fabric, it looks a bit sloppy, but as long as he looks over, it makes people feel a little chill. And when you look directly, you can clearly feel the pain and malice emitted by the other party. No wonder Apiao didn't notice it, no wonder he didn't notice it. Seeing this thing, Leon knew the culprit of the sudden attack he had just encountered, and was also a little scared. Fortunately, Apiao's attack method relies on the terrible chill to reduce the body temperature of the attacked person. With the temperature increase of the snow monster fursuit, Leon quickly calmed down. Otherwise, if there was no protective measures like this, Leon would be frozen to death directly. If this guy was an attack from the physics system, then with the sneak attack just now, Leon might have triggered natural protection and was directly teleported out to wait for rescue. The ghost failed to hit and found that Leon had noticed him. He did not escape and wait for the next sneak attack. Instead, he floated straight towards Leon and made an extremely strange and harsh roar. For such a straightforward thing, Leon naturally gave it a knife without hesitation. The ghost, which was torn apart by a sharp blade like a rag, let out another wail, and then weathered into the air, leaving only a sun essence emitting warmth lying quietly on the ground. Leon, who picked up the essence of the sun, put it in his backpack, looked around again, and waited for a while. Seeing that no second ghost appeared, he took back his weapon and took out the pickaxe again. This time, Leon learned his lesson. When knocking on the mine, his eyes turned around from time to time to avoid the same sneak attack. His previous ease made him relax his vigilance, and this raid also reminded him of the danger of the mine again. Soon, I found it. Leon, who led to the pit of the lower stairs, went down the stairs to the 62nd floor. Before Leon could observe this time, a group of coal elves rushed towards Leon. These apple-sized little guys were easily cut by Leon, leaving behind coals of the same size as them, but this did not make Leon happy. Because he discovered that he had encountered the monster lair again. Is this luck really good? Looking at the piles of blue slimes not far away, as well as the Air Force Flight Brigade composed of coal elves, frost bats, and ghosts, Leon complained, then extended the diameter of the watermelon knife and met a pen. Squeak squeak. The screams of monsters and the sound of breaking through the air caused by the blade passing through became the main theme of this level. Leon, holding the galaxy weapon, was obviously not an existence that these mine monsters could compete with, and each monster was not an enemy of one sword. After this floor was not alone in Leon, Leon took back the blade in his hand and checked the system's prompts. Long-term combat makes you stronger, and your combat level is increased by 1 level. The multiple battles make you feel that your offensive is not strong. The idea of using war to support the war comes to your mind. The warrior ring recipe has been unlocked. You have received the blessings of the god of war and your physical fitness has been improved. Warrior ring: after killing a monster, there is a chance to give the player the effect of infusing warrior energy and obtain an increase in attack power for 5 seconds plus 10. Making materials: iron ingot 10, coal 25, tier crystal *10. The killing ghost has given you the praise of death, and the special mission the reward of death has been unlocked. Special mission: the god of death's bounty. The dead are not all taken to the underworld by the god of death. The souls of the ships leading to the other shore are twisted into dangerous ghosts, slaughtering them, letting them know that what is more terrible than death is the complete disappearance. Mission goal: hunting ghost 666. Mission reward: Eye of Death. Oh? What kind of mission is this? I haven't seen it before. Although it has not reached 900, it has been delivered in advance, because I believe in brothers and I love you. This sentence doesn't cost money. Chapter 491, See and Hear from the Mine, can be jumped. It is not sure whether there is a god of death in this world. However, in the quarry cave that goes eastward in the northern foothills, there is indeed a statue carrying a golden sickle, wearing a cloak, and a skeleton-like face standing in the deepest part of the cave. As long as you have some understanding of Western myths, you can basically understand that the image of this thing is very similar to the legendary god of death. However, the main reason why the player is uncertain is that the obtainable golden sickle is not a weapon, nor has any special effects. Even the introduction is just a vague title such as being more powerful than the traditional sickle, and the name is the golden sickle, not the god of death scythe. So Leon was not sure whether the statue was the god of death before. Now that he has obtained the system mission, Leon has confirmed that there is indeed a god of death in this world. But this god of death doesn't seem very powerful, and it can actually allow the souls who need to send themselves to the world of the dead to escape and transform into ghosts. However, I am quite interested in this mission. The number of 66 ghosts is not large, which is much easier than the number required by the Explorer Union's monster-killing heroes, and the rewards given also sound great. Although the Eye of Death is just a name, Leon has thought of many related skills from this name. For example, Arthur's 6 shots in 1 second, one of the goddesses of fate who cuts the line of life, or a certain male lady who has mastered the demon Eye of Death, etc., so Leon thinks that the reward should not be too bad. But it was impossible to let Leon take the initiative to brush ghosts in the frozen ore layer without limit. He could only see and kill them while digging down. The main purpose was to not change, that is, dig down into 100 floors underground. When the 100th layer arrives, I get the star fruit, pick a time of bad luck, apply the bottle of monster perfume that I haven't used up, and come here to find ghost kill to make the right solution. After the monster is cleaned up, it is naturally the time to clean up the spoils. The unmovable slime mud will never be absent. After all, here, no matter how many layers of mine caves, the slime family has a place. There is no shortage of bat wings. This is a must-drop item for bat monsters. It is not very useful, but it cannot be left out. The ghost dropped it interesting. In addition to the sun essence, Leon actually saw the long-lost antique dwarf scroll. Dwarf Scroll 2, antique, a yellow sheepskin scroll with the dwarf's words written on it, and this one is tied with a green ribbon. If I remember correctly, this is the third dwarf scroll. 1 and 4 have been obtained. Now I have got 2. I will find another 3 and hand it over to Gunther. I don't know if I will get the dwarf language tutorial. Leon, who had put this dwarf scroll 2 in the backpack, was very happy. After all, this thing was not easy to drop in the game. Now that he had just finished the mine a few times, he had collected 3/4 of it. If he had another scroll 3, he could go to find the dwarfs in the mine to do business. Leon is quite curious about this underground miner race, especially in the game. This guy sells bombs and life potions. As long as there are these good things in reality, Neun will definitely not miss it. But Leon didn't hold much of a big deal about this, hopefully, because in Harvey's clinic, Leon has not seen any muscle rejuvenation medicines and energy nourishing water, sells some commonly used Western medicines and some medical supplies. Continue to clean the battlefield. Coal has also gained a lot. These small coal elves have a high chance of dropping coal, which makes Leon suspect that they are actually coal themselves, but they have been regenerated by some mysterious force. I don't know if it's because of the increase in luck. In addition to some items that must be dropped, Leon also found the same special drops as Monster Scroll 2. Refined quartz, resource, a quartz with higher purity. Gold ingot, resource, a pure gold ingot. Tear crystal, mineral legend has it that it is a crystal composed of the tears of the snow monster. And a brown bean. Coffee beans, seeds planted in spring and summer, it grows into a coffee tree, both a seed and a fruit. Good thing, but unfortunately the planting value is not high. Looking at this coffee bean, Leon felt a little useless. After all, although this thing is a 2-season crop and can be harvested multiple times when it is fully mature, its unit price is not high, and the brewing of coffee is not rare. Although the brewing time is very short, it needs to occupy one of the few small buckets in Leon now, and coffee is not what Leon loves. But having is better than not. At worst, you can just plant some things. Although you don't like coffee, others in Stardew Valley should like it very much. It is also a good choice to use it as a gift to give it to others. In fact, what attracts Leon is the most attractive is the gold ingot. This gold metal ingot, the size of a palm, is shining with a charming luster even under the faint light. This gold ingot is much heavier than the iron ingot of the same size, and it is not small in size. Leon held it in his hand and was about 5 kilograms, which is 5 kilograms. If this were changed to the previous life, this gold ingot would be a car. It's a pity that this precious metal is not scarce in this world. Otherwise, if you buy this gold ingot, Leon will make a fortune. However, although it is not that high value, this golden thing is also very pleasant for Leon. This piece of gold ingot is used to create a big gold chain and will never float on the water. If you have money in the future, you must use gold ingots to build a golden house. After looking at the golden ingots a few times again, Leon then put it in his backpack and thought to himself, then found the stairway tunnel leading to the next floor and left the cleared monster lair. Continue down. While digging ore to find the stairs, Leon cleared all the monsters he could see. Before he knew it, Leon went down to a small ore again, with no ore or monsters, only a lonely treasure chest and an elevator that was not activated. Are you 70? The efficiency is much lower than I thought. After looking at the pointer on the watch, it had already reached the scale at around 3:40 in the afternoon. Leon first sent the elevator gate up, then opened the treasure chest and found the treasure hidden inside. Advanced slingshot, tool needs stones as ammunition. It's not bad. I just didn't see the difference between it and the previous slingshot. I don't know if it has the same damage increase effect as in the game. Although the slingshot is not strong enough, it is good that it can load explosive projectiles. The explosion diameter of this projectile is not weaker than that of a cherry bomb, and it is cheaper. Unfortunately, Leon has not unlocked this yet, so this thing can only be put in a backpack for the time being. As for using a stone as ammunition, Leon felt that it would be better to cut 2 pieces of knife by himself. At least 2 pieces of knife does not require wasting a stone. Leon had never tried to use a slingshot to shoot it out. It would leave a small hole that was not very obvious when hitting the tree, and the damage was not high, but the shot stone would shatter the moment it hit the target. Although the stone is not valuable, Leon is reluctant to waste it, so this thing is basically useless before the explosion projectile is unlocked. Chapter 492 Special Structure. Although it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Leon, who had collected the high-end slingshot, chose to continue exploring. After entering the 71st floor through the stair pit, Leon noticed that the surrounding environment had changed. The walls of the mine were original rock walls, but after the 71st floor, the walls became walls made of regular bricks. Moreover, the ground is no longer a concave and uneven rock formation, but a stone floor composed of various flat stones. It is called a mine cave, but in fact it gives Leon a feeling more like an underground palace. Interestingly, on the wall, Leon can also see some decorative items that should not appear in the mine cave. The chains embedded in the walls, and the shackles at the other end of the chain have basically been broken. It seems that many prisoners were imprisoned here once. As for what the prisoners were now, Leon also knew, because as soon as he landed, he saw a skeleton rack walking towards him tremblingly. The skeleton had no trace of flesh on its body, but it was still covered with a seriously corrupt shoulder liner on its shoulders, and a pair of tattered leather boots were worn under its feet. The most distinctive feature is that the skeleton's eye sockets are flashing with a red luster, which is very oppressive. What's even more interesting is that when the skeleton approached Leon less than 10 meters, it stopped, then directly broke off its ribs with its hand bone, and threw it towards Leon like a boomerang. The force is very strong, and the bones fly out very quickly, but because it is a big bone, it was circling, so it was not as difficult as the arrow, and the flight path was very straightforward. Leon just took out the watermelon knife and put it in front of him, blocking the thrown bone. Ding! The extremely crisp metal clashing sound, and Leon also felt his wrists numb. The impact of the bone when he hit him was quite strong, comparable to a large rock shot out. It's interesting. Leon moved his wrist and then rushed towards the skeleton. Seeing that Leon was actively drawing distance from him, the skeleton stopped beating off another rib, raised his arms, and rushed towards Leon, which was much faster than before. But the moment he first came into contact, Lion's blade streaked across the skeleton's exposed lumbar vertebrae. Leon felt a hint of a slight sense of jerk from the blade for the first time, but the effect of this barrier was minimal. If you use a little force, you can easily cut it off. Without the support of the lumbar vertebrae, the skeletons fell apart, like disassembled Lego, all kinds of bones scattered all over the ground, and eventually weathered and disappeared under the influence of the rules, with only a small piece of bone fragment remaining in place. Bone fragments, resources small bone. Leon, who picked it up, looked at the description given by the system and had some ideas. I don't know if this thing is fed to the dog, whether the dog will eat it, and whether it will be influenced by some mysterious force to turn into a monster. It's a pity that Dewang is now transforming, and Leon has no way to experiment. There is still a dog in Pelican Town, but that one has its own owner. Leon dared not try such uncertainty, so he could only put away his thoughts and put the bone fragments into his pocket. Even if you don't feed the dog, bone fragments have other wonderful uses, such as putting them in a bone crusher to make fertilizer, or using them to make some other equipment and pack them first. After solving this skeleton, Leon took the opportunity to look at the task panel of the system interface and found that the task of hunting ghosts had actually increased by one level of completion, and it is now 11/66. It was 10 before, but now there is an extra count, which makes Leon discover that the skeleton seems to be included in the mission count. Although the ghosts and skeletons have different shapes, are they all dead people who escaped the Ferry of Death? Leon felt that this discovery was quite reasonable, and at the same time he realized that the underground palace-like ore layer did not seem to be simple. It's a pity that there is too little information and Leon can't analyze the reason, so he temporarily put this doubt behind him and began to mine and find pits in this mine. After 70th floor, the frequency of iron or rough stones has obviously increased. The iron or rough stones that appeared scattered and individually before are basically gathered here in groups of 3 or 5, becoming the preferred target of mine in Leon. Mining, chopping monsters, picking up ore and spoils, and occasionally you can find tear crystals lying quietly on the ground. This is basically the main theme of Leon in the mine. With a casual knife, he cut the ghost that had just emerged from the wall. Leon picked up the iron ore that had just been mined on the ground and the sun essence dropped by the ghost. It's getting late, and it seems that I can't reach the 100th floor today. After looking at it, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Leon moved his numb arms and slid down the next floor along the stair hole that had just been dug. This floor happens to be the 75th floor with an elevator. When the power switch is put on, Leon pressed the elevator and headed back home. In the elevator shaft, Leon took off the snow monster fursuit and put it into his backpack. When he reached the surface and left the mine, Leon turned around and went to the Explorer Guild. "Are you still equipped when you come back?" asked Ma Long, who was gnawing bread when he looked at Leon pushing the door open. "No, I'll renew my lease." Leon shook his head, then handed it to Malone 250G again. "I rarely see you working so actively in the mine. Is this a shortage of metal ingots?" Ma Long asked casually after collecting the money. "No, I just want to reach the bottom of the mine as soon as possible to facilitate the mine as needed in the future," Leon said perfunctorily. "Okay, but you still have to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. I smelled a lot of death in you. It seems that you have encountered many monsters today." Ma Long nodded and reminded Leon at the same time. "By the way, when it comes to monsters, President Ma Long knows why the mine caves behind 70 floors look like underground palaces. Those walls are obviously built manually, and who are the ones who are locked up by those shackles and shackles hanging on the walls?" Thinking that he had come, Leon would naturally not let Ma Long go to find out why the underground palace-style mine was formed after the 70th floor. I don't know very well. After all, I am also an outsider. I used to have the same doubts as you, but I didn't find the answer. I can tell from my experience that it was once a ruin of a lost civilization. I don't know what it is. Ma Long shook his head and explained. The mine is not that simple. Even the Explorers Guild knows very little about the secrets it contains. Basically every area of this world has such a similar mine, but some are safe and harmless, and some are occupied by monsters like the mine in Stardew Valley. Many explorers have tried to find the secrets and rules here, but they have found nothing. Chapter 493 You Don't Want the Money? The mine cave in Stardew Valley, didn't it happen that an accident caused it to be occupied by monsters? Leon asked back. Yes, this is also something I don't understand very much. Why will a mine collapse cause monsters to appear in a safe mine? This is a situation in other mines, and there has never been any collapse accidents in other natural mines. You should know the hardness of the rock walls and ground in those mines, and it is not as if it can be destroyed at will. Even a large-scale bomb can only explode the ore exposed to the ground without causing any damage to the rock formations and walls. Ma Long gave an example. I know this too. Leon nodded. He had not used a bomb. Although it was just the weakest cherry bomb, it was also a bomb. However, the effect was only said that the bomb was powerful, but it was not damaged to the rock formations and ground in the center of its explosion. So I think it's strange, but I'm past the age of being curious about everything. If you are willing to explore these or find out the reasons for the appearance of the underground palace-type mine cave after the 70th floor, you can submit it to me in the form of a written report after getting the results. The guild will never treat you badly. For this kind of decryption and exploration behavior, the guild will give the uncoverers generous rewards after verifying the accuracy of the answer. After all, it is the core business of our Explorer Guild, solving puzzles and exploring all the unknowns in this world. Marlin encouraged Leon. Let's talk about it, I'm confused now. Leon smiled and said perfunctorily, it's time to leave. Go back and have enough food and drink to take a shower, have a good rest for a night, and come back tomorrow. Yet, Ma Long didn't say anything more, and continued to chew the bread. Leon did not bother him anymore and left the Explorer Guild directly. After crossing the wooden bridge connecting the mine cave with the northern foothills, Leon had just walked to the back mountain and saw Linus standing next to a bush, facing his back to himself, and posing as he lifted his pants. It seems that you are living a fulfilling life in the mine today. Linus, who had just lifted his pants, saw Lion's appearance, and greeted Leon without blushing. Well, it seems that you are in good health now, old man. Leon responded with a smile. Logically speaking, Linus's age should be in the stage of wetting his shoes, but just glanced casually and found that Linus was still maintaining the intensity of peeing in the wind. This made Leon sigh that this might be the boy's skill of the old bachelor. If you have nothing to do, don't stroll here. Go back early to rest. Being attacked by ghosts will not only feel the cold, but will also affect your mental state. You have only been attacked once, so you don't feel much, but if the number of times doubles, you may be in big trouble. Linus understood why Leon was holding back his laughter, but he didn't care about it. Instead, after looking at Leon for a moment, he reminded Leon seriously. How did you see it? Leon asked in surprise when he heard this. The breath of death on your body is quite heavy, and it has not dissipated quickly after coming up. It is obvious that you have suffered the loss of ghosts. Linus explained. You also see that I have the breath of death? Is this a necessary talent for a master? Listening to Linus and Malone saying the same thing, Leon asked curiously. No, it's just a perception, similar to combat intuition. After all, if you deal with monsters all year round, I'm not talking about the kind of slime bedbugs, but a serious monster, and you can develop this kind of observation ability. Linus explained, the ghost is considered a formal monster. Although the combat power sequence is at the bottom of the monster pyramid, it is not comparable to slimes and bedbugs. You should be careful in the future. Does monsters also have discrimination chains? Leon asked. No, it's just what we define for them. After all, some are called monsters because they are different from the habits and strong aggression of order creatures, while others are because of pure malice and contamination. The two are very different and have different threats. Linus added. Live until you are old and learn until you are old. Leon probably understood what Linus meant. Monsters seem to be defined as two factions. To be simply described, they are slime bed bugs and other poisonous insects and wild beasts similar to those in the primeval forest. Although they are aggressive and dangerous, they will not be very threatening if they do not disturb them. And ghosts and skeletons are all existences like perverts and murderers, and their evil comes from themselves. If you have time to find this monster picture book, you will understand everything. Go back early to rest. Linus nodded and urged Leon. Wait, I have another question. Leon looked at Linus preparing to return to the tent and hurriedly stopped the old man's body. Malone had no answer to the question. Leon felt that Linus should know. You want to ask why the ice castle area in the mine appeared? Linus said directly. Yes. Leon nodded, not sure if it was Linus guessed or heard the conversation between him and Malone, but he could now be sure that Linus must know the reason. I won't tell you that you rely too much on me. This is not a good thing. You are an explorer now, so you have to find the answer to the question yourself. Linus shook his head and refused to answer the question, then he swung it and went straight through Lion's block. Okay. Looking at the disappearing Leons around, Leon knowing that I could not get the answer from the old man, I shrugged my shoulders and gave up the idea of taking shortcuts and walked back to the farm honestly. After returning to the farm, Leon immediately returned to the house and found a set of clothes to take a shower, then made a meal of lump soup in the kitchen to fill his stomach. Then he returned to the wooden house, sorted out his harvest today, and then lay on the bed and slept until dawn. The next morning, Leon got up happily. Today was sunny, so when Leon got up, he started watering the crops, feeding the chickens, and taking away the eggs laid by the hens. Finally, I went to the cave to look at the mushrooms, and then looked at the ground. The mushrooms were not ripe and there was no fruit on the ground. Then I left the cave and began to prepare breakfast and bring dry food to the mine. Dingling. As soon as the pot of egg pancakes was baked, Leon heard the ringtone of his cell phone in his pocket. He picked up the phone and just answered it. Leon heard Louis' inquiry. Leon, are you on the farm now? Don't hurry to leave. I'll come to find you later. I made a call yesterday and you didn't answer it. You can't run away again today. What's wrong? Leon asked, what's wrong? Rent, you don't want it, that's 50 WG. Louis reminded. And you also need to attend the cutting of the groundbreaking ceremony, so you can't delay it. Chapter 494 People from Two Worlds. No one will be unable to get along with money, it's coming. Leon immediately replied, go directly to the eastern mining area or gather in the town. Come on, remember to dress better. Today there are many reporters and newspapers. Louis added. Yeah. Leon responded and hung up the phone. Then he finished baking the last pot of cake in his hand, then turned off the fire and washed his hands, planted the coffee beans he harvested yesterday into the field, and then returned to the house to change into a new set of clothes, took the car key, and drove the pickup truck to head towards the eastern mining area. On the way, Leon saw many cars driving in the same direction as himself. This rare scene made Leon understand that today's Pelican Town should be quite lively. However, he did not have the idea of participating in this whole day. After getting the money and cutting the lottery, he still had to leave in advance. The original plan today has not changed, and he still planned to stay in the mine for the whole day. When passing Pelican Town and passing by the library, Leon stopped the car, then entered the library, donated the dwarf scroll to and a tears to Gunther, and then returned to the car and continued to head towards the eastern mining area. When I arrived near the Seagull Bridge, Leon saw how lively the mining area opposite the Seagull Bridge that once belonged to the Hoja family is now on its own land. After driving the car over Haya Bridge, he found a clearing space to park it. Leon turned off the engine and got out of the car, passed through the crowd gathering outside, and squeezed into the circle. Except for Louis and Olivia, the remaining faces in the circle are also quite familiar, basically all the investors in the tent the day before yesterday. The arrival of Leon was also noticed by those investors, and they smiled at Leon and nodded, saying hello. Leon did not show off his proposition, responded to everyone's kindness one by one, and then shook hands with Olivia who was coming towards him. Congratulations, it seems that Ms. Olivia is a practical person. She has already started to prepare for construction as soon as the contract was signed. After all, summer is coming soon, time is money, right? Olivia quipped. Leon smiled and nodded, not saying much. I wonder if Mr. Leon has any arrangements after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. If not, maybe he can accept an interview together and have another meal. Olivia saw that Leon did not speak, so he took the initiative to speak. No, I still have something to do. This time I came here just to collect rent and witness the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the construction of Ms. Olivia's summer camp. I still need to go back to work after the matter is over. Leon explained his purpose and his subsequent arrangements directly. Such a straightforward answer made Olivia stunned. She hadn't communicated with such a straightforward person for a long time, and Olivia almost forgot how to deal with this scene. Fortunately, Olivia responded quickly, "No problem, the work on the farm is much more important than mine." After saying that, Olivia greeted the young man with a big back in a daze not far away. He muttered a few words in his ear. The young man immediately nodded and left. After a moment, he came to Olivia with a checkbook. Olivia immediately took out a pen and wrote it on the check, and handed it to Leon. The amount of 50 WG is too large to carry with you, so you can only pay with a check. Mr. Leon can withdraw money from the Star Bank in Zuzu City. okay. Although it's a bit troublesome, Leon can understand Olivia's operations. After all, no one will carry so much money with him. However, Gale, the investment representative of the UNC Chamber of Commerce, came up directly and said with a smile, "Mr. Leon, I'll help you solve this troublesome thing." "How can Mr. Gale help?" Leon looked at Gale and asked back. "Mr. Leon forgot the card in your hand," Gale reminded. Upon hearing this, Leon took out the gold card from the remote Chamber of Commerce from his backpack, and clamped it in his fingers. Under the sunlight, the card reflected a purple luster. "This is..." Olivia saw the appearance of this gold card at a glance and covered her mouth in surprise. But Gale nodded without surprise. "If Mr. Leon trusts the Long Travel Chamber of Commerce, he can hand over the check to me. I will let the headquarters directly enter 50 WG into your card, which will avoid the trouble of going to the bank. I naturally believe in the UNC Chamber of Commerce. It would be great if there is such a convenient thing." Leon simply handed the check in his hand to Gale. "Thanks Mr. Leon for his trust." Gale took the check, then took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. After a few words, the phone hung up. Gale said to Leon, "The 50 WG has been transferred to the card. If Mr. Leon wants to verify, I can provide a photo of the transfer record." "No need, I believe in the UNC Chamber of Commerce." Leon waved his hand and then took back the gold card. "Thank you." "Mr. Leon, you're welcome. This is a small matter. As an important partner of our long-distance Chamber of Commerce, we will provide you with as convenient as possible," Gale explained with a smile. After the politeness ended, Leon walked towards Louis on the side. He was most familiar with Louis when he was present. Who would he look for if he didn't look for Louis? Olivia spoke in Leon and couldn't help but inquire at Gale. "Mr. Leon just took out the club membership card from the legendary one." "Then you have to ask Mr. Leon yourself. I'm just a businessman from the Chamber of Commerce," Gale replied with a smile. Although no affirmative answer was given, this answer was considered a default, which made Olivia feel mixed emotions. She had seen such a card in the hands of a big man whom she dared not look directly at, and she had to look up to, so she attached great importance to this card and was proud of holding it. After Olivia's repeated inquiries, I learned that in addition to having a bank card, this card is also a kind of pass. It leads to a club that no one knows but is very special. Everyone knows what it is, but Olivia knows one thing. That is the people who hold this card, undoubtedly the group of people at the top of the pyramid of human society. Thinking of this, Olivia shook her head with a wry smile. She originally thought she was polite enough to Leon, and Lion's attitude towards her was lukewarm, which made her feel a little resentful. Now that she has witnessed the membership card that Leon took out, she has understood the difference between her and Leon. At the same time, Olivia extinguished some of the little thoughts that should not have. After all, it is not an existence in the same world at all. It has already made Olivia happy to be able to maintain the relationship between neighbors and nodding. This old woman cannot join the whole family bucket package. Brothers, give up. By the way, I plan to assign her to Clint. Do you have any opinions? I did this without me. If so, I wouldn't care about her. Her appearance was just to give money. Chapter 495 The Old Man is His Own. Will the governor come today? Leon, who stood with Louis, asked. I won't come, the governor is very busy, but Mr. Aldo will come to show up to express the governor's support for the construction of this summer camp. Louis explained. Oh. We continued chatting with Louis, and when everyone was here, the media also set up cameras and the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially began. Originally, Olivia asked Leon to take office together, but after Leon declined, Olivia did not force it anymore, which surprised Leon a little. When the ribbon-cutting ended and the questioning session began, Leon waved his hand with familiar people, such as Gail, Aldo, and Louis Olivia, and then left casually. After driving the car back to the farm, after parking, Leon entered the wooden house, turned on the TV and found Velvic's divination today. Learning that today's fortune is average and destiny is in my own hands, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and headed straight towards the northern foothills. Oh, I thought you were going to stay there all day today. At the entrance of the mine, Leon saw Mr. Linus fishing on the shore with a bamboo fishing rod. I'm not the protagonist, I'm just an ordinary landlord. Leon replied. Haha, you boy. Linus couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Be careful when going down the mine. I noticed that you have activated the mine elevator to the 75th floor, and then down there is the lava layer. You should be ready to resist the high temperature. Well, there should be no problem with having an ice stamp on his leather suit, Leon explained. That's good. After the 80th floor, it's the range of Shadowman's activities. You have to be careful of these guys hiding in the dark. They are not friendly to humans. However, Shadowman on the mine is not a tough person, and he does not have the Shadow Assassin and Shadow Warlock who are good at ambushing in the shadows. You just need to pay attention to observe. Linus continued to remind Leon. No problem. Even if an accident occurs, isn't there any natural protection? Leon smiled and comforted Linus. By the way, old man, the governor came to the northern foothills to have fun the day before yesterday. Are you looking for you? How could I, a homeless man, know the governor? You're overthinking. Linus shook his head and laughed at himself. Do you think I believe it? Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained, the scenery of Stardew Valley is beautiful. There are many places, including coal forests, beaches, etc., and the governor's physique is obviously not good at sports. He came to the northern foothills to walk the mountain road. I don't think he is here to exercise. What if that's it? Linus asked back. That can only be said that the governor's wife is really worried about the governor's health. Leon teased. Okay, I'm indeed here to find me. After all, I'm an old friend, but we just talk about the past. If you don't talk about anything else, don't inquire. Linus no longer concealed. It seems that the governor is not polite, but he is really familiar with Grandpa. When Leon heard this answer, he understood why the governor was so good at him. Of course, Andrew talked to me about you, saying that you are a good young man, and you are more successful than us old bachelors. You know at a young age that you have considered your future and found your love, so are you really with Abigail? Well, haven't I told you? No, but I probably guessed it. After all, when I chat with Razmidis occasionally, I can see that he has a lot of opinions about you, and there are not many things that can make him like this. Hehe, as an elder, do you have any blessings or gifts for us? No, where do I get the money, a homeless man? But I can send blessings, but I have to go into the marriage hall with her. But I was quite surprised. You thought this kind of thing so early. I originally thought you would become a despised playboy. Sometimes people are so strange. When I first came to Zingd Valley, I just wanted to make money and didn't plan to be bound by feelings. It's good. Remember, when you really ask for marriage, don't buy any diamond rings, go to the tide pool on the beach, and find that old ghost to buy mermaid pendant. That is the most sacred and romantic marriage proposal token in Pelican Town. In addition to winter, the old ghost will appear in the tide pool as long as it rains in spring, summer, and autumn. I have another question. Can I only buy one of this mermaid pendant? Hearing this, Linus looked at Leon with shock, then suddenly stood up and kicked Lion's butt. You little brat, what are you thinking? If you hear these words by Rasmides, then you pray that you will not be sent to the beast's nest to feed spiders. The strength of this kick was not very strong, mainly to serve as a warning. Leon just smiled and said nothing more. Linus looked at Leon seriously for a long time, and finally sat on the shore again, continued to catch fish, and complained to Leon in disgust, "Go down your mine, I'll be annoyed when I see you now." Okay. Leon immediately turned around and entered the mine. As soon as he went in and pressed the elevator, he heard the words of Linus with the sound of the wind in his ears. That old ghost will only sell mermaid pendants once to everyone, and then want to buy them unless you are divorced. If you really want to buy multiple, the old ghost will not be able to go through, but you can also see from the name that this thing comes from the mermaid clan. If you can have a good relationship with the mermaid clan, you can actually skip the old ghost middleman and buy multiple pendants. However, the mermaids also attach great importance to dedicated love, so if you really have this idea, you have to find a way to convince them, and also convince those unlucky girls you are targeting. Good luck! The old man is very determined. Leon was filled with emotion when he heard this. The old man looked so resistant just now. It seems that I am not really unhappy, I am just acting for someone to watch, and I start to give advice for myself before I finish the show. Sure enough, Mr. Linus felt sorry for him. When he got married in the future, he must let him sit on the main table and give him 2 more cups. But now is not the time to say this. The elevator has arrived. Leon needs to go down and continue to go deeper into the mine. I hope I can reach the 100th floor directly today. After changing into the elevator, Leon held a knife in his left hand and a steel pickaxe in his right hand. After leaving the mine, he began his life as a miner today. Chapter 496 I report it, the system takes kickbacks. Wow, I almost had heat stroke. Climbing down to 80th floor from the cold 79th floor, Leon immediately took off the snow monster leather suit on his body as soon as he landed. In such a short time, Lion's body was already wet with sweat. It feels like walking out of an air-conditioned room at 16 degrees and facing direct sunlight at 40 degrees, and it doesn't feel too obvious. After taking off the snow monster leather suit, he naturally had to take off the frozen soil boots, but after taking them off, Leon did not put on his shoes immediately, but ran to the treasure chest on this floor and searched for the collection inside. Fire Wrestler boots, it is said that it can withstand the highest temperature lava. Defense +3, immunity +3. The box is a pair of boots, the same as Lion's memory. The difference is that these boots do not look like they are made of leather or fabric. Not only does it feel hard to touch, but it is quite heavy. However, after trying it out, Leon found that he fitted his feet unexpectedly. After putting on them, he felt cold on his feet, and he felt like he was stepping on marble. After raising his foot and walking for a few steps, Leon also found that this thing did not hurt his feet or rub his feet. Although the material looked very hard, it unexpectedly fitted to the soles, insteps, and the weight was also very suitable. Mr. Chi is determined. Every special layer will prepare corresponding armor. Unfortunately, no good people can do it. In the end, otherwise you won't have to spend money to rent equipment. After testing the comfort of the fire stepper's boots, Leon took out the ice-slide set from his backpack. After wearing it, the feeling of hotness was immediately dispelled, which was almost the same as returning to the air-conditioned room. Continue. After receiving the power switch, Leon continued to go deeper into the mine and climbed down the 81st floor along the stairs pit. The style of this layer returns to the original ecological environment of the mine cave. The rock walls and rock formations are different from the above. The rocks here are fiery red, and even the weeds growing on the ground are dark purple. There are also some natural cracks on some grounds. Looking down from the gap, you can see boiling magma flowing underground, and the air is filled with a pungent smell, as if it is sulfur, or something is burned. However, these did not have much impact on Leon, because his eyes were basically attracted by the gold or rough stones that exposed their dim golden luster. It is clear that there is a gold mine in the lava layer, but I didn't expect to see it as soon as I came. Although gold is not rare in this world, who would not like gold that shines with golden light? So Leon ran towards the gold ore stone without hesitation. G. A rapid friction sounded in Lion's ears. Leon instantly replaced the pickaxe in his hand with a galaxy watermelon knife, and followed the direction of the sound and slashed horizontally. Ding! With a crisp sound, Leon frowned. He seemed to have cut down something very hard. When he looked closely, he realized that the thing he cut over was actually a fiery red stone. A rock crab. Leon was sure that he had heard it correctly and did not cut it in a crooked way, so the thing that made the sound just now must be this stone, and it was not the first time that Leon saw a moving stone. The rock crab is this type, but compared to the rock crabs close to the surface, this kind of person who lives deep underground should be called a lava crab. As for the difficulty of lava crabs, Leon naturally knew that just like this turtle with a shrinking shell, it would not allow it to reveal its crab legs on its own initiative. No matter how sharp Lion's galaxy weapon was, it could not cut its armor that was completely hard as the ore under the constraints of the rules. However, rules are rules. Although the knife cannot be cut, you only need to use a pick to hit it, which can also force the rock crab out of the carapace. However, this is not a safe option. While hitting, the lava crab will also launch a sneak attack, so Leon has a more consistent way of complying with the rules. The remaining cherry bomb was taken out from his backpack and ignited the lead. After waiting for about a second, Leon threw it accurately at the feet of the lava crab. The lava crab seemed to have sensed the threat and stretched out its legs and planned to escape. But the lead of the cherry bomb had already burned to an end. The moment it landed, it exploded directly. The flames and impact overturned the lava crab to the ground, and the stone carapace behind it disappeared directly, leaving only its pink and unblocked true body. After losing the barrier to protect itself, the lava crab planned to slip away, but Leon had already rushed up, and the blade penetrated directly from top to bottom through the lava crab's body that had lost its protection. Then his wrist twisted, and the blade stirred the lava crab's body and completely took away its life. Looking at the gradually weathered lava crab, Leon took back his weapon and looked at the round and black ball object left at the death of the lava crab, about the size of a coconut, and picked it up and held it in his hand. Bomb, manufactured an explosion will occur, be careful. Is this the legendary 7 steps, must there be an antidote? Looking at the bombs dropped by the lava crab, Lion's mouth twitched. After all, he could understand that this thing dropped a crab or an ore, but it was outrageous if it dropped a bomb. However, I have long been accustomed to the strangeness of this world, and Leon could only use this lava crab to be afraid that his back shell would be blown to pieces, so he hid the bomb that he thought was the greatest threat to him in advance to ensure his safety. This reason for making him feel more reasonable. However, he is quite familiar with bombs. After all, in terms of power and manufacturing difficulty, bombs will always be the best partner for mining in the middle of the game. Unfortunately, Leon has not unlocked the bomb formula yet and has never learned the dwarf language to buy it with dwarfs. The bomb dropped by this lava crab is the first one Leon has so far. Based on the principle of getting it, there was a mining area where gold or rough stones and ordinary rocks gathered together not far away. Leon ignited the bomb that had not yet been heated and threw it over. Bang! The fire and sound that were stronger than the cherry bomb made Leon unable to help but take a small step. The bomb far beyond the explosion range of the cherry bomb directly shattered the stone and the rough stone, and also exploded a lava crab disguised in it. Go forward and chop the unprotected lava crab to death. Leon did not control the stones and gold ore left on the ground, but opened the system panel. Long-term mining work has given you a new understanding of mining work, and your mining level has been upgraded by level 1. During the mining process, you realize that each type of metal seems to have similarities, so you have a unique idea and experiment with it to get 2 wonderful transformation formulas. Iron smelting and copper division have been unlocked. You are blessed by the god of forging and your physical strength is strengthened. Iron smelting, convert 3 copper ingots into 1 iron ingot. Divide copper, convert 1 iron ingot into 2 copper ingots. Why is copper and iron transfer 3 time zone? Iron to copper is 2 to 1. Do you also want to get kickbacks? Looking at the skill introduction brought by this upgrade, Leon couldn't help but question the system. There is only iron smelting and copper to iron in the game, so I added an additional iron to copper to match it. It feels more reasonable. Chapter 497 Shadowman. No matter how hard he said, Leon was very satisfied with this skill of iron to copper. After all, the difficulty of obtaining copper ore is not much different from that of obtaining iron ore, and the acquisition range of iron ore is much more than that of copper ore. Players may experience iron deficiency in the early stage and copper deficiency in the later stage. The iron stock in the later stage is particularly easy to saturate, because the probability of iron ore output is much higher than that of copper in deep mines and skeleton mines. The copper ore output is lower, so you have to search for shallow mines or quarries and mines in their caves. Compared with iron ingots, the function and requirements of copper ingots are much greater. Mayonnaise machine, cheese press, small bucket, sap collector, coal kiln, and other farm basic animal and plant products processing equipment, and copper ingots are indispensable materials. It is also mining. The time and efficiency of digging an iron ingot and a copper ingot is similar, but an iron ingot can be converted into 2 copper ingots. It is an epic enhancement for the winemaking school planned by Leon. The reason why I complain about the system is just to increase the conversion ratio, so that the ratio of copper to iron to copper is the same, so as to achieve the purpose of lossless conversion, so that whatever is missing is transferred in the future, and there is no need to worry about material loss. However, there is a high probability that the system will not respond to itself and will not change the formula. It's boring. After waiting for the system's answer for a long time, Leon complained and continued to start his own mining life. In the case of bad fortune, it is much more difficult to find a stair mine. Yesterday, the stair mine that can be seen by digging a few dozen rocks and metal raw ore. Today, it takes more than a dozen stones to find the possibility of leading to the next floor. But Leon is not in a hurry. After all, this layer has gold ore, and the iron ore drop rate is not low, so Leon is just used as a brushing material. Of course, the main reason is the monster problem after the 80th floor. For example, the lava crab I just encountered is very vulgar. If you don't pay attention, you will be easily attacked. For the sake of life safety, it is better to steadily advance towards the lower floor steadily under the premise of ensuring safety. I just got 50 WG. Although I haven't paid the tax yet, I have at least 42.5 WG guaranteed income. Leon is not short of money. Not to mention renting it, I don't have to blink even if I buy the Ice Ripe skin set and the Snow Monster fur set. Leon doesn't have to blink. He is rich and willful. And the advantage of steadily exploring is that Leon will visit a layer of mine instead of digging a stair pit near the entrance to the bottom and then directly down the floor. Although it was a waste of time, Leon was able to discover mines that could not be paid attention to in some areas that had not been involved in. Fire crystal, mine a fiery red crystal that is common in the vicinity of lava. This irregular crystal is very colorful, and it is warm in your hands, just like holding a hand warmer. It's pretty. Put it in his backpack, Leon continued to mine, and on the floor under the shattered red rock, he saw a stair pit leading to the next floor. Climbed down the pit, and as soon as it landed, Leon took out his weapon and looked around. Because when he was climbing down the stairs, he heard a very strange syllable coming to his ears, as if it was a chant or a song, but it didn't sound beautiful, but it was full of weirdness and oppression. Leon thought for a long time that the Shadowman race was the only race. From Korobs, Leon already knew that the Shadowman race had civilization and its own language, and after the 80th floor, it was indeed an area where Shadowmen appeared. Looking in the direction of the sound, Leon noticed that around a naked magma pool, 3 shadow men of the same style as Korobs gathered near the magma pool, singing a strange tone together. After glanced at these shadow men, Leon found that their faces were covered with a flat mask carved from wood. This mask was quite similar to the shamanic mask, and there were also horn-like decorations that were painted in red at the top of the mask. Judging from these masks, Leon speculated that these shadow men should be the casters and shadow shaman among shadow men. Although they didn't know what they were doing, Leon felt that these guys would not communicate with him in a friendly manner with Korobs, and immediately rushed towards the 3 shadow shamans with a knife. As a result, before Leon could get closer, 2 shadow men without any decorations held high and intercepted towards Leon. While intercepting, Leon was also shouting loudly about words that Leon couldn't understand, but under the shouting of the two shadow men, Leon could hear the three shadow shamans singing faster. Die to my grandfather. Facing the shadow crazy who was barehanded and trying to hurt himself with his sharp claws, Leon directly extended the length of the galaxy watermelon knife. As the saying goes, 1 inch long and 1 inch strong. Before the shadow madman's claws approached Leon, the 2-meter-long blade directly pierced the shadow madman. And under Lion's pull, the shadow madman cut the cross-section into 2 sections. The momentum of the blade did not diminish, and he took the opportunity toward the shadow madman on the side. The sudden death of his companion surprised him, but he was not scared. He watched the blade attack, twisted his body directly, folded himself into an inverted triangle, and avoided the blade at all. Then the shadow madman crawled directly against the ground, and rushed towards Leon with his limbs like a wild beast. He knew that he had to close the distance with Leon and suppress his actions in close proximity, so the long weapon in the hand of this human being would no longer be a threat. What it could not imagine was that it had just approached half a meter around Leon, and it only needed to raise its claws and break through more than 10 centimeters to dig out the heart of the human in front of it. But the weapon in the human hand suddenly disappeared, and then appeared again in a very short time, and the length also changed from the previous long knife to the short blade of the arm, directly cutting off his arm. And the human being took the initiative to bully himself, and the blade was pulled from bottom to top. The shadow madman only felt that his body was torn apart, and the next moment, he could no longer maintain his lost vitality. It knew that it was going to die. I will reshape in the shadows, human, you are strong. The moment before his body collapsed, the shadow madman sincerely praised Leon. It's a pity that Leon was not proficient in their language, so he could only hear the shadow man who was combing the second order roaring an incomprehensible word, which turned into the black fog and dissipated. Is this cursing me before death? Thinking of the death voice of the shadow madman just now, Leon complained in his heart, but this one did not have a mask and he did not feel that he had encountered some special influence, so Leon was not too worried. I will change the name of Korobus if I am wrong. Thanks to the brother who asked this question. As for the changes, it will take time, because there are too many changes at once and the book will be blocked. Please understand that I will try to finish it within 2 days. Chapter 498 Live Together. Without the protection of the shadow madman, the 3 shadow shamans were directly exposed to Lion's vision. Leon would not let them finish this operation that seemed to be some kind of ritual. He raised his knife and slashed at one of the shadow shamans closest to him. The shadow shaman, who was chosen as the target, stopped the ceremony immediately, raised his hands, and a ball of emerald green light surged out of his hands and attacked towards Leon. Leon was not sure whether this thing was a damage skill or a weak one, so he naturally chose to avoid it as soon as possible. What made him speechless was that the shadow shaman, who had used this skill, actually escaped. The same is true for the other 2 shadow shamans, turning around and running without hesitation at all. Leon is not sure where they can go, but when they come, they don't leave anything behind. Leon always feels quite a loss. But before Leon could catch up, a round and fleshy spherical creature jumped out of the magma pool surrounded by 3 shadow shamans before, suspended in the air. On the humanoid face, a big mouth full of sharp teeth, opened, and a series of fireballs were spit out from its mouth. Dong 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 dong. Leon avoided this very straightforward trajectory, and the fireball hit the ground, and except for making some muffled sounds, there was not even a dust splash. The ball of meat that ended his breath did not stop. He adjusted his angle and continued to spit out a small fireball towards Leon. Must retarded. Leon complained speechlessly, avoided the path of the fireball flying over again, and approached the side of the meatball with a quick glance. The tip of the knife pointed at the meatball, and the tip of the knife that instantly extended directly shot the meatball through. I hope that squinting eyes won't accuse me of plagiarism. Killed with one blow, Leon was quite satisfied with his attack method. The meatball itself is not big. After being penetrated, it basically loses all its vitality and begins to wither and disappear like ordinary monsters. It was only before disappearing that Leon noticed that the orb of this thing began to shrink and eventually turned into a squid head, and finally completely disappeared. What about squid babies? It's really a squid. He is not unfamiliar with squid. Leon. Among seafood, the one he eats the most is tinplate squid. But after experiencing this scene, Leon felt that he might not be able to eat squid in the future. Because of the squid baby's shape. It's just that Leon cares a little. The ritual of the group of shadow shamans just now was obviously summoning the squids, but now the squids have been killed, but those shadow shamans don't know where to go. Picking up the sun essence dropped by the squid and the void essence dropped by the two shadow madmen just now, Leon first walked around this mine cave, but did not find traces of the three running shadow shamans. Then he gave up the idea of searching and started mining. However, Leon did not forget to stay vigilant during mining. After all, who knows whether these shadow shamans have not left yet, waiting in the corner for an opportunity to give him some ruthlessness. Just when the stair pit leading to the 83rd floor was dug, Leon did not see the traces of the shadow shamans. With doubt, Leon followed the stairs to the 83rd floor. As soon as they landed, Leon heard the familiar whispers and chants again, the same magma pool and the same three shadow shamans, but this time they were not protected by the shadow madman, and there were only a few red slimes wandering around. Leon, no matter whether these three shamans had just encountered them on the previous level, he lifted his knife and rushed over. The three shadow shamans planned to use their old tricks again and ran away again, but this time Leon would not give them a chance. The extended knife tip was thrown out by Leon like a javelin, and one of the shadows was nailed to death. Leon continued to move forward. After narrowing the distance of the galaxy watermelon knife to within 4 meters, he used the characteristics of the caution magnetic ring to directly use the system backpack to retract it, then took it out again, and threw it towards another escaped shaman. #@Yuan, ####. The second shadow shaman who was stabbed to death again made the last shadow shaman who watched the whole process croak and screamed in a hurry. But Leon couldn't understand what this thing was saying. The moment he retrieved the galaxy watermelon knife, he raised the blade and killed the shaman who had not escaped for some reason. Oh, it's the scroll again. The blue rope is the dwarf's scroll 3. No need for a system introduction, Leon can confirm the identity of this thing by seeing the scroll dropped by the shadow shaman and the ribbon tied on it. Sure enough, after getting it in hand, Leon confirmed that his guess was correct. Dwarf Scroll 3, antique, a yellow sheepskin scroll full of dwarfs. This one is tied with a blue rope. It's all, hee, you can go and meet the dwarf who brought the root cause of persecution to Korobus. Leon was quite happy to have this dwarf scroll 3 put into the backpack. He was worried that he could not get the dwarf scroll. After all, the drop rate of this thing is really not high. However, now he has not even completed the donation of 10 antique minerals in the museum, so he has already completed the acquisition of 4 dwarf scrolls. I don't know whether it is luck or bad luck. The fall of the other 2 shadow shamans was a bit unsatisfactory, and the guaranteed void essence was no additional drop. However, I was content with the happiness of being content. I was already very satisfied with a dwarf scroll 3. Moreover, the death of the 3 shadow shamans also made Lion's heart relax. After all, if the escaped shadow shaman cannot eliminate the roots, Leon would have to be worried and guard against the small movements of these 3 things at all times. At the death of the 3 shadow shamans, Leon turned his eyes to the red slime, or magma slime, which was still jumping towards him not far away, and chopped it into sausage with a knife. Compared with the agility of the shadow madman and the cunning of the shadow shaman, these slimes who have no brains and act with instincts are really easy to bully. Although these magma slimes seem to have higher health and there is hot magma flowing in their bodies, as long as it is not close combat, the sharpness of the galactic weapon is a dimensional reduction blow to these little guys. The conventional slime mud left behind, and several slimes returned to the earth, and it was unknown how long it would take to resurrect again. Leon looked around and found that there were no traces of other monsters, and then continued to start his mining life. A tingling sound rang out, and stones, iron ore and gold ore fell into Lion's backpack. Occasionally, a piece of fire crystal could be seen lying quietly on the ground waiting for the miners who were recognizing the goods to take it away. Chapter 499 Dinosaur? Lizards are not as good as them. In addition, there will naturally be no missing crystal balls mixed in stones. Compared with the triangular shape of the ice's yield crystal balls in the ice's yield layer, the lava layer has more traditional magma crystal balls. The elliptical crystal balls are warm to the touch, and the red skin is extremely smooth, like a red egg, but it is much larger than the egg. It is about the size of a pineapple. Magma crystal sphere, a sphere made of cooling magma. No one knows what is hidden in the crystal sphere. Maybe you can get the answer by opening it. The drop rate of this thing is not low. From the period from the 81st floor to the 83rd floor, Leon has harvested 8 pieces. In addition to the 27 ice crystal balls harvested in the ice layer and the 14 ordinary crystal balls stored in the treasure chest at home, Leon has unconsciously saved a lot of crystal balls waiting to be opened. Previously, it was a bit expensive to drive a crystal ball once, but Leon is not short of money now. When you find a good day, you will open it all. Continue your mine journey, find the stairs and drill down. Soon, Leon arrived at the 89th floor in the afternoon. As soon as it landed, Leon discovered that the style of this layer was completely different from before. The ground was no longer a rock layer, but was covered by grass. On the grass, there were still many tall ferns growing wildly, and even the vines were climbing on the walls. It is said to be a mine cave, but it is actually more like a sealed primitive grassland. Roar! At the same time, Leon could hear some rough roars from time to time, and it was conceivable that this place was not quiet. I didn't expect to encounter the ancient layer. The environment on this floor and the sounds coming from ears made Leon understand the situation in this area at the first time. It is the best place to get dinosaur eggs and prehistoric bones, and you can encounter the rare layer of ancient monsters when you go to the mine. I think it's quite interesting in the game, but in reality, Leon can't grasp it anymore. After all, it's a dinosaur, and it's a dinosaur that can spit fire. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't look very good. But all the dinosaurs on this floor were coming. If they didn't clean up all the dinosaurs on this floor, Leon could not open the stairs leading to the next floor, so he simply carried a knife and began to touch the wall to the place where the sound came. Soon, Leon saw the first dinosaur on this floor, which was much smaller than Leon imagined. It is similar to a cow, with a rough green body. The skin, thick limbs support the fat body, with sharp red barbs on the back, and a long tail, but very thin, and the head does not look ferocious. Instead, it looks a bit like a rhino, because there is also a horn on the top of the dinosaurs. So ugly. This is Lion's first impression of dinosaurs. There is no way, these things look so different from the dinosaurs you know. However, these dinosaurs are not big, which makes Leon feel that it is sharply reduced to the difficulty of taking it down. Moreover, these guys' eyes seem not very good. Although Leon is squatting, there is no covering around. It is only 10 meters away from the dinosaur. This guy still didn't pay attention and quietly lowered his head and chewed on the weeds on the ground. After looking around, no other dinosaur traces were found. Leon went around for a moment, walked around the dinosaur behind, then tiptoed to the dinosaur, raised his knife and stabbed it on it. Aou! An extremely tragic wail echoed through the cave, and the sound of the sound made Leon a little confused, but this did not prevent him from finishing the knife. While extending the length of the blade, Leon also turned the knife around, and the stirring blade directly brought the dinosaur into the realm of death. The two Milky Way watermelon knife, which pulled back the blade, rubbed the grass on the ground twice. Although the blade was not stained with anything, doing so would make Leon feel more comfortable and ask for psychological comfort. After death, the dinosaurs gradually weathered and disappeared like other monsters. Leon is quite regretful about this. If he could keep the complete corpse, he might have the chance to taste what dinosaurs tasted. And even if it is not delicious, such a special biological corpse should attract many collectors, and maybe he could make a profit. When the body completely disappeared, a curved white bone lay quietly on the ground. Prehistoric ribs, antique. The shallow hook on one side of the rib indicates who was the dinner of this rib. It's quite big. Picking up this curved prehistoric rib, Leon compared the length, and it was more than 1 meter. It was obvious that this dinosaur could not grow. However, whether it is the relic of the dinosaur that was exposed by Leon, Leon didn't care. Since this thing is an antique, it's enough to send it to Gunther and let him find a way by himself. Leon has no idea of collecting it. As soon as he put away the rib, Leon heard a series of footsteps. Looking around, he found dinosaurs running towards him on both sides. There were not many, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. It seemed that they were attracted by the screams of the dinosaur that was sneak attacked by Leon before his death. Although it was a sneak attack just now, the Galaxy watermelon knife easily cut through the dinosaur skin and penetrated the dinosaur muscles. Leon remembered clearly. If he could break the defense, he could kill him, so Leon was not afraid of being besieged. This dinosaur is not big in size and is not very agile in action. In terms of the level of threat, it is not as good as the Shadow Madman. He rushed towards the dinosaur running over alone on the right. Leon was about to deal with the 3 dinosaurs one by one, but before he could get closer, the dinosaur opened his mouth and spewed out a hot flame. It's so stupid. Looking at the fire in front of him that could not reach him at all and felt only a little heat, Leon shook his head silently, then directly bypassed the ejected flame, slipped to the left of the dinosaur, and opened his intestines and broke his belly with a knife. In one blow, Leon did not stop, but continued to circle around and avoid the pursuit of the two dinosaurs behind. This layer of space is not small, but it is a sealed ring space, so as long as you go around a large circle, Leon can change from being pursued to a pursuer. The two dinosaurs obviously had no eyes behind their butts, and they could not find that Leon had gone around behind them, and just ran forward stubbornly, trying to catch up with the strange creature that invaded the territory. He stabbed the tip of the knife into the buttocks of a dinosaur, stirred the blade and pulled it out, and then slashed at the neck of another dinosaur who was still turning his head awkwardly to fight back. The two big guys were so cold. The intensity is not high. Leon, who took back the Galaxy watermelon knife, shook his head and complained. He originally thought it was a fierce battle, but the actual situation was that IQ crushed an instant killing, and he didn't experience the thrilling feeling of fighting with the giant beast at all. The oppression these dinosaurs brought him was not as much as 1/10 of the sand lizard made of sand that he encountered near the forging platform of Yuba last time, and it was also useless to be so big in its fire-breathing characteristics. Chapter 500 Antiquities and Keys. Dinosaur Egg, antique. A huge dinosaur egg. Its shell is still preserved intact. Prehistorical shin, antique. Big and hard leg bones. Prehistorical skull, antecedents. This is definitely the skull of a mammal. Prehistorical spine, anti-life. Part of the spine of a prehistoric organism. Looking at the loot bones he collected from these dinosaur corpses and an additional half-meter-high spotted dome with grey and white background and green color, Leon stroked his chin and complained. Since they are all so neat, why not drop more prehistoric shoulder blades to let me get a complete set of prehistoric bones? However, when I just ran around the butt, I didn't find any trace of the fifth dinosaur in Leon. This is the ancient layer. There were only 4 dinosaurs in total, and they were all killed. At the same time, the stair pit leading to the next floor was also generated at the downward position, which shows that there is indeed no living thing other than Leon on this floor. But Leon is not in a hurry to leave. In addition to dinosaurs, the ancient ferns and fiber plants all over the ground are all good things. Fortunately, the tool Leon is always equipped with backpacks, so Leon can take out a sickle to harvest them. Sprout, vegetable. This bud is an edible specialty. Ancient seeds, antique. The dried old seeds of some ancient plant, it is obviously already dead. It's indeed an ancient layer. The ferns have a long history of existence, and the ancient seed output was also in compliance and reasonable. Interesting. After harvesting all the cut plants in this layer, Leon obtained 6 bracken plants, 2 unactivated ancient seeds and more than 20 parts of fiber. Among them, ancient seeds and bracken were the most conspicuous. The former was the seeds of ancient fruits, and the latter was an indispensable part of the sacrificial bag. This made Leon quite satisfied. If the monster layers he encountered in the future were all of this ancient layer, then he could plant ancient fruits on a large scale earlier without relying on the help of seed production machines. However, including the 4 ancient fruit seedlings that have been planted, plus these 2, the production efficiency of ancient seeds can be accelerated. After confirming that there was no more place to plunder on this floor, Leon climbed down the stairs and tunnels. This is the 90th floor. As soon as it landed, Leon ran to push the elevator's switch up, activate the operation of the elevator, and looked at the time on the watch. It was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's fortune is not good, so the efficiency of going down to the mine is not fast. In addition, I was delayed by the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the morning, so I wanted to advance to 100 floors today, and Leon felt a little uneasy. Just because Leon planned to end this day and work harder tomorrow. Before leaving, Leon did not forget to open the 90th floor treasure chest. A long black sword as dark as ink was lying quietly in the box, which was quite heavy. Obsidian sword, level 9 sword. This thing is extremely sharp. 3045 damage, 1 speed, plus 10 critical strike power. A good weapon. If you don't find the colorful fragments in advance and go to the Calico Desert at the same time, this weapon is already one of the best weapons that can be obtained in Stardew Valley. Before Leon knew how to obtain the Galaxy weapon, this obsidian sword had been with him for a long time. At this moment, the old thing reappeared, and Leon suddenly felt nostalgic. But after only a moment of missing it, Leon threw it into his backpack and did not intend to take it out and use it. After all, this attribute is still much worse than the Galaxy watermelon knife, and Leon is not a double sword flow, so with the pearls and jade in front of the Galaxy weapons, the obsidian sword can only eat dust in the treasure chest. It is impossible to sell it. After all, this weapon is not aggressive, but it looks very good in appearance. Leon is planning to ask Robin to help him build an additional weapon rack after upgrading his house and place all the weapons he collected on the rack. That must be cool. After receiving the obsidian sword, Leon took the elevator back to the surface. First, I went to the Explorer Union to find Malone to hand over 150G again, and returned the snow monster fursuit. This is the backup key of the Union. The headquarters of these two sets of equipment have decided to stay in the Union. If you have any needs in the future, you can rent it at any time. If I am resting next time, open the door yourself and I will put the things in the box next to the fireplace. Before leaving, Ma Long suddenly threw the key to Leon and instructed him. Just give it to me like that? Are you not worried about me stealing something? Leon took the key and joked. What can you steal? All the good things are placed in my room. In the hall, except for some standard weapons and armor, only the wine in the barrels is worth a little money. Moreover, there are only 3 of us in the Union. Jill is not here, and there are fewer things. I don't know you took them. Ma Long looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. Then I can't take it. After all, if you blame me for something missing, wouldn't I suffer a big loss? Leon planned to throw the key back when he heard this. But Ma Long waved his hand and pointed to the corner of the wall above his head. Leon followed the guide and noticed that there was actually a camera there. Don't worry, I won't be wronged by good people. Although I don't like this kind of surveillance method, the headquarters has no choice but to ask me. Seeing Lion's expression, Ma Long explained. Not before, has the headquarters been thieves? Leon asked. That's not. It's just that there are quite a lot of people coming and going in and out recently, which is quite chaotic. There are many people with more people, so in order to avoid disputes, the headquarters has set up such monitoring equipment to prevent some people from being irregular and unable to find evidence. Later, I found that this thing is indeed very useful, so I promoted it to all branches. I see. With the surveillance proof, Leon didn't need to worry about the risks this key might bring to him. After putting it in his pocket, he said goodbye to Ma Long. After leaving the Explorer Guild, Leon took out his bicycle and rode his bicycle toward Pelican Town. The first time I filled my backpack, most of the bags were covered with antiques. Anyway, I would donate them to the library sooner or later. Leon simply donated them to them in advance, which could be considered as cleaning up the backpack. When I arrived at the library, I happened to bump into Gunther, who was about to lock the door. "Mr. Gunther, don't close the door in a hurry. I'll donate it." Leon hurriedly stopped the car and greeted it and shouted, "Oh, then come in first." Gunther stopped immediately after hearing this, then pushed open the door. "Didn't the library close after 6 o'clock? Why, if you have something to do today?" Leon asked casually after entering the library with Gunther. "Well, there are some things that need to be dealt with." Gunther nodded. "What antiquities did Mr. Leon bring this time?" Chapter 501, Inexplicably Familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Leon had no ink traces and took out a pile of bones and the scroll. As for the dinosaur eggs, Leon thought he would keep them first. He would have upgraded the second-level chicken coop and had an incubator to hatch and raise them. When the little dinosaur started laying eggs, he would take out one and donate it to the library. Oh! Prehistoric bones? This is a good thing. Looking at these big bones, Gunther immediately became interested, took out a magnifying glass from his arms and observed it carefully for a moment, then sighed with regret. "What are these bones spelled out?" Leon asked. "If you can't spell it out, these bones are part of several creatures," Gunther explained. After hearing this, Leon was quite understandable. After all, many of these bones are different in size, some are large and some are small, which is obviously not from the body of a creature. "I originally thought that the first donations I accepted were various special minerals, but I didn't expect that most of them were antiques. It seems that, Leon, you have a great talent in archaeology." Gunther sighed. "The minerals have not been done yet, but there should be a lot, don't worry." Leon comforted Gunther, then reminded him to point to the dwarf scroll that Gunther ignored. "Mr. Gunther, my dwarf scrolls are all packed. Don't you want to say something?" Okay, hey, why are you doing so anxious?" Gunther looked at Leon helplessly, then picked up the scroll of Dwarf Scroll 3, walked to the showroom with Leon, and placed it on the edge of the other 3 scrolls of Dwarf Scrolls. After putting this volume down, Gunther took Leon back to the front desk, fumbled under the counter, and finally found a yellow dictionary and handed it to Leon. "Although I don't know how you know that I will give you a dwarf translation tutorial, but what you should give is still to you." "Hehe, thank you Mr. Gunther for your support." Leon took the dictionary without hesitation. Before he could open it, the dictionary dissipated into starlight and merged into Lion's body. Special ability, Dwarf Mastery Activation. As the starlight entered the body, the system's prompt sound followed, and Lion's mind also had some memories of writing and communicating the dwarf language. The disappearance of this dwarf translation tutorial did not scare Gunther, as if he had known about this situation a long time ago. Dwarves are not common. Most dwarves die in the elemental war. The remaining dwarves are basically distributed all over the world or live underground, so there may not be many opportunities for applying this language, so you need to be mentally prepared. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's not a bad thing to master one more language, right? Leon did not explain to Gunther that there was a surviving dwarf in Pelican's town. Well, are there any other antiques to donate? Gunther nodded and asked casually. Well, you say so, then donate these too. Leon found the harvest in the mine from his backpack, a piece of red crystal, a piece of fire crystal, a piece of quartz and an aquamarine. These were all found during the mining operation today. Okay, I was wrong before. Leon, you may be more familiar with mines than some old miners. Looking at these mineral gems, Gunther was a little surprised because he knew how deep the origin of these things was in the underground, so when he saw these, he understood that Lion's exploration of mines was far beyond his imagination. Since I donated so many things at once and enriched the number of collections in the showroom, I can't let Mr. Leon be in vain. After putting away the donations, Gunther bent down again, searched under the counter for a moment, and then handed Leon 2 large bags of seeds. Let me see what seeds are this time. Leon took the seed pack and the system immediately gave an explanation. High-quality melon seeds *50, seeds sow in summer and mature after 36 days. Because it is the preferred seed, the chance of high-quality crops will be higher. High-quality star fruit seeds *10, seeds sow in summer and mature after 39 days. Because it is the preferred seed, the chance of high-quality crops will be higher. A gift from an old friend, the last batch of high-quality seeds. Summer is coming, so I'll take it for you to plant it. Gunther added to Leon. Thank you, I do need it, but I have a heartless request, that is, can Mr. Gunther introduce me to the old farmer? If possible, I would like to buy some of these seeds from him. Leon thanked Gunther seriously and put forward his own ideas. I can't help you because he has passed away for a long time. Gunther shook his head and replied. Okay, it's a pity. Leon regretted hearing that such a farming master had left, but this senior should have lived for a long time. No, he left in his 80s. Gunther complained. Hearing this, Leon was stunned. The old farmer who can produce such high-quality seeds is at least a big shot who can steadily cultivate high-quality crops. If you use high-quality crops all year round, your lifespan should be much longer than that of ordinary people. How could you go so casually? He has never eaten high-quality crops, right? Otherwise, how could he have left so early? Who knows? After all, not everyone is willing to leave such precious things for themselves. Gunther replied with a complicated expression. Someone forced me. Leon guessed when he saw this. No. Gunther shook his head. For the sake of children. Leon continued to speculate. No. Gunther continued to shake his head. Born to be stingy, don't be hard to eat. The first 2 questions were not right, and Leon only thought of this possibility. Not right. Gunther shook his head for the 3rd time, then seemed to feel that this was not very friendly to his neck. He immediately did not let Leon guess and explained directly. Just think, he is a person who commits his own life, after all, he is not a person who is at ease. What's this? I didn't expect it. Leon was a little surprised when he heard this explanation, but he felt it was quite reasonable. After all, in addition to various crises and illnesses, human beings' adventure genes are also a fatal point, especially in the West, where there are few people. Just combined with the information mentioned by Gunther, Leon inexplicably felt familiar with the old farmer he had not met. A master-level farmer who can cultivate high-quality crops, selects seeds, and give them to others has only lived for more than 80 years and loves to die. These conditions add up, which makes Leon always feel that he has seen it somewhere. Okay, I should go to the appointment. You should go back early to rest. Don't you feel sweaty? Just as Leon was thinking about where he heard about such things, Gunther put down the things and urged Leon. Leon came to his senses and left the library with an awkward look on his face. Then he rode back to the farm, took his clothes and started taking a shower. Chapter 502 You are indeed a bastard. I love taking a bath and having good skin, oh. Put on shower gel and apply shampoo. Leon hummed a song while rubbing the dirt and sweat stains on his body. Then he poured water and felt much more refreshed in an instant. Then I found a towel to wipe the water stains on my body, and wiped my hair casually, just without dripping water. As for the fact that it was still a little wet, it would not be a big problem, so it would be done by air drying naturally. Putting on his big shorts, Leon was not in a hurry to wear clothes. Instead, he was alone in the farm. If it weren't for the daytime walking birds, Leon would have planned to run away. After entering the kitchen and looking at the ingredients in the refrigerator and treasure chest, Leon thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure out what to eat for the evening. Why go to Gus to eat at night? Thinking that he hadn't been bragging with Gus for a long time, Leon thought, leaving the kitchen. But before he could decide whether to go, he was startled by a scream. Why don't you wear clothes? Looking in the sound, Leon saw Haley standing at the entrance of the farm with her face covering her face. Before Leon could speak, Haley complained first. Then you are still trespassing on my farm. Don't you know this is a private area and there is no invitation to enter? Leon complained to Haley speechlessly. And am I wearing shorts? Is it still the four corners? Have you never been to the beach in summer to see others wearing swimming trunks? What's so fuss about this? Haley was stunned when she heard this, and then she found that what Leon said was indeed very reasonable, so she stopped covering her face. Her face was a little rosy and slid against her exposed body, her strong pectoralis muscles, 8 pieces of lumps on her abdomen, her strong arms and broad shoulder blades, and her straight and powerful long legs. Every inch was so perfect that Haley couldn't help swallowing. She really didn't expect that Lion's casual clothes would actually hide such a treasured body. This figure looks much more symmetrical and beautiful than the big muscular men in the magazine. Hey, have you seen enough? Looking at Haley's serious gaze and rising corners of his mouth, Leon felt that he was humiliated by his eyes and immediately reminded Haley. Didn't you say it's okay? And if you go to the beach, you won't be able to see beauties in swimsuits. Haley retorted to Leon with confidence at this moment. Yes, but you're not wearing a swimsuit. Leon nodded and complained to Haley. I want to see me wearing a swimsuit? Then don't think about it. Haley refused to stick out her tongue at Leon. So, Why are you doing here? Leon actually didn't care about Haley's statement. After all, he had an impression of Haley's figure last time he was in the rain. His excellent brain modeling ability allowed him to make up Haley's curves and three-dimensionality long ago, and there was no secret. What he was curious about was why Haley took the initiative to come to the farm to find him. I'll ask you something. Haley didn't cover up when she heard Lion's inquiry. I heard Emily say that flower dance saves you from dancing, so I want to ask, besides having an appointment with Emily, have you asked anyone else? Is this important? Leon asked in confusion. Of course, I'm the queen of the flower dance festival. No one could compete with me at the flower dance festival before, but your appearance made me feel threatened, so I have to figure out how many dance partners you made. Haley asked Leon with a serious face. But I'm a man, the queen of the flower dance festival, no matter how you hear it, they are all called girls. Leon was even more confused. After all, he always felt that Haley's words were a bit incorrect. Oh, why are you so stupid? Haley stomped her feet in annoyance when she heard this. You really cannot be selected as the queen of the flower dance festival, but if you dance with others, you will definitely attract the attention of a lot of people. This is the biggest threat to me, okay? Ah! Leon looked at Haley with a question mark on his face. You guy, do you have to let me explain it clearly? Your appearance is the best among the young people in Stardew Valley, so if you are a dance partner, it will also set off the girl who dances with you, and I heard from Emily that she also taught you to dance. And I praised your dancing skills and talent. If you dance with others and I find a dance partner who is inferior to you, then I may be dragged down by a dance partner who is inferior to you. Do you understand? Haley ran to Leon in anger and made a series of complaints. Leon understood that Haley was worried that she would be a green leaf to highlight her dance partner's charm and show a more eye-catching performance effect than Haley. After all, the coordination and cooperation between male and female dance partners, as well as the appearance and posture of both parties, are objective conditions to evaluate whether a dance is elegant and beautiful. Don't the flower dance festival dance casually, and then everyone gathers together to enjoy the flowers, and then commemorates the end of spring and welcomes the beginning of summer? Of course not. This is a grand event that chases the most beautiful girls in Pelican Town every year. Every year, professional journalists and magazines come to the Flower Dance Festival to be judges. Haley explained. So, what do you mean? Leon probably understood the subtext of Haley's words. Sure enough, Haley said directly, I want you to invite me as a dance partner. Because I can't find a dance partner that matches me, do you plan to take me and pull all potential competitors to the same level? Leon complained to Haley with a smirk, but why should I promise you? I think it would be a good surprise to change the queen of the flower dance festival if I can. Of course you will promise me. Haley sneered when she heard this, then raised the ring in her hand. If you don't agree to me, I'll tell others that you gave me a ring. So. Leon was shocked when he heard this. If Abigail knew about it, he would probably be cold. But on the surface, Leon still pretended to be careless. So I can promote to the outside world that you and I are dating. In this case, don't invite me to dance, but instead invite others, you will be discussed. Haley replied confidently. Then you can do whatever you want, I don't care. Anyway, the purity will be clear. Leon shook his head and looked casual, which made Haley feel a little panicked. Aren't you worried that others will say you are fickle? Why should I worry? Leon asked back, it's just dating, not getting married. Who knows if I can go to the end? I won't suffer anyway. It's you who suffer, girl. In this regard, girls are much more affected than boys. After hearing what Leon said, Haley felt that it was the reason. With Lion's shamelessness, she said that Leon might not feel shy. This move does not mean much to Leon, but it is easy to get herself in. But if she didn't do this, she couldn't convince Leon to become her dance partner. This was not what Haley wanted to see, because according to her understanding of the judges, what Leon said might really come true. So Haley could only grit her teeth and ask tentatively. What if I pay for you? Of course it's okay. Wouldn't you say that earlier? You have to do something twists and turns. You are indeed a bastard. Written request for leave. I was invited to attend the Stardew Valley Moonlight Jellyfish Gala today. I was so kind that I could not refuse. I would take a step forward. I would like to take one day off here, don't worry. Chapter 503, The Front and Back Feet. Let's not mention whether you are a bastard or not. Let's talk about salary and benefits first. Leon didn't care about Haley's slander. Leon said that this non-aggressive word was too young, and compared to the employment fees that Haley might have given were not worth mentioning. 50G. Seeing Leon care about the cost so much, Haley didn't think about it and directly quoted a price that she thought was very reasonable. 50G? Who do you look down on? When he heard the price, Leon was a little disappointed. He originally thought he could get some gold coins from the little rich woman Haley, but who knew that this woman was willing to give out a few copper coins, which was too stingy. There's a lot of 50G. Emily works in Gus Tavern for only 80G all night. I'm just dancing with you. I don't have 5 minutes. The price of 10G per minute is already very high. Haley couldn't help but complain when she heard this. Then how much does it cost to buy a piece of clothing? Leon asked back. About 200,300G. Haley replied. I'm not as good as a piece of clothing. Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained. But you can wear clothes all the time, you can only use them once. Haley replied seriously. It is reasonable and convincing, but the price of this 50G is too low, and I refuse your employment. Although what Haley said makes sense, Leon decided not to talk to Haley. Truth is, after all, this is a market where demand is greater than supply, and he has to wait for a price. It's not that I have to make this money, but I just need a suitable reason. 50G comes out to help. The price is too low, so Abigail is held accountable, which is difficult to explain. What do you think is appropriate? Haley asked with a frown. How about 200G? Leon suggested that this price is definitely very good. Not much, but it feels a bit too expensive if you only use it to hire you to dance one dance. Haley actually doesn't care about this money. Not to mention the money her parents send every month, just because of her own income as a photographer, this 200G can only be considered a drop in the bucket. But it means that Haley thinks the money is worth spending. After all, 5 minutes of dance cost 200G, and Haley always feels that she is losing too much. Then do you think the title of Queen of Flower Dance Festival is not worth 200G? Leon pointed directly at the core of the problem. It's definitely worth it. Haley nodded without hesitation. That's right. 200G hired me, which means 200G won the title of Queen of Flower Dance Festival. You said it's worth it, what else are there to worry about? Seeing Haley getting on the trap, Leon immediately bewitched. You don't want to miss the opportunity to win the Queen of Flower Dance Festival. But what if I didn't get it? Haley was not stupid, and asked immediately. It's okay, we can sign a contract, but the conditions have to be changed again. Leon naturally has a solution to this question. How to change? Haley asked curiously. The betting agreement, the 200G employment fee remains unchanged. If you do not win the Queen of the Flower Dance Festival, I will refund the 200G employment fee and compensate you with an additional 300G mental loss fee. If you successfully win the title of Queen of the Flower Dance Festival, then in addition to these 200G, you will also need to pay me an additional 500G. Leon explained his supplementary conditions in detail. But in this way, didn't I lose 200G? Haley's calculations did not seem to be a product of happy education. She easily came up with the unbalanced compensation amount of both parties in this bet. This 200G is a hiring fee, an additional expense, and 500G is the amount of the bet agreement. Whether you win the Queen of Flower Dance Festival or not, don't you hire me to dance with you before this. This is a prerequisite. You can't get my appearance fee for nothing. Leon fooled Haley. How about I'll say it a different way? If you successfully win the Queen of Flower Dance Festival, you give me 500G. If not, I will compensate you 500G, but you have to pay the 200G employment fee first. Haley was a little dizzy at the moment. Lion's words were like an wet snake, which made her, who was not very sensitive to numbers, completely confused about the gains and losses of the betting agreement. However, after hearing the last sentence, Haley still felt that the bet seemed fair, so she nodded and made a decision, document. Happy cooperation. Leon nodded with satisfaction when he heard this, then reached out to try to hit Haley. But Haley just turned her eyes to Leon in disgust and turned around to leave. Before leaving, I didn't forget to remind Leon, remember to wear a beautiful set of clothes on the Flower Dance Festival. If not, I can lend you one, but you need to pay for it yourself. Don't worry, it won't embarrass you. Get 700G ready, I won't accept checks. Leon withdrew his hand and shouted to Haley's back. Haley didn't say anything, but just speeded up, as if she wanted to leave the farm. After Haley's back disappeared, Leon then withdrew his gaze and walked towards the wooden house. Since I decided to go out to eat, I naturally have to wear clothes. Otherwise, I would use the same kind of argument against Haley to tell others that I would be punished by the police and taken to the police car to prison. When Leon got dressed and went out, he saw Sophia appearing on the farm, squatting on the ground, admiring the growing potato seedlings. Sophia, why are you here? As the second visitor today, he was still with Haley. Leon was quite surprised. He didn't know when the farm became an internet celebrity check-in point. I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Lion's voice, Sophia stood up and looked at Leon and spoke. What's the matter? Leon guided Sophia to the kitchen where there were chairs to sit. After all, standing and chatting was not a way to entertain guests. The Flower Dance Festival is coming soon. I didn't want to go to it at first. After all, I hate places with a lot of people. But when I was discussing with my parents in my dream last night, they kept encouraging me to participate in this traditional Stardew Valley festival. Sophia said slowly, and asked with a dodging look on her face. But I want to ask for your opinion, too. Well, I personally recommend you to participate in this festival. After all, it is a large festival. Everyone in Pelican Town will go there. If you don't go, it always seems a bit out of place. Especially since you have returned to Stardew Valley to settle down, and you are planning to run your own vineyard winery here. You have to show your presence. Leon said to Sophia with a smile when he heard this. He actually really wanted to see Sophia at the Flower Dance Festival. He didn't see Sophia's traces at the last time at Olivia's housewarming banquet. Leon doesn't want to let him go again this time. Sophia stayed at home alone. This makes me seem too withdrawn, and Leon thinks that Sophia's situation should have good improvements when participating in group activities. Thank you to the book friend 1607301216166058 for the reward support of the bosses 100 starting point coins and 5000 starting point coins. The boss is generous and the boss is healthy. I love you. Chapter 504 Reasonable Answer. But when she heard that Leon also wanted to participate in this flower dance festival, Sophia was a little speechless and couldn't speak for a long time when she was speechless. Seeing that Sophia had an unspeakable hidden secret, Leon did not directly ask the reason, but said to Sophia with a smile. I will be with you then, and Abigail, so we can help Gus Kebabs together. He has told me a long time ago. We will open a barbecue stall on the day of the Flower Dance Festival. Yet, Sophia breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. If she was staying with her acquaintance, she would feel much better. But there is another thing she cares about, especially this point that has been emphasized by her parents. Thinking of her parents' urging and encouragement, Sophia couldn't help looking at Leon and happened to see Leon looking at her with a smile. At this moment, Sophia noticed that Lion's eyes were so gentle and concerned. She was very familiar with this kind of eyes because she often saw them with her father. Lion's attention also made Sophia feel at ease and immediately stopped hesitating. I heard that all single boys and girls in Pelican Town need to form a partner to dance on the flower festival. How can I not participate? Of course. Leon nodded seriously and assured Sophia, as long as you don't want to participate, no one can coerce you, I can guarantee you this. Hearing Lion's powerful promise, Sophia nodded repeatedly. What should I say or not? Lion's domineering response is really cool. So, this is the only thing you are asking? Leon asked after seeing Sophia's expression relaxed a lot. Yeah, thank you Leon, it's time for me to leave. Sophia said, and planned to get up and leave. Have you eaten for dinner? If you haven't eaten, let's go to Gus to have dinner together, I'll treat you. Leon, who was about to go out, looked at Sophia's back as she was about to leave and immediately suggested. No, but you go by yourself, I won't go. Sophia shook her head, then said to Leon awkwardly. Before I came, Uncle Gus called me and asked if I wanted to deliver food to me. I said I had eaten, so I won't bother him. If I go with you now, Uncle Gus will know that I'm lying to him. Are you worried about causing trouble for Gus? Leon immediately analyzed the reason why Sophia lies. Well, Uncle Gus cares about my life very much. He has been preparing lunch and supper for me during this period. Although I pay every time, it still takes his time too much. After all, his tavern is so busy every day. Sophia explained. Leon felt very pleased when he heard this. He asked his old friend to take good care of his old friend's daughter, and his old friend's daughter was not stingy and caring and considerate to him. This story is very warm no matter how you hear it. If you don't go, then you can't be hungry, eat something here. Didn't that cause you trouble? Sophia shook her head and replied, I'd better go back and make some food by myself. I have a good cooking skills. Then you might as well cook in my kitchen. I will enjoy your strength and taste your skills. Leon suggested. It's okay, but Sophia was hesitant, but Leon had already pushed Sophia into the kitchen. Hurry up, tell me what ingredients you need, I will prepare for you, I won't let you work in vain, I will help you, and I will wash after eating the bowl. Seeing Lion's expectation, Sophia was delighted and no longer refused. She searched Lion's refrigerator and then thought about what to do. But she couldn't help but complain, you have too few things in the refrigerator. That's because I have other storage equipment besides the refrigerator. Leon said, opening the treasure chest next to him, taking part of the things inside and putting them in front of Sophia. Potatoes were the first to appear, followed by the unfinished pork and beef, as well as other vegetables such as carrots. Oh! Sophia looked at these ingredients and turned her eyes to Leon in surprise. She took out the treasure chest of these things, then came over and opened the treasure chest, and found that it was empty inside. Have you taken it out? No, it's just that this treasure chest is useless except me. Leon shook his head, then took out a large mouth base from the box again. It's so amazing. No wonder your farm never surrounds with fences and iron gates. If you have this thing to store things, you will probably be confused when the thief comes. Sophia sighed. I think the thief shouldn't be able to get in. Although Sophia Haley, Abigail Lewis, and others came to the farm as if they were going home, and they did not need to go home, this may be because they came with good intentions. Except for them, everyone else basically needed to get Lion's consent before they could enter the farm. This may have a lot to do with the barrier of Red Star Farm. If you have these, my menu will be changed. By the way, Leon, do you like to eat sweets? Sophia did not continue talking about this topic, but shifted her focus back to the evening on meal. It's okay. In fact, Leon is not interested in sweets, but it doesn't have any effect when you take them once. That's good. The things I make are sweeter, and I'm worried that you won't get used to it. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then started to work hard. Leon assisted Sophia on the side and found that her cooking style was quite similar to Gus. She treated the ingredients very seriously and did not touch them. When I was a child, I often wandered around Uncle Gus' kitchen. Uncle Gus thought I wanted to learn cooking, so he took me to cook. I actually went to find snacks. While working hard, Sophia talked with Leon about the reason why she could cook. Leon listened to Sophia's sharing with a smile, and asked 2 harmless questions from time to time, which made Sophia continue to talk about things when she was a child. The atmosphere was very good for a while, and the smile on Sophia's face never stopped, and some embarrassing things were shared with Leon without hesitation. Of course, besides herself, Sophia did not forget to inquire about Lion's childhood. Leon shared some of it according to his childhood when he was on Earth, which was not disappointing. When Sophia officially opened fire, Leon stepped back and watched Sophia grabbing the shovel and cooking seriously, and couldn't help but nod and applaud. "It's very good, Sophia, she should be able to become a competent wife and mother in the future." "What are you talking nonsense?" Sophia took the time to turn her head and rolled her eyes at Leon, "and I am still young, but I have never thought about falling in love and getting married. Don't gossip me." Leon felt inexplicably familiar when he heard this. As for where he had heard it, he forgot. Chapter 505, Happy to Serve. After Sophia prepared supper, Leon swept around, salad, mashed potatoes, fried vegetables, plus a large portion of fried mushrooms. Seeing that Sulian was all over, he felt a little tooth pain. He immediately took the stove and added a sweet and sour fried tenderloin. "You can actually eat healthier at night." Looking at the fried tenderloin strips of Leon, Sophia complained. Health preservation is something that people who do not require physical labor need to consider. I knocked on ores in the mine for a day today. If this is not a bit of high-protein and high-calorie food, I will wake up hungry at night, Leon explained. Oh! Sophia remembered Lion's words silently, then began to place the dining plate and knife and fork, and called Leon to have dinner together. Although the fried pork ribs are not healthy, Sophia eats quite happily. Leon does not dislike these vegetarian foods, and just puts rice on it. Sophia was worried that she would not finish eating too much food. Seeing Lion's appetite, she began to worry about whether Leon would not be full. After dinner, Leon fulfilled his promise to start cleaning the table. Sophia was not idle and helped Leon with her. The 2 of them squeezed in front of the sink to divide the work. One was responsible for using detergent to remove oil and dirt, and the other rinsed the residual foam with clean water, wiped dry and cleaned it up, and the work was finished soon. "I'll send you back." Seeing that it was completely dark outside, considering that Sophia lived quite far away, Leon suggested. "Okay." Sophia did not refuse this time. Today's dinner cooperation allowed her and Leon to go further. She would no longer feel that asking Leon to help was causing trouble for Leon. On the contrary, she enjoyed Lion's care. Although she had never admitted it, Sophia had psychologically placed Leon as her brother. It is natural for the brother to take care of his sister and send her home. Bicycle or drive? Leon nodded, then placed the 2 vehicles he had at hand in front of Sophia, letting her choose. Considering the road conditions on his own, Sophia chose a bicycle. When Leon heard this, he looked at Sophia with a weird look. Sophia also remembered the sitting posture when riding Lion's bicycle, and immediately changed her words, "Drive, I can walk on the last part of the road. I have chosen all the choices, so I can't change them, get in the car." Leon, who had already taken out his bicycle, patted the car and greeted Sophia. Sophia turned her eyes on Leon, but she still sat obediently on the big carrying. At the same time, she grabbed Lion's waist and turned her head to look at Leon. "Sit down." After reminding Sophia, Leon rode his bike and took Sophia to the Blue Moon Vineyard. After sending Sophia to the door of her house in person, Leon rode back. When Upper Leon was thinking about accompanying Sophia back, this girl was asking about topics such as her arrangements for the flower dance festival. Some are not sure whether Sophia is just chatting and gossiping, or is she planning to dance with herself at the flower dance festival. However, Leon also tentatively tried a few words and did not get an accurate answer, so he couldn't figure out Sophia's thoughts. Finally, he decided to take one step at a time. Even if Sophia really has the idea of dancing at the flower dance festival, Leon will not be disappointed. Anyway, he has agreed to Haley. With Abigail and Emily, these are the 3 dance partners, and Sophia is not much more. Sleep. After returning to the house and observing the ice sculpture rhubarb for a while, Leon went to bed to rest. After opening his eyes, it was already dawn. The routine watering chickens, picking mushrooms, looking at fruit bats, a set of floet didn't take long to finish the journey, but breakfast took quite a long time. After eating pancakes for 2 days, Leon couldn't stand it anymore, so the food he prepared in the morning was noodles with soup. Chicken soup base, hand-rolled wide noodles, and 2 eggs were laid. 1 boiled, 1 bowl was eaten in the morning, and 1 bowl was taken to the mine for lunch. Anyway, the things placed in the system backpack are all time static, so there is no need to worry about the noodles being soaked. Whatever the state is put in, and what is taken out is the state. At the same time, before going to the mine, Leon specially found a bottle of milk to bring with him. This time he not only wanted to go to the mine, but also had the plan to meet the dwarves. Among the things that the dwarves like, the cheapest is milk, which is quite suitable as a meeting gift. Although this milk was bought from Hoja's supermarket, the dwarf should not be able to drink it. Leon thought so. At the same time, after preparing the food, Leon also returned to the house and took some copper ore and coal, and rolled it into a cherry bomb. Then Leon looked at his fortune today again, either good or bad, and Leon breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not particularly bad luck, he could go to the mine. After preparing for it, Leon set out directly towards the northern foothills. After arriving at the abandoned mine cave, Leon did not take the elevator directly, but took it out and groped along the rock wall. Soon, he noticed a semi-enclosed area. Looking at the stone wall with a color that is obviously different from the wall, Leon took out a steel pickaxe and knocked it straight on. Soon, a large hole that could pass through one person was dug through, and behind the stone wall was a long and narrow passage. He bent over and walked in. After walking about 50 meters, Leon saw a large space at the end of the passage. After entering it, before Leon could look around, a short sword pressed on Lion's knee. "Human, what are you doing here?" A dull and strange sound came to Lion's ears, and Leon looked down at the less than 1 meter, wearing red armor, thick gloves, and a half-wrapped bronze helmet on his head, only a pair of small things with scarlet light eyes were exposed. It was basically certain that this guy was the dwarf he was looking for. "I'll come to you to do business." Leon smiled and tried to make himself friendly. "I don't trust you, human." The dwarf still did not relax his guard. "And you are very skilled in dwarf language, which is not something that ordinary humans can master, so you must be a spy deliberately trained by Shadowmen. Do you know Rasmades, the Guardian? He is my elder. Can you understand that?" Leon looked at the dwarf speechlessly, not saying anything. The dwarf and Korobs seemed to have paranoia for persecution. Both of them suspected that the other party's race would send spies to approach them, not considering that this place is Stardew Valley and the leader is Rasmades. "Are you a junior of the Guardian?" Hearing Rasmades' name, the dwarf relaxed a little, but the dagger in his hand still had no intention of putting it down. "I still don't trust you very much, so I need your proof of your identity and position. Go to the depths of the mine to kill 5 shadow men, and bring their void essence. You can not only gain my trust, but also get my thank you gift. Do you accept this task?" "Happy to serve." Chapter 506 What is the surprise? Although the scene of meeting the dwarf for the first time was not as harmonious as Leon thought, Leon was quite interested in the task proposed by the dwarf. After all, having a task means there is a reward. "Our clan and the Shadowmen have been fighting for thousands of years, so don't think about using the shadow essences that others have obtained to deceive me." Seeing Leon agree so simply, the dwarf was surprised, and did not forget to remind Leon that he should not cheat. "No problem." Leon shrugged his shoulders and then suggested, "I took this order, but before going down the mine, can I check out your goods? I need to buy something that makes it easier for me to deal with those shadow men." "I can only trust you when you complete the commission." The dwarf shook his head and rejected Leon's proposal. "Okay." Leon didn't force it, and turned around and left along the way he came. When he left, Leon always felt someone staring at him behind him, and this snooping gaze disappeared until he came to the elevator. "Be alert, it seems that the dwarf tribe has been very badly harmed by Shadowmen." Thinking of the dwarf's attitude just now, Leon felt a little moved. Everything seemed so quiet in Stardew Valley, but outside Stardew Valley, or other circles outside human civilization, seemed unstable. Taking the elevator down to the 90th floor, Leon, who had already put on the Icethorn skin suit, started his mine journey today. After mining and killing monsters, Leon quickly completed the commission for 5 Shadowmen hunting, but Leon did not stop and return to the surface to find the dwarfs to join, but continued to go deeper into the mine. The cherry bomb created in advance has become another weapon for Leon's mining. The individual rock ore is broken by hand. When large pieces of stone ore gather together, Leon will not be stingy with cherry bombs. It is a two-pronged approach and has amazing efficiency. It's finally 100th floor. Looking at the stair mine hidden under the gold ore on the 99th floor, Leon wiped the sweat beads on his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Leon did not hesitate and slid down the stairs directly. As soon as he landed, he rushed towards the treasure chest placed in the middle. After opening the treasure chest, a purple fruit in the shape of a 5-pointed star was lying quietly in it, with starlight flashing on the surface of the fruit, which was extremely gorgeous. After taking it out, Leon did not swallow it as soon as possible, but carefully put it in his backpack. After all, you may lie down for a while after eating the star fruit. Leon is not sure about the safety of the mine. It is not safe to eat here. It is better to wait until you return to the surface and find Linus to help you stay by the side. This is the safest choice. Huh? There's still something. Just as he was about to leave, Leon found that after the star fruit was taken away, there was something in the box. He immediately reached out to take it out and found that it was a worn doll. Ancient doll, antique ancient doll covered with dirt. This doll can be used as a toy, decoration, or a prop in certain rituals. In addition to this thing, there is also a note. Drop it into the magma. The handwriting is a bit sloppy, and it looks like the writer is writing this sentence casually. In the game, Leon never found any other collections in the box on the 100th floor, except for the star fruit. The extra ancient doll and note at this moment made him feel very wrong. However, considering that the box was prepared by Mr. Chi, it is logical that Mr. Chi would not cheat him, and Leon thought he could still try it. So Leon, who took this ancient puppet, walked to the edge of the magma pool. This is the characteristic of 100 floors, the same as the underground lake in the 20 and 60 floors of mine caves, but the lake water here is magma. After catching the ancient doll, Leon threw it into the magma without hesitation. When the magma rolling and bubbled magma completely swallowed the doll, the magma suddenly began to boil. Then a creature made of bones rushed out of the magma and rushed towards Leon. Damn it! The sudden attack made Leon curse, and then his first reaction was to roll to the side to avoid the impact of the bone snake. While avoiding it, the Galaxy Watermelon knife also fell into Lion's hands. However, before Leon got up and fought back, the bone snake turned into particles and dissipated into the air. Only a piece of emerald green diamond crystal and a note wrapped around it were left, lying quietly on the ground. Leon. I'm glad you have arrived at the 100th floor and received the gifts and surprises I have prepared for you. I hope you like it. As for this thing, it is the third treasure I have prepared for you. How to find the place where it should be placed and get the treasure it represents, then you have to find a way yourself. Together. His. Thinking that I was indeed shocked by the bone snake just now, but I really didn't feel anything about joy, Leon felt a headache. Fortunately, it was Mr. Chi's joke, otherwise a bone snake that could live in magma really needed to deal with it himself, and Leon felt that he could not beat it. After throwing the note into the magma, Leon then took the emerald green crystal in his hand. Crystal of another world, crystals of unknown origin seem to be able to be installed on something. Looking at the introduction given by the system, Leon played with this small crystal and searched the game database in his memory. He couldn't find similar things for a long time. There are so many new tricks, this world. After confirming that it was something new that had not been released in the game, Leon stuffed it into his backpack. As for finding the base for inlaying this thing, Leon doesn't have the intention yet. This treasure hunting game is much more difficult than before. Apart from this crystal, let alone the map, there is no even a prompt. If you have no idea what to do, you can only go with the flow. Fortunately, Mr. Chi seemed to have not imposed any time limit in this game, but just told Leon that this thing belongs to the third treasure, so there is no need to worry. After powering up the elevator, Leon took the elevator and returned to the surface. At the same time, he sorted out the things in his bag, first put away the ice-ripe animal skin suit, then took out 5 freshly dropped void essences, and walked along the thing leading to the dwarf's temporary residence when the elevator door opened. As soon as I passed through the tunnel, the familiar blade hit Lion's knee. This made Leon want to complain very much, because such a posture was not lethal at all. The dwarf really took action, which at most would make Leon unable to move and die immediately. Leon, who reacted, could cut off the dwarf's head with his hand. However, Leon did not intend to share this kind of thing with the dwarf, and directly threw the 5 void essences in his hand on the ground and spoke. Inspecting goods. Chapter 507 Safe Blasting. No, I can feel the smell of the shadow elements remaining on you. The dwarf took back his weapon, but did not pick up the essence of void on the ground. Instead, after saying this, he ran to a large box in the corner of the cave for a long time, and finally took out a book and handed it to Leon. Dwarf Safety Manual, books that record dwarfs avoid explosion damage when using explosives in mines. Detected Magic Book Dwarf Safety Manual, are you learning it? The moment I started the book, the system prompt came as promised, and there was an additional inquiry. Certainly. Hearing this prompt, Leon nodded without hesitation. The next moment, the book opened in Lion's hand, quickly automatically flipped from the title page to the end, and finally disappeared in Lion's hand. Read the Dwarf Safety Manual. You have a deep understanding of the range and power of the bomb explosion, and special skills. Safe blasting has been unlocked. Safe blasting. Visualize the explosion range of all bombs and resist 25% of the damage caused by all bomb explosions, while being immune to the impact of the explosion. Forward. When reading this new special ability, Lion's expression was a little disappointed. He originally thought that this new thing he had never heard of could make him unscathed in the bomb. Now it seems that he can only reduce the damage by 1/4, so he feels a little useless. After all, no one is willing to stay in a bomb, and the 25% defense effect is of little significance. But it does not mean that this ability is meaningless. At least Leon will not be worried about being sneak attacked by a bomb in the future. The explosion range of this visual bomb should be passive and effective at any time. Another advantage is that it is the impact of immune explosions. In a sense, it is quite powerful. It's a pity that Leon is not good at experimenting with the specific display of this ability for the dwarf now, but overall, he is quite satisfied with the reward of this dwarf. The thing is good. Next time there will be such a commission, you can find me. I am also a genuine explorer affiliated with the Explorers Union. It can be seen that the dwarf seems to have a lot of good things on hand, and Leon doesn't want to miss this opportunity. I'm not used to entrusting others to help, and this time the commission is just to eliminate your risks. The dwarf shook his head, and a dull voice came from under his helmet. So human, have you found here to trade with me? Have you brought enough gold coins? Then I have to let me see what goods you have here first. Leon complained. This is a goods order, please buy it yourself, and the price has been marked, but I may not have some goods for the time being. If you need it, you may have to wait for a while. After saying that, the dwarf handed Leon a sheepskin scroll and unfolded it. Leon found that there were still many things in this long scroll, which were much more than the cargo selection in the game. Apart from the 3 types of bombs, only one miner offers a more familiar product. The other things are not sold by dwarves in the game. And what's interesting is that the rare scarecrow and dwarf-style things that should have been sold by dwarves do not exist in this list. At the same time, scallion oil and life potion cannot be found in the dwarfs list. The 4 types of crystal balls replaced by them, as well as various unique minerals and gems that can be opened in the crystal balls. Basically, the mineral output that can be found in the mine cave can be seen in the dwarves, and the price is quite expensive. For example, a piece of amethyst can be sold here, which is much more expensive than the price sold in Leon. But there are some pretty good things. For example, a basic bomb like Cherry Bomb, 150G, 1 bomb, 1 100G, and 1 super bomb, 1 200G. According to cost, these bombs are basically affordable or cheap. Although Leon himself did not unlock the bomb recipe and could not obtain bombs and super bombs, he knew the cost of these things very well. For example, a super bomb requires a combination of a sun essence, a void essence and 4 gold ores. When buying the sun and void essence from Korobus, it costs 180. The price plus 4 gold ores is much more than a super bomb of 200G. Your bomb is quite cheap. But no matter how cheap it is, Leon still plans to ask what the price of this bomb is, so as not to buy cheats. In addition to picks, our dwarf tribe uses the most mines. In each of our strongholds, there is an assembly line specializing in the production of various bombs, so the price is very cheap. The dwarf explained. What about the bomb effect? Leon asked after hearing this. It's definitely the best one. The dwarf replied confidently. Let's get a cherry bomb first to see the effect. Leon did not agree with this. Although the system was taciturn and often had no sense of existence, Leon was very confident that the things produced by the system were all very easy to use. If you want to know the effect of the bomb provided by the dwarf, just compare it with the cherry bomb you made yourself. Yes, this one is for you. The dwarf didn't know anything, so he took out a cherry bomb from his body and handed it to Leon. Leon was sure to see the dwarf taking out the bomb from his clothes, rather than using some space magic or storage equipment, so he immediately gave the dwarf a thumbs up. You are really brave, you carry all the bombs with you. The dwarf didn't say anything, but handed the cherry bomb to Leon. Based on the principle of not wasting, Leon took the bomb and slipped out, took the elevator to the 25th floor, found a mining area, and ignited the cherry bomb made by the dwarf in his hand and threw it out. The landing cherry bomb began to expand, and then Leon noticed that the cherry bomb was the center of his vision, and within a 2-meter diameter, there was a scarlet bright area. Leon confirmed that this was the visualization of the bomb explosion range during safe blasting. At this moment, the leads of the cherry bomb were burned to the house. The last wisp of flame activated the gunpowder buried under the copper shell. The flames rolled up around like a balloon explosion, destroying all the ore and stones around it, and accompanied by the explosion was compressed into an impact, but when passing by Leon, his sleeves were not lifted up. The effect of immune explosion impact is very obvious. Leon picked up the falling stone, then chose a mining area and took out his own cherry bomb, ignited it and threw it out. The visible range of the explosion displayed this time is 3 meters with the cherry bomb as the center, which is a completely larger circle than the dwarf's bomb, and the flames are brighter. Chapter 508, Change of face. The power is not obvious, but the explosion diameter is much different. Is this the so-called best explosive? With the effect of visualizing the explosion range, Leon intuitively discovered the difference between the dwarf's cherry bomb and the system-produced cherry bomb, and also understood why the dwarf's bomb is so cheap. Obviously, there are cutting corners here. However, bombs are bombs. As long as they can explode and destroy stone or layers, they are good bombs. Leon was really tempted at such a cheap price, especially the 200G price of Super Bomb, which made Leon very restless. After all, he had just obtained a huge sum of 50 WG. If he had collected the dwarf scrolls early to unlock the dwarf language and traded with the dwarf and bought enough super bombs, he would not have been in the mine for 3 consecutive days. Taking the elevator directly to the surface, Leon visited the cave where the dwarf was again. This time the dwarf did not use a dagger to press against Lion's knees, but sat silently on a chair near the rock wall, playing with 2 ordinary crystal balls in his hands. "Are you satisfied with the effect of the bomb?" the dwarf asked first when he saw Leon appear again. "I'm not satisfied, it's much worse than my bomb." Leon shook his head and said to the dwarf, then took out the cherry bomb he made and handed it to the dwarf to verify that he was not bragging about showing off. "Such a round appearance, the same size, but it is more than half heavier than ours. The industry is excellent. I didn't see that you are actually a great craftsman." Seeing the bomb Leon took out, the dwarf immediately held it in his hand and looked at it. After a moment, the dwarf had to admit that what Leon said was true, his bomb was much better than his own. Even if there is no explosion experiment, the dwarf will know the comparison results from the bomb production process, and it still has the strength in this aspect. "If you don't mention craftsmen, I'm quite interested in your super bombs. If I buy them in large quantities, will there be any preferential policies?" Seeing the dwarf admitting that he was better, Leon felt that this tribe is quite honest and simple. When he started a business, he didn't need to worry too much about malicious exploitation. "How much do you want to buy?" The dwarf was stunned when he heard that Leon had such excellent bomb manufacturing technology and planned to buy bombs from his own hands, but of course it would not refuse the business that was delivered to the door. "Let's talk about preferential policies first." Leon did not directly explain his procurement goals, after all, he himself did not make sure. "If there are a lot of quantities, I can give you some gifts, but the price will not be discounted," the dwarf replied immediately. "For example, if you buy 10 super bombs, I will give you 1 ordinary bomb and 2 cherry bombs, or if you don't give a bomb, you can give a magma crystal ball, 5 super bombs, and 1 magma crystal ball." Are you non-human intelligent races doing business like this? You don't bargain, but you like to give gifts. Hearing the dwarf's answer, Leon couldn't help but complain, because the dwarf's way of doing business reminded him of Korobus. "It seems that you have also made transactions with other races. Then you should know that we exist in doing business strictly abide by the price catalog rules specified by the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce, right?" The dwarf looked at Leon in confusion and asked. "I know, I just complain a few words. Although I really don't know that there is this thing," Leon doesn't intend to tell the dwarf frankly. After all, the dwarfs did not trust him before, so why did Leon keep trust in the dwarfs? There is one thing that Leon remembers very clearly, that the ignorant party will always suffer losses in the business world. So, How many super bombs are you planning to buy? The dwarf did not continue to talk about this issue and guided the topic back to the transaction itself. 100, but I need you to give you 30 magma crystal balls. Leon gave his own procurement goals and requirements. There are too many magma crystal balls, so I can't give it. The dwarf shook his head and refused when he heard this. Are you sure? After all, this is not a small order. 100 super bombs are 2 WG. For you dwarves who are active in the mine every day, there should be no shortage of crystal balls. Moreover, you don't seem to have any desire to open the crystal ball, or you lack the means to open the crystal ball, so you choose to use the crystal ball as a gift. Is it really necessary to deduct a gift that is not precious to you and is not very practical? Leon asked back to the dwarf with a smile. The dwarf's view of the crystal ball revealed in words made the dwarf unable to help but shrink his neck and speak. It seems that you know a lot about dwarves. Well, I agree to the gift of 30 lava crystal balls, but you need to pay 2 WG at a time. You guessed it right. Leon was delighted and secretly sighed that his reasoning ability was still so powerful, but at the same time, he said to the dwarf without any expression on his face. It's okay to pay it all at once, but your super bomb and crystal ball also need it once. Delivery, I don't want to wait. If I have to wait, I will get 2 more lava crystal balls in one day. I can deliver all the items at once, but can you take them away? The dwarf looked at Leon, not believing that Leon could take so many bombs and crystal balls. I have my own way. By the way, can you swipe the card? Leon smiled and did not explain. Then he took out the gold card provided by the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce and showed it in front of the dwarf and asked. The membership card of UNC Chamber of Commerce. Sorry, dear Mr. Member, if I had known that you were the holder of this card, I would not have doubted you. The moment he saw this card, the dwarf jumped off the chair, stood in front of Leon in a manner and bowed slightly. The change in polite attitude made Leon a little confused. So, can you pay? Although shocked by the rapid change in the dwarf's attitude and the extraordinary significance this card represents, Leon still did not forget this deal with the dwarf. And you don't need to be so polite to me. My name is Leon, a farmer in Stardew Valley. You can call me my name directly in the future. As you wish, Mr. Leon. The dwarf nodded at Leon. He was quite happy about Leon's humility. After all, this was the first time it had seen such a Loki membership card holder. If you own this card, of course you can spend it. You just need to sign your name after getting the bill, and I will hand it over to the UNC Chamber of Commerce, and we will be able to withdraw the payment from the UNC Chamber of Commerce. As the dwarf said, he ran to the box beside him and started searching. Chapter 509 Bombs Full of Houses. Leon watched as the dwarf took out one super bomb after another from the box, throwing it aside casually like throwing a stone. Soon, one super bombs the size of a basketball piled up on the side. This made Leon a little panicked, because once one of them was detonated, the dwarf in the hole and himself would probably have to explain it here. Well, don't you pay attention to safety? Leon couldn't help reminding him as he took out a bomb from the bottomless pit box and threw it aside. Although our craft is not as good as you, we still attach great importance to the safety of bombs. As long as the leads are not ignited by open flames, these bombs will not be damaged or exploded even if they fall from a height of more than 10 meters on hard rocks. Please rest assured. The dwarf took out the bomb without looking back and comforted Leon. "Okay, as long as you have this confidence." Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. In fact, it was not panic when it really exploded. Naturally, either a vegetarian or a dwarf might not be able to withstand this explosion. He was actually considering the dwarf. Soon, most of the hole was filled with super bombs, and the dwarf stopped throwing the bombs and began to find lava crystal balls that were red like chicken blood. There are no more or less, exactly 30, the same size as the super bomb, but it looks narrower and longer, and the body is similar to a football. Actually, if it is inconvenient for you to take away Leon, we can contact the Fart-Ravel Chamber of Commerce to send these things to your farm, and I will bear the freight. Looking at the super bombs and crystal balls piled up on the side, the dwarf suggested. "No need, sign the order first." There was no money for the time being, so these bombs and lava crystal balls do not belong to Leon, so Leon naturally cannot use the system backpack to pack and take it away. However, as long as you pay, the ownership of these bombs and crystal balls was transferred to Leon, which only takes 1 minute to clear the venue. The dwarf did not persuade him, and directly began to draw up a shopping contract. The whole process was handwritten, with simple format and straightforward words recorded the number of bombs purchased by Leon, unit price, and total price of goods. In addition to the number of lava crystal spheres attached, the contract was finally handed over to Leon. Leon looked at the numbers above and felt a little troubled. After all, if this thing is really signed, and the dwarf changes it, he may be cheated. Just thinking that the dwarf should not be so bad, and the account was easy to check, so he was really cheated. Leon asked Yuan Chamber of Commerce for help, and he would not be unable to find the cheated gold coins, so he immediately signed his name. After signing the name, Leon realized that his worries were redundant, because after signing the contract, it changed from paper to stone, and the written words became carved, and the spacing between each numerical letter was also neat and uniform. No matter what was added on it, it would appear extremely abrupt, and the physical aspects eliminate the possibility of secondary changes to the contract. This made Leon curious about whether such an anti-counterfeiting and anti-change mechanism was the work of the Changxing Chamber of Commerce or the secret of the dwarf clan. "Now these things belong to you, Mr. Leon." After carefully packing up the contract that turned into a stone slab, the dwarf reminded Leon. Leon didn't speak, and using the increase of the small magnetic ring, the large pieces of super bombs and lava crystal balls were all put into the backpack. Seeing the bombs and caves accumulated in the cave disappear in a few breaths, the dwarf looked at Leon and understood why Leon did not need transportation services. It is worthy of being a membership card. Of course, the dwarf did not say this clearly. Happy transaction. I looked at the 100 super bombs in my backpack, and the lava crystal balls I originally got from Mind, and they were superimposed on 37 lava crystal balls. Leon was quite happy. Money is spent. These super bombs will be the best companion to mine in the future. They will avoid a lot of repetitive bending over and lifting pickaxes to work. Perhaps my old waste can be used for a few more years. Happy transaction. The dwarf replied with a smile. It had not made such a big deal in a long time. It was also very happy to have cleaned up its inventory. By the way, this is for you. After the transaction was completed, Leon took out the milk prepared for the dwarf. The snow-white milk in the glass bottle made the dwarf widen his eyes curiously. Is it milk? Listening to the dwarf's uncertain but slightly expectant tone, Leon smiled and handed the milk over. Don't you know if you try it? Well, thank you. He politely expressed his gratitude to Leon, and the dwarf unscrewed the bottle cap with his bare hands, put the mouth of the bottle into his helmet, and drank the milk in the bottle. It's really milk. It's really a wonderful taste. After drinking a bottle of milk, the dwarf was very satisfied. Looking at the bottle that had been drunk, he couldn't help licking his tongue. This thing is not expensive. If you like it, you can buy some. Leon reminded. No, we don't take the initiative to contact humans. The mine is the most comfortable and safe place for us. We hate sunlight, which is the same as the shadowman. The dwarf shook his head and explained. Don't you go to the City of Elements? You should be able to buy milk there too. Leon asked. I have never been to the City of Elements, nor have I left Stardew Valley, said the dwarf. Okay, then I'll bring you more next time. Of course, you need to pay, just think that I'll help you buy it. Leon felt a little sympathetic to the dwarf when he heard this. This guy, like Colobus, was squatting at home. As for the money, it is not that Leon is stingy, but simply to avoid the dwarf being embarrassed. If it is paying for purchasing on behalf of others, the dwarf will not have any psychological burden to drink with the milk Leon brings. Then I'll trouble you. The dwarf was quite grateful for Lion's kindness, and immediately decided to have another purchase plan next time, so he could give him more gifts. Okay, I'm going to leave. I have other things to do. I'll chat with you next time. After buying the goods, Leon didn't plan to stay here for too long. Even if his relationship with the dwarf was a cooperative relationship and a familiar face, he felt that it would be more comfortable and natural to communicate with Korobs. Moreover, if you have too much contact with the dwarf, it will be very troublesome if you are infected with the smell of a dwarf and are noticed by Korobs. Now An has to find a way to convince Korobs that he is not a killer sent by the dwarf or something. Of course, the most important point is that Leon wanted to eat the star fruit as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to see what special abilities this star fruit could give him. Chapter 510 Gem Shaping. After leaving the mine, Leon headed straight for Linus' tent. Leon is not planning to return the ice-ripe skin suit for the time being. It is already 100th floor. It is not a long way to go to the 120th floor. When Leon arrived near Lena's tent, he saw Linus holding his chin, sitting in a plastic chair that he got from somewhere, looking at the sky in a daze. Old man. He stretched out his hand and wandered in front of Linus's eyes for 2 times, but did not attract Linus' attention. Leon had to say hello. What's the matter? Linus blinked and moved his eyes from the sky to Leon, looking up and down for a long time before asking. I found another star fruit and plan to eat it. I need you to protect me. Leon explained the reason why he disturbed Linus. Did you get the second star fruit so soon? Linus was a little surprised when he heard this. Then he stretched out his hand, patted Lion's chest, then got up and walked around Lion's back and patted Lion's back. Well, it's time. The previous fruit has been absorbed almost completely, and I have no loss after eating it now. Then I'll eat it. Leon took out the star fruit. After seeing Linus nodding, he began to chew on the star fruit in his hand. Full juice, soft and glutinous flesh, and fried rice flavor that is completely incompatible with the fruit flavor. The second edible experience of star fruit was quite interesting for Leon. The first time I was nervous, I didn't carefully taste the taste of star fruit. Now I try again and find that this thing actually tastes really special. When all a fruit was swallowed and even a core was left, Leon felt his brain crashing at this moment, and countless familiar or unfamiliar scenes appeared in his mind, flashing alternately in Lion's mind like slides. In the end, the picture was frozen in a memory buried deep in Lion's memory. It was an ordinary night, and little Leon was huddling in his father's arms, listening to his father telling the story of Nuwa creating human beings. After listening to the story, little Leon was not sleepy, but instead asked his father foolishly whether he could learn this ability. My father asked little Leon why he had such an idea. Little Leon replied that he wanted to make a sister for himself. As a result, the old father popularized the knowledge of family planning and the slogan of having a young child and eugenic child to have a happy life. Watching this video is like a VR movie. The memory clips played like this. Leon, who was watching, couldn't help but raise his mouth. Perhaps his father would have to take the blame for his irrelevant way of thinking. Waiting for a scene to play, little Leon was stunned by the family planning science popularization class. His eyes were blurred, and he fell asleep, and he was completely over. Leon, who was watching, also came to his senses at this moment, opened his eyes, and saw Linus's concerned face. How do you feel? It's pretty good. Leon got up and moved for a while, and found that he was relaxed all over at the moment, as if he had been tired for a day and had a hot bath and then had a big health care. He was refreshed. So do you feel a sense of resistance to the star fruit? Linus asked. What kind of resistance? Leon asked in confusion. If there is a star fruit here, do you still want to eat it? Linus said with an example. Of course. Leon nodded. He liked the experience after eating the star fruit, because it allowed him to see some people he could not see now, and the feeling was very real, not as illusory as a dream. It seems that two are not your limit. That's good. Hearing Lion's definite answer, Linus nodded and then asked Leon. Have you awakened any new abilities? It still strengthened the previous agricultural abilities. Let me take a look. As soon as he came to his senses, he was questioned by Linus. Leon didn't have the chance to see the system prompts that had just been immersed in his memory and was ignored. The desire I had in my heart received a response from the earth, and the special ability gem shaping has been unlocked. Gem shaping, using gems as a medium. According to the different sacrificial gems, the earth puppets with different attributes are summoned from the earth to fight for you. The duration of the puppet depends on the gems. The puppet can only hold one puppet, and can only be shaped once a day. It seems like I have awakened a combat type ability. Seeing the extra gem shaping ability in the special ability column on the personal information panel, Leon explained to Linus. Oh? What type of combat ability? Auxiliary, enhancement or direct damage? Linus immediately became interested when he heard this. Summoning class. Leon corrected. Summoning class. Linus raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This is a rare ability, whether to summon tree people, or to summon wild beasts, or to summon elements. Summoning the puppet, the earth puppet, but a gem is needed as a medium. Leon directly explained the skill situation to Linus. Are there any restrictions? Linus asked. You can only summon once a day, and you can only have one puppet at a time. Leon added. Try it. Hearing this effect, Linus immediately got into the tent, took out a diamond and handed it to Leon. Is it a bit of a waste to use diamonds? I think amethyst is good. Seeing the diamonds that Linus took out during the experiment, Leon felt the strong atmosphere of a big shot gushing out from the unkempt Linus. It's okay, I have it. You can try it with diamonds first. Linus forced the diamonds to Leon and urged. Although Leon felt a bit wasteful, Linus looked so expectant that he couldn't let down the old man's support. He immediately picked up the diamond and activated the ability to shape the gem. The moment the ability was activated, the diamonds began to break into powder and floated into the earth from Lion's hands. Then the land under the two of them began to surging, and countless soil began to gather together to absorb the falling diamond powder, and then quickly condensed and formed. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid creature with diamond luster shining all over the body appeared in front of the two of them. It was covered with shells made of diamonds, with slender limbs and an S-shaped curved body, just like a female sculpture carved from a giant diamond. Hiss, you puppet is a bit special. Looking at the obvious feminine characteristics of this puppet, although there is no missing point, I can tell that this puppet is a woman. This is completely different from other puppets that Linus has seen. Those puppets pursue tall and powerful bucket figures. They are a monster with a strong sense of oppression when they stand. How come the puppet born in Lion's hands is like an art sculpture? Chapter 511 Wow! Like you, a crystallized person. Well, maybe it's the characteristic of gems? Diamonds are generally loved by women, so they shape the figure of women. Faced with Linus' strange gaze, Leon racked his brains to give a suitable reason. As for whether this reason is correct, Leon is not sure. He actually has his own guesses that the puppet he created will show a female posture. Perhaps it has a lot to do with the saying that I wanted a sister when I was a child. It's possible, so what's your manipulation power for this puppet? Do you act completely according to your will, or command line command? Linus felt that what Leon said made sense when he heard this, and then he set his eyes on the slender diamond puppet that reflected the dazzling light in the sun and asked Leon. It seems to be imperative. Leon has a good understanding ability. He can understand the two manipulation modes that Linus mentioned. After all, it is also an old bookworm who has read online articles for so many years. It is not uncommon for puppet technology. When Leon wanted to manipulate the puppet according to his will, he was embarrassed to find that he had no connection with the diamond puppet, that is, even if it was Aang was thinking about it in his mind, and this puppet was afraid that he couldn't feel his thoughts. So Leon thinks it should be the latter. Let her attack me and try the strength. Linus was not surprised to hear this, but instead rubbed his hands excitedly and suggested to Leon. Good. Although it is not clear how strong Linus is, Leon does not think that a puppet summoned by a diamond can beat Linus, so Leon did not reject this proposal and directly issued an order to the diamond puppet. Attack him! The diamond puppet, who was originally as quiet as a virgin and alone, took action in an instant when he heard this. The original humanoid arms directly condensed into two triangular spikes, and the sharp edges flashed with cold light. Then the diamond puppet used the arms that were converted into weapons as weapons, rushed towards Linus, and began the battle. At this moment, Leon was standing by and eating melons. After all, the order was issued, so he had nothing else to do. Now it depends on the performance of the diamond puppet and the strength of Mr. Linus. Mr. Linus, facing the attack of the diamond puppet, was a little surprised because the movements of this diamond puppet were light and fast, completely different from the clumsy and straightforward movements. His posture after every move was as elegant as a single dance. What's more interesting is that this puppet's own combat IQ is not low. In addition to the continuous attacks of the stabbing blade attack with both arms, the poking, slashing, and pressing the top, the attacks are continuous, one move after another, and the movements of rolling and moving are also very coherent, and its flexibility is no worse than that of humans. And during the attack, other offensives will be interspersed, such as turning your feet into sharp cones and stabbing you. If you want to hit yourself, if you are a warrior who does not have enough combat experience, you will be really going to be a big shot. While dodging, Linus did not forget to counterattack, but judging from the feedback from the punches and palms on the puppet, the hardness of the puppet itself was comparable to that of the diamond. However, this does not mean that this diamond puppet can put pressure on Linus. Not to mention taking out the weapon, Linus felt that he could easily break the puppet if he was a little serious, but he was quite satisfied with this puppet being summoned by Leon. At least with this kind of puppet with combat intelligence, it is definitely a good thing for Leon, and his combat power has doubled directly. That's right. With your ability, this puppet may be much more powerful than your original body. While easily avoiding the attack of the diamond puppet, Linus sighed at Leon. Maybe. Lion's expression was a little strange at the moment. Because the more I looked at this diamond puppet, the more familiar he felt. After a little recollection, Leon found the familiar reason. The attack mode and posture of this diamond puppet looked very similar to the crystallized person inside the old man's ring. And there is another important thing, that is, during the battle, Leon found that something similar to an energy bar appeared on the head of the diamond puppet. As the battle progressed, these energy bars were slowly shortening, and 1/10 of them had been consumed in the minute of fighting against Linus. Moreover, there is also a not so conspicuous white strip on the energy bar. This thing will not shorten with the passage of time, but after each attack by Linus, it will reduce part of it, which gives Leon some guesses. Old man, try to hit it back with a little force. The so-called practice brings true knowledge, so if you want to confirm your own speculation, the best way is to implement it. Linus did not refuse when he heard this. He cheered up and let go of his hands and feet slightly. While dodging the attack, he punched the diamond puppet one by one. Then Leon saw that under the attack of Linus, each punch dropped sharply by a large grid of white strips. When 2/3 of the white strips disappeared, extremely obvious cracks began to appear on the diamond shell of the diamond puppet. It's indeed an armor strip. The experimental results are exactly the same as my own speculation, and Leon also understood the disadvantages of diamond puppets. Linus also noticed this, not surprised by this, and suggested to Leon. It seems that using gems will give it a carapace with the strength of the gems. If you want to use it for combat in the future, it is best to choose gems with higher hardness, such as diamonds and red crystals. Yeah. Leon nodded to express his understanding, and looked at the more than half of the energy bars of the diamond puppet and the armor bar that was about to disappear, and opened his command and ordered, "Stop the attack." With Lion's command, the diamond puppet immediately changed from motion to quiet, standing quietly in place, resting in a sculpture-like form. At the moment of stopping, Leon was surprised to find that the energy bars and armor bars of the diamond puppet were actually recovering slowly. At the same time, with the recovery of the armor strip, the cracks on the puppet's body are also shrinking and recovering. There is also the automatic repair function, which is not bad. Your ability is indeed interesting. Linus obviously noticed this and immediately exclaimed. It's pretty good. Maybe she can be broken in the future. Before she leaves the battlefield, she hides aside and recovers. When it's almost done, she will pull her over and continue fighting. The puppet should not be exhausted. Leon nodded and said. Well, it's a good tactic. Linus agreed with Lion's understanding. And you don't have to be too disappointed with it. If you fight with me, it may seem a bit bad, but when facing some ordinary people, or fighters of your level, their oppressive power, aggressiveness, and defense ability are top-notch. Chapter 512 Is Money or Life Important? I know Ivory weak, but it would be a bit too much for you to scold me around the bush. Leon couldn't help but complain to Leonas when he heard this. I'm just telling the truth, and I think your skills in summoning puppets may have a lot of things to dig. For example, when summoning gems, is there any regulation that can only be used for one gem? Linus waved his hand, not caring about the fact that he accidentally mocked Leon, but instead had more experience and asked Leon. No. Leon looked at the skill description again and found that there was indeed no limit on the use of only one gem. That means that every time you summon, you can use plural gems as a sacrifice medium to increase its strength. Linus said immediately after hearing this. I'm not sure, I can only use it once a day. If you want to experiment, you have to wait for tomorrow. Leon explained, looking at the elegant figure of the diamond puppet, his face a little complicated. If it's really possible, then this skill is probably a gold's walking beast. After all, gems are not cheap. Money is important or life is important? Linus asked Leon angrily. Everything is important. After all, the two most painful things in life are that people die, money is not spent, and people are alive, but money is gone. Leon retorted seriously. Look at your unpromising look. Linus rolled his eyes and then returned to the chair and sat down. Perhaps besides fighting, you can try to develop other applications of this kind of puppet. I feel that its plasticity is quite strong and its IQ is not low. Perhaps it has good use value in other aspects. Then do you think it can help me farm? Lion's first reaction when he heard this was to find the black slave. The probability is not high, and even if it helps you, I don't think you should use it. After all, the soil on your farm is not ordinary soil. If you don't do it yourself, the chance of high-quality crops will probably be sharply reduced. Without high-quality crops, you will not be able to make money. Without money, you will not be able to buy gems to summon more powerful puppets to assist you in the battle. Linus leaned leisurely on the chair and reminded Leon. Hey, it's better to unlock a farm-related ability or auxiliary ability. Leon felt inexplicably distressed when he thought that he would have to summon a puppet with a bunch of gems before fighting in the future. Come on, don't think about money anymore. Do you know that if you tell me this ability, how many warriors and mages are jealous of you, a high-intensity and high-combat IQ puppet who can fight independently? Do you know how powerful it is on the battlefield? How much does gem cost? Linus disliked Lion's face that was cheap and obedient. So, old man, what do you mean is that you will cover all my combat expenses in the future? Hearing this, Leon immediately rubbed his hands and smiled at Linus and tentatively tried. Get out! Go down the mine and dig yourself! Linus cursed directly at Leon, then closed his eyes and ignored Leon. And Leon was not disappointed. After all, he just tried it. If he succeeded, wouldn't he be free? It doesn't matter if he fails. Anyway, he is thick-skinned and will be disliked if he is disliked, and there is no loss. Then Leon looked at the diamond puppet again and found that the energy bars and armor bars above its head had been restored. It took him only 2 or 3 minutes to chat with Linus. It was quite fast to recover in such a short time. Walking forward and approaching the diamond puppet, Leon stretched out his hand and wanted to put it into his backpack, but found that he could not do so. I don't know if it was because of using Linus diamonds, or because the soil consumed during the summoning did not belong to him. It gave Leon a headache. After all, if you can't put it in your backpack and take it away, it's probably quite conspicuous to walk on the road with such a diamond puppet. Fortunately, it is the northern foothills, and you can go back from the remote forest. There are basically no one on the way. So Leon said goodbye to Linus, and then issued an order to the diamond puppet, asking him to follow his steps and go back to the farm together. When Leon left, Linus opened his eyes and looked at the two of them leaving, sighing with nostalgia. It seems that this kid's advancement route is the ancient druid sect. It's interesting. I really want to see if this guy's third fruit will continue to awaken similar abilities. On the other side, Leon was riding a bicycle, followed by a diamond puppet. Leon was not slow to ride, but the diamond puppet was running at the same speed. Interestingly, although the diamond puppet is not big, it is finely shaped by mud mixed with diamond powder. It should be quite heavy, but it runs on the ground and tramples on the grass without leaving any obvious footprints. This made Leon understand that this puppet may have more accurate control over power than himself. When he returned to the farm, Leon ordered the diamond puppet to stop beside the vegetable field, and handed it its own kettle and hoe. Go and reclaim the land and water it. The order was issued, but the diamond puppet did not move at all, as if he had not heard Lion's instructions. So Leon repeated it, but the puppet still did not move, which completely failed Lion's plan. Originally, he thought that if the puppet could help farm, even if he couldn't grow high-quality crops, he could still grow some melons that he needed to eat every day. Fruit and vegetables. Now it seems that the role of a puppet can only be exerted when fighting. Forget it, you'd better stay here as a decoration. Seeing that the black slave's plan was broken, Leon commanded the diamond puppet and stood next to the mailbox. After all, this thing is actually quite beautiful as a sculpture. Except for the blurry facial features, it can't tell the appearance. Its figure curve is better than the models in the shopping mall window. Before it disappears, it is also good to be a figure. After Leon arranged the diamond puppet, he got into the room and saved most of the things on his body into the treasure chest. Only tools, weapons, bicycles and the 100 super bombs I just bought were left in the bag. Then Leon sorted out the inventory, then took some copper ore and coal, and went to the furnace to start smelting. He took the lead and looked at the recent situation of the oak forest planted by the oak seeds sent by Linus last time. Although it has not yet reached a complete maturity, this regular oak forest has begun to take shape. The trunks of more than 3 meters high are as straight as pillars, and the fluffy crowns and leaves alternate, presenting a vibrant green. Leon estimated that these oak trees should be able to be completely formed in summer, so before that, 30 sap collectors must be prepared in advance. Chapter 513 Blood flows into a river. So in the afternoon, Leon was basically melting metal ingots. This thing has no technical content, and it just wastes time. In order to pass the leisure time, Leon took out the steel light sword he had found in the mine before, found a clearing space, and ordered the diamond puppet to compete with him. It was said that it was a competition, but the diamond puppet would not hold back. It was at this moment that Leon understood why Linus said that this thing would have a strong sense of oppression for the warriors at this stage. The speed is fast, the moves are varied, and the material is hard, and there are changes in the ability to convert any part of the body into weapons at any time. Leon has suffered a lot. If it weren't for the control of Leon, Leon could stop at any time. Leon guessed that he would have to hand over his blood. Even so, Lion's clothes looked a little torn at this moment, and there were cracks on his upper arms, chest, and back. There were also several scars hanging on his body. Although it was shallow, it did not bleed much, causing the entire upper body of the clothes were covered with blood, which looked extremely miserable. But Leon himself did not feel much pain or weakness. His body is very strong now. Not only does these wounds heal extremely quickly, but after so much blood, he should have become much weaker. However, Leon not only did not feel anemia, but instead felt a sense of pleasure of breaking free from the constraints. Am I a shaking M? No. It should only promote blood metabolism and natural healing effects, so I feel comfortable. Well, that must be the case. After retrieving the already broken steel light sword, Leon looked at the diamond puppet again and found that in the battle just now, he had not even destroyed Onet Herd of the guy's armor bar, and the energy bar lost by the puppet during the fight was slower than the speed that had passed when he fought with Linus. This allowed Leon to determine the frequency of energy loss, which seemed to be related to the intensity of the battle. Leon was quite happy to find out another information about the puppet. After collecting the newly melted copper ingots, Leon continued to stuff copper ore into it, and then took off the blood-stained ragged clothes on his body. These clothes with dry blood were uncomfortable to wear. After looking at the location of his injury before, he found that not to mention the wound, there was no scar left. Only the remaining blood proved that Leon had been injured. Come again. Replaced the steel light sword with the obsidian sword, Leon ordered the diamond puppet to attack him again. With the last battle experience, Leon has adapted to the fighting style of diamond puppets. This time, he has gained a lot of experience and avoided the diamond puppet's offense faster and more straightforward, and the probability of injury has been sharply reduced. The sound of gold and stone made by the interlacing of the sword blade and the diamond armor on the diamond puppet made Leon feel even more excited. Since the sand lizard, Leon has not had such a tense and stimulating combat experience for a long time. The more I fought, the more excited I no longer paid attention to the duration and armor strips of the diamond puppet. I even ignored some less threatening attacks. I played the method of using injuries to exchange injuries, and I would definitely cut the diamond puppet under the sword. The sound of collision echoed on the farm like a blacksmith. The obsidian sword in Lion's hand stabbed the diamond puppet from unexpected angles like a poisonous snake. The puppet itself did not feel pain or the consciousness of protecting itself, and did not care about these attacks at all. He was only thinking about stabbing Leon to death with his arms that turned into a pointed cone. Leon was getting better and better. He felt that the obsidian sword was not strong enough, so he directly replaced it with his left hand, and directly took out the galaxy watermelon knife with his right hand and extended it into a 1.5-meter-long sword. Leon had a feint attack with his left hand and a long sword with his right hand, and slashed it with his right hand, and it was decent. Good opportunity. Seeing the cracks on the diamond puppet's body become denser, as if tempered glass broken into a spider web after being hit hard, Leon took advantage of the diamond puppet's arms and leaned forward, and directly drilled into the gap of its attack on the diamond puppet and was close to the diamond puppet. Before the diamond puppet could stab back with her backhand, Leon pressed the galaxy watermelon sword, which had shrunk into a short dagger in his hand against the diamond puppet's chin, and suddenly exploded, slashing his head with a knife. Cut off. But Leon underestimated the particularity of the diamond puppet. It is not a fatal injury for both a puppet. Its head is just a scar that is the size of a bowl. It is not a living creature that relies on its head to think and fight. Without its head, it will not hinder the movement of the diamond puppet at all. Fuck. Stop attacking. Leon, who had just realized this, swore. He had already paid the price for his neglect. He was poked 2 holes behind his back by the diamond puppet's arms. Fortunately, Leon shouted quickly, and his pointed head had just penetrated into the depth of 2 centimeters of his body. If there is no stop, Leon can be sure that he will be stabbed in the same way. Pull it out. Feeling the tingling sensation on his back and the cold touch that did not belong to his body, Leon opened his mouth and ordered to the diamond puppet. The headless diamond puppet was still obedient. Without hesitation, he pulled out his arms that were inserted behind Leon. His arms were covered with blood stains, and after pulling them out, 2 blood columns were sprayed out from behind Lion's back. Okay, I'll take it off. This time it really hurt Leon, especially the large amount of blood loss caused by these 2 penetration injuries, which made him feel weak and weak. But he was not panicked. Not to mention that the natural protection had not been triggered yet, proving that he was not going to cool down. There was a bottle of prepared life potion in his bag. He took it out and drank it directly. If there was no problem with the description of the potion, his damage was not a threat at all. But before he could try the salty potion of life, he felt a warm feeling coming from behind, and the pain was rapidly eliminating, and the wound also felt itchy when healed. So I say you warriors are all brainless idiots. I've never seen anyone practicing fighting with their puppets and seriously injured themselves. Rasmedis's voice came from behind Leon, making Leon sure that his wound healing came from the magical healing of this guardian boss. When he felt that the wound had healed completely in a very short time, Leon turned around awkwardly and looked at Rasmedis with a bad expression, with a little lack of confidence. Ahem, Guardian, I've caused you trouble, thank you for your help. Rasmedis looked at Leon with a cold face and didn't say anything, but that's it, the oppression he brought to Leon became stronger. This feeling is like making a mistake outside, and then returning home, looking at the parents who crossed their legs without saying a word, sitting at the door, waiting for themselves, and feeling indescribable horror. Chapter 514 This is Life. The longer this silence lasted, the more uncomfortable Leon felt, so he decided to break the silence. I'm actually quite adept at it. Look, I'm not unprepared. In order to prove that what he said was true, Leon took out the life potion in his bag and showed it to Razmedes to check it out to prove that he really had a backup plan. Life potion? It's very purity. I didn't see that you have such good things. Razmedes is also aware of the goods. After all, he deals with magic potions all day long and is also a potion maker, so he can see the situation of the potions in Lion's hand at a glance. But this is not a reason for you to harm yourself. What should you do if you waste such precious potion in this unnecessary battle when you really need it? Is it precious? Not precious. It only takes 4 mushrooms to make something. I have 2 bottles on hand. Leon complained in his heart. If it weren't for the small number of morels, the stock would probably have to be several times larger. After all, in addition to the mushroom cultivation tank in the cave, Leon has also found a lot of red and purple mushrooms in the mine, but morels are not likely to appear, which makes me feel that one of them is missing. Leon felt that maybe he could go to the secret forest to search for it more, and the chances of morels appearing there were quite high. But he never dared to say this. After all, in front of elders, pretend to be stupid and be timid when you should be timid. You are right, it's my negligence. Seeing Leon so well behaved, Razmedes suddenly became silent, but now that Leon is so sensible, he is embarrassed to continue to perform. Next time, please pay attention. Although you have natural protection, physical pain is inevitable after all. Yet. Leon nodded and glanced at Razmedes's calm face, then he knew that the disaster had passed. Your new fruit has good abilities. Instead of honing your combat skills, it is better to think about how to use its advantages to help you fight. Fighting is not simply based on your own strength, but more about grasping the situation on the battlefield and thinking about targeted strategies. You can use your brain as much as possible. After looking at the diamond puppet on the verge of collapse, Razmedes was quite envious. After all, if a puppet of this level is held by a mage, then there is a guarantee that he can be safely used as a turret behind. Although the role of this puppet is of little significance to him, if it were Abigail, there would be a lot of demand. Just thinking about Abigail's current situation, Razmedes still had a headache. Compared with Lion's self-discipline, she still needs to sharpen her mentality. It's time for me to go back, otherwise Abigail would find out that I was not in the Mage Tower and ask me why I went out. I'm afraid I'd have to clamor to come and visit you again when I learned about your injury. After saying this, Razmedes teleported away from the farm, obviously returning to the Mage Tower. And from Razmedes's words, look at it, Leon is sure that this grandfather Abigail who deliberately concealed his identity has been seized by Abigail. Otherwise, there would be no need to worry about such a thing that only requires a lie to cover up. But obviously Razmedes did not have the idea of lying in front of Abigail, and it can be seen that the Guardian was indeed unreserved of Abigail. This is a different generation of kisses. Leon was very envious, to be honest. After all, Razmedes's thighs are too thick. Abigail's hug is so safe and he can definitely benefit for life. But my thick legs had already passed away. Although my grandfather died in his body and his soul still existed well, he still existed in the spiritual world after all and could not always be with Leon, which made Leon feel a little regretful. Take a bath. Rasmades healed Lion's injury, but did not remove the blood stains on Lion's body, so the wound was recovered, and the dried blood scab was still quite ugly, so Leon decided to take a shower. Before taking a shower, he did not forget to pay attention to the diamond puppet that had lost his head and found that this guy could not automatically restore the armor strip and energy strip. There was only a small section of the armor strip and half of the energy strip was lost. This made Leon realize one of the shortcomings of the puppet. It seemed that after the body part loss occurs, the ability to automatically recover will disappear. You should die. Since it cannot be restored, Leon does not need to keep the diamond puppet. After all, the puppet without a head and with cracks on it is quite terrifying. Keeping it as an ornament can easily scare others. Moreover, Leon is quite curious about what the situation will happen if its armor strip falls off. So Leon slashed the standing diamond puppet, and this knife completely cleared the puppet's armor strips. In reality, the diamond shell on the puppet's body was directly crushed into slag, and its clay-shaped body was exposed to vision. Without the diamond wrapping, the clay puppet looks very rubbish, just like a flawed product made by a child playing with clay. You can barely see the personal figure, but when you look closely, you can't bear to look at it. Go back to the earth, it's time for you to retire. After saying this to the puppet began to disintegrate, and the fallen soil merged into the land under his feet, and disappeared in an instant. There is no significant change in the land it integrates into. Compared with the movements it creates, it seems so silent when it dissipates. Without the puppet, Leon went back to the room and took a set of clothes and took a shower. The bathing process was quite long. After all, the blood stains on his body had to be cleaned. The sewage flowing down Lion's body was all red. Fortunately, there were no outsiders, otherwise the bystanders would be trembling. Leon, who had rinsed and returned to his clean state, only felt very refreshed. After moving his body, he did not feel discomfort. The feeling of excessive blood loss before was also made up for the healing of magic. Now Leon feels that he can fight the diamond puppet for another 300 rounds. I have to eat some good things to supplement at night. Although his body has returned to normal, Leon still feels that he has shed so much blood today and needs some replenishment, so after taking a shower, Leon, who has changed into new clothes, got into the kitchen and started to get busy with supper. First, cook a pot of rib soup, cut 2 large pieces of beef and put them on, washed some vegetables, and after cooking the pot, Leon made a cup of tea for himself, sat quietly in the kitchen, while paying attention to the heat, enjoying the tea soaked from the green tea delivered by Caroline. This is life. After taking a sip of tea, Leon raised his legs and enjoyed the quiet moment, his expression so comfortable. But before he could finish the cup of tea and officially start cooking, he heard the sound of the kitchen door behind him being kicked open. September is coming, and the new January is beginning. I wish all the friends who are starting school to succeed in their studies. At the same time, I would like to thank the boss for his 100 starting point coins for the boss, which made the boss spend money. I wish the boss good health. Chapter 515. Are you happy? I'm not happy. Before Leon could put down his teacup and turn around to see who was so rude, he felt like he was surrounded by a fragrant embrace. Smelling this smell, Leon knew the identity of the visitor, Abigail. "Hey, hey, just hold me and let it go, why are you still starting to strip my clothes?" Leon actually enjoyed Abigail's intimate hug, but just not long after he enjoyed it, he felt that Abigail's hands were actually lifting his clothes. "The teacher said you started to self-harm, so I'll look at your wound." Abigail's voice was full of anger. He felt relieved after he lifted Lion's clothes and looked at its smooth back. "It seems that the teacher didn't lie to me, he has healed you." "Did Master Razmedes tell you this news on his own initiative?" Leon was quite surprised to see Abigail coming so quickly and be so clear about his injury. Logically speaking, Razmedes would not take the initiative to inform Abigail about this matter, otherwise it would cause the current situation. Abigail left the Mage Tower and ran to Leon to ask about his well-being. This is definitely not what Razmedes wants to see. But Abigail came, so Leon could only think that it was Razmedes who sued the matter. "I sued Abigail, as for what mentality comes from, I don't know." "No, it was the elves who told me." Abigail shook his head. "When I was reading in the Wizard Tower, the elves appeared in front of me and told me that you were injured. I went out to find you. I happened to meet a teacher who had just returned. After my questioning, the teacher told me that you were injured. Although he comforted me and said that you had cured you, I was still not relieved." Elf. When Leon heard this, he couldn't help but become curious. He didn't know if the elf Abigail said was Zunimo. Well, elves, special creatures born in nature, cannot be seen by normal people, and they will not appear before ordinary people. Abigail explained. "I can see elves because I am a magic apprentice, and your farm is naturally very vital, so I often see many elves staying near your farm. Maybe they came to inform me after they discovered your situation." So, I was monitored by you." Leon felt cold when he heard this. After all, judging from Abigail's statement, he was surrounded by eyeliners. "How is that possible? I am not a teacher. I don't have the ability to cover the entire Stardew Valley with mental power. It's just an accident, because the elves are not enslaved by people and do not like to contact humans. I wonder why there are elves who come over to tell me about your injury." Abigail explained. "That's it, then I probably guessed the reason." An elf who doesn't like to contact humans suddenly found Abigail accurately and reported it. It was obvious that someone must have instructed him here. As for whom the instructor was, Leon also speculated. Obviously, this is a matchup between the older generation. "What's the reason?" Abigail asked curiously. "The reason is very simple. The one who asked the elf to notify you should want to use this excuse to make you and me later." Leon reached out and hugged Abigail in his arms and said softly. "Oh, too, if there is no such reason, I may not be able to leave the Mage Tower and come to visit you, so in addition to the teacher in Zingla Valley, there are other special people living in seclusion, right?" Abigail was not stupid either. He naturally understood the subtext in Lion's words. She was not resistant to this, but instead thought it was quite good. After all, she also wants to be with Leon. After confirming her relationship, the two are basically in a state of being together for a few people, and it is no joke to create beauty from a distance. There are quite a lot. There are not only humans in Stardew Valley, but also dwarves and shadow men. Leon replied. If I hadn't been exposed to magic, I might never know that Stardew Valley is so special in my life. Fortunately, I have joined your circle now, otherwise you will definitely dislike me for not knowing nothing in the future. Abigail was not surprised when he heard this. The more he learned magic, the more she could understand how rare and magnificent the Stardew Valley was, a region full of vitality and various special energy. Actually, you are just an ordinary town girl, so I will be happier. Leon sighed while touching Abigail's hair when he heard this. So we can meet every day, and when I'm not busy, we can always hold hands and go out for a date and picnic together. No, I keep saying this, I think I will be deceived by you when I can't stand it, Abigail complained. Oh, I have nothing in detail. Leon teased Abigail with a smile. Humph. Abigail ignored Lion's words because she knew that as long as she continued to say this, Leon would bully her with great difficulty. If you don't talk about this, tell me, how could you fight with the puppet you summoned? You were almost beaten to death by your puppet. Isn't this boring and want to hone my fighting skills? Leon explained with his shoulders shrugged. After all, you have been growing now, so I have to work hard to ensure that I can fight side by side with you in the future and not drag you down. How can you participate in so many battles? Isn't it good to be a farmer? Abigail rolled his eyes at Leon and complained. I want to be plain, too, but you probably won't think so. As my girlfriend, I can't watch you take risks, right? Leon added. Hee. When Abigail heard this, he became silent, and at the same time he couldn't help but press his face against Lion's chest. Okay, then I will try not to do risky things in the future, so you don't need to fight hard. It doesn't matter. You can't give up your preferences because of condolence. Everyone is free. Love should bring happiness, not restraint. Leon reminded him, rubbing Abigail's cheek. Then do you feel happy? Abigail raised his head and looked up at Leon and asked. Not very happy. Leon replied seriously. Why? Is it because I don't accompany you often, or do you don't like me? Abigail's expression froze and he asked quickly. Because you're so stressed that I can't breathe. Only then can I be happy, can I be a ghost? Leon pointed speechlessly at Abigail's movements, lying on himself, and complained. Oh! Abigail hurriedly changed his posture. He accidentally took off his shoes and curled up in Lion's arms. He had never considered the burden of his weight of about 100 pounds on Leon. Chapter 516 Night and Fire. After changing his posture, Leon felt much more relaxed, and then Abigail fell in love with me for a while, then he remembered the ribs and beef stewed in the pot. When he learned that Abigail was not going back directly and chose to stay for dinner, Leon was glad that he had prepared a lot of ingredients and cooked a lot of rice, so he didn't need to prepare any more. So under Abigail's gaze, he began preparing for dinner. Take out the stewed ribs and use them to cold water and stir-fry them directly. This is a braised rib. Cut the stewed beef and cool, and with dipping sauce, it is a plate of cold beef. Cut the vegetables and stir-fry them together and make fresh fried vegetables. Finally, stir-fry a shredded potato, cover the rice on the plate as a topping, and a simple dinner is done. It seems that I don't need to worry about cooking in the future. Looking at Lion's skillful cooking and the delicious dishes in front of him, Abigail clapped his hands and sighed. You can't keep asking me to cook, right? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and reminded, if you keep doing this, I may dislike you. It's okay, I can cook too, and I won't give you the chance to dislike me of being lazy. Abigail replied confidently. Let's talk about it when you prepare a big meal for me one day. The empty talk is not convincing. Then you can look forward to it. They ate while chatting, and soon the two of them got a round belly. Originally, Leon planned to wash dishes with Abigail, and by the way, he had a little warmth and had a little fun in the kitchen. As a result, Abigail's magic made all the tableware look refreshed, making Leon feel very uncomfortable. If you want to be happy, there are, after all, washing dishes is always a headache, and people like to be lazy, especially those who cook food like Leon, who are most resistant to washing dishes. With the help of magic, this trouble is no longer a trouble. But I can't wash dishes manually, and Lion's planned small movements cannot be performed, which is a pity. Go with me to see the stars. I haven't seen the stars together for a long time. Abigail didn't know Lion's entanglement, so he had nothing to do in the kitchen, so he took Lion's hand and prepared to sit on the steps of the wooden house together, looking up at the stars together. Leon did not refuse either. Under Abigail's pull, he came under the eaves. After sitting down, Abigail naturally leaned on Lion's shoulder. The two raised their heads together and looked at the starlight in the sky without pollution and clouds. This is Orion, this is Sagittarius, this is Ursa Major, and there is it. I don't know if I learned astrology from magic books or if I had studied astrology by myself. Abigail, who was appreciating stars, pointed his hand at the stars in the sky and conducted astronomy literacy on Leon. It's a pity that Leon was not interested in this. He looked at Abigail's little mouth that kept talking non-stop, and directly lowered his head and kissed him. The sudden attack blocked Abigail's words in his throat. He wanted to protest, but unfortunately Leon did not give Abigail a chance to counter-attack. Under the continuous agile offensive, Abigail fell into decline. It was not until Abigail noticed that Lion's hand was beginning to be honest that he suddenly woke up and patted Lion's back of his hand with disgust. At the same time, he threatened the attack with his eyes. Leon stopped in disappointment. I'm angry if you do this again. Abigail reminded Leon with his cheeks puffed up. I can't help myself. After all, this is spring, the season for all things to revive, and it is also a good time to reproduce offspring. I don't want to, it's just dominated by the most primitive genes. Leon replied seriously. Then there is a magic in the magic I have learned that can help you suppress this impulse. Do you want to try it? Abigail threatened with his eyes rolling. No need, I am allergic to spells. Leon declined without hesitation. Who knows whether the effect of this spell is powerful? If the disease falls into the root of the disease, it will not only be Lion's loss, but also Abigail's loss. At the same time, Leon was also a little helpless. Didn't it mean that all girls under Western education were cheerful? Why did he seem so shy when he arrived at Abigail? Then are you allergic to me, a magic apprentice? Abigail stared at Leon and asked. It depends on whether you want to be desensitized by me. Leon was not deceived and directly turned into an offensive. But, I just think about these things all day long. Can't you watch the stars well with me? Abigail spat and complained at Leon in dissatisfaction. But the stars can be seen every day, but you can't. Leon retorted, pretending to be innocent. As soon as this sentence was said, Abigail was indeed timid. After all, what Leon said was true. She also felt that the two rarely met during the passionate love period, and she did owe to Leon. Leon also noticed Abigail's loss and helplessness, and immediately took it back in his arms. Don't think too much. I'm just kidding you. We are still young and the time will be long in the future. Don't worry, you can learn magic with Master Rasmades. When you become a great wizard and master teleportation spells in the future, we will travel around the world together. At that time, we can see the different night skies in the whole world. Well, thank you, Leon. Hearing Lion's confession, Abigail felt that he was about to float up happily. What are you thanking me? You're so polite. Are you going to respect me? Leon knocked on Abigail's forehead and complained. Although I don't understand what does Lion's respect mean? But Abigail also heard that Leon was dissatisfied with his gratitude, so he stuck out his tongue and pretended to be cute, trying to make Leon forget this harmless little thing. And Leon was indeed amused by Abigail's little expression. He looked at the sky and Leon suggested, I won't go back tonight, so I'll stay here for one night. No, I'm worried that you will do whatever you want. Abigail refused without hesitation. Did I mess up last time? Leon asked Abigail speechlessly. After all, there was no minimum trust between people, which hurt him very much. But I have to go back too. Last time I used the reason to stay at a female friend's house. They obviously didn't believe it. If you use such an excuse this time, they might be suspected. Abigail explained. I don't think they need to be suspicious. They may have known some things. Leon reminded Abigail after hearing this. After all, Pierre and Caroline are not fools. Leon remembered that when he greeted Caroline at Olivia's housewarming banquet last time, Caroline's mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law. Chapter 517, You are a fool if you don't make money. Abigail thought for a moment when he heard this, recalling his parents' expressions and words after returning home after studying. He did not remember that the two had shared their experiences about love or hints about the things they needed to pay attention to when they got along with Leon. Are you sure? Why do I feel like they don't know? Maybe it's my illusion. Seeing Abigail's confused look, Leon was also a little uncertain. Then I'll take you back. Listening to Leon suddenly change his words and let him go, Abigail was a little reluctant. It's only the hour now. When I go back so early, can't I sleep? Then go back to your room and watch TV. I'll show you something interesting. After saying that, Leon pulled Abigail into the wooden house, turned on the TV, then pressed the 7 sevens, and found Velvic's divination today. Didn't you already know your fortune today? Oh? New audience. As soon as he saw Velvic, Velvic's complaints came from the TV, but after the complaints, Velvic seemed to have discovered that there was a new unfamiliar viewer in addition to him, and immediately added. Girl from Stardew Valley, your fortune is very good today. The elves like you very much, and you may have good luck. Who is there anyone who can tell people how to divine through the TV screen? Do you believe this thing? Abigail was expecting Leon to show something novel and interesting, but found that Leon was actually doing fortune divination on a TV show, and immediately reminded Leon. Although I have never learned divination, it is an advanced prophetic magic that requires talent and powerful mental power. I also know that the divination technique of the diviner needs to be used as a medium for divination through the energy dispersed by the diviner himself. This is obviously a liar. Leon hurriedly switched the channel and explained to Abigail. This is Velvic, a friend of your teacher, a serious divination master and top magician. Ah! I thought Velvic was a liar in the world, and Abigail was embarrassed when I heard this. She naturally knew the teacher's strength and the teacher's status in the magic world. Abigail had only seen a few people who could be friends with the teacher. When she heard this news, she instantly understood the approximate strength of Velvic. After all, birds of feathers gather together. Although Abigail does not know this sentence, he also understands this truth. Then this teacher's friend won't be angry. You hear what I said? Thinking about the views he expressed just now because of ignorance, Abigail was a little at a loss. Don't worry, she won't care about you. After all, you didn't know her identity before, and even if you are angry, she will forgive you for your teacher's sake. Leon comforted Abigail with a smile. Although I didn't have much contact with Velvic, I only met in reality and saw it on TV screens at other times. Leon also knew that Velvic's personality should be excellent, otherwise it would be impossible to perform free fortune divination for others on TV programs for free. It seems that I will learn to be humble in the future. With Lion's comfort, Abigail felt much more relaxed, but he also learned a small lesson from this matter. Ha ha ha. Leon smiled and patted Abigail's head. It's good, at least you don't have to worry about offending others in the future. Humph. Abigail snorted at Leon with dissatisfaction, obviously very dissatisfied with Lion's attitude of watching the fun. Leon did not continue to be funny with Abigail, and pulled Abigail to sit by the bed and talked about other things. By the way, the Flower Dance Festival is coming soon, and the original arrangement remains unchanged. You probably won't mind that I will accompany Emily to dance the second dance after the first dance with you. I don't care. After all, this is something you agreed on before. Haven't you told me that you have already told me? Why do you have to say it again? Abigail looked at Leon in confusion and asked. Since I don't care, I have something to tell you, that is, Haley came to me yesterday, let me be her dance partner. Leon continued to speak, looking at Abigail's wide eyes and quickly added. Actually, I refused at the beginning, but she proposed the idea of hiring me, 200G dance, and there is an additional benefit, that is, if she can continue to win the title of Queen of the Flower Dance Festival, she will give me another 500G as a reward. It's a fool to have money but not make money, do you think so? Moreover, my house is too small. Look, we can't find a chair when we sit together, so we can only sit by the bed. For the sake of future consideration, I have to make more money and renovate the house and turn it into a big villa. Facing Lion's explanation, Abigail was originally a little unhappy, but after hearing the second half, Abigail felt that what Leon said was not unreasonable. After all, he was also considering it for the future. Now the house is indeed a little smaller, and it will be quite crowded to move in from now on. Just verbally, Abigail still answered arrogantly, "You live in a big house and a small house, it has nothing to do with me. If you want to dance with her, just dance. I am just your girlfriend, not your wife." "Then I won't take this job." Hearing Abigail's answer, Leon observed Abigail's expression and found that she did not show resistance or anger, but instead looked shy, and immediately understood Abigail's meaning. But with such a good opportunity, how could he resist teasing Abigail? "Receive it, why not? This time it's 700 G. The net profit of the grocery store at home may not be as high as half of this day. Why don't you make so much money? Isn't you the fool you said if you don't make money?" Abigail hurriedly hugged Lion's neck and shook Lion's head and complained. "Then I'll take it. I originally thought you might be interested in the title of Queen of the Flower Dance Festival and are going to help you." Leon stopped Abigail's shaking movement, because if he continued to shake like this, he was afraid that his neck would be twisted. After all, Abigail was quite strong. "I might have been interested before, but now I'll just have a title that I have every year," Abigail answered indifferently, and stood up to ask. "There should be nothing else. If not, I should leave." "It's impossible not to leave." At this moment, the two of them were already half sitting on the bed. If they didn't leave, Abigail felt that he was afraid he would not be able to leave. "Thank you Brother Kun for your 10,000 reward, and thank you for your support. The boss is generous, the boss is healthy, I love you." Chapter 518 Strawberry. "You go, I'll take a break. I'm bleeding too much in the afternoon. With the shaking you just now, I'm a little dizzy now, and the anemia makes me feel quite cold. I may have to sleep in a blanket tonight." After hearing this, Leon let go of Abigail's hand, then pretended to be weak, leaned against the head of the bed and said, "Ah." Abigail, who was originally planning to leave, stopped immediately after hearing this, immediately approached Lion's face, stroked Lion's cheek, looked at Lion's obviously rosy face, and asked uncertainly, "But I didn't see that you had anemia." "That's because I'm shy, so I blushed. I'm still quite weak," Leon defended with confidence. "I believe you." Abigail rolled his eyes and confirmed that Leon was fooling him and planned to leave. But at this moment, Leon grabbed Abigail's hand. Abigail turned around and saw Lion's pitiful appearance, and the steps he was about to take stopped again. "Then I'll stay with you until you fall asleep." In the end, Abigail still softened his heart. No matter whether Leon was really weak or simply wanted to stay with him for a while, Abigail didn't want to disappoint Leon. "But what should I do if I'm cold?" Lion's mouth raised and continued to speak. "I'll find you a quilt," Abigail said, and as soon as he got up, Leon pulled him to the bed and lay down, and then Leon hugged him tightly in his arms. "You are my quilt." Lion's voice came from his ears, and the airflow generated when Leon spoke was pouring into his ears, making Abigail shudder and his whole body became soft. "Don't do it nonsense." Abigail threatened to feel Lion's hot body temperature. "Okay, don't worry, I will never go against the will of women." Leon was very open about this. After all, the meat was already in the pot and could be put into his mouth sooner or later. Why bother rushing to achieve success? A hunter must have enough patience. Abigail breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that Leon was really just holding himself and there was no other move. Then you go to bed early, and I will leave when you fall asleep. Okay. Leon nodded, then continued to hold Abigail and closed his eyes. Abigail cheered up and was about to get up and leave when Leon fell asleep. But I don't know if it was because it was too warm or if Leon's bed had a tired magic. After holding on for a while, Abigail felt his eyelids start to fight. After a moment, Abigail obeyed his body's instinct, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Feeling Abigail relaxed and his breathing stabilized, Leon, who was not asleep, couldn't help but shake his head, then tidied up Abigail's loose hair and clothes, adjusted the postures of the two, so that Abigail could sleep more comfortably. Finally, he put his chin on Abigail's head, smelled the pleasant smell of shampoo, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day I got up early, and my arms were empty again, which made Leon quite puzzled. I didn't understand why Abigail could get up so early every time. After getting up, washing and going out, Leon saw a large area of strawberry fields planted before, with red fruits hanging on them. Who has a good seedling that only has a strawberry hanging on it? It was only when Leon approached that when everyone noticed that when only one strawberry was hanging on each of these vigorously growing strawberry seedlings, people were numb. Fortunately, these strawberries are very good. Not to mention that each one is red from the beginning, it is also the size of a goose egg, which looks even more exaggerated than the so-called strawberries on the market with enlargement agent. After picking one, I took it into the kitchen and rinsing it, Leon began to taste it. The entrance is a little sour, but only a little bit, and the next one is full of the unique sweetness of strawberries. This little sourness just enhances the overall sense of layering and highlights the sweetness very eye-catching. Moreover, the strawberry itself has a soft texture and a little crispy. The flesh has a strong slag in the mouth and the juice is very full. Even if Leon sucks hard, it leaves some sliding across his fingertips. The whole strawberry tastes like this from beginning to end, and none of them is immature. The most interesting thing is that the size of this strawberry is, and after one, Leon actually feels a little full. As the sweetness of this strawberry was about 14, Leon was really amazed. Good thing. Feeling the excellence of this strawberry, Leon no longer disliked the harvest of only one per plant. This size can also ensure that the fruits with full ripe strawberry flavor are completely reasonable each plant. So Leon bent down and began to take off these one by one. Finally, he completed the harvest when his waist was already a little sore and swollen. Add the one I ate, there were no more or less than 200 pieces. The backpack was naturally divided into 3 parts, including 142 of the basic quality, 33 of the excellent quality, and 24 of the high quality. Take one out of these 3 types of strawberries and compare it. Only the colors are different and the size is the same. Leon was sure that the one I ate before was of basic quality. Because the excellent quality strawberries are redder, while the high quality strawberries, even the red ones, are a little purple. I took a high quality strawberry and washed it and put it in my mouth. Leon was amazed. It had a richer fruity aroma than ordinary quality strawberries. Its flesh was soft and glutinous as snow. It was not sour, but pure sweet, and it also had a little milky and honey flavor. This kind of sweetness is not greasy, and after eating it, the fragrance of strawberries remains between the lips and teeth, and the air brought out between breathing is mixed with the smell of strawberries. I tried another excellent quality strawberries, which were slightly inferior to high-quality strawberries, but their taste were much better than ordinary quality strawberries. After trying it out, Leon decided that this batch of strawberries was not intended to be sold. Although these strawberries were large, they were actually not large in quantity. Instead of selling them for money, Leon thought it would be better to keep them for food. After all, he is not short of money now, and Leon thinks Abigail should like it. Of course, except Abigail, Leon did not forget the others, so after picking strawberries, watering them, feeding the chickens and collecting the eggs, Leon immediately rode on his bike and began to share this unique spring fruit with everyone he is familiar with and kind. However, this still requires a close relationship, so when it comes to strawberries distribution, Leon will also decide whether to give ordinary quality or excellent quality, or even high quality strawberries based on the relationship. And his first stop was Pierre's grocery store closest to the entrance to Pelican Town. As for the Harvey clinic next to it, sorry, I'm not familiar with Harvey. Although I have a good relationship with Maru, if I want to give strawberries, I'll give them to Robin, Maru, and others. Chapter 519 Silly Girl. The Pierre grocery store was quite lively in the morning. Pierre's home can transfer the freshest vegetables and fruits from other places every day. Although there are products that were not sold out yesterday, they are also placed in the special price area separately, and the price is much more preferential than fresh products. After entering the door, Leon was discovered by Pierre, and immediately greeted him enthusiastically and asked, "Leon? Buy seeds?" "No." Leon shook his head. "Who is coming to Abigail?" "She's in the kitchen, you can go straight over," Pierre added. "Oh." Leon, who was originally planning to leave after delivering the goods, heard this and immediately walked through the store area and pushed open the door to the living area. Pierre did not stop him and continued to return to his cashier, but his expression was a little depressed. If it weren't for Caroline's request, Pierre would not have taken the initiative to tell Leon about Abigail's traces. Unfortunately, Pierre felt that he was a person who loved his wife, so he strictly abides with his wife's request. After Leon entered the living area, he walked towards the kitchen with a familiarity. In the kitchen, Abigail was arrested, who was applying jam on bread. "Why are you here?" Seeing Leon's appearance, Abigail immediately put down the bread in his hand and walked over, pushing Leon to push him out of the kitchen. But as soon as the two of them came into contact, the door leading to the sunroom in the corner of the kitchen was pushed open, and Caroline walked out with a kettle and happened to see this scene. "Oh, I was so tired of being together early in the morning. It's just right for me to be young." Looking at Caroline's ant-like smile, Abigail was a little panicked and immediately took a step back, distanced from Leon, and explained, "I'm just letting Leon go." "What are you leaving? You're here, have breakfast together." Caroline invited Leon with a smile. "Okay." Leon was not polite, and directly skipped Abigail's side and sat on the seat at the dining table. "Do you want jam?" Caroline smiled rather than angry at Leon's cookedness, and asked Leon happily, holding the cut bread aside. "No, I'll just eat the original one." Leon was not polite, and directly explained his preferences. Caroline nodded, then found a new plate to divide Leon into 5 slices, and added fried bacon and fried eggs. "Do you want milk?" "No, thank you." "You're welcome." If you don't have enough food, I'll make some more for you. Caroline smiled and placed the plate in front of Leon, then looked at Abigail, who was standing stupidly at the kitchen door. Abi, don't you eat? Don't you have to go to your teacher's class later? Oh. Abigail nodded subconsciously and walked back. Then he looked at the mother sitting next to Lion's chat with Leon, and was a little confused. She was not sure whether her mother was because of hospitality or some other reason. But at least this pressure was not what he gave, so Abigail breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his position to have breakfast, while raising his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between Leon and Caroline. To her disappointment, the two of them did not talk about what she wanted to hear, but instead talked about agricultural topics such as flower cultivation, plant care, and improving soil quality. After Leon finished eating, he took the initiative to deliver the plate to the pool and then began to search in the cabinet. "What are you doing?" Abigail asked in confusion when he saw Lion's strange behavior. "Find a basket, the kind that needs to be soft," Leon explained. "I'll help you find it." Although Abigail didn't know what Leon wanted the basket to do, he still stood up to help. Seeing the two of them help each other so naturally, Caroline's smile became even brighter. Soon, Abigail found a woven basket and handed it to Leon. "For you." "Yet." Leon took the basket and washed it a little, then started to pick strawberries from the system backpack, 3 high-quality strawberries, 3 excellent quality strawberries, and 6 ordinary quality strawberries. These 12 strawberries have filled the basket the size of a basin, and even pointed, which is enough to experience how exaggerated the size of this strawberries are. "Wow, it's strawberries!" Abigail's eyes shone when he saw Lion's strawberries packed. This was not a common fruit, especially in Stardew Valley. Abigail didn't remember the last time he ate strawberries. "But why are your strawberries so big?" Another thing that made Abigail very puzzled, that is, these strawberries in Leon are a bit outrageous, and are twice as big as the strawberries she remembers. "Just kidding, you don't even look at who I am." Leon smiled and patted Abigail's head, then took out a high-quality strawberry. "This is a high-quality crop, don't eat it, leave it to your parents, just eat ordinary quality." After saying that, he whispered, "I want to eat here, I'll take care of you enough." Abigail gave Leon a blank look, then curiously looked at the purploed strawberry displayed by Leon. As a mage apprentice, she actually saw a strong breath of life on this strawberry. High-quality crops are such precious gifts. Caroline on the side couldn't sit still, and stood up and looked at the strawberry in Lion's hand. "Leon, do you know how much it can be sold for such a high-quality strawberry?" "If you don't care if you don't have money, just be delicious, right?" Leon replied with his shoulders shrugged, his expression very relaxed. "It seems that I have underestimated your future. It's hard to deal with it. You are so outstanding, a silly girl may have a headache." Caroline looked at Abigail after hearing this, her eyes full of pity and worry. Abigail also realized that her mother's words were said to her. She was smart and immediately understood that the little secret between her and Leon might have been seen. While she was embarrassed, she did not forget to fight back against her mother's contempt. "Why do I have a headache? I'm not worse than him." "Okay, it's good that you have this confidence," Caroline casually said Abigail, then spoke to Leon. This gift is very precious, but I still accept it. Thank you for keeping us in mind, Leon. You are welcome to visit us at any time. I will. After all, you may have to meet me if you don't want to see me in the future. Leon quipped with a smile. Haha, that probably won't be the case, but you are still young now and you have a big farm to take care of. I think you should be careful about safety. If you do it too chaotic, I will suffer. Caroline nodded and reminded Leon. Abigail looked puzzled when he heard this, understanding why his mother said so, but Leon understood in seconds, shook his head and explained, "You have been worried too much, we have not yet reached that point." Oh, it seems that I'm right. This girl is indeed a fool. Caroline was much disappointed when she heard this and looked at Abigail's eyes also became a little disappointed. Abi, when I come back from studying today, remember to come to me. We haven't talked for a long time. Let's go to bed together tonight. Ah? Okay. Chapter 520 Korob's feedback. Looking at Abigail's appearance without knowing the crisis was coming, Leon sighed. Miss Caroline, it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your breakfast. See you next time. After saying that, Leon turned around and left the kitchen, left the living area, and finally left Pierre's grocery store. The next stop is Grandma Evelyn's side. Although it hasn't been in touch for a long time, Leon still remembers the tulip seeds that Grandma Evelyn gave to her when she first came to Stardew Valley and the bicycle given to her husband George. As for Alex, Leon said he was not familiar with it. Grandma Evelyn prepared 3 excellent quality strawberries and 6 ordinary quality strawberries. Although Grandma Evelyn tried her best to keep Leon, hoping that he could stay for dinner, Leon declined the proposal with the reason he wanted to give something to others. However, Mr. George still had a stern face, as if everyone owed him money. But before Leon left, he couldn't help asking, "That bicycle is easy to use?" "It's very useful, I can't tell at all, I've been there for a long time," Leon replied with a smile. "If it breaks, remember to send it back. This kind of old guy is not easy to repair, but I happen to know how to repair it." After George said this, he pushed the wheel away by himself. "Hey, why are there so many arrogant people in Zinged Valley?" Looking at George's back, Leon was speechless, then said goodbye to Grandma Evelyn and left here. Walking south, there was the trailer of Panai's house. Not long after knocking on the iron door, Leon saw Panai with her sleeves rolled up and opened the door. Seeing the water stains on her hands that had not yet been dried, Leon guessed that she should be doing housework at home. "Leon, why are you here?" It was rare to see Leon visit the door. Pani was at a loss and stood at the door trying hard to open her body, trying to block Leon's view. "I'll give you some local specialties from the farm," Leon explained with a smile. "Can you get me a container?" "Ah, that's it." Pani immediately understood Leon's purpose, then returned to the kitchen and brought a rattan hand basket. Leon started to pick strawberries directly and stuffed them into the basket, including 2 excellent quality strawberries and 4 ordinary quality strawberries. Although there were only 6, the basket was half full. "Wow, it's strawberries. It must be very expensive." Seeing that what Leon brought was actually this rare thing, Penny was a little flattered. She knew the price of this thing, but she never wanted to buy it. It's not expensive, it's not expensive, it's not worth much, so let's go first. Leon looked at Panai's entangled expression and knew that she might have to find a way to return the strawberries to her. After fooling Panai, he rode his bicycle and ran away. By the time Penny reacted, Leon had already run away. Walking west from Penny's house is Gus' Star Fruit Bar. When he arrived at the bar door, Leon happened to run into Gus, who had just returned. Leave Gus 2 high quality, 2 excellent and 2 ordinary quality strawberries, and Leon opened the way again and ran to find Louis, who was planting flowers at his doorstep. 6 strawberries were left with the same specifications. Then there were Clint and Gunther, who each gave 4 strawberries with half of both ordinary and excellent quality. I went to the beach to find Willie, and they were also 6 strawberries of 3 quality. It turned out that when I returned, I went to Sophia's house on the way, and this trip came. After this trip, the stock of high-quality strawberries dropped sharply by half, but Leon did not feel distressed at all. Instead, he felt quite comfortable when he saw everyone's smile when he received strawberries. When I was a child, my neighbors were basically like this. Whenever there was something delicious, I would give some to nearby people. The saying that distant relatives were not as good as neighbors was basically the best evidence in the village. It wasn't over yet. I returned to Leon in the town and went to Liuxiang again. I also gave fresh strawberries to Emily, who had just woken up, and Jody, who was washing clothes. Both were of 3 qualities, and I left 2 ordinary qualities for Jody. After all, there were 3 people in the family and a child. Then I walked into the coal forest along the trail, found Marnie and Leah, and sent some, and then took the opportunity to go around the sewer and found Korobus. Leon, do you need to buy something? Seeing Leon appear, Korobus immediately walked out of the shadow and asked. I'm here to give you some fruit, I don't know if you like it. Leon took out a high-quality strawberry and handed it to Korobus. Try it. Yet. Korobus was not polite either. He took the strawberry and stuffed it into his mouth. He swallowed the strawberry in one bite, and then his eyes narrowed. So sweet. That's right, after all, it's a high-quality strawberry. If it's not outstanding in taste, it's in vain. Leon took out another high-quality strawberry and handed it to Korobus, and he took out an ordinary quality strawberry and started eating it. I'll just eat ordinary quality ones, and high-quality vitality is of no significance to me. Let me leave it to your friends. Seeing Leon take out another high-quality strawberry, Korobus declined. It's okay, I still have it. Leon continued to hand over the strawberry, but Korobus just doesn't answer. Helplessly, Leon could only replace it with excellent quality strawberries, but Korobus still did not take over the action, and finally replaced it with ordinary quality strawberries. Korobus happily took it. Leon, thank you for thinking of me. After eating the strawberries, Korobus thanked Leon seriously. We are friends, aren't we? Leon replied with a smile. Yes, friend. Korobus nodded seriously, then turned around and fumbled through his backpack, finally took out a small thing and handed it to Leon. This is a little thing I've found. Having it seems to reveal some unknown secrets, but you also know that I don't go out much, so it doesn't make much sense to stay with me, so I'm going to give it to you. What? Because there was black fog around Korobus, Leon did not see clearly what the gadget in Korobus's hand was. When Korobus handed it to Leon, Leon noticed that this thing was a magnifying glass. A magnifying glass. Seeing this thing, Leon immediately remembered the use of this thing. It was just the prop to find the secret note. If it weren't for Korobus taking it out, Leon wouldn't really remember this thing. After all, Leon had almost memorized the contents of the secret note found by this thing. Yes, it's just a very special magnifying glass, you can hold it. Korobus nodded and then forced the magnifying glass to Leon. Chapter 521 The True Seed. Magnifying glass, a special magnifying glass that is exerted with insight. Holding it may lead to insight into some easily overlooked secrets. As soon as he bought the magnifying glass, Leon saw the instructions given by the system. Then the magnifying glass was directly shattered and turned into a white light and merged into Lion's body. Special ability magnifying glass has been unlocked. Originally, Leon didn't plan to ask for this thing. After all, there was no magnifying glass in the game, so he couldn't find the relevant items on the note. But the reality was not the case. Even without the guidance of the secret note, Leon believed that those things were buried in a fixed place, but he didn't think about digging before. Now the magnifying glass is directly absorbed by the system, and it is impossible to return it to the end, which makes Leon a little helpless. Thank you, Korobus, now you can't help but regret it. This thing is completely broken. It doesn't matter, I can't use it anyway. Korobus didn't care about it, after all, it was a gift for Leon. Leon nodded, then took out an ordinary quality strawberry and chatted with Korobus while eating. Although eating in the sewer is quite disgusting, Leon is not a delicate person and has long been adapted to this smell. After chatting for a while, Leon estimated that the time was almost over, so he left 4 ordinary quality strawberries for Korobus, and then left. When leaving the sewer exit, Leon took away the green onions in the wasteland above the sewer. It hadn't been here for a long time, and a lot of green onions grew here, which made Leon feel good. After collecting the green onions, Leon walked along the river to the west. When he passed by the stall of the Hat Mouse, he threw a strawberry of excellent quality and headed straight for the Mage Tower. Dong 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 dong. Just after knocking on the door 3 times, the door was opened by itself, revealing Razmedes, who was cooking potions inside. Good morning, Guardian. Leon greeted him with a smile, then entered the Mage Tower, looked around, but could not see Abigail's traces, and couldn't help asking. Where is Abigail? I'm reading downstairs. Razmedes replied, and complained, you have dared to run to my Mage Tower to disturb Abigail's practice now. How can that be? I don't want to delay her study. I'm here to see you. I'll give you some local specialties by the way. As Leon said, he took out the strawberries in his pocket and placed them on a silver plate on Razmedes's table. The standard of 6, the 3 quality strawberries are evenly divided. That's all. Razmedes teased when he saw the strawberries placed out of Leon. I have sent Abigail's portion to her home, and she really wants to eat it. Come and find me at any time. This is for you. Leon explained after hearing this. I have a lot of thoughts. Take away the things. I'm not interested in these things. You can keep them for Abigail to eat at that time. Razmedes shook his head and then said to Leon. Try it, I still have it, don't worry, Leon added. You are willing to give it away. You can deliver high-quality crops as soon as you say, and depending on your appearance, you may have already given away a lot of them. Razmedes was a little surprised when he looked at Lion's sincere attitude, which was not as if he had faked. In his memory, his biggest impression of Leon was that he wanted money. At this moment, the little guy who only had money in his eyes was to give away high-quality crops that could be sold at a high price. This was something Razmedes didn't expect. It's not much. Everyone has eaten fresh. It's been almost 3 months since they came to Zingla Valley. I have received many care and kindness from many people. I have to give back something. Leon waved his hand and sighed. It's pretty good, I hope you can keep this mentality. Hearing this, Razmedes couldn't help but nodded, and his attitude towards Leon the degree is softer. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go see Brother Xiang. Leon nodded, then said goodbye to Razmedes, turned out the door, and headed towards the secret forest. After crossing the hardwood trunk that fell to the ground and entering the secret forest, Leon accepted the warm welcome from the slimes in the forest. With one slime, the little guys around were quickly cleaned up. Leon continued to go deeper. When he arrived at the pond in the secret forest, he did not see Brother Xiang's traces, so he shouted loudly. Leon, you're here! After shouting twice, Brother Xiang walked out of the forest in the north, ran to Leon with a simple face, and sat down. What's up? I'll give you some food. As Leon said, he took out the strawberries and placed them on the grass beside him. Strawberry, good stuff, thank you. Brother Xiang's eyes lit up a little when he saw the strawberry. Then he stretched out his claws and picked up one with his fingernails and threw it into his mouth. Woo, it's so sweet, it's really good. After drinking a strawberry, Brother Xiang excitedly covered his bear's head with his bear's paw, with an expression on his head, obviously very satisfied with the taste of the strawberry. I haven't tasted such a big and sweet strawberry for a long time. I've been bothering you. I'll give you this. After savoring the strawberry, Brother Xiang smashed his mouth and fumbled through his hair for a long time. Finally, he took out a triangular reddish-brown seed and handed it to Leon. You plant it early and then present it to the statue of the master with the fruit, and you will get the gift he prepared. Is the rare seed? Why is this? Leon was quite surprised to see this seed. Last time Razmedes's mission also rewarded a rare seed, but the seed was round and showed a gem-like texture, which was completely different from the transit given by Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang, is this the seed of the gem sweet berry? If you don't understand, you ask, so Leon asked Brother Xiang directly. Oh, you recognize me. I'm a farmer. I'm very professional. I'm going to tell you about the situation of this seed. Are the seeds of gem sweet berry like this? Leon asked after getting confirmation from Brother Xiang. Of course. Brother Xiang nodded. After all, although this thing is rare, it is not unique. I have never seen the seeds that grow into other appearances. Brother Xiang, have you ever seen a round shape that looks like a glass bead, and the middle and lower autumn seeds? Leon gave Brother Xiang the shape of the seed given by Razmedes. I seem to have seen that thing, too, is a rare seed, but what is planted is not a gem sweet berry, but another gem series of fruits. As for what it is, I forgot. Brother Xiang scratched his chin with his claws and thought for a long time before giving a vague answer. Chapter 522 The Dog's Eyes Are Blinding. Okay, thank you. Leon was quite surprised to hear this explanation. He took it for granted. After understanding the name of the rare seed, he thought it was the seed of the gem sweet berry. He had never considered the appearance of that seed, and it was quite different from the gem sweet berry. What can be planted can only be determined by autumn. After saying that, Leon took over the seed given by Brother Xiang and found that the description and introduction were exactly the same as the seed rewarded by Rasmades. Rare seeds, seeds sowing in autumn requires a quarter of growth. This also made Leon more curious about what the seeds given by Rasmades could plant. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Brother Xiang replied gracefully, patting his belly, then got up. You can stroll here. I should go back. I want to sleep for a while, so I won't be with you. Wait, take these back for food. Leon hurriedly stopped Brother Xiang from leaving, and then took out more strawberries. I don't need to give it to me for high-quality ones. It doesn't make much sense. I will accept ordinary strawberries. After picking the strawberries on the ground, picking all the excellent and high-quality strawberries, Brother Xiang took away all the ordinary quality strawberries, and then said, "It's not that I don't accompany you. Recently, monsters have always come to make trouble in the desert in the west at night, which has caused me to be unable to sleep well at night, so I can only sleep more during the day. If you don't need it at night in the future, don't come here, it's very dangerous." Thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Leon looked in awe. He really didn't expect that Brother Xiang was so busy recently. This is my responsibility and it is also the agreement between me and the master. Brother Xiang replied with a smile, and then he quickly got into the forest and went to rest. Without Brother Xiang to accompany him, Leon didn't plan to stay in the secret forest for too long, but he still walked around and found a few wasabi and a morel. Hey, I'm sorry. I've thought about this a long time ago. Now the life potion in my pocket is probably broken by 10 figures. Looking at the morels that had just been picked, Leon felt a little regretful. The 4 mushrooms that made the potion of life were the most lacking was morels. I never remembered that morels also had production problems in the spring of the secret forest, so I had basically never visited here to explore it. But if you miss it, you miss it. No matter how much you regret it, you won't go back. Besides the secret forest, there is no other way to obtain morels. So Leon was upset and recovered his good mood and left the coal forest. Back at the farm, Leon remembered that there was still an additional resident immediately arrived outside the ruins of the greenhouse, took out 2 excellent quality strawberries and placed them outside the hole where the raccoon we saw last time. It's strawberry, thank you. The sweet and fragrant strawberries attracted the attention of the raccoon. After taking the strawberries, it naturally did not forget to express its gratitude to Leon. It's okay, they are all neighbors. Leon actually likes raccoons. This guy lives on the farm, but he has never caused trouble for Leon. Logically speaking, when the strawberries were ripe last night, the night creature like raccoon should have discovered it as soon as possible, but it did not steal one, which is enough to prove how firm this guy is. Neighbor. The raccoon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then got into the ruins. After a moment, he came out again and handed a large bag of seeds to Leon. Spring is about to end, this is the seeds of summer, you can plant them. Thanks. Unexpectedly, the raccoon actually gave a gift, which surprised Leon. Golden skin zucchini seeds *50, seeds sow in summer, mature after 18 days, and can be picked repeatedly after ripening. When he saw the description of the seed, Leon was even more surprised. It was another new seed that he had never seen before. There are delicious, and there are many kinds of fruits. You can change the seeds with me. There are all seeds in all seasons. The raccoon added seriously to Leon. Okay, then when I plant it in summer and get the finished product, I will come to you to replace it. Leon is quite looking forward to the seeds of raccoons. It seems that the seeds on it are all that he has never seen before. Now he knows the carrots in spring and the golden zucchini in summer. He is very interested in knowing what the seeds in autumn and winter are. Especially in winter, this season when all things are gone, there is basically no other thing except the winter seeds made from special wild vegetables. It is outrageous that raccoons can provide winter-planted seeds. Yet. The raccoon nodded when he heard this, and then got back into the ruins. Leon did not continue to disturb the raccoon. He went back to the house to store the seeds of the gem sweetberry and the seeds of the golden zucchini. Neither of them can be planted now, and it doesn't make any sense to put them in a backpack if it doesn't exist. After collecting the seeds, Leon glanced at the rhubarb that was still frozen and sighed. What a pity, you can't eat it now, otherwise my strawberries would probably not be enough for a dog to eat. After sighing, Leon reached out his hand and stroked the rhubarb ice for a few times before leaving the house. Most of the people in Pelican Town have given it, and their personal relationships have almost been given. Only the Robin family in the northern foothills, Mr. Linus, and the dwarfs are left. As for Ma Long of the Explorer Union, it depends on whether he can open the door. In the northern foothills, in front of Lesnar's tent, Leon and Leonis are in a tense confrontation. I have to give it to someone else, you can't pack it all. No, it's rare to see you give me gifts, so I can't take less. You can't finish it even if you take too much. You're old, aren't you afraid of hyperglycemia and diabetes? My physical fitness is still afraid of these. That won't let your teeth decay. I'll ask if you give it to me. Give. Finally, under the tense confrontation, Leon compromised and took out 30 ordinary quality strawberries and placed them in the old basket covered with juice. The 30 strawberries were placed on the ground, but they were all over the boss, but they were not seen in this basket. Not bad. Seeing such a lot of strawberries, Linus nodded with satisfaction. Leon looked at Leon speechlessly and complained, "You are not a person who is short of money. You really want to eat. You can buy it from other places. It's okay to eat as a food. Why are you thinking about getting it from me?" That's because I can only give you these only after taking your stuff. After Linus finished speaking, he returned to the tent and brought out a box. What's this? Leon asked curiously. You open it and you'll know. Linus did not explain, but handed the box to Leon. The book-sized box was heavy and unlocked. When Leon lifted the lid, his eyes were instantly blinded. In a box, there were a pile of completely cut rubies, and the pearl scent light reflected under the sunlight was dazzling. This. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? I'm not that shameless yet. Chapter 523 No Responsibility. It's too many. Although I didn't count it, I could probably confirm that the ruby here started at least twice digit. Leon felt heavy when he held this gift. Not many, only 30. Linus replied indifferently. For a strawberry to exchange for a ruby, no wonder you have to ask for 30 strawberries. Why don't you take some strawberries over? At this moment, Leon understood why Leon bid him 30 strawberries before, and it turned out to be compared with the number of rubies in this box. No, I'm afraid of diabetes. Leon teased Leon with his eyes rolled. It's okay, I'll buy you insulin. Leon promised, licking his face. Get out, the rubies I gave you were not for you to sell, but for your skills to summon puppet. I searched for similar records of this ability yesterday and found that you were not the first person to awaken this ability. This is called gem shaping. Ability. There are a total of 4 existences in history who have awakened. You are the 5th one. Based on the information they left behind, I basically understand the core of this skill. The gems used for sacrifice are very important, which is related to the attributes and strength of the summoned puppets, and the number is also a threshold. The strengths of the puppets sacrificed by different numbers of gems are also different. So I have prepared rubies for you. This gem itself carries a large number of fire elements. The puppets summoned using this gem can not only have extremely strong attack and shell strength, but also have special abilities to use fire elements. It is the most suitable one for you. Whether it is used to deal with monsters or as a guard, it is extremely excellent combat power. Listening to Linus saying so much, Leon was quite moved. The old man really tried his best to do his best. Thank you, my grandfather, you will be my godfather from now on. I will never go west if you point to the east. Stop coming, take care of yourself. Yesterday Rasmades asked me if I taught you the training method of growing up in battle, which led to you fighting the puppet you summoned and almost killing yourself. Speaking of this, Linus couldn't help but clench his fists and burst into tears on Lion's head. Forget it, your grandfather is a fighting maniac. Why don't you learn from him? He has played himself to death, do you have to follow his old path? You are a farmer, farming well, and then find a beloved girl to get married and have children. It's great to spend a dull life. You have to use this extreme method to improve your combat experience. Do you want to save the world? I was not that noble, but I was melting at that time, and I was idle, so I just wanted to practice my skills. Who knew I would be the one who was going to 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 be the one who was not so proud of it. Leon explained to Linus with little confidence. Then you don't have to fight hard. I saw the battle scene constructed by Rasmades with magic. I really didn't see that you were so bloody. I actually exchanged injuries with a puppet who didn't know the pain. Those who didn't know thought that puppet had a great grudge against you. Hearing Lion's explanation, Linus became even more angry and gave Leon a shock. Relying on the existence of natural protection, you are not afraid of death, right? Then do you know how long you have to lie down when triggering natural protection? How much vitality will you lose? I don't know. Leon lowered his head and shook his head very obediently. At this moment, he knew that everything he said was wrong. Instead of adding fuel to the fire, it would be better to stand up and be beaten obediently, at least in this way, you can be less blamed. There are people in this world to protect you, and Stardew Valley is not a dangerous area. You are not a young man to worry about those potential crises. Live honestly and don't think too much. Next time I see you so irrational, I will throw you to the snake cave and feed it to the snake. Looking at Lion's silent listening to the training, Linus was embarrassed to beat the hand up, and after giving Leon a reminder, he returned to the tent with the basket. Then I'll leave first, my grandfather, I'll chat with you next time. Linus' departure gave Leon a chance to breathe. He hurriedly said goodbye to Linus and then left the hillside in a flash. After running to the entrance of the mine, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. He listened to all Linus's words, and he realized the fright and trouble that his recklessness brought to these elders, and he was also a little ashamed of this. However, from Linus's reprimand, Leon also felt the concern of his elders, which moved Leon very much. It also made Leon realize once again that Rasmides and Linus really regarded themselves as their children. This feeling is quite good. After sorting out his emotions, Leon entered the mine and met the dwarf along the path. The dwarf was polishing a piece of jade in his cave. Seeing Leon appear, the dwarf immediately came up to ask. Mr. Leon, are you here to buy things or to return the goods? I'll give you some local specialties from the farm. Leon took out 4 strawberries from his backpack and handed them to the dwarf. Thank you. The dwarf didn't expect that Leon would give gifts this trip. He was stunned for a long time before he realized. Haha, don't be polite, I'll take a step first. After delivering the strawberries, Leon said hello and prepared to leave, but the dwarf stopped him. Leon, don't hurry to leave, I want to prepare a gift for you. Listening to the dwarf's words, Leon waved his hand, it's just a few strawberries, it's not worth a lot of money. But the dwarf wanted to say something, but Leon had already bypassed the dwarf and ran away. When the dwarf wanted to catch up, Leon had disappeared. Then the dwarf stopped helplessly and returned to the hole. Looking at the strawberries placed on the table, the dwarf was silent for a long time, and finally took off the gloves on his hand, revealing his small yellowish-yellow hand, and picked up a strawberry, lifted his helmet and put it in his mouth, and took a big bite. So sweet! On the other side, Leon, who had left the mine, had already arrived at the door of the Explorer Guild, took out the key given by Ma Long and opened the door. When he entered it, he found that Ma Long was not in the guild. Jill didn't come back either, and there was not a single person in the entire Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Guild. However, in front of the counter where Ma Long often stood, Leon saw Ma Long left note. Leon, when you see this note, it means I haven't come back yet. Something went wrong in the castle village, and I need to help. As a formal explorer, Leon, you have to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the Stardew Valley. However, this incident is not serious. I will come back soon. I will trouble you during this period, Ma Long. Is there something wrong with the castle village? I've gotten in touch with what Brother Xiang said. It seems that the desert is not peaceful. Seeing this message, Leon thought a lot, but in the end he didn't think about it. As Linus said, the sky fell and there was a tall man holding on to him. He, little Karami, was worried that these things were meaningless. And Leon was not interested in what happened to Castle Village because it was too far away. And it shouldn't be a big deal, because if it's really a big deal, it shouldn't be Malone, but Razmades. After all, Razmades' friend, the witch named Camilla, is in the castle village. Chapter 524 3 Styles, You Can Choose. After locking the door of the Explorer Guild again, Leon left here and returned to Linus's tent the same way, and happened to see Linus eating with strawberries. Although the old man looked sloppy, he was very elegant in eating, and the strawberry Linas, which was so juice-filled, had a very clean and refreshing fingers. Why are you here again? After finally relying on the sweetness of strawberries to make the mood better, the appearance of Leon became much worse again, so Linus expressed his disgust to him without hesitation. When passing by, I will ask you one thing, that is, Ma Long has temporarily left Xingla Valley and went out, but he asked me to help maintain the safety of Xingla Valley for a short time. What should I do? Leon asked Leon with a smile on his face. He entrusted you? Come on, he is just asking you to tell me that I will deal with this matter. You don't need to worry. Just like what I said before, just be your farmer, you don't need to worry about these things. Linus explained to Leon after hearing this. After all, he knew Ma Long's little thoughts better than anyone else. Oh! After hearing what Linus said, Leon also felt that it made sense. Although he is now a little master with 2 fruits of combat, he is afraid that he will be easily overturned by a car when he really lets Leon go out to fight. There are other things. If not, go back and do whatever you should do. After answering Lion's doubts, Linus expelled Leon. Let's go now. Leon bowed his hands repeatedly, then turned around and left. He knew that Linus was not really disgusted with him, but was just expressing his dissatisfaction and using an attitude similar to cold violence to make Leon understand how worried he did this time. After leaving the hillside, Leon was not in a hurry to go back, because there was still the last family in Stardew Valley that did not send strawberries. That was Robin's house located at the bottom of the hillside. When he arrived at Robin's door, he knocked on the door. Not long after, Robin opened the door and enthusiastically welcomed Leon in. As soon as he entered the house, Leon saw Robin bringing an empty fruit plate from his workbench and blinking at Leon. How do you know what I'm here to do? Leon was quite surprised to see Robin's proactive attitude. After all, when he was delivering strawberries today, he had never seen Robin. How could she know that she was delivering strawberries everywhere, and she could guarantee that she could get them too? Carolyn told me. Robin explained with a smile, she said you were delivering strawberries to everyone in Pelican Town today. She asked me if I had received it, and she also said that the strawberries you planted were particularly sweet. Would you be embarrassed if I said I didn't plan to give it to you? Leon couldn't help but tease him when he looked at Robin. Then you will lose an old friend and the best carpenter in Pelican Town. The price is not small. Robin knew that Leon was joking, but he was also very involved in Lion's performance. Okay, what you said makes sense, then enjoy the fruit from Red Star Farm. Leon also smiled, then took out the strawberry prepared for Robin. 2 high-quality strawberries, 4 excellent quality strawberries, and 8 ordinary quality strawberries. Especially for high-quality strawberries, Leon whispered to Robin, this is a high-quality strawberries, specially prepared for you and Maru. You two can eat it yourself. As for Demetrius and Sebastian, just let them eat some high-quality strawberries. Haha, you. Robin was a little amused and crying when he heard this, but he still chose to respect Lion's advice. After all, Leon did not forget his husband and son. Do you want to stay for lunch? After Robin accepted the strawberries, he suggested to Leon, I asked Demetrius to go to John's place and bought some good beef meat, so let's have some together. No, I'll go back and eat. You know, Demetrius and I don't deal with each other very much, so I won't cause trouble in your house. Leon declined politely. But I have something to consult with you. What's the matter? I want to upgrade my chicken coop and convert my wooden house into a big house. Can you give me a quote? Hearing Lion's request, Robin clapped excitedly, I finally waited until your order to upgrade your house. Do you know how long I have been looking forward to it? What do you say? Leon was quite surprised to hear Robin's words. Actually, I knew you had this plan for a long time, so I designed several design drawings for you for new houses, waiting for you to speak, and then let you choose. Come and take a look first. Robin immediately pulled Leon to the carpenter's workshop, then took off a box from the shelf, took out 3 design drawings, spread them on the table, and displayed them to Leon. The main views of the 3 design drawings are all the shapes of the villa, but the difference is the style. The first one is an ordinary 2-story villa with a regular square structure, which looks very simple, and the style is similar to the 2-story self-built house in rural areas. The second model is a European-style sloped roof villa with styling design, with arches and lofts, and even a stargazing tower, which looks very high-end. The last one is a villa with a very obvious modern style, with a semi-open structure, glass all the walls, and 2 floors, and there is also a design for a reserved open-air swimming pool on the 2nd floor. The designs of these 3 villas have their own characteristics and benefits. The first one is not simple, but it has a completely flat roof that allows you to build an aerial garden or other design. Due to structural reasons, if you want to expand again, you don't need to make large-scale rectifications. You can directly add new rooms and supporting facilities to the original foundation. The second type is more traditional, but because it is the architectural style I am most familiar with, I can guarantee that I can create the best new home for you and that it can also ensure that it is beautiful. As for the third type, it was designed by Maru and I. After all, you lived in a big city and may not like this kind of rural architecture, so I specially found some books on modern architecture to study and designed this modern architectural style house. However, because I was not familiar with it and the material used was also special glass, it may be much more expensive. Look at which one are you satisfied with? Robin analyzed the benefits and characteristics of these villas one by one to Leon, and finally handed over the choice to Leon. Leon felt a little embarrassed when he looked at these 3 designs because he thought they were all good. After all, before, he thought that the house upgrade was the same as in the game, but only expanded the space in the house, and there would be no design or transformation. At this moment, Robin's idea seemed to be planning to push down his old wooden house and rebuild it. Chapter 525 Preparation before construction. First of all, let's rule out the third modern building, because this architectural style always feels inconsistent when placed on the farm, and the semi-open house does not seem to be much protective of privacy and is flashy. After thinking for a moment, Leon spoke. Well, it's understandable. Robin nodded. It didn't mean much to be rejected. Instead, he was very happy that Leon could think of this. As for the first and second models, I personally prefer the first model, but I hope that wood will be replaced by stone. After proposing a choice, Leon thought for a long time, but in the end he chose 2 flat layers. Because of the familiarity, and this level can be covered at any time, if there is any additional demand, Leon will be able to expand, and he especially likes the platform on the second floor because he can do a lot of articles on it. For example, in summer, you can enjoy the cool air on the roof, place a bed to lie down and watch the stars, or simply enclose it and lay it on the roof, and use it as a winery, etc., which is extremely developable. The first one is fine, it's fine to replace it with stone tiles. Just buy stone bricks. There's no need to worry about this. After hearing Lion's choice, Robin immediately replied. Do you need to add some decorations or wallpaper on the wall? After all, this kind of house may be a little ordinary in width and requires some small modifications, which will be more beautiful. Look at it, I believe in your aesthetics. My requirements are big and the house is solid. Leon added. No problem, you can definitely rest assured about this. The area of 70 to 90 is covered, 2 floors, with steps and partitions on the outside, an aisle is installed, and 4 rooms are isolated from the internal space. The first floor is equipped with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a sink, and a living room and dining room. The second floor is kept for living, and there are 4 rooms. Do you need to prepare a baby room in advance? After thinking for a moment, Robin came up with a preliminary construction plan. Listening to Robin's description, Leon felt it was quite reasonable, but he still made an opinion. Can I add a basement? I need a wine cellar. Of course it's okay. As long as you want, I can even add an underground pool to you. Robin replied. Just add a wine cellar. Leon shook his head. He still didn't like the swimming pool. After all, not only was it difficult to clean up, but it was also very easy to regain the weather, highlighting that one is not good at looking at or using it. Then I'll calculate the price. After Robin finished speaking, he took out a calculator and started to slap it on it. After a moment, he came up with a rough budget. Well, it probably requires a budget of 8 WG. Do you need me to prepare the materials? Leon asked back. No, this budget already includes material costs. After all, some materials cannot be replaced by wood and stone, and I have also equipped you with furniture, so this is the price. Robin explained. Of course, if you plan to buy furniture yourself, you only need 7.2 WG. No, just follow your wishes. I hate trouble. Leon immediately handed over all the decision to Robin. After all, what he hated the most was to arrange the house. When he was playing games, except for a bed in the house, he was basically filled with flower pots and tea leaves, as well as various statues and gem replica machines. It was said that it was a home, but in fact it was more like an agricultural and sideline product production factory. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint you. I will handmade all the furniture for you to ensure the quality and price are the most reliable. Robin confidently patted his chest. How long will it take for this construction? Leon still believed in Robin's craftsmanship. It will take about 6 days. It will start tomorrow and end with 6 days. The 7th day is the flower dance festival. I can guarantee that you will deliver your new house to you before the flower dance festival. Robin promised. But during this period, you need to demolish your old house and your temporary kitchen. You have to prepare in advance to clean up the things inside, or I keep your kitchen wooden house, and I will build a new house for you in a different place. Anyway, your farm is quite large and there is enough space. Drop it and build a new house on the original address. Leon had no idea of keeping it. After all, it didn't make any sense to keep the old house. It was just a relocation. He had a treasure chest and a system backpack, which was easy to handle. Then I'll go to the farm with you today. Let's help you build a wooden house on the farm first, so that you can have a place to live in, and the things you moved out can be stored, and there is no need for money. As long as you prepare 300 pieces of wood for me, the wooden house can be preserved. You can put a brewing barrel in it in the future. After all, I heard that you want to build an underground wine cellar. I knew you had plans to brew. Robin suggested. Okay, then I'll bother you. Robin's careful proposal made Leon feel very comfortable. Leave professional matters to professionals is to save worry and just need to pay for money. Then let's go. I'll have lunch with you at noon and get your wooden house early. Robin is a practical person. After making the decision, he immediately shouted to start construction in Leon. Let's go again after lunch? Leon asked when he thought of Robin's invitation before. I won't charge you any wages for building a wooden house for you. Don't you plan to post a lunch? Robin complained with Leon with his eyes rolled. No problem, I have beef at home, too. Leon immediately nodded and agreed. Haha, then let's go. Robin walked to the shelf with a smile, lifted up his toolbox, and then called Leon to leave together. The two of them walked around the farm from the remote forest. After choosing the address of the wooden house in Leon, Robin put down the toolbox and began to prepare in advance. Leon returned to the house and transported 300 pieces of wood for Robin, released it all over and piled it up next to Robin, and then Robin began to work hard. When Robin was building a wooden house, Leon was not idle either. He entered the kitchen to prepare lunch for 2 people. After cooking, he invited Robin to have a meal together. After Robin was full, he basically had no rest and went back to work. Soon, before dark, a 20*20 wooden house was built, with wooden walls, sloping roofs, and 2 windows. The interior was empty and there was no decoration except the wooden floor. When you enter the house, you can still smell the smell of wood without paint or methanol, highlighting a natural state. You can take advantage of the evening to move everything over. I will officially come here tomorrow to start construction for you. I will order the materials in advance. I will demolish your kitchen and old house tomorrow and lay a foundation. After finishing his busy work, Robin did not rush to leave, but talked to Leon about plans for tomorrow. Everything is yours. Leon had no objection to this. Well, I can advance the budget for the materials first, and you can settle the money after the completion. I have money to make it straight away. Leon smiled and reminded Robin. I know, but this is too troublesome. It's better to pay it off at one time when the final acceptance is finally accepted. Don't worry about me. I just completed the order from Olivia, but I made a lot of money. Now I have a lot of money. Robin replied proudly. Okay, then I'll listen to you, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.